Men are clearly the pinnacle of martial arts, but passed on all of his cultivation to two adorable children. Not only do they take baths with natural treasures every day, two peerless divine weapons were also crafted for them as toys. Just because his wife left without saying goodbye 3 years ago, only left him with this pair of dragon and phoenix twins. In order to take care of the child, he gave up his cultivation as the peak martial emperor, continuously washing the tendons and marrow of the two children. I didn't expect that the cultivation I instilled in myself was so refined. Transformed the physique of two children into innate divine bodies through competition. Bones grow intricate patterns of lines. The divine pattern on my sister's body contains a terrifying sword intent. The divine pattern on my younger brother's body contains a terrifying blade intent. And the physical and spiritual power of the two individuals is infinite. Only 3 years old but already invincible. However, the two cute children argue every day to see their mother. Chu Feng can only lie and claim that his mother is being held captive in the imperial capital. Told them the story of Yang Jian splitting the mountain to save his mother. So the two children took advantage of Chu Feng's seclusion to cross the divine calamity. Snuck out secretly. Swear to split open the imperial capital and rescue their mother. At this moment, the two of them held their hands together and made a secret gesture. Summoned the emperor's soldiers' heaven-cutting sword and the heaven-shattering blade. Two small bodies leaped forward, firmly landing on their respective weapons. The divine patterns emerged on the imperial artifact, one by one. Then they turned into two shooting stars and disappeared into the sky. The siblings don't know how long they have been flying. Finally, I discovered a group of ant-like figures moving underground. I was just about to go and ask for directions. Only when flying halfway did I realize. A group of 1 jung tall demon wolves are surrounding a group of women. Although the women's swordsmanship is extremely exquisite, be able to counterattack while avoiding attacks. But there are too many werewolves. Endless killings in dense clusters. And the two children, instead of being afraid, their eyes lit up at the sight. Sister, look. How long should so many big dogs be roasted for? Little brother, prepare the tools. I went first. Chu Xian is already extremely hungry at this moment. Jumped directly from the Zhan Tian sword. Just heard a loud bang. The ground shakes and dust flies. The sudden commotion startled everyone. The next moment, I saw a demon wolf's body soaring into the air. All the women were stunned. Without waiting for their reaction, the bodies of the ferocious wolf demons kept flying out one after another. Governor, will there be even stronger monsters coming again? A woman said with a trembling voice. The leading woman's expression turned worried after listening. Every single one of the demon wolves here is a 4th-rank demon beast comparable to a martial emperor. They can barely resist. If it is a 5th-rank monster comparable to a martial ancestor, they are probably going to be completely wiped out. Just at this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky in front of all the women. Several nearby demon wolves were all shaken away. When the dust settles, everyone was dumbfounded after seeing the person who fell down clearly. It turned out to be a child, still holding a large pot and a strange rack. The governor felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when seeing Chu Chun, and she absolutely couldn't imagine. The boy in front of me is my own nephew. Auntie, please help me take care of the big pot and barbecue grill. Chu Chen threw the big pot and barbecue grill in front of the women, then rushed into the bewildered group of demon wolves. Be careful, these demon wolves are 4th-tier demon beasts. Zhou Zhulong Yufei was startled, but she hadn't finished speaking yet. Then I saw Chu Chen jump onto a demon wolf. Waving a chubby little fist, it smashes down with a punch. Just heard a click. The demon wolf howled and fell to the ground, twitched twice and then stopped moving. Everyone was dumbfounded. That is a 4th-level monster comparable to the martial emperor. I was unexpectedly punched to death by that 3-year-old child. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Chu Chen once again soared into the air and charged into the midst of the wolf pack. Then, one after another, a group of demon wolves kept soaring. After landing, they convulsed twice and then died. And in another direction, the same scene is also unfolding. At this moment, they also saw clearly. That is a very delicate-looking 3-year-old girl, waving a pair of snow-white little hands. One punch, one demon wolf. Even the series of attacks, such as the wind blades released by the demon wolf, all shattered by her punch. The key is that they did not sense any true energy fluctuations in the two children, purely relying on physical strength in battle. Too scary. Could they be transformed into ferocious beasts? All the women are spitting in frenzy. And just as the demon wolf was retreating step by step, a strange flute sound echoed from a distance. The clear sky instantly darkened. The suddenly appearing dark clouds covered the sun. It's really strange. How did it suddenly turn dark on this day? Two cute children blinked their big eyes, looking confused. Suddenly, a red moon rose in the dark sky. All the werewolves immediately raised their heads and howled. The aura on the body becomes extremely violent. Blood moon rises, the wolf howls at the moon. This is the blood wolf of the beast sect. Long Yufei's voice sounded, with a hint of childlike innocence in the tone. Very powerful? Chu Chen curiously asked after hearing it. Quick! Stop them from turning into blood. Long Yufei shouted anxiously. Then, he swung his long sword and launched an attack on the wolf pack. Sword chi breaks through the air, blocked by a layer of red shield. The female sword cultivators surrounding her also launched attacks. But this shield's defense is too strong, it can't be broken at all. And at this moment, the wolf fur on those group of demon wolves gradually turned red. Once these demon wolves transform into true blood wolves, strength will be upgraded to the 5th order monster. They will undoubtedly die by then. Is this defense strong? Just at this moment, Chu Chen, who was nearby, heard their words. Curiously waving a small fist, a punch is thrown. Snap! The red protective cover suddenly cracked and shattered. This defense is not very good. Chu Chen muttered softly. Long Yufei and the others were all stunned. This little guy is specifically here to attack them, right? They are all martial empresses. I didn't expect them to give it their all. Might as well throw a casual punch at this little one. Little brother, stop standing there foolishly. You go light the fire, I'll come kill. My mouth is watering so much that it's about to dry up. Chu Xian speaks at the same time, already rushed into the midst of the bloodthirsty wolf pack. A pair of snow-white little hands waving. One punch, one demon wolf leaping. Okay, sister. Chu Chen obediently nodded. In front of the crowd of women, take out a stove from the storage ring and place a large pot on it. Take out another pile of firewood and throw it into the stove to light it up. At the moment of the raging fire burning, Chu Chen took out another small bottle and poured some oil into the pot. I don't know what it was made of, but it smells really good. Long Yufei and the others were stunned. This little guy actually packed these things in the sumijie. The skilled movements clearly indicate that it is not the first time doing it. After adding half a pot of water to the pot, Chu Chen came to the side of a dead demon wolf and took out a small knife. Skillfully draw the tendons, peel the skin, and open the intestines and stomach of the demon wolf. Then take out a big knife and chop the demon wolf into pieces. Boil the bones in the pot. Quickly deal with a large-sized monster wolf. Then he came to the barbecue grill, pinched his fingers and shouted in a low voice, "Big." In an instant, the barbecue grill transformed into a length of over 3 zhang. Put all the processed werewolf meat on the barbecue grill. Take out a large pile of specially made divination sticks from the Sumaru casket. Look at Long Yufei and others. Aunties, can you help me string it together? The women finally regained consciousness. Full of astonishment. Please, there are still so many werewolves around that are turning into blood. Are you really good at cooking here? Little brother, after these demon wolves undergo blood transformation, they will be comparable to martial masters at the 5th rank. Let's kill the monster first. No problem, let's barbecue together. Sister, go kill the monster. Chu Chen waved his chubby little hand and turned around, shouting. Sister, Auntie said they will be very powerful later. Let's kill quickly. Okay, Chu Xian responded with a sound. Then the sword technique was executed. Countless sword chi burst out from her body, instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The sound of laughter is incessant. A demon wolf, whose body was turning into blood, fell to the ground. In an instant, only 2 remain. Long Yufei and others were dumbfounded. Emotions have always been playing around this little girl. Just at this moment, the remaining 2 demon wolves are completely blood red. Blood transformation has been completed. The momentum on the body rises sharply. Not good. They have completed the blood transformation. Someone exclaimed in surprise, trembling in tone. Although Wu Zong and Wu Wang are only 1 realm apart, the strength, however, has a world of difference. One martial arts master is enough to deal with all of them here. After the blood transformation is completed, a blood wolf pounces towards Chu Xian. A blood wolf rushes towards Long Yufei. Protect the state lord. All the women shouted in unison, blocking the way in front of the governor. Just at this moment, Chu Chen's small figure appeared in front of them. The fleshy little hand slapped the blood wolf. Snap, a crisp sound rang out. There is also the clear sound of bones breaking. The blood wolf let out a mournful howl, flew backwards for more than 10 meters and then remained motionless. Auntie, the 5th level monster you mentioned isn't that powerful. Chu Chen's face is full of confusion. He really thought that these 5th level monster beasts were very powerful. Increased the force deliberately. Long Yufei and others collectively stayed silent for a long time. Little brother, didn't you say they would become very powerful? Caused me to kill all at once. Not even a drop of wolf's blood has been spilled. Chu Xian is holding a large basin. Appeared in front of Chu Chen in an instant. Said angrily. Long Yufei and the others turned their heads to look. But I saw that the blood wolf pouncing towards the little girl had already been cut into 2 pieces. The heart cannot help but be more shaken. Where on earth did these 2 3-year-old kids come from? Chuchen scratched his head. I don't know either. That beautiful aunt said they will become martial arts masters and be very powerful. I didn't know that Wuzone was so bad at fighting. Slapped to death with 1 slap. Long Yufei and others twitched at the corners of their mouths. The conversation between these 2 children is really damaging to one's self-esteem. So Long Yufei quickly changed the subject. Are you going to barbecue? Yeah. Who cares if he's good or not? Grilling the meat is important. Chuchen just realized. Hastily come to the barbecue grill and start skewering the meat. Auntie, please also help out. Have you not gotten hungry after playing for so long? Long Yufei confirmed the safety of the surroundings. Also invite all the women to skewer the meat together. Under Chuchen's skilled barbecue technique, the fragrance quickly fills the air. Chu Xian ran over quickly. I eagerly picked up a piece of leg meat and started eating it. Long Yufei and others couldn't help but salivate as they smelled the fragrance. Although they have been living a life of luxury in the imperial capital since childhood, but the smell of grilled meat is something they have never smelled before. It's really delicious. After receiving the skewers, everyone disregarded their appearance and happily indulged in eating. Chu Chen's chubby little face showed a happy smile. He took out several small bowls and came to the big pot. There is still wolf's blood hot pot inside. Take a sip, and enjoy as your eyes narrow. Long Yufei and others drank 2 bowls, ate a few pieces of grilled meat and couldn't eat anymore. But what shocked them was, Chen Chu and Xian Chu, the brother and sister, are still enjoying their meal heartily. Actually, all 30 or more demon wolves were completely eaten. What they don't know is what the 2 kids ate. The city will be transformed into energy by divine patterns and then devoured and absorbed. After eating and drinking their fill, the brother and sister lay on the ground with satisfied expressions, looking at Chu Xian and Chu Chen's little arms and legs. A female guard feels her heart melting. Long Yufei looked at the 2 siblings and asked, "Where are you 2 siblings planning to go?" Oops, I almost forgot about the important matter. The brother and sister quickly rolled over and got up. Auntie, is this the south? Chu Chen looked up and asked. South. Long Yufei is also a bit confused. At least provide a reference point when talking about directions. Chu Xian's delicate little face is also full of confusion. The village chief said, the capital is located to the south of the village. But we don't know where the south is. Flew and arrived here. What are you going to do in the capital city? Long Yufei's face is full of surprise. We need to go save our mother. Chu Chen nodded earnestly. Save my mother? Is your mother in the capital city? Long Yufei's eyes look a bit strange. There is a feeling in my heart that I can't put into words. It seems like something important has been forgotten. Mother was imprisoned in the imperial capital. We want to learn from Yang Jian, splitting open the mountains to rescue our mother. Chu Chen raised his fleshy little hand into a palm-shaped knife, chopped left and right twice. Very serious expression. The adorable appearance made everyone burst into laughter. Split the imperial capital? The Emperor Wu doesn't have this ability. No laughing allowed. We are very serious. Chu Xian said with hands on hips, panting heavily. Okay. We won't laugh. Long Yufei's smile disappeared. Immediately explained the route to the capital to the 2 children. By the way, what is your mother's name? Chu Xian's little eyebrows are all wrinkled together. I don't know. Dad didn't tell us either. What does your mother look like? I have some connections in the capital city. Maybe I can help you find it. Chu Xian scratched her hair, feeling even more distressed. I don't know. I have never seen my mother. So these 2 children have been motherless since they were young. Poor child. Long Yufei and the others couldn't help but feel pity as they watched the 2 people. Long Yufei gently touched the heads of the 2 people. Then you guys follow me to the capital of Lanzhou. There is a teleportation array to the imperial capital. However, some people do not want me to arrive at the capital city. This road may be very dangerous. No problem. We'll help Auntie beat up the bad guys. Chu Xian waved her snow-white little fist. Yes. Both my sister and I are very capable. Chu Chen also echoed. After a moment, the figure of a Taoist priest appeared out of thin air, moving at an extremely fast speed. Sister, someone is here. Chu Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he assumed a fighting stance. The breath is more powerful than the demon wolf. The divine patterns within Chu Xian's body are also faintly flickering. A fierce sword intent rises to the sky. Long Yufei and the others looked at the 2 people in shock. These 2 little guys actually hid their strength just now. Especially this little girl. They felt extreme fear from the emanating sword intent. Don't be nervous, little one. She is my master. Long Yufei quickly spoke up. It's Aunt's master. Chu Xian relaxes. The sword intent on the body also dissipates without a trace. Later, I saw Chu Chen still in a fighting stance. Couldn't help but lightly tap Chu Chen's little head. Didn't you hear what Auntie said? That is Aunt's master, he is a good person. Chu Chen rubbed his little head. He chuckled. After a moment, a spontaneous old woman fell in front of the women. I have seen the lord of the pavilion. The female guards quickly stepped forward to pay their respects, but he ignored all the women. But instead, he turned around and looked around, shouting in a deep voice. Who is the master here? Since you're here, please show yourself. Just now, that fleeting sword intent. Not all practitioners are extraordinary. Stronger than her. Her face is extremely solemn. The long sword in hand is already trembling lightly, ready to launch an attack at any time. Grandma, my older sister is not tall, she is here. Chu Chen raised his sister Chu Xian's hand, said innocently. Long Yufei also pulled the sleeve of the old woman with white hair, pointing at Chu Xian road. Master, just now that sword intent. Indeed, it was she who released it. The old woman with white hair looked at the innocent little girl, suddenly dumbfounded. The old eyes were filled with disbelief. There is no trace of true energy fluctuation in this little girl's body. How is it possible to possess such terrifying sword intent? It should be that the apprentice made a mistake. This terrifying sword intent will definitely not appear on a 3-year-old little girl. She turned her head and looked at Long Yufei. Listen to that old bastard trying to stop me. He sent his outstanding disciple, Blood Wolf, to hunt you down. Now it seems that old bastard is deliberately messing with my mind. After speaking, she suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. The momentum has weakened a lot. Master, you are injured. Long Yufei was greatly shocked, hastily stepped forward to support the spontaneously old woman. No problem. The old woman with white hair forced a smile. Originally, she and that old beast from the 10,000 Beasts sect were evenly matched. It is heard that the Blood Wolf is coming to hunt down the disciples and others. Successfully attacked in a state of great confusion. She can only take advantage of the opponent's attack to make a quick escape. Plus, just now I felt that terrifying sword intent. Have to desperately suppress the injury, to avoid being exposed by the enemy. Can no longer suppress it now. Quickly leave this place. The spontaneous old woman waved her hand and summoned a flying boat model. The wind makes it rise. In an instant, it turned into a length of over 3 zhang. Greet everyone and jump onto the flying boat. Long Yufei also called Chu Xian and Chu Chen to come up. 2 cute children nod their heads. Jumping up, he landed steadily in the flying boat. The old woman with white hair glanced at the 2 adorable children in a different place. Only 3 years old. Only with the physical body, one can jump 2 meters high. This is innate divine power. However, now is not the time to think about these questions. The true energy surges within her body. The flying boat turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. Shortly after the flying boat disappeared, a green-haired old man appeared out of thin air. Looking at the bones scattered on the ground, he furrowed his brow slightly. Just at this moment, a figure came flying out from deep within the dense forest. Kneel down with a thud. Master, you must avenge my Blood Wolf. What's going on? The old man with green hair said in a deep voice. The man gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and had a fearful expression on his face. All the werewolves were killed by people, and they also skinned and stripped the tendons of my Blood Wolf, cut into pieces and eat them after grilling. Those 2 brats are simply too ferocious. Naughty child? The green-haired old man's brow furrowed once again. I don't know where these 2 children came from. Only 3 years old appearance. The strength is terrifying to the extreme. 1 punch, 1 Blood Wolf, too brutal. Speaking of this, the man's body is trembling. Lived for 30 years. Have witnessed countless geniuses. I have never seen such a cruel brat before. So scary. 3 years old? The green-haired old man couldn't help but furrow his brow. Do you know what you're saying? Your Blood Wolf, even without blood transformation, is still a 4th-order monster, comparable to the Martial Emperor, even if they are an unparalleled genius. It is impossible to possess the cultivation of a Martial Emperor at the age of 3. Master, it is absolutely true. They are about 3 years old. And finally, there are 2 blood wolves that have successfully undergone blood transformation. Also, those 2 naughty kids slapped it to death. The old man with green hair, however, believes that the man is deceiving him. A green poisonous snake emerged from his chest, spun around the man in a circle. The enormous snake head is facing the man. Master, every word I say is true. Never dare to deceive the master. The man's face turned pale with fright. The old man with green hair was just about to say something, suddenly grabbed into the air. A small bird formed by true energy appeared in his hand, the bird's beak opening and closing as if saying something. The old man with green hair showed a hint of shock and killing intent on his face after hearing it. Looked down at the man. I temporarily believe what you said. Mission failed. Should have killed you. In view of the significant contributions you have made to the sect, spare your life today. Reunite the pets within 7 days. Participate in the Lanzhou Grand Competition with Black Tiger. Yes, master. The man quickly agreed. Then the old man with green hair soared into the air. Chase after the direction where Feizhou disappeared. The Truchi little bird not only provided him with the direction for flying the boat, it also mentioned the 2-3-year-old children. Such talent. If caught and brought back, cultivate and train them. In the future, the beast sect will definitely make its presence known throughout the entire land. As for the old woman, she had been poisoned by his snake venom and would not be a match for him. The man sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily after the robbery. Meanwhile, on the flying boat, the white-haired old woman was sitting down to heal her wounds, but she suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of black blood. Master, you're poisoned? Long Yufei was shocked, her complexion filled with anxiety. No harm done. The white-haired crone waved her hand pretending to be unhindered, but in her heart, she sighed slightly. The snake venom had already flowed along the blood throughout the body, and the venom had infiltrated into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, making it difficult to suppress. This time, I was afraid that I would really die in this Lanzhou. It's good that it's okay. Long Yufei thought it was really fine and sighed in relief. The white-haired crone is dying. But right at this moment, a childish voice with a milky tone rang out. What? Long Yufei turned her head to look, but she saw Chu Xian looking at the white-haired crone with a face of certainty. That's right, the poison has entered the internal organs and is really dying. Chu Chen also continuously nodded his own little head. The 2 pills on his head, as well as the flesh on his face, were constantly shaking. The white-haired crone's body shook, not expecting that the poison in her body would be seen through by these 2-3-year-old dolls at a glance. Master, is what they said true? Long Yufei turned her head to look at the white-haired old crone again and asked with a worried expression. The white-haired old crone sighed and said, they are right, that old beast's snake poison is indeed powerful. Fair, I'm afraid that I won't be able to guard you anymore in the future. No, it's not true. Long Yufei shook her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Auntie, don't cry, with my brother and I here, Granny won't die. Chu Xian patted her small chest and said with conviction. Yes, we can cure Granny's poison. Chu Chen also nodded repeatedly. I eat meat, you guys can save my master? Long Yufei seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw, grasping Chu Xian and Chu Chen's shoulders with both hands and asking with an expectant face. Fair, forget it. The white-haired crone shook her head. How could 2-3-year-old children cure a martial saint-level poison? Auntie, let Granny eat this antidote pill. No matter what kind of poison it is, it can be solved. Chu Xian took out a small jade bottle from the Sumeru ring and handed it to Long Yufei. Long Yufei hurriedly took the jade bottle, poured out a white elixir and handed it to the white-haired crone, saying, Master, quickly eat it. She didn't have time to think about whether this antidote pill worked or not right now, because there was no other way to do so at the moment. The white-haired crone looked at Long Yufei's eager expression, and with a slight sigh, she took the antidote pill and consumed it. Although she did not hold any hope in her heart, she could not bear to reject her disciple. Ha! Suddenly, the white-haired crone froze, shock showing on her face. This antidote to poison Dan. The white-haired crone glanced at Chu Xian and Chu Chen in shock, but didn't have time to say anything as she hurriedly revolved her gungfu and guided the medicinal power that the antidote pill had transformed into, flowing throughout her body along with her blood. Wherever the medicinal power went, the snake poisons that were like maggots on the bones seemed to have met a natural enemy and dissipated into nothingness. A moment later, she opened her eyes and said in surprise, the snake venom in my body has actually been relieved. Great! Long Yufei was overjoyed. Picking up Chu Xian then kissed her exquisite little face. I eat meat, you are truly Auntie's lucky star. Chu Xian wiped away the saliva on her face and said with a disgusted face, Auntie, don't spit on my face. Chu Chen, who was on the side, was also secretly happy. Fortunately Auntie didn't spit on her face. Ha ha! Long Yufei and the others were all amused by the 2 munchkins' adorable expressions. I eat meat, did you refine this antidote pill? Seeing her master resuming his meditation, Long Yufei was in a good mood and asked curiously as she hugged Chu Xian. No, it was refined by my father. Chu Xian blinked her big round eyes and said with a smile, I still have many more. In the future, if Auntie is poisoned, I will also help Auntie detoxify. Long Yufei cried and laughed, silently recited childish words twice, touched Chu Xian's little head and said, Thank you AI for eating meat's antidote to poison, you've helped me a lot. No need to thank you, Auntie, father said that saving a life is better than creating a 5th-grade butcher. Chu Xian waved her snow-white little hand with an expression of no need to be polite. 5th-grade butcher? Long Yufei and the others were at a loss. Sister, it's a rank 7 butcher. Chu Chen pulled Chu Xian's ponytail and reminded in a low voice. A rank 7 butcher? Chu Xian cocked her small head with a puzzled expression. Definitely, level 7 can be much more powerful than level 5. Chu Chen had a face of certainty. That's also true, then it's a level 7 butcher. Chu Xian nodded agreeably. A 7th level butcher? It was a 7th level pontoon, right? A female escort didn't hold back her laughter. These siblings were just too cute. At this time, the white-haired old crone finished regulating her breathing and cupped her fists to Chu Xian. Many thanks to little friend for the antidote pills. In the future, if little friend has any requests, the old me will do my best to fulfill them. Granny, don't be polite. Father said that rescuing the old, weak, sick, and disabled is a virtue. Chu Xian said with an innocent face. The corners of the old crone's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't expect that my hallowed martial saint would one day be categorized as old and weak. However, she didn't bother with a 3-year-old little girl, and instead asked curiously, this antidote pill can cure snake venom at the level of a martial saint, so it must be a holy pill. Could it be that your dad is a Dan saint from the Dan sect? Dan saint? An alchemist of this level would be ordained as a guest of honor no matter where he was. I didn't expect the father of these 2 dolls to come from such a big place. No, my father has always lived in the village, except for this one time, but he has never left the village. Chu Xian shook her head. She did not know about Chu Feng's trekking all over the 9 states in order to cleanse their tendons and marrow, plus they were still young at that time and did not have many memories. Not the Dan sect? Then it was the Dan saint of casual cultivators? For a casual cultivator to be able to become a Dan saint, that talent would be somewhat terrifying. The old woman deeply looked at the 2 siblings. These 2 children, not only their own talent is perverse, there is a talent is also perverse, or Dan Sheng's father, can only make good, cannot offend. However, this is not the time to think about this. She still has more important things to do. Got up and scanned the female guards, said, in order to avoid the Lanzhou forces, we did not come through the teleportation array, but instead relied on a few martial emperor seniors to open up the teleportation channel and send us to the border of Lanzhou. This matter this hidden, the Lanzhou forces could not possibly know. Therefore, I have reason to guess that there is a traitor amongst you. At these words, the female guards all changed color and knelt on the floor of the flying boat, saying in a hurried voice, Pavilion Master is clear about this. As disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, we have been guarding the imperial family for generations, so how could we dare to betray? Long Yufei's face was gloomy. In fact, he had long had this kind of speculation, he was just unwilling to believe it. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion was specifically responsible for guarding the imperial family of the empire. If even the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was infiltrated by forces that harbored dissent, then the empire could be in danger. I'm also unwilling to believe it, but for the sake of Long Yufei's safety, there are some things that the old woman has to do. After hesitating for a moment, the old woman said in a deep voice, I will perform the God-searching technique on you all, and those who betray will have their bodies broken into pieces and their families copied and exterminated. Those who have not betrayed, your families will receive the full support of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. When the female guards heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Once the God search technique was executed, they would all become idiots. Even Long Yufei's face changed as she said, Master, how can you harm other loyal people for the sake of a betrayer? Disciple, we don't have the time to slowly uncover the betrayer. If my guess is right, she has already revealed our whereabouts. That old beast from the 10,000 Beast sect will probably catch up soon. It wouldn't be a big deal if it's just him alone, but if there are a few more martial sect martial zoons, it'll be hard to leave again. The old woman said with a slight sigh. Long Yufei thought for a moment and said, why don't we let them pilot the flying boat, and Master and I will choose another path. The old crone shook her head and said, her means of transmitting information can't even be detected by me, and no one dares to guarantee that she hasn't left any marks on you. This. Long Yufei was momentarily speechless. Auntie, is this what's her name God-searching technique very powerful? Chu Xian pulled Long Yufei's sleeve, tilted her little head and asked curiously. Long Yufei explained, the God-searching technique, as the name suggests, is the ability to search the soul memories of others. However, there is a flaw in this technique, which is that the person being cast will become an idiot. What's an idiot? Chu Chen asked doubtfully. An idiot is someone who keeps sleeping and never wakes up. Long Yufei explained. That's too pitiful. Chu Xian and Chu Chen immediately revealed a look of sympathy, and looked at the old crone with a bit of fear in their eyes. To think that if they were hit by this whatsoever God-searching technique, they would never be able to eat barbecued meat again, it was too terrifying. For the sake of Long Yufei, we are willing to accept the God-searching technique. The female guards said one after another. Good. The old crone sighed slightly. If she could, she wouldn't want to use the God-searching technique. If only we had the talisman sect's true speech talisman, we could make them speak the truth on their own. Long Yufei closed her eyes in an unforgiving manner and murmured, it was just a pity that the talisman sect was not in Lanzhou. Speak the truth? Chu Chen's eyes lit up as he held up his meaty little hand and said, I have talismans that can make people tell the truth. EKO meat, you have a truth-telling charm? Upon hearing this, Long Yufei hurriedly asked. The old crone who was preparing to cast the God search technique also stopped and turned her head to look at Chu Chen. True speech talisman? I don't know what a true speech talisman is, but this talisman of mine can really make people speak the truth. Shuchen said as he took out a stack of talismans and said in a showy manner, this was specially refined for us by father in fear of someone deceiving us. It's really a truthfulness talisman. Your father still refines talisman seals? Long Yufei was a bit surprised. Generally speaking, in order to become a Dan sage, one would have to spend all their time on alchemy, and it would be impossible to spend too much more time studying the art of refining talismans. Of course, Daddy will be a lot of it. Shuchen nodded his little head, the two pilled heads and the flesh on his face, all shaking with his movements. Daddy is the most powerful person in the world. Chuxian also chimed in and nodded her head repeatedly, a pair of big black round eyes full of adoration. Long Yufei was dumbfounded, but it was understandable. After all, in a child's heart, the father would always be the most powerful. The true speech talisman was not considered high in rank among talisman seals, and she was merely surprised. Great, with this true speech talisman, there's no need to perform the god-searching technique. A smile also appeared on the old woman's pale face. After all, they were all disciples of her heavenly sword pavilion, and their talent and strength were all good, so she naturally didn't want to turn these disciples into idiots until she had to. Little friend, could you sell these true speech talismans to my old self? She looked at Chu Chen and tried her best to make her smile more kind. Chu Chen handed the true speech talismans to the old crone and said without a care in the world, Granny can just take them if she wants to use them, I still have more. Many thanks, little friend. The old crone smiled, took the true speech talisman, turned to look at the female guards, and said, one person and one sticker. Yes, Pavilion Master. The crowd of female guards were also relieved, and they all stepped forward to receive a true speech talisman to stick on their bodies. Only one person, after receiving the true word talisman, had his eyes darting around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he leapt forward and wanted to escape from the flying boat. Boom! However, a layer of shroud steeply lit up on top of the flying boat, and that female guard slammed headfirst into the shroud and was bounced back. The old woman's face sank as she said, I didn't expect it to be you. Humph. That female guard snorted coldly, her body's true chi bulging, wanting to self-destruct. The old crone's expression changed. This female guard possessed the strength of a martial emperor. If she were to self-detonate on this flying boat, then this flying boat would not be able to be saved. Right at this moment, Chu Chen took out two talisman seals and threw them out, instantly sticking them onto the female guard, only to see her originally swollen body dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye and return to its original state. At the same time, a chain drilled out from the other talisman seal, binding the female guard in an instant. Yuan locking talisman? Imprisonment talisman? The old woman uttered in surprise. These two talisman seals could be much more advanced than the true speech talisman, and could lock the true chi in the cultivator's body, making it impossible to mobilize it. You little brute. That traitor glared angrily at Chu Chen, her pretty face filled with resentment. Now that her body was imprisoned and the true chi in her body was blocked, she couldn't move, couldn't explode herself, and could only be slaughtered. Pa! A small figure suddenly appeared in front of that female guard and threw a slap on her face, sending her entire body spinning in place several times on the deck of the flying boat. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out after stopping, with several teeth mixed in. Bad woman, no scolding my brother. Chu Xian crossed her small hands and glared at the traitor with a huff. If she didn't want to kill someone, if she slapped down, that traitor's head would be gone. Woo! Woo! That traitor wanted to say something, but her red and swollen cheeks, as well as the loss of her teeth, made it impossible for her to even speak. So fast. The old crone's heart was filled with shock. Even she didn't notice how this little girl appeared in front of that traitor. Moreover, she hadn't felt any true chi fluctuations since the beginning, and it was clearly a purely physical speed. She had been cultivating for nearly 1,000 years and had never seen anyone whose pure fleshly body speed could reach such a terrifying level. For a pure fleshly body to support such a terrifying speed, the strength of its fleshly body must also have reached an extremely terrifying realm, so the strength of the pure fleshly body was also definitely not weak. Could it be that those favored beasts of the blood wolf were really slapped to death by these two 3-year-old dolls? The old crone thought of what Long Yufei had said earlier, and such thoughts popped up in her mind. Two little friends, is it all right to hand her over to me? If it were ordinary, she would have directly grabbed that traitor and disposed of her. However, facing the bizarre pair of siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, she did not mess around. These two little dolls could only be friended, not offended. Ah, good. Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded their heads. Although they were powerful, they had never killed anyone before. They really didn't know what to do if they were really allowed to dispose of them. Many thanks. The old woman clasped her fists and came before the traitor, coldly saying, if it wasn't for little friend's truth talisman, I almost lost all of my heavenly sword pavilion disciples because of you. Woo woo. That traitor's eyes were fierce and a whimpering sound came out of her mouth, but unfortunately no one could understand what she was trying to express. The old crone lifted her hand and grabbed that traitor's head, casting the god-searching technique, and immediately a stream of memories flooded into the old crone's mind. The traitor struggled violently at first, and in the end, his eyes gradually became dull. A few moments later, the old crone withdrew her palm, lifted that traitor up and threw him out from the flying boat, then with a wave of her hand, the roiling sword she broke through the air and tore the traitor into pieces. Fortunately, Long Yufei covered Chu Xian and Chu Chen's eyes in time, not letting them see this cruel scene. After there was no more movement, Chu Xian peeled off Long Yufei's fingers, revealing a slit to look, and not seeing any horrifying scene, she hurriedly pushed away Long Yufei's hand and pouted, "I'm but very brave." "Me too." Chu Chen, who was on the side, also pushed away Long Yufei's hand with an expression of "I'm very powerful." Yes, you guys are the bravest." Long Yufei was amused by their adorable looks, even the grief of being betrayed washed away a bit. That's for sure. Chu Xian and Chu Chen both held their little heads high, like proud little roosters. Long Yufei smiled faintly, feeling more and more that these two little guys were her own lucky stars. If she hadn't encountered the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings on this trip, she was afraid that she would have been in deep trouble. One really didn't know what kind of existence could have cultivated such two little monsters. Suddenly, she remembered Chu Chen's cauldron and barbecue grill, and couldn't help but ask, "Icomete, I remember that your barbecue grill or whatever was also refined by your father, right? Your dad also knows how to refine weapons?" "Well, my dad's weapon refining can also be awesome." Chu Chen nodded heavily. Long Yufei sighed, "Alchemy, talisman refining, and weapon refining, your father is really powerful, and is an extraordinary existence when looking at the 9 states. That's, my dad is the most powerful." Chu Chen nodded his head repeatedly. Chu Xian on the side, however, suddenly looked at Long Yufei with a wary face and said, "Auntie, you are very good looking, but don't hit my dad's idea. Oh, we have a mother." "Put." The female guards laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Even the old crone couldn't help but show a hint of laughter. "You little girl, human child." Long Yufei rubbed Chu Xian's little head, crying and laughing. Chu Xian slapped off Long Yufei's hand and huffed, "I'm serious, you guys aren't allowed to laugh. Auntie, if you dare to hit on my father, I will spank you and open your ass up." She had a serious face, with a hint of a milky voice, and she waved her little fists in a milky, fierce manner to show her threat. "Right. I'll beat your ass too." Only then did Chu Chen react to what was happening, waving his fleshy little hands and grinning as he tried to put on a fierce look. Unfortunately, the two munchkins, one exquisite and the other adorable, no matter how hard they tried to make a ferocious expression, they all looked adorable and unintimidating. Fine, I know, I won't hit your dad's idea," Long Yufei said cheerfully, reaching out and rubbing her hand on the two munchkins' heads, liking them more and more. Knowing to protect their mother at such a young age, their mother is really happy. Her sister's figure surfaced in her mind, and she sighed in her heart, "I wonder how my sister's 2 children are doing now, alas. Finally caught up with you guys." Right at this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see a green-haired old man standing on top of a huge green snake with a triangular head, approaching at an extremely fast speed. "That old beast is here." Sword intent flickered in the old woman's eyes, but she soon covered her heart with an expression of excruciating pain. "Master, Pavilion Master." Long Yufei and a group of female guards were shocked. Obviously the poison had been relieved. Why was it suddenly like this? Chu Xian looked at the old crone, and then looked at the rapidly approaching green-haired old man in the distance. Her big eyes blinked as if she understood something, rushed to the old crone and cried out, "Oh, Granny, don't die, there are bad people coming. What are we going to do if you die?" Chu Chen reacted slightly slower, but performed even more exaggeratedly than Chu Xian, appearing in front of the old crone like a meatball rolling and crawling, bawling. Seeing the two munchkins crying so miserably, the female guards thought that the old crone had really had some kind of accident, and they were all anxious beyond measure. Long Yufei, however, somewhat came to a realization and shouted, "Set up a formation and fight him." When the female guards heard this, with full of hatred, they all stepped forward, blocking the old crone behind them, and with a pinch of their sword skill, their long swords flew out from their bodies, laying down a sword formation, wanting to block the green-haired old man. "Old sword slave, it seems that you have poisoned your lungs, not far from death." The green-haired old man laughed coldly, and slapped out a palm in the air. A huge green handprint coalesced. "Withdraw the formation." Long Yufei suddenly shouted. The female guards froze for a moment, but still withdrew the sword formation. Right at this moment, a sword light broke through the air. The green-haired old man was startled. At this time, the green handprint had just coalesced and could not be exchanged for a more powerful martial skill, so he could only stiffly slap the green handprint down. Afterwards, he quickly pinched his hand to perform a more powerful martial art. The sword light penetrated the green handprint. The momentum did not decrease, in a moment appeared in front of the green-haired old man. At this time, the old man's new martial skill was not yet ready, and in his haste, he called out the defensive green armor in his body, and did not have the time to mobilize his true chi to completely activate the armor's defensive ability. Plop! The sword light broke through the armor and pierced through the green-haired old man's shoulder. Green blood gurgled out. Damn! Your poison is solved? The green-haired old man's body retreated violently, looking at the wound on his shoulder, his face grim as he looked at the old crone that slowly ascended from the flying boat in shock and anger. Ha, last time you shaded me once, this time I'll return the favor, we're even. The old crone laughed up to the sky, unrestrained. Impossible, my snake venom can't be undone unless the dance sage personally arrives. The green-haired old man's face was full of incredulity. No, even if the dance sage personally arrives, to analyze the toxins in my snake venom, and then refine the right antidote pills, it's impossible to be so fast. Only after hearing the green-haired old man's words did the old crone and Long Yufei and the others realize that they had still underestimated the antidote pills of those two munchkins, as well as their father's alchemy ability. The old crone said in a cold voice, "Nothing is impossible, old beast, today is the day you die." After saying that, she pinched her sword technique with both hands, and thousands of sword chi rose up in the air from behind her, and then with a wave of her sword finger, the sword chi broke through the air like rain towards the green-haired old man. It's just that I was injured a little. You're afraid that you've forgotten that the strength of a beast master depends on the favored beast. You shouldn't sneak attack me, you should sneak attack my favored beast. The green-haired old man snorted coldly, and the giant green snake under his feet circled around him, protecting his entire person in an instant. Giant snake guardian! The green-haired old man shouted, the green true chi in his body surged into the green, and he saw a layer of turquoise-like curtain emerge from the green. All the sword chi landed on top of the light screen clanked and couldn't break it. Just as Long Yufei and the others were nervously focusing on the two great martial saints fighting, in a corner of the flying boat, the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen were whispering, "Brother, that giant green snake looks delicious. I've never eaten a snake before." Chu Xian stuck out her little tongue and licked her lips. She was craving again. "Sister, I've never roasted a snake either. Father never brought one back." Chu Chen's big eyes also fluttered, obviously interested in roasting snakes. "But that snake has too many green toxins on it. It's too disgusting. I don't want to dirty my hands." Chu Xian muttered in a low voice while taking out a stack of talisman seals from her sumaru ring. "Against poisonous snakes, thunder and flames should be the most effective, right?" "No no no." Chu Chen shook his head repeatedly, the flesh on his face swinging violently. "Thunder and flames will scorch the flesh. That wouldn't be good." Also, once Chu Xian heard that, she hurriedly put away the pile of thunder talismans and flame talismans again, and took out a new pile of talismans, then ice seal talismans? "No no no." Chu Chen shook his head once again. "After freezing, the meat won't taste good." "Also right." Chu Xian once again put away the frozen talisman seal, frowning her small brows in contemplation for a moment. She took out another stack of talisman seals and said, "God extinguishing talisman, this is always fine now. It can, even if you smash your soul, it won't affect the flesh." Chu Chen's eyes instantly lit up and he nodded repeatedly. His consciousness made a rummage in the sumaru ring and soon took out a stack of God extinguishing talismans, saying, "Sister, I'm ready. Let's go around behind him." With a wave of Chu Xian's small hand, the two little munchkins transformed into two streams of light and disappeared in an instant. What are those two little guys up to? The old crone who was maintaining the sword chi to continuously attack the green-haired old man naturally noticed the two munchkins that suddenly appeared behind the old man. A hint of doubt appeared in her eyes, but her expression did not change in the slightest and did not allow the old man to discover any cracks. "Smash me!" Right at this moment, Chu Xian's voice filled with milky sounds rang out. "All right." Chu Chen responded in a milky voice, and then he saw the two munchkins continuously waving their little hands, and a single talisman seal was madly smashed at the green snake as if it didn't need any money. The green-haired old man who heard the sound turned around, and looked at the sky-covering talisman seals flying at him, and he was scared silly. However, the talisman seals did not make any sound when they landed on top of the green light screen on the green snake. The green-haired old man froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. "I told you how it's possible to have so many high-level talisman seals, so it turns out that they're all empty." The old crone in the distance, as well as Long Yufei and the others who were also attracted by the sound also froze. Originally, when they saw such a big battle between the two munchkins, they thought that they had made a shocking scene, but they didn't expect that there would actually be no reaction. This couldn't be a low-grade talisman seal that the two munchkins had practiced refining, could it? But right at this moment, the green snake suddenly let out a mournful hiss, its body swinging violently as if it had suffered some horrible blow. "What's going on?" The green-haired old man's complexion changed drastically as he tried to pacify the green snake and maintain the input of true chi. Soon the green snake seemed to feel better and struggled much less. While the old man was breathing a sigh of relief, Chu Xian's voice with a milky tone resounded once again. Again! As soon as the words fell, another overwhelming amount of talisman seals smashed over. The corners of the green-haired old man's mouth twitched slightly. "Where the hell did this bear child come from? Does your family sell talisman seals? Do you know how much a seal costs? Do you know how much a seal costs? Don't your parents care about wasting seals like this?" While he was in a daze, the seal landed on top of the green light screen. There was still no sound, but the green snake let out an even more mournful hiss than before. Damn it, a talisman seal that attacks the soul. Is this the god-extinguishing talisman? The green-haired old man was shocked. The god-extinguishing talisman that required a talisman master of the talisman saint level to refine. Each one was incomparably precious and expensive. These two bear children even threw the god-extinguishing talisman as if it was waste paper, and looking at this situation it seemed like it would never be finished. Ha! Still not dead? At this time, Chu Xian's milky voice once again sounded. Sister, this big snake soul seems to be very strong. Chu Chen's voice rang out with it. It's fine, a few more times. I don't believe that I can't smash it to death. Chu Xian said unconcernedly, then took out another stack of god-destroying talismans and smashed it down fiercely. We must smash it to death today. Chu Chen also nodded his head fiercely and smashed out another stack of god-destroying talismans. While listening to the conversation between the two munchkins, the old crone and Long Yufei and the others were all filled with speechlessness. Even with their strength and status, they would have to pay a certain price if they wanted to obtain a god-extinguishing talisman. But these two munchkins were good, taking them out in piles and smashing them. It was good to have a good father. Damn, which asshole gave birth to this bear child? The green-haired old man had already cursed the two bear children, as well as the bear children's parents, in his heart, but this time, he didn't dare to let these talismanic seals fall on Green Snake. But just as he was about to let the green snake leave, the old woman's sword technique was pinched once again, and again, thousands of sword chi poured out, making the old man not dare to move. Just this moment's effort, the sky-covering god-extinguishing talisman once again fell, and the green snake let out a desperate and agonizing hiss, its green snake eyes gradually becoming dull and lifeless, and its snake body falling limply down. Damn it! The green-haired old man's eyes were red. The pet beast that had accompanied him for many years was just like this, being. The green-haired old man's eyes were red with rage. It was a 7th-level demonic beast, comparable to a martial saint. To die like this, how suffocating. Damned bear children, I will definitely crush you and the others into pieces. The green-haired old man shouted angrily, pushing his hands upwards, releasing green true chi, condensing a layer of green barrier in front of his body, laboriously resisting the sword chi attack. Chu Xian, however, ignored the green-haired old man and turned her head to Chu Chen. Brother, quickly catch the big snake, don't break it, it won't taste good if you break it. Okay, sister. Chu Chen answered and turned into a stream of light to chase after the falling green snake. After getting close to the green snake, a whip appeared in his hand and violently threw it out, wrapping around the green snake's triangular snake head, pulling the falling giant snake to a halt and flying onto the flying boat. Although the giant snake was more than 10 feet long, and the flying boat appeared to be only more than 10 feet long on the outside, the internal space of the flying boat was much larger than it appeared on the outside, and it was more than enough to put down the more than 10 feet long giant snake. I come eat, you guys don't really want to eat this snake, right? Long Yufei asked in surprise. Of course, we haven't eaten snake meat yet. Chu Chen nodded, his eyes flashing with intense anticipation. Long Yufei and the others looked at the huge green snake, and the thought of eating this thing down caused a wave of revulsion, so they could only turn their heads to look into the air. Eat? The green-haired old man in the air who was desperately trying to resist the old crone's sword chi sniffed, and a mouthful of old green blood spurted out on the spot. It wasn't enough that these two bear children killed their own pet beast, they actually had to eat it? Simply too ferocious. With this distraction, the true chi delivery was not enough, and the green light curtain loomed large, frightening him so much that he hastily stabilized his mind and stabilized the light curtain once again. Old beast, you're right, most of your strength comes from the favored beast. Now that you don't have a favored beast, how can you fight with the old body? Seeing that the old man was still holding on, the crone couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Her sword technique suddenly changed, and the sword chi in the sky converged, transforming into a 10-foot giant sword. With a wave of the old woman's sword finger, the giant sword blasted down towards the green-haired old man's head. A loud bang came out, and although it didn't instantly cut through the light screen, it caused the old man to furiously spit out several mouthfuls of blood, obviously seriously injured. The two munchkins didn't pay attention to the battle, and right above that flying boat, after using a strange kind of water to clean the snake venom from the green snake, they began to extract the tendons and skin. Don't look at the fact that they were small, but they were very skillful and fast. It didn't take them long to finish handling the big snake. Afterwards, Chu Xian was responsible for cutting the snake into segments, and Chu Chen was responsible for building a fire and grilling it, with a clear division of labor and a tacit understanding. Soon, the aroma of grilled meat wafted out. Long Yufei and the crowd of female guards couldn't help but inhale their noses, it was just too fragrant. It smells so good. The crone and the old man who were trembling also couldn't help but sniff. However, when they saw the scene on the flying boat, the green-haired old man's eyes turned crimson and his emotions instantly collapsed. Two little brutes, I'll kill you. The green-haired old man roared angrily, no longer caring about the roiling sword chi. and charged straight towards the flying boat. Chu Xian was startled by him and took out a talisman and threw it out, instantly transforming into a curtain of light that enveloped the flying boat. Bang! The green-haired old man crashed headfirst into the light curtain and was sent flying. But soon he flew back, attacking the light curtain like crazy. Sister, he seems to have gone crazy, Chu Chen said while grilling the meat, his eyes still carrying a trace of doubt, as if he didn't understand how he suddenly went crazy when he was fine just now. Chu Xian carried a pair of small hands behind her back, sighed in a low voice and shook her head as she said, adults only break down in a moment. Put. Long Yufei and the crowd of female guards burst out laughing so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Obviously these two children's dad must have done it in front of them, and at this moment, it was mimicked by this little girl. The milky voice, paired with that old-fashioned tone and comical movements, was adorable. Ah! The green-haired old man sniffed and became even more frantic, not caring about the wounds that were bleeding on his body, attacking the light screen even more frantically. How pathetic. Chu Chen looked at the green-haired old man with pity, picked up a section of roasted snake meat and asked, "Are you going to eat it? It's just been roasted." Put. The green-haired old man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his body falling from a high altitude. He was already seriously injured, and with the rush of anger, he actually didn't bring up a breath and directly fainted. Gone? It seems like it doesn't want to eat. Chu Chen shook his head, turned his head to look at Long Yufei, and asked, "Auntie, are you eating? I'm already full from just now, so I won't eat." Long Yufei waved her hand and said with a smile, although it smelled delicious, but letting her eat the snake, she really couldn't get past that hurdle in her heart. Chu Chen swept his gaze towards the other female guards, and before he could open his mouth, the female guards waved their hands and shook their heads in unison, saying almost in unison, "We're full, we won't eat it." That's too bad. Chu Chen muttered with his small mouth and handed the snake meat in his hand to Chu Xian, saying, "Sister, eat quickly, it will get cold later." Aha! Chu Xian was not polite, took the snake meat and opened her small mouth and took a bite. A pair of big round eyes suddenly narrowed, her small head nodded fiercely, "Wow! So delicious! I told you this big snake is delicious." "Humph, Daddy always forbids us to eat snake meat, too bad. Is it really delicious? Can you give me a taste?" The old woman landed on the flying boat with a kind and benevolent smile on her face. "Yes, Granny, here you go." Chu Chen picked up a section of freshly roasted snake meat and handed it to the old crone before continuing to roast the meat. The old crone took a bite and her eyes lit up. The roasted meat was indeed very tasty. "Master, how is that fellow doing?" Long Yufei came over and asked in a low voice. "Dead," the old woman said indifferently. The moment the green-haired old man fell, she had already released thousands of sword chi to zap him into 1,000 holes, so dead that he couldn't die anymore. Great! A smile appeared on Long Yufei's face. That green-haired old man was one of the biggest obstacles to his arrival at the state capital, so naturally, he would only feel relieved if he had to die. The old woman looked towards Chu Chen, who was concentrating on grilling meat, and Chu Xian, who was concentrating on eating the grilled meat, and said in a low voice, "These siblings must get along well, it will be good for us in the future." This time, if it wasn't for the help of these two siblings, it would have been impossible for her alone to kill that old beast of the 10,000 beast sect, and it would have been good enough for her to barely remain undefeated. Aha! Long Yufei nodded. The sibling was strong and had many treasures. What kind of god was it that managed to raise such a terrifying child? She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Compared to these two children, she actually valued the strong daddy behind them who provided them with everything. If she could pull their daddy into the royal camp, her sister's situation wouldn't be so difficult. "Let's go, I don't know which old man is waiting for us ahead." The old crone ate the roasted meat as she urged her true chi and piloted the flying boat away. Long Yufei's complexion also surfaced with a touch of gravity. Since those guys didn't want themselves to arrive at the state capital to take up their positions, they definitely didn't just invite a martial saint like the 10,000 Beasts sect patriarch. The road ahead was still not easy to walk. "Granny, are you still eating?" Chu Chen asked in a milky voice. "Eat, the old body hasn't eaten such delicious roasted meat after living for so long." The old crone said with a smile. These words were not intentionally to please the two munchkins, but rather came from the bottom of her heart. However, when she turned her head to look at the two munchkins, she froze. The snake meat on the barbecue was already half gone. "Granny, here." Chu Xian picked up a section of the grilled snake meat and handed it to the old crone, not forgetting to lick her greasy little fingers. "You've already eaten half of it?" the old crone asked incredulously as she held the snake meat. "Right." Chu Xian nodded her little head and returned to her position, concentrating on eating the meat, only to see her greasy little mouth take a bite, hauling in hot air while continuously chewing. A moment later another bite. A section of snake meat that was a foot long was finished in 3 or 2 bites. This speed of eating meat, let the old crone also can't look forward to. Only, she was a bit puzzled as to how that tiny stomach could eat so much snake meat. Long Yufei laughed. "Master, these two little guys can eat too much. the dozens of blood wolves were all eaten up by their siblings. The old crone was dumbfounded. Dozens of blood wolves were eaten up? She wouldn't even be able to eat a single blood wolf. How did these two little guys do it? She shook her head and turned her head to continue eating the roasted meat, increasing her efforts to catalyze the flying boat. Previously, she was injured and didn't dare to catalyze it with all her strength, but now that she had solved her strong enemy and the snake venom had been relieved, the speed of the flying boat increased by more than 10 times with all her strength. Long Yufei looked at the old crone, and then at Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings. A trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Is snake meat that tasty? Should I try it? Chu Xian seemed to see Long Yufei's longing, picked up a section of roasted meat and said, Auntie, eat some, it's very tasty. Moreover, this big snake contains more energy in its body than those big dogs. Oh. Long Yufei's eyes lit up. Right, this is a 7th-ranked demonic beast. The energy contained in the meat must be good. Regardless of whether it was a demonic beast or a ferocious beast, the meat contained a certain amount of energy. Eating more powerful demonic beasts and ferocious beasts would be beneficial to cultivators. Of course, the energy contained in the flesh of demonic beasts was definitely not as good as that of ferocious beasts that specialized in physical cultivation, but a 7th-ranked demonic beast contained quite a lot of energy. Thinking of this, Long Yufei hesitated for a moment before deciding to give it a try. Smelling it, there was no odor, and after taking a bite she froze for a moment, then she took a big bite. The female guards saw that the state lord was feasting on it, and they also joined the ranks of eating the roasted meat one after another. Wow! So snake meat is really delicious, eh? This eating could not be stopped. The bastard sword sect has been waiting for the state lord for a long time. Right at this moment, a loud voice came from the front. The voice contained a terrifying sword intent, as if it was going to tear everything apart. The crowd looked up and saw a stout man with his hands behind his back, standing in the void. Bastard sword sect Grand Elder Qin Feng. When the old woman saw the visitor, her eyes stared and the flying boat stopped. Although they were both martial saints, this person in front of them could be stronger than that old beast from before. The two siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, lay on their stomachs on the guardrail of the flying boat, patting their feet to look at the man. There's no meat to roast this time. Chu Chen scratched his hair. No meat to eat this time. Chu Xian skimmed his mouth. The milky voices of the two munchkins carried undisguised disappointment. So it's the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's Deputy Pavilion Master Long. The man did not notice Chu Xian and Chu Chen, and only glanced at the old crone, his tone still bland, clearly not placing the old crone in his eyes. The old crone said in a deep voice, in the past, the old sect master of the Hegemony Sword Sect and my old pavilion master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion were enlightened on the Tao and discussed swords together, and had a very shallow relationship. What? You Beijian Sword Sect also want to block the State Lord? Do you know the identity of the new State Lord? Qin Feng said blandly, naturally, I know. The old woman snapped, since you know, how dare you still come to block? Not afraid of being exterminated? Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, Pavilion Master Long, I have already been expelled from the Hegemony Sword Sect and am no longer the Grand Elder of the Hegemony Sword Sect. What I do is all personal to me. What's more, the imperial family of the Kyushu state is so preoccupied with itself that it still has the spare capacity to come to my lands. How? So, you must kill the State Lord today? The old woman asked in a deep voice. No, no, no. Qin Feng, however, shook his head and laughed. I'm not here to kill the State Lord. I'm only here to stop her from going to the state capital. At the very least, she can't go for a month. As long as the state master obediently stays here for a month, I promise not to harm her. After a month, I will also never stop her from going to the state capital. 1 month? What exactly do you guys want? The old woman frowned slightly. Qin Feng shook his head once again. I don't know about that. I'm only responsible for blocking you guys. Vice Pavilion Master Long, as a fellow martial saint, you're no match for me, so don't force me to make a move. How do you know you're not a match if you haven't fought? The old woman snorted coldly. Her hands quickly pinched the sword technique. Thousands of sword chi reappeared, breaking through the air like a sky. Buzz! A protective light screen emerged on Qin Feng's body, allowing the sword chi to bombard him without any fluctuation. Based on this defense alone, Qin Feng was far stronger than the green-haired old man from before. What's the point? Qin Feng sighed slightly, raised his hand and waved it, a blood-colored sword aura breaking through the air and chopping. The old woman's sword fingers waved one after another, and 5 consecutive sword awnings chopped out before barely shattering it, and her face couldn't help but become even more grave. Mid-martial saint. In the initial exchange of blows, she had already sensed the general strength of this Qin Feng. She was only at the early stage of martial saint, and although there was only one step away from the middle stage, but it was this short step, there was a huge gap in strength. Just broke through not long ago. Qin Feng laughed up to the sky, his blood-colored sword chi bulging around him, shocking people. Not right. The old crone quickly frowned again and said in a deep voice, I had seen the sword chi of the old sect leader of the hegemony sword sect when he was enlightened and discussing swords together with the old master of my heavenly sword pavilion, and there was a pure hegemony in the blackness of the sword chi. And your sword chi before, it was also black, though far less domineering than the old sect master. But now it has turned into a blood color, with a strong bloody aura. What evil art have you practiced? Qin Feng smiled evilly without explaining more on this issue, raising his hand and waving it. A blood-colored sword chi broke through the air, blocking the crone's surroundings. While the crone was busy dealing with these blood-colored sword chi, Qin Feng's body flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the flying boat out of thin air, and with the point of his sword finger, the blood-colored sword ungulped and shattered the flying boat's own shield. Dragon State Lord, please come with me, don't worry, I won't kill you, I will let you go after a month. Qin Feng looked down at Long Yufei with a bland tone. Qin Feng, if you dare to harm the State Lord, I will break you into pieces. The old crone roared anxiously, wanting to rush to support her, but the blood-colored sword chi that Qin Feng seemingly casually unleashed formed a formation in an instant, endlessly changing and strangely powerful, and it would take a bit of time for her to break the formation. But this time was enough for Qin Feng to capture Long Yufei. Regarding her threat, Qin Feng did not pay any attention to it, but just looked at Long Yufei playfully and said indifferently, or, I'll kill them all and take you away. Long Zhou Master, how do you choose? Good. I'll go with you. Long Yufei sighed slightly, even her master was instantly trapped, how could she resist? Instead of adding casualties in vain, it would be better to fold her hands. Auntie, you still have to take us to the state capital to ride the teleportation formation yet, you can't go with him. Shuchen pulled on Long Yufei's sleeve and tilted his little head and said. Long Yufei touched his little head, barely pulling out a trace of a smile, saying, I'm sorry, I can't take you guys to the state capital for the time being. You guys follow these ants to find a place to hide first, and when I come back, I'll take you guys to the state capital. Auntie, don't be afraid, I'll help you beat him up. Chu Xian waved her small fists and said with milky ferocity. He should have already reached the middle stage of martial saint, he is much stronger than that snake-harnessing elder from before, you guys are no match for him. Long Yufei shook her head, although she didn't know the true strength of the siblings, she thought that a 3-year-old child, when not assisted by a martial saint powerhouse, how could he possibly beat a mid-martial saint powerhouse? Who said I'm not his opponent? Chu Xian was not happy and rose up in the air to be level with Qin Feng, one hand crossed her waist, one hand pointed at Qin Feng and said in a milky voice, Hey, that who, Auntie Long is covered by me, if you want to take her away, ask your little auntie me if I'll agree first. Qin Feng glanced at her with a hint of surprise on his face, a 3-year-old martial emperor? Only martial emperors can hover in the air, which means that this 3-year-old girl has actually reached the martial emperor realm? What kind of perverted talent is this? That's not right, didn't feel any true chi fluctuations. He quickly frowned again, a hint of puzzlement appearing in his eyes. Not using true chi, just hanging in the air with his physical body? I haven't heard of any power having this kind of ability either. Hey! I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Seeing Qin Feng ignoring himself, Chu Xian's small brows clustered and she crossed her arms as she shouted in exasperation. Qin Feng laughed, little doll, your talent is very good, would you like to worship me as a teacher? Such a child with an extraordinary talent, he naturally also rose up to love talent. Just a little cultivation, future achievements are bound to be above his own. Be my master? You are not worthy. Chu Xian glanced at him and deflated her mouth disdainfully. I'm not worthy? Qin Feng was dumbfounded, then laughed up to the sky. I, Qin Feng, have already achieved the middle stage of martial saint at less than 100 years old. This talent can rank in the top 50 even if you look at the entire 9 regions, and you're saying that I'm not worthy? Only in the top 50, how dare you say that? Chu Xian said with a face full of contempt, I rank 2nd in our village, do you see me showing off everywhere? I ranked 3rd in our village, I'm too embarrassed to tell others. Chu Chun also nodded his head in agreement, his face similarly filled with contempt. Put! Long Yufei and the others burst out laughing, these two little guys were just too cute. Qin Feng almost spurted blood, your village ranks 2nd and 3rd, can it be compared to my top 50 in Kyushu? Forget it, what am I competing with a little kid for? He took a deep breath and tried to restore his emotions to calmness as he once again turned his head to look at Long Yufei and said, Long Zhou Master, have you considered it? I don't think you want such an excellent child to die prematurely because of you, right? Long Yufei was just about to speak when she felt a terrifying vibration of sword intent, causing her body to break out in a cold sweat. Turning her head to look, she only saw that Chu Xian was surrounded by sword chi, and even that pair of good-looking eyes were emanating a powerful sword intent. I said that Auntie Long is covered by me. Chu Xian spoke again, her milky voice carrying an indescribably domineering aura. So it really is her. The old crone who was breaking the formation was filled with horror. She had felt this terrifying sword intent before, and Long Yufei had also said that it was released by Chu Xian, but she didn't really believe it. Especially when she used the god-destroying talisman to blast the green snake later on, she was even more certain of her suspicions. If Chu Xian truly had such a terrifying sword intent, his sword Dao cultivation must be extremely powerful. Why would he need to spend so many god-destroying talismans to kill the green snake? But how could she know that Chu Xian just didn't want her sword chi to touch those disgusting-looking snake venom? What a strong sword intent! Xin Feng was also shocked. This sword intent made even him tremble. It was hard to believe that this was coming from a 3-year-old girl. Where does little friend's master come from? Xin Feng's tone also became much more grave, and was not as rampant and confident as he was at the beginning. I come from the roasted pork village, Chu Xian said arrogantly. Roast pork village? What a mess! Xin Feng knew that this little guy didn't want to tell the truth, but to have such a strong sword intent at only 3 years old, I'm afraid that when looking at the 9 states, only those few top sword cultivation forces could cultivate it. The heavenly sword pavilion that guarded the royal family was one of them. This little girl was staying with the state lord and the others, and most likely came from the heavenly sword pavilion. Although blocking the state master from entering the state residence had already offended the royal family and the heavenly sword pavilion, after all, he hadn't been offended to death, and even if he had to pursue the matter afterwards, it wouldn't affect the hegemony sword sect. Not until it was absolutely necessary. He also did not want to take action against this little girl. Please also step aside, little friend, otherwise don't blame me for bullying the little one with the big one. Xin Feng warned once more. Chu Xian, however, was a bit impatient, crossing her waist with one hand and pointing at Xin Feng with the other, saying in a milky voice, why are you such a nagging person? Are you going to fight or not? If you don't fight, hurry up and get out of the way, don't block our way. She was still in a hurry to go to the state capital to open the teleportation array and head to the imperial capital to save her mother. Xin Feng's gaze condensed. Looking at this situation, she wouldn't give up until this little guy was beaten up. In that case, let's beat it up. Teaching a supreme genius was still a great sense of accomplishment. He said in a deep voice, then I'm offended. After he said that, he pinched his sword technique, and countless sword chi condensed into swords that hovered in midair. Unlike the crone's ethereal sword intent, his sword intent was very domineering, dispelling all other sword intent wherever it passed. The sword intent that the state lord and the female guards contained could not even be released in front of this overbearing sword intent of his. Too terrifying. Is this the overbearing sword intent? Long Yufei and the others murmured, their hearts appalled. Is the gap between mid-stage and early stage even this great? The old crone who was breaking the sword formation on the side also felt her heavenly sword intent being suppressed, and her face couldn't help but change. Heavenly sword intent would never be weaker than hegemony sword intent, but Xin Feng's sword Dao cultivation was one small realm higher than hers, yet he was able to suppress her heavenly sword intent, which showed how big the gap was in that one small realm. Little friend, don't fight him hard, just stall him. She reminded loudly, fearing that the little girl child would not know the heights of heaven and fight hard with Xin Feng. It would be a pity to die, not to mention that it would also put the state lord in a crisis. She only hoped that the little girl child would be able to stall Xin Feng and buy herself time to break the formation. At that time, when he joined forces with the little girl child, he might have a chance to repel Xin Feng. Granny, don't be afraid, I'll protect Auntie Long. Chu Xian patted her small chest and assured the old crone, her milky voice carrying a powerful confidence. Since little friend is persistent, then please test your sword. Xin Feng coldly shouted and waved his sword finger. This sword of mine is named 10,000 swords returning to one. As soon as the words fell, countless sword chi broke through the air, converging into a huge black sword on the way, the overbearing sword intent converging on it, the emptiness all emitted an unbearable creaking sound under this sword. Chu Xian's small hand pinched into a sword finger, pointing out through the air. This sword of mine is nameless. She followed Xin Feng's tone and stance and shouted in a milky voice. A terrifying sword aura was then seen condensing from her fingertip and breaking through the air. The sword aura was small compared to the huge black sword, but the sword intent contained within it was not weaker than the domineering sword intent on the huge black sword. Rumble! The sword arm collided with the black giant sword and let out a loud bang. The terrifying energy fluctuations rippled in all directions, lifting the flying boats aside by a dozen feet. The nearby sky-high trees, moreover, instantly broke and rumbled to the ground, scaring countless demonic beasts to run around. Wow! So much meat. Shu Chen lay on his back by the guardrail of the flying boat, looking at the demonic beasts running away on the ground, his eyes glowing and gulping saliva. Lan Yufei picked him up and patted his little head, saying, little fellow, your sister is fighting with someone, and you're actually still thinking about grilling meat? Shu Chen still stretched his little head to vigorously look towards the demonic beasts running on the ground, and said unconcernedly, Auntie Long, don't worry, my sister won't lose. Seeing this heartless look of his, Long Yufei was really a bit speechless, but she couldn't do so calmly, holding Chu Chen, her eyes staring deathly at the battlefield in the air. The sword-ons and black giant swords had already dissipated, and in this exchange of blows, both sides were surprisingly evenly matched. Your sister was actually able to fight against the middle-stage martial saint bastard sword sect's Grand Elder. Long Yufei opened her mouth wide in horror. In this meeting, the little girl who claimed that AI was a meat-eater had cleaved the green wolf to death with her flesh, blasted the blood wolf with her sword chi, and then smashed the green snake to death with countless divine destruction talismans. Although this scene had shocked her, it was nowhere near as shocking as this one. After all, the green wolf and the blood wolf were no more than martial zongs at the highest, and the god-extinguishing talismans were refined by their father and had nothing to do with their own strength. And this time, that little girl who claimed to be AI eating meat was relying on her own sword Dao cultivation to confront a mid-martial saint sword saint head-on. This showed that the little girl's sword Dao cultivation was not weaker than Qin Feng in the slightest. I've already said that my sister won't lose. Chu Chen, however, was not the least bit surprised, still tilting his head and stretching his neck, looking at the gradually disappearing group of demonic beasts on the ground, his eyes filled with regret. Long Yufei, however, did not put her heart down. The little girl was only 3 years old, her true chi was definitely not as strong as Qin Feng, and she was afraid that she would fall into a disadvantage after a long time. Good. Qin Feng couldn't help but applaud when he saw Chu Xian's sword. He had never seen this kind of sword intent before, not heavenly sword intent, not hegemonic sword intent, not even any kind of sword intent among the sword cultivators of the Kyushu he knew, but it did not prevent this kind of sword intent from being powerful. Again! Qin Feng's sword technique changed, followed by his sword finger pointing out through the air. This sword of mine is called Hegemony Sword Domain. As soon as the words fell, countless Hegemony Sword chi rose up from around Chu Xian, forming a Hegemony Sword Domain. A single Hegemony Sword chi crisscrossed through the sword domain, blocking off all paths of retreat. In this sword domain, there was no place to dodge, one could only resist. But in the sword domain, the Hegemony Sword chi was endless, so who could hold out for long? Qin Feng, she's just a 3-year-old child, how dare you use such a vicious move? The old crone's eyes cracked at the sight. Under this sword domain, once one couldn't resist, they would be torn to shreds by the countless hegemonic sword chi, leaving no bones left. Qin Feng ignored the old crone. Before this he had regarded the old crone as his greatest opponent for this mission. Only now did he realize that his greatest opponent was actually this 3-year-old little girl. Facing the sword domain enveloping him, Chu Xian was not the least bit panicked. His two small hands pinching the sword fingers violently swung in a cross shape and shouted in a milky voice, "This sword of mine remains nameless." Buzz! A channel of sword chi drilled out from her body and rotated around her tiny body, forming an orb of sword chi in the blink of an eye, enveloping her. Countless hegemony sword chi continued to attack. However, these overbearing sword chi would be torn apart by those rotating sword chi when they came close to the sword chi orb. The overbearing sword intent could not suppress Chu Xian's sword intent either. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Qin Feng coldly snorted as his sword fingers once again pointed out through the air, the overbearing sword chi in the sword domain becoming more numerous and the attacks more intense. Qin Feng. Right at this moment, the old crone finally broke through the sword formation, holding a sword engraved with 7 stars as she dashed to kill with a murderous aura. 7-star holy sword? Qin Feng's eyes stared. This was the holy weapon of the heavenly sword pavilion that was second only to the heavenly sword, and it was extremely powerful. He didn't dare to be arrogant. His hand stretched out, a wide black sword appeared in his hand out of thin air, and violently smashed out, only to hear a loud sound coming out. As two distinctly different sword intentions collided, countless sword chi overflowed in all directions, destroying everything within a radius of 100 feet. There were also countless sword chi that came towards the flying boat that was hovering not far away. Long Yufei and the female guards drew their long swords with a grave expression and prepared to defend themselves, but then they saw Chu Chen in Long Yufei's arms waving his hand and flinging out a talisman seal. Buzz! A shield rose up. The sword chi impacted on top of the shield and rumbled, but it was never able to break through the shield. What a powerful talisman seal! Long Yufei and the others were surprised. That was the sword chi generated from the great battle between two martial saints. Even a martial exalt might not be able to resist it. The rune seal generated by this rune seal, however, could easily resist it. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at the ability of the daddy behind the two little ones to refine rune seals. The sword chi giant dragon is coming. Chu Chen looked at Chu Xian, who was enveloped by the sword domain, and his two eyes sparkled. Sword chi giant dragon? Long Yufei and the others raised their heads to look towards the sword domain. One could only see that the orb guarding Chu Xian at that moment was constantly expanding and becoming larger as Chu Xian continued to release his sword chi, step by step compressing the range in which the overlord sword chi was moving within the sword domain. In the end, when the sword chi orb expanded to the size of the entire sword domain, it directly burst the sword domain. Uncle 50, it's my turn now. Chu Xian didn't know what it meant to take advantage of someone's danger, she only knew that you had hit me. With a wave of the tiny sword finger, the sword chi orb instantly changed, a sword chi combining with each other in the air, transforming into an incomparably huge sword chi divine dragon. This sword of mine is still nameless. Just as the milky voice fell, the sword chi divine dragon roared up to the sky, its sword intent rising up to the sky, shattering the white clouds 10,000 miles up in the air. The sword chi divine dragon arrived in an instant, circling around Qin Feng and the old woman. The terrifying sword intent continuously impacted the duo, causing both of them to stop, a look of horror on their faces. Qin Feng, you've messed with a demon. The old crone laughed out loud and rushed up into the sky, quickly leaving the encirclement of the sword chi divine dragon and landing in the distance to watch. Qin Feng also rushed up to the sky and wanted to escape, but the dragon claw of the sword chi divine dragon suddenly slapped down, in which a terrifying sword aura was gulped. Qin Feng was startled and hastily raised the holy sword in his hand to fend it off. Only hearing a bang, Qin Feng stifled a grunt as his body fell sharply. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he utilized this downward momentum to rush towards the gap below at a faster speed. But just as he was about to rush out of the gap, thinking that he was about to escape, a sword chi dragon tail suddenly swept in from below. Open for me. Qin Feng did not flinch and shouted furiously, merging with the black holy sword in his hand as a human sword, charging forward with an even stronger stance. Rumble! A loud bang came out, sword chi overflowed in all directions, the void was torn out with a crack, which was soon restored as before under the rules of the Void Avenue. As for Qin Feng, who was united with the human sword, after a moment of stalemate with the sword chi dragon tail, he was recoiled back by the massive force. At that moment, the sword chi divine dragon was still circling and squeezing, and the space inside was shrinking. There were even countless sword chi detached from above the sword chi divine dragon, continuously launching attacks at Qin Feng. Icomete, your sister's move is even more powerful than Qin Feng's overlord sword domain, Long Yufei said with a shocked expression. It's too terrifying. The female guards also nodded their heads with a face of approval. It was hard to imagine that this was actually a sword move executed by a 3-year-old little girl. She was only 3 years old. Even if she had started cultivating from her mother's womb, she had only been cultivating for 3 years. How could she be so terrifying? Chu Chen, however, smiled cheekily and said, Auntie Lon, this is nothing. Sister still has even more powerful moves that she hasn't executed, such as the Sword of Divine Patterns. Sword of Divine Pattern? What is that? Long Yufei asked curiously. The Sword of Divine Marks is. Saying this, Chu Chen suddenly covered his mouth, and a moment later released his fleshy little hands, scratched his pill head, and said with a bitter face, It's over. Daddy said that we can't talk to others about the Divine Pattern Sword, and my sister is going to kick my ass again when she finds out. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Seeing his adorable appearance, Long Yufei smiled and rubbed his little head, comforting him. But we can't tell my sister, or else my butt will be opened up. Chu Chen subconsciously covered his little butt, looking like he had been beaten up more than once. Long Yufei and the female guards couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the tension dissipated a lot. What a demon, if only he could join the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The old crone who had been reduced to watching the battle on the side looked towards Chu Xian who was standing suspended in the air, and was overwhelmed with emotion in her heart. However, she also knew that such a demonic genius, even the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was afraid that they were not qualified to accept her. She really didn't know how their father had cultivated these two demonic little guys. At this moment, Chu Xian was staring with a pair of big eyes, looking at the sword chi divine dragon that was about to be closed, her small hand stroking her delicate little chin, muttering in a small voice, that guy won't be torn apart, right? If he gets torn apart, I won't have nightmares at night, right? Her movements were imitating Chu Feng's, and she appeared particularly adorable. Rumble! Right at that moment, a heaven-shattering roar emanated from within the sword chi divine dragon. Overbearing sword chi wildly impacted within, and the sword chi divine dragon began to violently vibrate. In the next moment, a silhouette rushed out from the 7 inches of the sword chi divine dragon and hovered high in the sky. The sword chi divine dragon also disintegrated and dissipated without a trace. You didn't die, that's great, I don't have to have nightmares at night. Seeing Qin Feng, Chu Xian joyfully clapped her small hands. She was happy from the bottom of her heart, but in Qin Feng's ears, it was so harsh. At this moment, his clothes were shredded into strips of cloth, his body was covered in sword marks, blood stained his body red, he looked incomparably wretched, and there was no longer the dominating aura that he had when he first appeared. Little doll, you've completely angered me. Qin Feng's tone was ice cold in his killing intent sword. This time, he had really moved to kill. Qin Feng, do you really think I don't exist? Stop at the right time. The killing intent within the old woman's body was also rising. Chu Xian crossed her arms and said in a milky voice, Uncle 50, if you don't leave, you'll really die. Oh. Qin Feng looked at the old crone and then at Chu Xian. His face was cloudy and uncertain. A moment later he looked at Chu Xian and repeated once again, I am the top 50 in talent in the 9 states. I am second in the village. Chu Xian had a serious face. She didn't care if it was the 9 states or the village. Anyway, if she was second, she was more powerful than 50. I'm third in the village. Chu Chen, who was shrinking in Long Yufei's arms, also raised his fleshy little hands high and shouted in a milky voice. Qin Feng grunted in annoyance and turned around to break into the air. Finally gone. The old crone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng had given her too much pressure. Although AI eating flesh, the little girl appeared to have the upper hand, she still didn't have the certainty in her heart to leave Qin Feng behind. After all, AI eat meat is too small, only 3 years old. The body of the true Qi in Qin Feng cannot be compared. No, there was no true Qi in that girl's body at all. Although she didn't know how that little girl managed to execute such a strong sword technique without true Qi, it certainly couldn't last. If that Qin Feng really put up a fight, it would be difficult for them to please. In fact, her worries were completely redundant. Although Chu Xian did not have true Qi, she had the power of the divine pattern. That was a mysterious energy that was even more advanced than true Qi, and that even Chu Feng had not found the slightest clue to it in the blood bead inheritance that he had already obtained. Chu Xian landed on top of the flying boat and was surrounded by a group of female guards. Wow! AI eat meat, you're really powerful. That's a mid-martial saint existence, eh? You're actually able to fight against him. You're only 3 years old, a 3-year-old martial saint, simply appalling. It's unimaginable. When you reach adulthood, what kind of strength will you reach? That would definitely be a martial emperor. Martial emperor? You're also underestimating the gold content of a 3-year-old martial saint. I think she definitely has a chance to become a martial god. A group of female escorts, chattering non-stop, their words full of marvel and excitement. Alright, don't surround her, let her have a good rest. Long Yufei carried Chu Qin over. Right. Having fought a battle with a mid-martial saint powerhouse, she must be very tired. Let her rest first. The crowd of female guards sniffed and hurriedly dispersed. Chu Xian scratched her head and smiled cheekily. Auntie Long, I'm not tired. Long Yufei thought that it was her small pride that was holding out. After all, that was a mid-martial saint existence. How could one not be tired after fighting this battle with such an existence? Unbeknownst to her, Chu Xian truly didn't feel tired. That guy is still not as good as Dad. She usually fights with Dad can hold on for a while. This was all thanks to the divine lines on her bones, which not only gave her great strength, speed, and sword intent, but also superb staying power and recovery. Not to mention fighting for such a short while, she wouldn't feel tired even if she fought for 3 days and 3 nights. State Lord, you guys come and pilot the flying boat while little friend and I recover and rest. At this moment, the old crone landed on the flying boat and said to Long Yufei, Okay, master. Long Yufei nodded with a grave expression on her face. Even the great elder of the hegemonic sword sect had appeared. The enemies encountered next were definitely stronger, and the road ahead was still full of crises. Master and AI eating meat would be the main force against the strong enemies, and they had to nurture their energy to meet the battle at full strength. At the same time, she was secretly grateful in her heart that if she hadn't met this pair of siblings, she was afraid that it would have been impossible to arrive at the state capital. Before she came, she knew that she would encounter obstacles, but she didn't expect them to be so great. If she had known this, she shouldn't have come in a separate body and directly awakened her main body and let it come. However, it was too late to say anything now. Separated by such a distance, she could not wake up the main body, unless she died. Only then would all the memories of this split body be automatically fed back to the main body. Otherwise, no matter what happened to herself in Lanzhou, the main body in seclusion would not be able to perceive it. Body would not be able to perceive it. Thinking of this, she looked at Chu Xian again. She really couldn't figure out how this little girl, who was only 3 years old, possessed such terrifying strength. Could it be that this girl was born a martial saint? Born a martial saint? This kind of situation has never been heard of in the continent of the 9 states. Sister, that move of yours, the sword chi giant dragon, is a little more powerful than before. Chu Qin got down from Long Yufei's arms and came in front of Chu Xian, saying with a smile, That's for sure, but I'm growing every day. After so many days, of course I'll be a little more powerful. Chu Xian had an expression of taking things for granted. The crowd was speechless when they heard this. After so many days they would be able to progress even further? They hadn't progressed for several years. They were considered to have good talent in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, but they were worlds apart from this little girl. It was too hurtful to their self-esteem. The old crone who was sitting down to meditate, also opened her eyes and looked at Chu Xian, then silently got up and came to a corner in the flying boat to sit down cross-legged and continue to meditate. Ha! What is the granny doing so far away from us? Chu Xian asked suspiciously. Is it because you think we're too noisy? Chu Chen whispered. It's possible. Chu Xian nodded, then rubbed her small stomach and asked, Brother, give me a share of the roasted meat you hid. I'm a bit hungry after the fight. No, I didn't hide any roast meat. When Chu Chen heard this, he hastily shook his head and waved his hands as he backed away. Still want to lie to me? Which time did you not hide a bit of roast meat privately? Chu Xian rolled her eyes, crossed her waist with one hand, her big eyes glared, and waved her small fists threateningly. Hurry up and take it out, or else I'll open your ass up. Got it. Shu Chen subconsciously covered his little but bitter face, shrugged his head, and took 2 cuts out of the roasted snake meat hidden in his sumaru ring, then smiled cheekily like he was changing his face, and said, "Sister, I'm hiding it especially for you." Chu Xian touched Shu Chen's little head, mimicking her father's usual tone of praising himself, and complimented, "Well, younger brother is really good." He then received the roasted meat and happily ate it. Shu Chen turned around and muttered with his little mouth, "Stinky sister, you always steal my food every time." "Brother, what did you just say?" Chu Xian didn't hear it and asked suspiciously while eating the roasted meat. "Ah, I said that sister loves me the most." Shu Chen was startled, and his fleshy little face quickly revealed a pleasing smile. Looking at Shu Chen's instantaneous change of face, the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at this situation, he was afraid that he hadn't been beaten up by his sister much during the week. With this pair of living treasures along the way, laughter was naturally inevitable. A day later, the flying boat arrived next to a huge mountain. Suddenly a cold wind came. Long Yufei and the female guards couldn't help but fight a cold war. "What's going on? It suddenly turned cold." A female escort suspiciously looked at the dazzling sun in the sky, her face full of puzzlement. "On guard, there is an enemy attack." Long Yufei's face was grave. There must be a demon when things go wrong, let alone on their way forward. When the female guards heard this, they drew their swords and lined up in formation, alert and on guard. Chu Xian and Shu Chen looked to the top of the giant mountain next to them and whispered, "Sister, is that person here to fight?" "It should be. We've already entered a field of gloomy sword intent. That guy should be a little more powerful than that Uncle 50. "Great, it's my turn this time." The siblings' eyesight was very good, and they could clearly see a man sitting cross-legged at the top of that mountain. At this time, the old crone who was sitting cross-legged and toning herself had also stood up and looked towards the mountaintop, saying aloud, "Blade intent is cold and bone-crushing. Are you a member of the Devil Blade sect?" "I have long been expelled from the Devil Blade sect." The man sitting cross-legged at the top of the mountain finally stood up, appearing out of thin air in front of the crowd in the next moment, his gloomy gaze falling on the old crone as he said indifferently, "Vice Pavilion Master Long is good at this." Surprisingly, he was able to pass Qin Feng's hurdle. His voice was feminine, not as imposing as a man should be, nor was it as soft as a woman's voice. It sounded very uncomfortable. The old crone glanced at Chu Xian who was standing on her tiptoes next to her, lying on the parapet. "If it wasn't for this little girl making a move, I wouldn't have been able to beat that Qin Feng." However, this guy in front of her had already entered the middle stage of martial saint a few years ago, and his strength could be even stronger than that Qin Feng. With her gaze fixed on the man, her brows knit tightly as she asked in a deep voice, "You guys have repeatedly blocked the state lord from entering the state mansion. Why exactly?" "You don't need to know." The man's feminine voice sounded again, his tone still bland. "Will the state master come with me by herself, or will I kill all of them before arresting you? Don't fantasize about escaping. You were able to escape in Qin Feng's hands, but in front of me, Fu Tingfei, there is no possibility of escape." "In Demon Blade Saint Fu Tingfei?" The old crone's face sank, her brows revealing a strong look of worry. Long Yufei and the others also had a huge change in color, a hint of fear showing in their eyes. "Is this succubus devil very powerful?" Chu Xian pulled Long Yufei's sleeve and tilted her head curiously as she asked. "It's the In Demon Blade Saint, not the succubus demon." Long Yufei corrected and said in a grave tone, "He is indeed very strong, but what scares people is not his strength, but his means of torturing people. Those who died at his hands were not killed by his cleaving. Rather, they were killed by him using that blade intent that can erode bones to erode the bones of their entire body over and over again, causing them all to be damaged. At that time, the cultivator was unable to support his own body, and was crushed alive by his own body to crush his organs and bowels, and died from the pain. So scary." Chu Xian patted her small chest with a scared expression, then patted Chu Chen's small shoulder and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Brother, father said, take other people's Tao and use it on other people, remember?" Long Yufei cried and laughed as she said, "You're talking about using the way of others on others, right?" Right, that's it." Chu Xian nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Remember that." Chu Chen nodded heavily, a very serious expression appearing on his fleshy little face. "You guys don't mess around, this guy is stronger than that Qin Feng." Seeing that these two little guys were eager to try, Long Yufei hurriedly blocked them. "Humph." The siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded, they never messed around. Seeing this, Long Yufei breathed a sigh of relief and raised her head to look at Fu Tingfei suspended in the air once again, her face full of sorrow. "Since you know my name, then don't do fearless resistance." Fu Tingfei's gaze landed on Long Yufei as he said in a feminine tone, "Be a good boy and come with me, and I'll let you go in a month. Otherwise, all of them will die a painful death, including your 2 children." "My children?" Long Yufei froze for a moment and turned her head to look at the siblings. At the same time, Fu Tingfei's gaze also moved away from Long Yufei and landed on the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen, and he said grimly, "The state lord also doesn't want to see his own children's entire body bones." bones being eroded, and finally having their tiny bodies crush their organs and bowels, suffering and dying, right? Long Yufei's lips moved, and she didn't retort after all. Although these siblings were not her own children, it was impossible for her to watch them die from torture. But if she went with the Demon Blade Sage, the matter of Lanzhao could not be resolved, and wouldn't she fail her sister? Fu Tingfei, with me here, you won't be able to harm any of them. The seven-star sacred sword appeared in the old woman's hand, and sword intent tumbled around her body. Then with a pinch of the sword technique, the sacred sword swung, and a sword chi broke through the air and chopped away. At the same time, she held the saint's sword and her human sword united, following that sword chi out of thin air. Just by you? Fu Tingfei let out a cold snort as he swung his palm sword, and a feminine black blade chi chopped out. A rumbling sound impacted on top of the sword chi. Only a moment of stalemate, the sword chi was chopped to pieces, while that black blade chi went unabated, chopping on top of the seven-star holy sword. The strong force directly shook the old crone who was in the state of human sword unity out of the air. What a strong attack! What a bizarre true chi! The old crone held the seven-star sacred sword suspended in the air. Her face was incomparably gloomy, and a feminine true chi in her body was rushing across her body, constantly dissolving the true chi in her body. There was even a bone-etching blade intent that invaded her body and continuously eroded her bones. Although this true chi and blade intent were not much, it took her a lot of effort to disperse them. It was foreseeable that once she fought him for a long time, the amount of true chi and blade intent that invaded her body would increase, and in the end, even if she was a martial saint, I was afraid that it would be difficult to suppress it. I'll stall him, you guys go. The old crone transmitted her voice, ready to fight to the death to buy time for Long Yufei and the others to escape. Long Yufei shook her head, asking her to leave her master behind and escape alone was something she couldn't do no matter what. Fu Tingfei seemed to have guessed what the old crone had done. The blade intent in his body broke through his body, and at that moment, as if he had activated something, a black blade chi crisscrossing the area of several hundred feet in a radius suddenly surged out. Demon blade formation? The old woman was horrified. She didn't expect that this guy would have long ago laid down a terrifying blade formation here. Now it would be even harder to escape. Fu Tingfei laughed coldly. Not bad. I am the eye of this demon blade formation. Kill me in order to break this formation. He unreservedly told the secrets of the demon blade formation, but the old crone was not happy at all. Fu Tingfei himself was extremely strong, and now that he had the demon blade formation to add to his strength was even more terrifying. And who could kill the demon blade saint who had the blade formation to add to his strength? She raised the seven-star sacred sword in her hand, her true chi surged madly into it, and a sword chi shot straight into the sky. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder roared in an instant above the 10,000-mile-high sky, and a terrifying sword intent bulged. The old woman's face turned a little white, her body was shaking, but she still clenched her teeth. Heaven's sword, exterminate evil! She shouted angrily, and the seven-star sacred sword fiercely commanded. The clouds above 10,000 miles of altitude dispersed, and a huge sword descended from the sky accompanied by lightning flashes and thunder. At that moment, the vast sword intent crushed down, as if the entire sky was pressed down. Heavenly sword intent? It's a pity that your realm isn't enough. Fu Tingfei glanced at the crone in surprise, his tone still grim and indifferent. He then waved his palm blade, and his bone-eroding blade intent triggered the demon blade formation. An endless blade chi rose up into the sky, converging into a black demonic blade that chopped towards that heavenly sword. There was a loud rumbling sound, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to be shaking. After a moment of stalemate between the heavenly sword and the demonic blade began to vibrate violently, seemingly ready to shatter at any moment. Fu Tingfei let out a muffled grunt as a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. But right at this moment, the crone violently spat out a mouthful of blood, her true chi broke, and the heavenly sword dissipated with it. Fu Tingfei looked at the old crone and said grimly, the heavenly sword intent is indeed very strong. It's just a pity that you can't manipulate it. Now that you have suffered a backlash and have lost a lot of strength in a short period of time, how can you stop me? After saying that, he turned around and broke into the air towards Long Yufei. Stop! The old woman angrily shouted, wanting to go forward to stop him, but she violently spat out a mouthful of blood, her body shook, and almost fell from the air. Succubus, don't be wild. A small figure rose into the air. My name is Demon Blade Saint, not Succubus Demon. Fu Tingfei corrected grimly. It all sounds similar. Chu Chen waved his fleshy little hand without a care in the world. Almost the same? One word difference, but the meaning is worlds apart, okay? Forget it, why should I get serious with a 3-year-old kid? Fu Tingfei took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, kid, get out of the way, I don't have the heart to love the young. If you continue to block me, you will suffer and die just the same. Cow meat, you quickly come down. Long Yufei was worried. That was the Demon Blade Saint. Even the heavenly sword intent summoned by his master was unable to break through this Demon Blade formation. What was that little guy blindly showing off for? Auntie Lone, don't worry, I'll help you beat up this lecherous devil. Chu Chen waved his meaty little hand and said with a serious face, I'm going to take his Dao and use it on him. I eat meat, quickly let your brother down. She then looked to Chu Xian, who was watching from the side, and urgently urged. Among the crowd, only this little girl had the potential to block the Yin Demon Blade Saint, but looking at this little girl, she didn't have the slightest intention to make a move. Chu Xian waved her small hand and said without any concern, Auntie Long, don't worry, my brother won't lose. He is ranked third in our village. Long Yufei was somewhat speechless. This little guy really didn't know the difference between village and 9 states. Is ranking third in the village necessarily very powerful? She didn't know what to say and didn't think that Chu Chen could resist the Yin Demon Blade formation. Just a little kid like you can't even speak clearly, and you want to beat me up? Fu Tingfei laughed in anger, his palm blade raised, about to slash down. Wait for me to break the succubus demon blade formation of yours first. And at this moment, a crystal clear stone appeared in Chu Chen's hand, aiming at Fu Tingfei and ruthlessly smashing over. It's the Yin Demon Blade formation. Fu Tingfei still couldn't help but open his mouth to correct it, and then his palm saber slashed out, and his black saber chi broke through the air and chopped on top of that stone. However, it did not chop that stone into pieces, but instead, it was bizarrely swallowed by that stone. Buzz! Light shone brightly on top of the stone, and a pattern quickly spread in all directions, enveloping the area of 100 feet in a circle in a matter of moments, forming a terrifying array that contained endless, holy and domineering saber intent. This is a formation stone? Fu Tingfei was slightly moved. This large formation range was not as good as his own Yin Demon Blade formation, but it cut off the connection between him and the Yin Demon Blade he had laid down. Moreover, this holy and overbearing blade intent had a natural suppressing effect on both the Yin soft true chi and bone eroding blade intent that he cultivated, which made him vaguely uneasy in his heart. The succubus also knows about formation stones? A small hint of surprise also appeared on Chu Chen's fleshy little face. Then he crossed his arms and said with a haughty expression, Succubus, since you know that this is a formation stone, why don't you still tie your hands and surrender? I never would have thought that you little doll would even have a formation stone. Fu Tingfei looked towards Chu Chen and said in a gloomy tone. Even he hadn't seen formation stones a few times, so he didn't recognize them at first. To carve a great formation into a stone required a very terrifying formation cultivation, and there weren't many in the entirety of the 9 states that could do so. As far as he knew, there was no such strong formation practitioner in the royal family, so how could this little boy have a formation stone in his hands? But so what? You think you can defeat me with this formation stone? Fu Tingfei's tone gradually turned grim and his emotions gradually turned violent. Also, I said that I am a Yin Demon Blade Saint, not a succubus demon. Damn bear child, how many times do I have to say it? After saying that, he roared, waving his palm blade one after another. 3 black blade chi broke through the air and chopped. The feminine true chi and bone-etching blade intent made people feel like falling into an ice cellar. You lecherous devil is a little too violent. Chu Chen's small brows frowned slightly, and similarly waved his fleshy little hands, chopping out 3 pure blade chi, shattering the black blade chi, and then advised in a serious manner, Daddy said that being too grumpy is not good for the body. Daddy also said that adults should learn to control their emotions, and only children will release their emotions to others recklessly. Daddy also said, Bear child, you shut up. Fu Tingfei was a bit frantic. Today, I'll come to collect your corpse on behalf of that asshole father of yours. Hearing those words, Chu Xian and Chu Chen instantly blackened their faces, filled with rage. Stinking lecherous devil, no scolding my father. Chu Xian was furious and shouted in anger, Brother, beat him to death. Humph. Chu Chen also nodded heavily, his fleshy little face became morose and cold, and a pair of big eyes unexpectedly revealed a murderous aura. Regarding the change in the siblings, the old crone and Long Yufei and the others were shocked. This was the first time they had seen them so angry. Stinking lecherous devil, cursing my father, let's see if I don't beat you to death. Chu Chen's tone was icy cold, his face no longer had any semblance of a playful smile on it, and a terrifying saber intent gushed out, the void trembling. Rumble. His saber intent triggered the great formation, and the endless holy and overbearing saber intent added to his aura. What a terrifying blade intent. Fu Tingfei's face was filled with shock, and at this moment, he seemed to realize that he seemed to have done something very foolish. However, he was not afraid. He himself was a Yin Demon Blade Saint, a mid-martial saint. Would he be afraid of a 3-year-old bear child? Although he thought so in his heart, he subconsciously sacrificed his own innate holy weapon, the Yin Demon Blade. He felt the aura of death on this 3-year-old bear child in front of him. Although he was unwilling to admit it on his lips, he had to go all out. Succubus demon, receive my blade. Chu Chen raised his fleshy little hand, endless saber intent gathered above his head to form a golden giant saber dozens of feet long, and as his little hand swung violently, the golden giant saber chopped down on his head, and the nearby emptiness shattered inch by inch. Brother is angry. Chu Xian, who was watching the battle on the flying boat, murmured. Angry? Long Yufei and the others looked at Chu Chen, whose small face was chilly, and naturally, they could feel his endless anger. This joyful little boy with a small fleshy face and meaty hands, who had been smiling all the time, no longer had any half-smile on his face. He should have adored and respected his daddy so much that he wouldn't allow anyone to abuse and denigrate him. With such a child who protected his father must be very happy. Blocking space? Fu Tingfei had wanted to dodge, but found that he couldn't move. This blade couldn't be dodged, so he could only take it hard. I don't believe it, a 3-year-old brat can do anything to me? Fu Tingfei shouted furiously, and the feminine true qi and bone-etching blade intent in his body condensed crazily, similarly condensing an immense and incomparable devil's blade, which ruthlessly chopped on top of the golden blade. With a loud rumble, terrifying energy fluctuations rippled, transforming into endless golden and black blade qi overflowing in all directions. The huge mountain not far away shattered under the bombardment of these two types of blade qi. Chu Xian waved his hand and flung out several talisman seals to protect the flying boat and block the golden and black saber qi that shot out. The old crone and Long Yufei and the others had long been dumbfounded and looked dumbfounded. That little fellow's blade Dao cultivation was as terrifying as this? Click! Right at this moment, a crack appeared on top of the magic blade and quickly spread to the entire blade body. In the next moment, the huge black devil blade shattered with a loud bang. Instead, the giant golden blade chopped down with a loud bang. Damn it! Fu Tingfei's face suddenly changed as he raised the Yin demon blade in his hand, his true qi surging wildly as he hardened himself to receive the falling golden giant blade. Bang! With a loud bang, Fu Tingfei's entire body smashed down like a meteorite, smashing a deep pit into the ground. The golden giant knife fell with a rumbling sound, the earth was chopped apart, leaving behind a huge abyssal crack, and there was an eerie aura spewing out from the crack. The might of a blade was as terrifying as it was dead. The old crone and the others opened their mouths wide and looked at the huge abyssal crack in the ground with horrified faces. That was a mid-martial Saintine demon blade saint. He wouldn't be killed in a second by a single slash, right? Right at this moment, a silhouette rose up in the air from within the abyssal fissure. His clothes were in tatters and his face was a little pale. Obviously he was not lightly injured by that slash. I admit that I underestimated you, but I'm the Yin Demon Blade Saint. It's not easy for you to completely defeat me. Fu Tingfei's tone was gloomy, and the Yin Demon Blade in his hand vibrated at a strange frequency, and as it vibrated rhythmically, those gloomy auras in the abyssal cracks rose up as if they were being tugged on, and didn't enter the Yin Demon Blade. Earthly Yin Qi? The old woman frowned slightly. Why do you think I chose to set up an ambush here? Fu Tingfei glanced at the old crone and said coldly, there are quite a few roads that you must pass through on your way to the state capital, and the reason why I chose this place is because there is an earth-shattering Yin spring underneath this ground. Geomantic Yin spring? The old woman's face changed violently. This Yin demon blade sage was rumored to be cultivating with the earth fiend Yin Qi. If he was assisted by the earth fiend Yin spring, I'm afraid that his strength would become even stronger. Originally, I could only draw out some earth-devouring Yin Qi into the Yin demon blade formation to enhance the power of the blade formation. I also have to thank you, this bear child, for chopping away the earth-severing Yin spring's prohibition with a single slash. Fu Tingfei looked towards Chu Chen and laughed up to the sky, then his tone turned grim. To show my gratitude, next taste my self-created stance, the earth-severing demon blade heaven-shattering slash. What a shitty name, unpleasant to listen to, just as unpleasant as your succubus demon name. Chu Chen, however, had a look of contempt on his face, and his body was vaguely flickering with a faint golden light. If one peeled back his clothes one could see a mysterious rune emerge from his body. These were the divine patterns within his bones. Originally, Chu Feng had instructed not to easily utilize the power of the divine patterns, but Fu Tingfei insulting Chu Feng had made Chu Chen very angry. Although his daddy always liked to beat his little butt, it did not stop him from worshipping his daddy. In his heart, daddy was the most powerful and best person in the world, and would not allow anyone to denigrate or abuse him. Therefore, he unleashed a big move as soon as he came up. However, this Yin Demon Blade Saint was truly powerful as well, and was actually not killed by that golden blade. Fu Tingfei's face sank as he angrily said, Bear child, I am the Yin Demon Blade Saint, not a lecherous demon. After roaring, the Yin Demon Blade slashed violently, and the blade aura mixed with the earth-devouring Yin Qi broke through the air. The originally cold true Qi and bone-etching blade intent, with the addition of this earth-devouring Yin Qi, even made the flow of blood become to be unsmooth, as if even the blood was going to be frozen in the next moment. Even more frighteningly, even the soul was greatly affected, and his reflexes became extremely slow, as if his soul was about to be eroded as well. Chu Chen could even feel that the space around him had been blocked, and was unable to dodge. Obviously, this blade could only be taken hard as well. However, he did not panic in the slightest. A faint golden light flickered, and a mysterious rune flowed, converging in his small, fleshy hand, and in an instant, he condensed a large blade that was composed entirely of divine patterns. Overbearing and extreme blade intent blossomed, and the cold aura that seemed to freeze the blood and freeze the soul was forcibly dispersed. Wherever the hegemonic sword went, nothing existed. It was even more domineering and unrivaled than Qin Feng's hegemonic sword intent. What kind of martial skill is this? The old crone and Long Yufei and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a martial skill before, and that domineering sword intent made them feel intimidated. That lecherous devil, it's not good to say anything but to scold my father, deserved it. When she saw that divine pattern overbearing blade, Chu Xian, however, sighed softly as if she was a small adult, shaking her head in a very cute manner. Succubus, your father didn't tell you? The blade is originally a hegemon, yet you want to act like a pussy and take the feminine route. Watch this, the sword is like this. Chu Chen's milky voice rang out, but his tone was like an elder teaching his juniors. Fu Tingfei was annoyed, and said in a cold voice, "You'll have to take this blade from me first." At this moment, the saber chi that had gathered the earth-severing yin chi had already arrived close. Chu Chen gently swung the divine ripple overlord sword in his hand and chopped on top of that saber chi, only to hear a poof, and the saber chi instantly shattered. How is this possible? Fu Tingfei was shocked. That was a blade that had converged the earthly fiend yin chi. He had killed countless strong people by relying on that blade, and had even counter-executed a strong person who had entered the late stage of the beginning martial saint stage. But he never expected that it would be shattered by that bare child with a flick of the wrist. What in the world was that great sword flowing with runes? A martial art? Or a holy weapon? He couldn't figure it out and couldn't believe it. You catch a slash from me as well. The divine rune buster blade in Chu Chen's hand swung, and a blade chi flowing with divine runic symbols broke through the air and arrived in an instant. Fu Tingfei panicked and used his Yin demon blade to parry it, but he heard a thud, and his entire person flew backwards nearly 100 feet, smashing a large mountain before being drowned in debris. However, Chu Chen withdrew his divine ripple hegemony, and his figure swayed, breaking through the air and appearing in the sky above that shattered mountain in an instant. At the same time, Fu Tingfei also rose up into the air once again, spitting out blood furiously, his aura wilting. Cursing my father, I'll beat you to death. Chu Chen clearly hadn't yet lost his temper, waving his meaty little fist and smashing it against Fu Tingfei's face. The moment he wailed and flew out, he appeared out of thin air in his flight path again and smashed his fist out once more. Fu Tingfei once again let out a mournful scream as his body flew backward in an arch. I'll come too. Chu Xian rose up in the air and broke through the air. Brother, catch. After saying that, she raised her little foot and kicked it away. Alright, Chu Chen answered, flashed to the scene, and similarly kicked it back. The intermediate stage martial saint, the Yin demon blade saint that had made countless people change their colors, at this moment was being treated like a meatball by Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings, kicking it around in the air and having a great deal of fun. The miserable screams of the Yin demon blade saint echoed between heaven and earth. Too ferocious. The crowd of female guards swallowed their saliva, their faces filled with horror. These two munchkins were overly ferocious when they launched into a rage, sending shivers down one's spine. Long Yufei also nodded her head with quite the same feeling. It was indeed ferocious. But who asked that guy to insult their daddy, deserved it. The old crone was shocked in her heart. These two munchkins were a bit too strong. At this time, she thought of what the little girl said earlier when Qin Feng wanted to take that little girl as his disciple. You are not worthy. The Yin demon blade saint's miserable screams were getting weaker and weaker, and Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings had had enough, so they stopped the kicking battle. Chu Chen took one last kick and kicked it into the flying boat. Granny, this succubus is all yours. Although he had yelled that he wanted to beat the Yin demon blade saint to death, he was still a bit unable to really let him kill someone. It's still a 3-year-old after all. The old crone lamented slightly in her heart, and then looked towards the Yin demon blade saint lying on the ground with dull eyes, like a puddle of flesh and mud, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Just now, she was still lamenting that the two little munchkins were too soft-hearted to deal death to their enemies, but when she saw the Yin demon blade saint's miserable state, she hastily withdrew her thoughts. With her eyesight, she could tell with a single glance that at this moment, all the bones in the Yin demon blade saint's entire body had been completely shattered. Even if she didn't kill him, she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before his own body crushed his organs and died. This was much more cruel than killing him directly. However, she didn't sympathize with what happened to Yin demon blade saint. Thinking about what happened to the people Yin demon blade saint had killed before, she could only say that the cycle of karma and retribution deserved it. I'll go and take care of it first. With a wave of the old woman's hand, a wave of true chi supported the Yin demon blade saint, who had already fallen into stagnation, and left the flying boat, disappearing from the crowd's view. Soon after, the crowd felt an indistinct heavenly sword intent. The crowd naturally knew what had happened, but it was a bit broken for anyone. After all, there were still 2 3-year-olds. Unfortunately, there's no roasted meat to eat. Chu Xian licked her small lips with some regret, but her gaze drifted to her brother next to her. Without waiting for her to open her mouth, Shuchen hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. Sister, there really isn't any roasted meat this time. The roasted meat I hid was all eaten by you. Alright. Shu Xian undyingly glanced at the Sumeru ring on Shu Chen's finger and nodded her little head. Long Yufei held the siblings in her arms and laughed. When we get to the state capital, Auntie will give you lots and lots of demonic beast meat to roast and eat slowly. Good ah, Auntie is not allowed to lie. Oh. Shu Chen joyfully clapped his little hands. Daddy said that cheating nose will grow long and long. Shu Xian touched Long Yufei's nose, and also stretched out a pair of small hands to gesture at the tip of her nose, about this long. It can be ugly. Long Yufei was amused by her siblings and couldn't help but kiss them on their little cheeks. The siblings froze for a moment, then moved neatly, simultaneously stretching out their snow-white and fleshy little hands to wipe their faces. What are you guys doing? Long Yufei was a bit confused. What does it mean? Am I being disliked by the two little munchkins? I'm the second most beautiful woman in the imperial capital. How many people want to have a kiss? And I'm actually being disliked by two munchkins. Whoops, I'm not pure anymore. Shu Chen cried with tears in his eyes. Impure? Long Yufei was a bit bewildered. Shu Xian wiped her face while explaining. Father said that you can't let people kiss you, and if you do, you won't be a pure little child. There was also a hint of crying in her voice. Long Yufei was speechless. What kind of messed up things did their daddy teach them? Seeing that the two little munchkins had the momentum to break the dike, Long Yufei panicked and said, Can your daddy kiss? Dad. Of course daddy can. The two munchkins had teardrops in their eyes, which were flung out as they nodded heavily. Then can your mother kiss? Long Yufei asked again. Of course mother can. The two munchkins nodded again. Long Yufei patiently said, Then you can treat me as your mother's sister. I'll be your sister-in-law. Can sister-in-law kiss you? Little auntie can. Shu Chen nodded his head. Shu Xian, however, cocked her head and hesitated, but auntie is not our sister-in-law. Long Yufei's eyes twinkled, and she laughed. Then when you guys find your mother, I'll make a righteous bond with her, and I'll recognize her as my sister, so that's always fine, right? Aha! The two munchkins used their hands to wipe the tears from their eyes and nodded their heads repeatedly, their little faces revealing a bright and innocent smile again. Long Yufei finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally coaxing these two little munchkins. This could be even more tiring than fighting with the blood wolves. Waiting to see your father, I have to talk to him properly. What do you mean by kissing is not a pure child? The female guards covered their mouths and held back their laughter. State Lord, let's go. The old crone returned to the flying boat, letting Long Yufei pilot the flying boat as she prepared to go sit down and meditate. Wait a moment. Shu Chen, however, suddenly spoke out. Cow meat, what's wrong? Long Yufei asked suspiciously. Wait for me. Shu Chen rose up in the air, swooped down, and came above that abyssal fissure on the ground, took out a jade bottle, barred his small mouth, and recited an incantation. Then, he saw the jade bottle steeply grow larger and generate a powerful suction force. In the next moment, the cold spring water turned into a waterfall and poured into the jade bottle. He wants to collect the earth-shattering spring? What does he want that for? The crowd of female guards were surprised and murmured. The old crone and Long Yufei looked at each other and both saw the shock in the other's eyes as well. The earth-severing spring was indeed a supreme treasure, but it was difficult to collect the earth-severing spring, and it was even more difficult to refine a treasure that contained the earth-severing spring. Obviously, the jade bottle in that little munchkin's hands was also a rare treasure. A moment later, Shu Chen finished collecting the earth-shattering spring and placed the jade bottle into the Sumeru ring, and the gloomy aura of this place quickly dispersed. Alright, let's go. After returning to the flying boat, Shu Chen said with satisfaction. Long Yufei asked curiously as she piloted the flying boat forward, Ika Flesh, what are you doing collecting the geomantic spring? The blade technique you cultivate is rigid and overbearing, so you can't use the earth-shattering spring to cultivate it, right? Cultivate? I'm not going to use this thing to cultivate. Shu Chen shook his head repeatedly. Then what are you using it for? A female escort couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. Refrigeration. Shu Chen took out a transparent bottle from his Sumeru ring, which had handles on both sides, and the top cap was a soft pacifier. This was the milk bottle that Chu Foam had specially refined for the two children. It was for the usual milk for the children, yet its defense ability was also solidly at the Saint Artifact level. The milk bottle was filled with white liquid, and the entire milk bottle was bubbling with a gloomy aura. Earthly Chi? Long Yufei was a little surprised. This couldn't have just been taken out of the earth-severing spring, right? Shu Chen took out a small chair from his Sumeru ring, just enough for his little butt to sit down. The tiny body leaned on the back of the small chair, crossing his legs, holding the milk bottle in one hand and holding the armrests of the small chair in the other. He took a sip, and said with a face full of enjoyment, icy cold, so delicious. Wow! Brother, you're so smart, quickly ice it for me too. Shu Xian also took out a milk bottle from her own Sumeru ring, while not forgetting to spit. Father is really bad, drinking the ice-cold one himself. shouting that it's really good while warning us that we're not allowed to drink it. Humph. Sister, I'll share some earth-shattering yin spring with you, get it yourself. Chu Chen took out a jade bottle from his sumeru ring, which contained the earth-severing yin spring that he had divided. Chu Xian received the jade bottle and put it into the sumeru ring along with her own bottle. Long Yufei and the female guard's eyelids jumped. To take the earth-shattering yin spring to refrigerate, only this little guy could think of it, and only these two little guys dared to drink it. Auntie Long, do you drink it? It's delicious. Chu Chen sat on the small chair, holding up the milk bottle in his hand and asked. I'm not drinking. Long Yufei shook her head. She couldn't bear something that was baptized with earth-defying yin qi. Turning her head to look at the white liquid inside Chu Chen's milk bottle, she thought that these two children hadn't seen their mothers since they were born and guessed that it should be some kind of beast milk inside. What poor children. She felt compassion and said, when there's a chance, Auntie will get you some better beast milk. Yes, we love drinking beast milk the most. Chu Xian and Chu Chen joyfully clapped their little hands. Ever since they had memories, they had been drinking beast milk every day, and had never broken it. This beast milk smelled sweet, it was delicious. Alas! A child without a mother, how pitiful. Long Yufei looked at the two munchkins who were overjoyed, and felt even more pity in her heart. Ika-meat, what are you drinking here? At this time, a female guard asked curiously. Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, Father said, I kind of forgot, it seems like it's some kind of 9-deer beast milk? No, it's 9-colored deer beast milk. Chu Xian corrected, and at the same time also took out a small chair from the sumeru ring, sat next to Chu Chen, and took out her own bottle of milk and drank it. Wow! So delicious. A pair of big, ebony eyes narrowed into little crescent moons. Yes, it's the 9-colored deer's beast milk. Chu Chen nodded his head repeatedly. 8th rank demonic beast 9-colored deer? Everyone cried out in shock, their voices tinged with shock and horror. An 8th rank demonic beast, that was an existence comparable to a martial emperor. These two children were actually drinking the milk of a beast that was comparable to the level of a martial emperor? Right. Chu Xian nodded her head and looked at Long Yufei again, asking curiously, Auntie Long, what kind of beast milk are you talking about better? When will you give it to us to drink? The female guards looked at Long Yufei with odd expressions. Even the old crone who was sitting in meditation could not help but open her eyes and look at Long Yufei. The corners of Long Yufei's mouth twitched and she couldn't wait to ruthlessly smack herself twice. That was an 8th order demonic beast 9-colored deer. Where am I going to find better beast milk than this? 9th rank demonic beast? That's an existence comparable to a martial god. People can slap me to death with a single claw. That. Long Yufei's lips opened, not knowing what to say for a moment. We're all tired of drinking this 9-colored deer beast milk. We've long wanted to change it, and if it weren't for the earth-shattering yin spring refrigeration, I wouldn't even want to drink it. Chu Chen said while drinking the beast milk, but Father said that there is no better beast milk than this. I didn't think that Auntie Long would have a better beast milk than this. Auntie Long is too powerful. When the time comes, I must save a little more and take it back to show Father, and also let him see better beast milk. Chu Xian giggled as she spoke, as if she had thought of some funny scene. Long Yufei's eyelids jumped straight up. Other than a martial god level 9th rank demonic beast, there was indeed no better beast milk than this. The key was the beast milk of a 9th rank demonic beast. Who could get it? If I had known that you guys were drinking the 9-colored deer beast milk, I wouldn't have said big words. You want to save more? I really can't get it out at all. Long Yufei wanted to cry without tears. Looking at the two munchkins with eager and expectant little expressions, she fell into silence for a while. Their father in the end, what kind of demon actually give the child to drink the beast milk of the 8th order demon beast? This is what people do. He wasn't afraid that the child wouldn't be able to withstand the energy and explode to death? That. Long Yufei once again looked at the beast milk in the bottles of the two munchkins, and suddenly opened her mouth to ask, two little babies, do you still have any refrigerated beast milk? Auntie suddenly feels a little thirsty, can you give Auntie 2 mouthfuls? Although drinking a child's beast milk is a very humiliating thing, but that is the 8th order demonic beast's beast milk. The whole of the 9 states are afraid to be unique. She also wants to taste what flavor there is. Chu Chen's fleshy little hand waved, a small bowl suspended in the air, filled with half of the beast milk. This beast milk was not much of a sensation when it was contained in the two munchkins' bottles, but now that it was contained in the bowl, the rich milk aroma immediately wafted out, causing the crowd of female guards to be unable to resist sniffing their noses violently twice. It smells so good, I want to drink it. The female escorts whispered and marveled. Long Yufei would maneuver the flying boat while taking a sip from the small bowl. The rich aroma of milk wafted in her mouth, and the beast milk transformed into a stream of pure and incomparable energy rushing across her body right after she entered her mouth. Long Yufei's face changed, and she hurriedly handed over the task of maneuvering the flying boat to a female guard, and then after returning the bowl to Chu Chen, she ran to the side and sat down to cultivate. Huge energy fluctuations passed out from within her body. The female guards were dumbfounded. Just a mouthful of beast milk, and the reaction was so strong? Chu Chen held the beast milk and asked with a bewildered face, "Sister, what's wrong with Auntie Long?" Chu Xin was also filled with confusion and brought her little head over to look at the beast milk in the bowl and said, "Could it be that this beast milk of yours has spoiled? Father said that spoiled things are not good for the body when eaten." Spoiled? Chu Chen looked at the beast milk in the bowl, sniffed it, and said, "It tastes good, and it won't spoil when it's placed in the Sumeru ring. Also right." Chu Xian nodded and looked at Long Yufei, who was frowning tightly and sitting on the side, her body's energy fluctuations getting stronger and stronger, and shook her head in disbelief. Could it be that it's an allergy to beast milk as father said? Allergic to beast milk? The female guard sniffed and laughed. This is clearly drinking beast milk to break through. How did it become allergic to beast milk? Is it possible that these two little munchkins have never broken through? By the way, these two little munchkins have no true chi in their bodies at all, so they probably haven't really broken through. Soon the female guards remembered the two little munchkins special, cannot help but be a little depressed. Demons really couldn't be treated with common sense. Allergic to beast milk? That's too pitiful. Chu Chen looked at the beast milk in the bowl and muttered in a small voice, "Auntie Long has drank it all, and Daddy said that you can't drink what others have drunk, you'll be infected with a disease." Contagious disease? The female guards couldn't help but roll their eyes. What kind of nonsense did this little munchkin's daddy teach all day long? How could a little munchkin who could tyrannize a mid-martial saint possibly get a disease? It's better to fall down. Chu Chen got up, lying on his back by the parapet, standing on his tiptoes, ready to pour the bowl of beast milk from the flying boat. "Wait!" The old crone who had already gotten up and arrived beside Long Yufei hurriedly spoke out to stop it. That was the beast milk of an 8th-ranked demonic beast, a terrifying existence comparable to the martial emperor level, containing a huge amount of energy. It would be a waste to throw it away just like that. "Little friend, could you gift this beast milk to my old self?" The old woman hesitated for a moment, but still pulled a face and said, "That's fine, it's not like I'm drinking what others have drunk anyway." Chu Chen nodded and handed the small bowl to the old crone. "Many thanks, little friend." The old crone carefully received the small bowl for fear of spilling it. "One of you take a small sip, remember, don't drink too much," the old crone said to the female guards. She was already a martial saint, this bit of beast milk was naturally useless to her, but these female guards were but martial emperors, so just drinking a little bit would be enough for them to break through their current realm. "Yes, Pavilion Master." The crowd of female guards immediately cheered and flew. Chu Xian and Chu Chen looked at the excited crowd and were somewhat dumbfounded. The small heads were filled with doubts. It wasn't just a little bit of beast milk, was it necessary? "Sister, have they never drunk beast milk before?" Chu Chen asked in a low voice. "It should be." Chu Xian hesitated and nodded her little head. "How pitiful, they're all so old and still haven't drunk beast milk. We grew up drinking beast milk." Chu Chen's fleshy little face showed a trace of sympathy. Seeing that all the female guards were only taking a shallow sip, he couldn't help but say aloud, "Aunts, there's no need to be so frugal. We still have a lot of beast's milk. Not enough and I'll add some more for you?" No, enough is enough." The female guards hurriedly waved their hands and shook their heads, then one by one, they all ran to the side to meditate and cultivate. The old crone returned the small bowl to Chu Chen, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, "Little friend, could you give me a little bit to drink as well? What I'm going to drink might be a bit much, I'll probably need this entire bowl, but I won't drink it for nothing, I can exchange it with you with treasures." Saying that, she took out a crystal-clear lotus flower from her Sumeru ring, which emitted an icy cold aura. This icy cold aura was pure, not like the coldness of the earth-shattering in spring. What a beautiful flower. Chu Xian and Chu Chen naturally did not recognize this treasure, they just felt that it was very pretty and liked it. The old woman explained, "This ice mountain snow lotus flower was harvested from the extreme north of the snow prefecture, and although it is not as precious as the 8th order demonic beast milk, it is still a 6th order extreme treasure. This is the best treasure I can take out at the moment. When I return to the imperial capital later, my old body will compensate you in other ways." "No need to compensate, this flower is quite pretty, I like it." Chu Xian waved her small hand, received that ice mountain snow lotus. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. With a wave of her small hand, a stream of white beast milk liquid gushed out of thin air, and in an instant, it filled up the small bowl in Chu Chen's hand. Chu Chen handed the small bowl to the old crone, and asked with an expectant face, "Granny, are there any pretty flowers I can also give you a big bowl of beast milk for?" Although their beast milk was an 8th order demonic beast's beast milk, which belonged to the 8th order treasures, it was ultimately not as precious as a pretty flower in their eyes. The corners of the old woman's mouth twitched slightly as she laughed dryly, "Little friend, that flower blossom isn't easy to pick, and I only have that one left." "All right." Chu Chen was a little disappointed, but did not continue to pester, turned his head to Chu Xian's side, and said with a longing face, "Sister, pretty flower, give me some time to play." Chu Xin looked at the iceberg snow lotus in her hand, then looked at her younger brother and said, "You can't break it for me, or I'll spank your ass just like this flower. Aha!" Chu Chen nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, and after receiving the ice mountain snow lotus, his face was full of amazement. "It's so beautiful, icy cold, and so comfortable." Icy cold? Hearing this, the old crone's eyelids jumped straight up. That was a sixth-order treasure of the ice system. Even she had to wrap her hands with her true chi before she dared to take it, and only these two demonic little munchkins were able to ignore that frosty power. "Brother, is it okay? Give it to me quickly, I'm going to put it away. What if it melts?" Just after a while, Chu Xian spoke up. "Alright, give it to you." Chu Chen reluctantly returned the ice mountain snow lotus to Chu Xian. After playing with it for a while, Chu Xian put it away in her sumaru ring. And at this moment, the old crone piloted the flying boat to a hidden place, drank the beast milk in 3 or 2 gulps, and after returning the bowl to Chu Chen, she instructed, "Two little friends, the old me is going to go cultivate for a while, so you guys stay in the flying boat and wait for a while." "Okay." Chu Chen nodded, took the bowl, came to the side of the parapet, stood on tiptoe, took out a jade bottle and poured a lot of water, washed it several times before storing it in the sumaru ring. The corners of the old woman's mouth twitched slightly. This little guy seemed to still have a cleanliness fetish. However, what was that water? Why did it feel like the energy contained within it wasn't lower than that beast milk? Just how many good things did these two little munchkins have in their hands? Putting it in their hands, it really felt like a bit of a loser. Do not know how these two munchkins in the end is long, actually can ignore that 8th order demon beast milk contains energy impact, simply incredible. Their father is even more unimaginable, actually can get the 8th order demonic beast milk, which at least must also have the strength of the martial emperorate. The 9-colored deer was generally in the early to mid-8th rank, and to get fresh 9-colored deer beast milk, one had to make sure it was alive. To be able to get the 9-colored deer's beast milk without killing it, one's strength would be at least a late martial emperor, or even a peak martial emperor. This level of cultivator, looking at the Kyushu is not much, and she knows all of them. These years also did not hear who gave birth to 2 3-year-old munchkin. Could it be that it was a hidden family that had never appeared in Kyushu? The old woman's mind thought a lot, but never guessed the real identity of the two munchkins. The more she came into contact with the two munchkins, the more she realized how terrifying they were. Not only were they powerful in their own right and had many treasures, the most crucial thing was the mysterious daddy behind them. No matter what, one must strike a good relationship with these two munchkins. They seem to like that disciple of mine? If there's a chance, perhaps it's really possible to have the apprentice son tie the knot with their mother, and then have His Majesty name their mother a princess of the Kyushu or something, pulling their mother into the imperial family of the Kyushu Empire first. In that case, wouldn't these two little munchkins and their father both be on the side of the imperial family? The addition of a suspected peak martial emperor and even the existence of a huge family was nothing less than a blessing in disguise for the now stormy imperial family. In just this few moments of turning around, countless thoughts popped up in the old crone's mind. She shook her head and pinched her hand, only to see a curtain of light rise within the flying boat, isolating all those in cultivation from each other. This was the spell formation used for cultivation on the flying boat, preventing several people from being affected when cultivating at the same time. Only after all this was done did the old crone sit down with anticipation and start cultivating. She had been stuck at the early stage of martial saint for many years, one step away from the middle stage, but no matter how much she cultivated, she was unable to break through. Today, when she saw this 8th order demonic beast's animal milk, she had a strong premonition that the opportunity for her breakthrough had arrived. Only before, there was only half a bowl, which was simply not enough for her to make a breakthrough, and only then was it distributed to the female guards. Later, after hearing Chu Chen say that he still had a lot of it, it was only then that she pulled her face down and shamelessly exchanged it for a bowl. Chu Chen looked at Long Yufei, then at the old crone and the crowd of female guards, and asked with a puzzled face, "Sister, why are they all like this after drinking the beast milk?" "I don't know either, but from what they said, this beast milk of ours seems to be a very remarkable treasure." Chu Xian guessed something from the crowd's mere words. She picked up her own milk bottle and looked at it again and again, muttering, "But I don't see anything special. Even better beast milk, it's still milk. It's not just for children to drink." A day later, a powerful fluctuation rippled out. Long Yufei in seclusion woke up from her cultivation, her face full of excitement. "I broke through to the late stage of martial zone." This was only her doppelganger. She had just broken through to the middle stage of martial zone not long ago. She didn't expect that a mouthful of beast milk would once again allow her to break through and enter the late stage of martial zone. When she looked up, she saw that her master and the female guards were also sitting in meditation and practicing, and all of them had strong and varying fluctuations of true chi rippling through their bodies. They also drank beast milk? Long Yufei was dumbfounded, but it wasn't surprising when she thought about it. The beast milk of a martial emperor level demonic beast, a genuine 8th rank treasure, hard to come across in 1,000 years. Just one mouthful of it allowed herself to break through the bottleneck, and those two munchkins drank it every day, so it was no wonder their strength was so terrifying. However, the strength of those two munchkins' flesh, as well as the toughness of their meridians and dantians, had far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. If they were to be replaced by two other people, they wouldn't dare to drink it every day like this. "Auntie Long, you're awake eat roasted meat not?" Chu Xian's milky voice rang out. Long Yufei turned her head to look, but she saw Chu Chen levitating in front of the barbecue rack, flipping and roasting a piece of unknown demonic beast meat. The meat smelled fragrant. Chu Xian stood in front of the barbecue rack, gnawing on the barbecued meat while holding a piece in one hand, looking at herself with a crooked head. What two snackers? Long Yufei faintly smiled, got up and came to sit next to Chu Xian, eating the roasted meat while saying, "Little baby, in the future, you can't casually disclose the treasures you have on you to strangers, or else you'll be snatched away by bad people." Chu Xian swallowed the roasted meat in her mouth, nodded her little head like a chicken pecking at rice, and said in a milky voice, Daddy said the same thing, and we were also very obedient, and didn't take out any treasures." Did not take out the treasure? What does it mean? Martial Emperor level demonic beast milk wasn't a treasure? These two little guys still had better treasures on their bodies than 8th rank treasures? Long Yufei froze. She now understood that it wasn't that the two little guys didn't know the reasoning of not taking out money, but they were just a little confused about the attractiveness of these treasures to cultivators. In their little heads, they simply thought that what they didn't like wasn't a treasure, and no one else would like it either. Unbeknownst to them, these beast milk that they drank every day and were already tired of drinking was so precious. Forget it, discussing this with these two munchkins is a little bit hurtful to my self-esteem. I'd better shut up. Long Yufei silently ate the roasted meat. Not long after, the female guards also woke up from their cultivation one after another. Without exception, all of them broke through the bottleneck. They were only at the Martial Emperor realm, not much beast milk was needed to break through, and it didn't take very long. Even though they were only breaking through a small realm, it was enough to make them excited for a long time. Everyone looked at the two little munchkins with a face of gratitude and amazement. How many cultivators had dreamed of heavenly treasures, yet these two little munchkins drank it as milk every day, and were tired of it. Truly people are more angry than people. 2 days later, an even stronger true chi fluctuation rippled out. I've finally broken through, The old woman looked up to the sky and laughed in excitement. Although early Martial Saint to mid-Martial Saint was only a small realm, there was a world of difference in strength. If she met that Qin Feng again, she wouldn't need AI to eat the. If she encountered Qin Feng again, she would have half a chance of defeating him without the help of AI eat flesh, that little girl. Even if she met the Demon Blade Saint again, she would still have the power to fight. How many people in the 9 states were even stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to advance an inch, and eventually died with regrets? The old crone didn't expect that her chance to break through would be in the two little munchkins, and her previous decision to insist on striking a good relationship with the two little munchkins was really too wise. "Sister, the granny looks a little bit not quite normal. She won't be crazy, right?" Chu Chen, who was concentrating on roasting the meat, was startled by the sudden loud laugh and almost didn't throw the roasted meat in his hands on the ground. "It shouldn't be, right?" Chu Xian looked at the excited old crone and said with some uncertainty, "If she really went crazy, wouldn't I become a murderer? She won't come to haunt me every day, right?" Long Yufei crowed and explained, "Don't worry, Granny is not crazy, she is just too happy about her cultivation breakthrough." Cultivation breakthrough? Why be happy? Chu Xian and Chu Chen were at a loss. The term cultivation breakthrough was too unfamiliar to them, as they had never broken through their cultivation before, much less would they know what kind of feeling it was to be stuck in a realm for too long and suddenly break through. Long Yufei was somewhat at a loss as to how to explain. Fortunately, at this time, the old crone walked over and said gratefully to Chu Xian and Chu Chen, "Thank you to the two young friends for helping the old body make a breakthrough. It's fine, it's good that Granny isn't crazy." Chu Xian waved her snow-white little hand and said, "HM?" The old crone froze for a moment. "I only broke through a small realm, why should I go crazy?" However, she didn't think much about it. Her mood was so good that she felt happy to hear anything, and with a wave of her hand, the flying boat started up, breaking through the air in a matter of moments. The next journey was not met with any more obstruction. Apparently the person behind the curtain thought that 3 martial saints, plus a blood wolf, were enough to stop the new state lord from arriving at the state capital. As a matter of fact, his calculations were correct. These 3 martial saints could indeed easily pin down Long Yufei and his party. However, he had missed one point, and that was the 2 munchkins who had sneaked out from Boulder Village. From the moment they stepped out of Boulder Village, the fate of the entire 9 states was quietly undergoing unknown changes. 2 days later, the flying boat hovered over a huge city. The city was built with pitch-black boulders, giving it a heavy and ancient feel. "Everyone be careful, we're about to enter the state capital," the old woman said in a grave tone. On the way to the state capital, they had encountered 3 martial saints intercepting them one after another. The other party would obviously not allow the new state lord to arrive at the state capital, and would definitely send even more powerful existences to block them. Yes, Pavilion Master. The female guards responded in unison, all of them pressing their hands on the hilts of their swords, ready to unsheath their swords and fight at any time. Long Yufei was also filled with gravity as she looked at the serene Lanzhou Prefecture city under her feet, always feeling that this was the calm before the storm. Wow! What a big village! This can be compared to many, many big barbecue villages. With a village this big, there must be so many roasted meats to eat. However, this gloomy atmosphere was quickly destroyed by the milky voices of the 2 munchkins that were filled with excitement and marveling. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see that the 2 munchkins were lying on their backs on the guardrail of the flying boat, standing on their tiptoes and stretching their necks to look down at the state city below to savor the sight. Seemingly sensing the gazes of the crowd, the 2 munchkins suddenly turned back and looked at Long Yufei in unison. Auntie Long, you said that you would prepare lots and lots of demon beast meat for us when you arrive at the state capital, don't forget. Yes, Auntie Long can't lie to us. Oh, Daddy said that adults who deceive children will be struck by heavenly thunder. The old crone and Long Yufei rubbed their foreheads somewhat helplessly. We are nervously preparing for battle here, can you guys be more serious? Greetings to the new state lord, my humble servant is the governor of Lanzhou. I have already set up a reception banquet for the state lord in the mansion. I am here to receive the state lord. I also ask the state lord to please honor us with his presence. Right at this moment, a silhouette took off into the air. The man at the head smilingly looked at the crowd on the flying boat, a country face full of respect, but that pair of narrow fox eyes carried a chill. There is no good feast. For words popped up in the minds of the old crone and Long Yufei and the others at the same time. P.S. Next chapter let's see how the 2 munchkins break the ice. Sister, that uncle looks like a bad guy. Chu Chen looked at that governor and said in a low voice. Although his voice was not loud, those present were not ordinary people, so they could naturally hear him. Long Yufei and the others almost burst out laughing. That governor's eyelids slightly jumped and glanced at Chu Chen, but he did not say anything and just treated it as if he did not hear it. Snap! Chu Xian raised her snow-white little hand and gently patted on Chu Chen's little head, mimicking the usual tone of Chu Feng's voice, and said in a serious tone, Little brother, how many times has father told us that people, you can't just look at the exterior, but have to look at their heart, why can't you always remember? Oh! Chu Chen rubbed his little head, pouted, and nodded. The governor's face expression loosened, revealing a look of a child can be taught. This little girl knows how to do things. Later on, he could consider sparing her life. Chu Xian had her hands behind her back, staring at that governor's heart for a while, and said in a serious manner, in my opinion, his heart is even worse than it looks on the outside. Put! A few female guards didn't hold back and burst out laughing, then feeling that it wasn't too good, they hastily covered their mouths again. Even the several officials behind the governor almost laughed out loud, holding their faces red. The corners of the governor's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes grim. 2 bare children, not one of them could be spared. Children's words are reckless, the governor must not be offended. A hint of a smile appeared on Long Yufei's face, but it quickly converged. No harm done. The state governor's 2 children are quite cute, the state governor said with a slight smile. Long Yufei did not explain, she just rubbed the 2 cute children's little heads and looked at the state governor. Thank you, state governor, please. The state governor was a position second only to the state lord, taking over the management of a state's affairs when the state lord was not present. The key suspect who had sent someone to intercept him and prevent him from arriving at the state capital was this governor. Therefore, even if one knew that there was no good feast, one had to go. She held Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings on her left and right and stepped into the air. The state governor in the lead once again looked at Chu Xian and Chu Chen, and other than feeling that these 2 bare children were yawning, he did not place the 2 in his heart. Now that the blood wolf was searching everywhere for a favored beast and Qin Feng was seriously injured and in seclusion, no one had passed back the information about the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen. It was just that there were their eyes all around the state city, and when the flying boat stepped 100 miles into the vicinity of the state city, they already knew that the mission had failed, but they didn't know how it had failed. The old crone followed Long Yufei closely, keeping her close, with the female guards protecting the sides. The governor's narrow fox eyes narrowed slightly, but did not say anything. But in the case that Long Yufei and the others could not notice, without a trace, looked at the housekeeper next to him, before leading all the officials of the state government to follow. In the governor's mansion, on a rectangular table, Long Yufei sat in the main seat, Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings sat on both sides of her, the old crone stood behind Long Yufei, and all the female guards were on both sides of the table, their hands pressed on the hilts of their swords, wary of the surroundings. The governor and the officials sat on both sides of the rectangular table. The governor was at the bottom left, raised a respectful salute to Long Yufei, said, 3 years ago, there was a mysterious strong man who forced the previous state lord to forcefully open the secret realm spell formation. That mysterious strong man came out from the secret realm and killed the previous state lord. The mysterious strong man even killed the previous state master after he came out of the secret realm. Over the past 3 years, we have been tracking down information about the murderer, but other than knowing his face, we know nothing about the rest of the information. On the contrary, in the past 3 years, people and practitioners have been disappearing for no reason, causing panic in Lanzhou. I hope that after the state master takes office, he can lead us to find the real culprit and bring him to justice. On behalf of the previous state master, on behalf of the people of Lanzhou, I would like to honor the state master with a glass of wine. This official originally came here for this matter. Long Yufei nodded, picking up the wine cup and scrutinizing it carefully, but had no intention of drinking it. The governor laughed. Is it possible that the state lord is afraid that I will poison the wine? I'll drink first as a toast. Saying that, the state lord drank the wine in the cup in one go. Only then did Long Yufei put her heart down and prepared to drink. Auntie Long, wait. However, Chuchen suddenly called out to Long Yufei. What's wrong? Long Yufei asked suspiciously. A silver needle appeared in Chuchen's fleshy little hand at some point, stabbing into Long Yufei's wine, and said with a serious face, Father said that when strangers set up a banquet to drink, they must test for poison first. This is the silver needle that my father refined. As long as it is poisonous, it will change color. Children's words are reckless. Don't blame the governor. Long Yufei forced a smile and said as she looked at the governor whose face was cloudy. No harm done. The governor waved his hand, pretending not to care. At this time, Chuchen took out the silver needle and looked at it, with a hint of surprise and disappointment on his fleshy little face. It's actually not poisonous. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the governor and muttered with his small mouth, it shouldn't be, this guy looks like he has a bad heart, how could it not be poisonous? The female guards forced their laughter and held back their red faces. Long Yufei said with a smile at the corner of her mouth, don't blame the governor, children's words are childish. Childish talk again? The governor's eyelids jumped, but he still feigned generosity and waved his hand, no harm done. Only then did Long Yufei drink the wine in the cup and praised, Lanzhou hard wine. It's true that you can only drink authentic ones in Lanzhou. State lord is someone who knows about wine, and should know that fine wine should be paired with fine food. My Lanzhou's unique delicacies, paired with Lanzhou's unique hard wine, that's the authentic Lanzhou flavor. The governor's face was filled with smiles as he reached out and made a gesture of please. Good. Long Yufei picked up her chopsticks and caught a piece of meat. In her opinion, even if the governor wanted to deal with himself, he wouldn't choose his own mansion, so that even if he killed himself he could hardly escape death. Therefore, she wasn't worried that the governor would do it blatantly at this banquet. According to her guess, there might be an assassin later, and when the assassin killed himself, the governor would then kill the assassin. Lanzhou was neighboring Sangzhou, so it would be even more perfect if they could invite Sangzhou barbarians to carry out the assassination and blame it all on the barbarians. Auntie Long, wait. Chuchen once again called out to Long Yufei, stabbing the silver needle into the piece of meat she had clamped. Taking it out a moment later, looking at the unchanged silver needle, he muttered with a face full of disappointment, it shouldn't be, why is it still not poisoned? Put. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little munchkin was just too amusing. Long Yufei was just about to open her mouth when she saw the governor dryly laugh. Children's words are reckless, my humble servant understands. In his heart, he was cursing. Where did this bare child come up with so many things? If he was not afraid of affecting the general situation, he really wanted to ask someone to throw this bare child out. Governor atmosphere. Long Yufei complimented, and then prepared to taste the unique delicacies of Lanzhou. Auntie Long, wait. At this time, Xuexian called out to Long Yufei, stretching out her snow-white little hand to pick up the wine pot, pouring a cup of wine in Long Yufei's cup, and putting the piece of meat Long Yufei had clipped into the wine, before she said to Chuchen, brother, try it now. The state governor's face instantly changed. My humble servant respects the state governor, but the state governor condones his own children to humiliate my humble servant one after another. Such behavior calls for a chill in our hearts. The state governor looked towards Long Yufei, his grim tone was thick with anger. Long Yufei also saw the signs, and her tone also went cold, faintly saying, is the governor deaf? Didn't you hear them call me auntie? They are not this official's children, this official can't control them. Although you are the state lord, I am also the state governor appointed by the late emperor himself, how can I allow you to be so humiliated? The governor violently overturned the table, with the intention of feigning great anger and overturning the table to interrupt Xu Chen's poison test. Unexpectedly, Xu Chen's eyes were quick, his tiny body pranced backward, but not a single drop of the wine in the cup was spilled. A few moments later, he took out the silver needle and looked at it, excitedly shouted, poison, poison, really poison. I knew that the bad guy would definitely poison it. Ha, I guessed it, didn't I? The silver needle is as black as ink. Not only is it poisonous, but it's also extremely poisonous. Chu Xian also clapped her small hands with a happy face. Wow. I've never seen such a poisonous poison before. It's more poisonous than all the poisons that Daddy prepared for us. The female guards cried and laughed. The brain circuits of these two little munchkins were really different from adults, someone poisoning and still so excited. Moreover, can you explain, what do you mean by the poison that your daddy prepared for you? Governor, can you give this official an explanation? Long Yufei's face was gloomy, and a strong killing intent flashed in her eyes. Wine is not poisonous, vegetables are not poisonous, wine and vegetables get together and become highly poisonous, so ruthless. If it wasn't for the two little munchkins, she was afraid that she would have really fallen this time. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that my plan would go bad on two bear children. Seeing that things had fallen apart, the governor no longer pretended and laughed up to the sky, only that laughter was grim and cold. I told you, this uncle looks like a bad guy at first glance. Chu Chen held his head high, a pair of meaty little hands behind his back, a high man's demeanor, droll and adorable. I'll just say that inside, he's even more badass than on the outside. Chu Xian's delicate little face also had a look of strategizing and deciding. Humph. Damn bear children, I'll clean you up later. The state governor snorted coldly, turned his head to look at the old crone behind Long Yufei, and said in a cold voice, an early-stage martial saint and two mid-stage martial saints were actually unable to stop the state lord. It seems that the rumor that the state lord's protector is only an early-stage martial saint is actually false. The old woman glanced at him and did not speak. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for those two little munchkins helping her, she really wouldn't have been able to protect the state lord. However, she naturally wouldn't say these things, lest the two little munchkins be targeted. However, this time, you guys think that this is the only means I have? The state governor stomped his foot, and the ground suddenly lit up with a complex pattern, converging into a spell formation in an instant. In an instant, a huge wave of energy surged into the state governor's body under the augmentation of the spell formation, and his aura climbed dramatically. State lord, be careful. The old woman's face changed and she hurriedly blocked in front of Long Yufei. God casting formation, the legendary spell formation that can cast a god, now it's used to cast a tiny martial saint like me. It's really a bit of a big deal. The governor felt the surging. True chi, he looked up to the sky and laughed, only for some reason, there was a bit of sadness in this laughter. At this moment, the aura emanating from his body had already surpassed the mid-martial saint stage and reached the late martial saint stage, and it continued to climb. Without any hesitation, the old woman directly summoned the heavenly sword intent, and a huge sword wrapped in lightning descended from the sky. It's useless, this time you guys will definitely die. The governor waved his hand to crush the heavenly sword intent. His gaze was grim as he looked towards the old crone and Long Yufei, his face grimly saying, why did you guys come to Lanzhou? If you didn't come, things wouldn't have developed to this point. Hearing these words, the crowd was somewhat baffled. Long Yufei slowly got up and looked at the other state officials, coldly saying, kill him, and this official will pretend that you were not present for today's matter. Otherwise, if this official dies, none of you will survive. The faces of the officials changed drastically. Yes, if the new state lord died in the governor's mansion, the governor would definitely be wanted by the imperial royal family, and it would be difficult for them to escape death. This governor was simply crazy to poison the state lord here. The officials looked at each other and attacked the governor. The governor's butler hesitated for a moment and shouted, long live the empire, before killing the governor as well. A bunch of losers. The governor snorted coldly and raised his hand. A terrifying true chi gushed out, sending all the officials flying, spitting blood from their mouths and fainting. Next, it's your turn. He turned his head towards the old woman and Long Yufei, not hiding the killing intent on his face. Raising his hand, he slapped down with a palm, and the terrifying true chi condensed to form a 10-foot giant hand that crushed down. The old crone sacrificed her 7-star sacred sword and violently stabbed out, toppling over that giant hand. The massive force struck her, causing her to instantly spurt blood and half kneel on the ground. State lord, quickly go. The old crone's face became incomparably twisted from fighting to resist, her veins hideous and terrifying. The water in Lanzhou was even deeper than she had imagined. It was a pity that the royal family was now preoccupied with their own affairs, and those powerful people all had their own things to do, so she could only come by guarding Long Yufei. She had checked the strength of these people when she arrived at the state capital, and this governor was the strongest, yet he was only in the realm of martial zone, and posed no threat to her. Therefore, even though she knew that there was no good feast, she still escorted Long Yufei to come. At the same time, she also had the same idea as Long Yufei in her heart, thinking that even if the governor wanted to kill them, he wouldn't dare to do it in his own residence. But she never expected this governor to be so crazy and have an ancient formation like the cast god formation. After all, she was still careless. Run? None of them can run today. The governor sneered, but his eyes were somewhat determined, and the true chi in his body was still surging. Suddenly, the smile on the governor's face froze, and the surging true chi in his body suddenly stopped and rapidly drained away. What's going on? No, it can't be. The governor's face changed drastically, and as if he was frantic, he wanted to continue attacking, but he realized that the speed of the loss of his true chi was too fast, and he was no longer able to suppress the old crone. The old crone felt the force of that giant hand rapidly dissipate, and a trace of shock appeared on her face, then she struggled with all her might. After staring carefully at the governor, she realized that her strength had fallen back to the early martial saint realm. Looking down again, those lines of the god-casting formation under his feet had disappeared a lot. Sister, I dug out a piece of treasure. Right at this moment, Chu Chen's milky voice rang out. Brother, I also dug out a piece of treasure. Following that, was Chu Xian's milky voice. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see that the siblings had run to the corner of the banquet hall at an unknown time, holding a small hoe in one hand and a piece of device emanating an ancient aura and engraved with lines in the other. At their feet, each had a pit, obviously just dug out from there. Damned bear child, spoiling my formation base. The governor's desperate roar resounded through the banquet hall. These two little munchkins are truly my lucky stars. Seeing the power of the god-casting formation weaken, Long Yufei was overjoyed in her heart, and a smile appeared on the old crone's face. Damn bear children, stop it for me. The governor roared angrily, and in just a few moments of work, Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings had already dug out another formation foundation each, and the power of the god-casting formation was once again weakened. The siblings simply ignored his incompetent rage, searching for the formation bases hidden underground on their own. As if they had transformed into hard-working little bees, they cheerfully waved the little hoe in their hands and dug ruthlessly into the ground, only to see the mysterious light flashing on that little hoe. It actually ignored the prohibition of the god-casting formation and dug out a hole in the ground in 3 or 2 times, then quickly picked up a formation base and put it away in the Sumeru ring. While muttering about a good treasure, he waved the little hoe more cheerfully. That little hoe is also an extraordinary treasure. Long Yufei and the old crone and the others were secretly shocked in their hearts. Generally speaking, the formation base of a spell formation was guarded by a prohibition. Even if a formation master entered someone else's spell formation, it would be very difficult to break through the prohibition and take the formation base in a short period of time. But that little hoe can actually ignore the forbidden system of the god-casting formation, simply outrageous to home. The point was, whose decent father would refine this kind of treasure for his own child? Damnable bear children, I will break you into pieces. The governor's strength had fallen back to Marshal Zun, and knowing that he was no match for the old crone, he turned his target to the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen. Even if he died, he would still pull these two bear children as his back. He offered up a seal, the seal of the Lanzhou Prefecture governor. True Qi surged into it, and the seal suddenly grew in size, hovering in the sky, crushing down on the siblings. A terrifying might was released on top of the seal, blocking the space around the siblings, making it impossible to dodge, only to receive it. Sister, this treasure seems good. Chu Chen looked at the seal crushing down in the air, his face full of excitement. It's good for smashing walnuts. Chu Xian also nodded, even thinking of future uses. Smashing walnuts? The governor almost didn't spit out blood in anger. This was the Lanzhou governor's seal, a top-grade saint artifact, and this bear child actually said it was used to smash walnuts? Little friend, this is the Lanzhou Prefecture governor's seal, you can't snatch it away. The old woman was also startled. This thing is not only a top-grade sacred weapon, but also can be combined with the state master seal to suppress a state's chi. If there is no state governor seal can be a bit of a problem. In that case, forget it then, I'll just go dig for the formation base. As soon as Chu Xian heard that she couldn't rob it, she lost interest and didn't care about the falling seal, so she carried her small hoe and changed places to continue digging for treasure. Sister, wait for me. Chu Chen also carried the small hoe and flew away. How is this possible? The governor who was manipulating the seal was dumbfounded. When the seal crushed down, it was going to block off space, making it impossible for the enemy to move, and they could only take it hard. Although his own strength was not enough to fully utilize the might of the seal, it was a bit excessive for these two bear children to be completely unaffected. Nothing is impossible. The old crone snorted coldly. Those two little guys were able to violently beat up even a mid-martial saint, and you, a mere martial Zun, were barely utilized a saint weapon and you want to confine them? Too naive. She swung the 7-star sacred sword in her hand, and a sword chi broke through the air, sending seal flying. As it flew backwards, the seal continued to shrink, returning to its original size in an instant, and was caught by Long Yufei with one hand. The governor, on the other hand, was sprayed with blood from the powerful backlash and half-kneeled on the ground. The old woman's holy sword swung continuously, directly abolished the governor's cultivation, and threw him in front of Long Yufei as if he was carrying garbage. Long Yufei re-sat down and looked at the state governor who was lying on the ground with a stupefied face, and coldly asked, "Speak up, why did you prevent me from entering the state house?" Could it be that the previous state governor was killed by you? I didn't kill it. The state governor looked back at Long Yufei and seemed to have accepted his fate as he coldly said, the previous state lord was a peak martial saint, so how could I, a small martial zun, kill him? Then why are you blocking me from entering the state capital? Long Yufei also knew that it was impossible for the state governor to kill the previous state lord and continued to ask. The state governor climbed up, moved a chair and sat down, and said indifferently, it's nothing much, it's just that I received benefits from a few major forces, so that their disciples would all advance in the Lanzhou Grand Competition and enter the Lanzhou Secret Realm for training. I didn't want to kill the state lord from the beginning to the end, I just wanted the state lord to come to the office a month later. When the Lanzhou Grand Competition is over, even if the state lord wants to punish me, it will only be to fine me for my salary or remove me from my official position, which is not worth mentioning compared to the benefits they gave. Did they also bribe the previous state lord? Long Yufei frowned slightly, her mind instantly thought of many possibilities, perhaps it was the previous state lord who did not accept their bribe and was eventually killed by them in a joint effort? That I don't know. The state governor shook his head and said indifferently, I've done what I should have done, and I've done what I shouldn't have done, but this has nothing to do with my family, so please spare my family. Long Yufei stared at the governor for a long time and asked, if it was just taking bribes to manipulate the Lanzhou Grand Competition, as you said, at most, you would be dismissed from your official position, and the crime would not be punishable by death. But you wanted to poison me, knowing that you would die no matter if you succeeded or not in doing so, why did you still go ahead and do it? The governor laughed up to the sky and asked rhetorically, has the state master ever heard that cutting off someone's wealth is like killing one's parents, and how can one not take revenge on one's parents? Long Yufei was silent, obviously unable to understand this kind of thinking, and after a few moments looked at those unconscious, or healing officials, and asked, are there any accomplices? Give a truthful account, or your crime may be mitigated. Accomplices? You mean these losers? The governor turned his head to look at the group of officials, his gaze lingered on his own butler for a moment longer, and mockingly said, a group of life-hungry losers, how can they achieve great things? Long Yufei stared at the governor for a moment, turned her head towards Chu Chen who was still digging for treasures, and shouted, AI cow meat, would it be alright to lend Auntie a truth talisman? Yes, Auntie Long. Chu Chen nodded, and after storing the formation base he had just dug out in his hand into his Sumeru ring, he took out a talisman and threw it over. A true word talisman? The governor's gaze condensed, then he shouted in a deep voice, the king has become the loser, since I've lost, it's just a death, what is there to fear? After saying that, he violently fished out a dagger from his pocket and stabbed at Long Yufei. Seek death. The old woman shouted angrily, and just as the holy sword was about to be swung, she saw a silhouette rushing up from the back. State lord be careful. As soon as the words fell, a long sword pierced through the back of the state governor's heart. The state governor looked down at the tip of the sword in his heart, his lips opened as if he wanted to say something, but only a mouthful of blood flowed out. The dagger in his hand fell and his body collapsed with a feeble thud, his eyes widened and his sight was on none other than the steward holding the long sword. What is your position? Long Yufei asked as she looked at the butler. Back to the state lord, old slave is the steward of the governor's residence. The butler knelt on the ground with a thud, but please be clear with the state lord, the old slave was not involved in poisoning the state lord. Long Yufei glanced at the butler and did not say anything more. Putting away the true speech talisman in his hand, he turned his head to look at the officials and said in a deep voice, this matter ends here, and this official does not want to continue to pursue it any further. The Lanzhou Grand Competition is about to begin. If this official finds out who dares to engage in any backroom maneuvering, don't blame this official for turning the tables. I will obey the state lord's command. All the officials responded in unison, their tone incomparably respectful. Long Yufei's gaze swept over all the officials one by one, but did not find any clues, and faintly said, all go down. Yes, state lord. The officials sighed in relief and turned to leave after rising with a salute. At this time, the butler looked at the governor's corpse and respectfully said, state lord, the governor is my lord no matter what, can you let me bury the governor's corpse? Aha! Long Yufei nodded, looked up at Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings, and asked, AI eat meat, AI cow meat, have you finished digging? Finished digging. The siblings darted in. Auntie Long, this casting god formation has so many formation-based treasures, this is rich. And it's all ancient treasures, it's very comfortable to put on your body. Looking at the siblings' excited appearance, Long Yufei smiled faintly, rubbed their little heads, got up and said, let's go to the state capital. Aha! The two siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, each hugged a formation-based treasure, their faces full of enjoyment. These ancient treasures seemed to contain some sort of special energy, and every time they hugged them, they would be very comfortable. Last time when Dad brought back two ancient treasures, they hugged them and slept for a while, and when they woke up, their strength became greater and their speed became faster, but those two ancient treasures were also ruined. This time when they dug out so many ancient treasures, they were overjoyed. When they were about to leave the banquet hall, Xu Xian and Xu Chen's siblings simultaneously turned back to look at the butler, but quickly turned their heads again and followed Long Yufei and the others to leave. The butler had been bowing at the waist, incomparably humble. When the crowd left, he straightened up and looked in the direction the crowd had left, revealing an intriguing look. He then looked down at the governor's corpse and spat out 2 words in a grim tone, waste. He then grabbed through the air, having scarlet true qi coalesce in his palm as a terrifying devouring force erupted, devouring the true qi within the governor's body. As the true qi was devoured, it began to devour the governor's flesh and blood. The governor's body became desiccated at a speed visible to the naked eye until it disappeared without a trace. Regarding all of this, Long Yufei and the others were naturally oblivious. However, she wasn't a fool either. The governor's explanation was too easy, and the fact that he suddenly attacked himself when he wanted to use the true word talisman, everything indicated that he still had something to hide. Just what exactly was he hiding that he would rather die than say it? There was also that butler. The timing of killing the governor was just right and somewhat bizarre. It was only that people were saving their own lives, although she didn't need that butler to come to her rescue. But it was hard to convince people to use the true word charm on him when they had just saved their own lives. Everyone had their own secrets, and no one wanted their secrets to be out in the open. If he forced himself to use the true speech talisman on the housekeeper, in the future, the officials of Lanzhou would be terrified, who would still be willing to work for him. If the officials were all vested, how would they manage Lanzhou in the future? Auntie Long, that housekeeper is a bit impenetrable to me. At this time, Xu Chen, who was holding the ancient treasure, suddenly pulled on Long Yufei's sleeve and said with his little head tilted up, I can't see through it either, but I don't like him. Xu Xian also frowned with a small frown, a trace of disgust appearing on her delicate little face. Long Yufei was a little surprised. It was the first time she saw this kind of expression on this little munchkin's face. Moreover, just after meeting the 2 little munchkins, they could tell that the governor had bad intentions, and it proved that they were not wrong. That housekeeper actually managed to make them unable to see through it. It's really not simple. Master, pay close attention to the housekeeper of the governor's residence in the future. Long Yufei whispered to the old crone. Aha! The old crone nodded and asked again, State Master, several powers want to send their disciples into the secret realm so much. Could it be that there are some treasures coming out of the secret realm? It's very likely. Long Yufei's brows furrowed slightly. Auntie Long, what is a secret realm? Xu Xian asked curiously. Xu Chen also cocked his little head, his fleshy little face filled with doubt. Long Yufei smiled and explained, in our Kyushu continent, there are countless secret realms, but the largest of them is under the control of the Kyushu Empire, and it is said to be the largest piece of the fragments that fell after the shattering of the ancient divine realm, and inside it hides countless heavenly treasures, and even ancient treasures. Ancient treasures? The 2 little munchkins' eyes immediately lit up. Aha! Long Yufei nodded and added, this secret realm restricts the age, only cultivators under the age of 20 can go in without experiencing the backlash of the secret realm's laws. However, if there is a secret method to keep one's age from being pried into by the secret realm laws, or if there is a magic treasure that can withstand the backlash of the secret realm laws, it is possible to go in even if one is over 20 years old. However, over the years, no treasure has been found that can resist the secret realm laws, nor is there any secret method that can isolate the prying eyes of the secret realm laws. However, even more treasures were ultimately limited. Moreover, if you were too weak, you wouldn't be able to guard the treasures, and you would be killed instead. Since the emergence of the secret realm, there are many strong people every day outside the secret realm, waiting to enter the secret realm of the young people in search of treasure will come out to kill and seize the treasure. That period of time, the whole of Kyushu every day in the bloody storm. Later on, the Empire of Kyushu took over one of the largest secret realms, laid down a magic formation to guard it, and appointed 9 state lords to be responsible for opening and closing the entrances to the formation. At the same time, the provisions of the secret realm every 5 years to open once, the central state competition selected 200 heavenly pride, the remaining 8 states through the competition each selected 100 heavenly pride, a total of 1,000 heavenly pride sent into the secret realm, for a period of 100 days of training. After the 100 days, they must leave through the teleportation array, otherwise they will be cleared by the laws of the secret realm and will surely die. Sister, why don't we go and participate in the competition as well? Xu Chen approached Xu Xian's ear and asked in a low voice. Xu Xian's eyes lit up, but quickly shook her head again. No, we still have to go save Mother. We can't waste time here. When Auntie Long opens the teleportation array for us, we'll leave. Alright. Xu Chen nodded. Compared to searching for the ancient treasures, it was still more important to save his mother. Hearing the conversation between the 2 munchkins, Long Yufei laughed. Actually, you guys can completely go to the competition. Because the Lanzhou's teleportation array cannot directly reach the central state, you still need to teleport to the fire state, and then activate the teleportation array from the fire state to the wasteland state, and you will have to pass through several states in the middle of the journey before you can finally reach the central state. I can open the teleportation array for you, but the other states are not familiar with you and will not necessarily open the teleportation array for you alone. And there are 9 entrances and exits in the secret realm, and among them is the one that leads directly to the central state. That's so. Chu Xian and Chu Chen looked at each other, turned their heads to Long Yufei, and said in unison, "Auntie Long, we want to participate in the competition." Aha! Long Yufei smiled faintly and rubbed the 2 little munchkins' little heads. The Lanzhou Grand Competition will begin in 2 more days, and the 3 top forces of Lanzhou and the State Lord's Mansion each have a spot in their hands to directly advance to the top 10. You guys can pick one out and enter the top 10 directly. The other one will have to start the competition from the beginning. After entering the top 10, you will all receive a secret realm map. The higher the ranking, the more complete the secret realm map is, and the easier it will be to find the entrance and exit to the central state. Thank you, Auntie Long. Chu Xian and Chu Chen thanked in unison. Chu Chen scratched his pilled head, his eyes darted around, and he came to Chu Xian's ear, asking in a small voice, "Sister, I think Auntie Long is quite good. Should I give father a word, so that he can marry Auntie Long back home to us as a little maiden as well? Let your father marry me?" Hearing this, Long Yufei couldn't help but roll her eyes, a little speechless towards this bare child. Is this the brain circuit a normal 3-year-old should have? Helping your own father to find a second wife? If your mother hears this, she will not die of anger? The female guards lowered their heads, stifled their laughter, and their pretty faces turned red. On the contrary, the old crone's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. If she could pull that mysterious strong man into the royal family, she might really be able to set up Long Yufei and that mysterious strong man when necessary. Marrying a man as a concubine and harvesting 3 super powerhouses was still quite cost-effective. Of course, this was just her own blind thoughts. How could the sister of the Emperor of the Kyushu Empire, Princess Yufei of the Kyushu Empire, be given to someone as a concubine? Little brat. Chu Xian slapped Chu Chen's little head, crossed her waist with one hand, and pointed at Chu Chen's little nose with the other hand and reprimanded, "We're going to save our mother, not to marry our father a maiden, or come out to look for a stepmother." Oh, got it. Chu Chen rubbed his own little head, a good boy appearance that admitted his mistake. The child is teachable. Chu Xian's delicate little face revealed an expression of satisfaction, touching Chu Chen's head with a pleased expression. These actions shouldn't have come from a 3-year-old child, and were obviously learned from their daddy during the week. After arriving at the state capital, after Long Yufei arranged a residence for the siblings, she had the female guards go out and hunt dozens of demonic beasts and bring them back, handing them over to Chu Chen. This was what Long Yufei had promised before, so naturally she had to do what she said she would do, and could not break her trust, much less break her trust in 2 3-year-olds. 2 days later, the Lanzhou Grand Competition began. The 2 siblings dueled through rock-paper-scissors, and in the end, the older sister, Chu Xian, was superior and got the quota for the top 10 in Long Yufei's hands, while the younger brother, Chu Chen, went to participate in the Lanzhou Grand Competition. However, the sister who got the quota had an unhappy face, while the younger brother who didn't get the quota was full of excitement, which made Long Yufei speechless. Lanzhou State had 9 main cities in addition to Lanzhou City, and each of these 10 cities had a competition area, and 10 heavenly prides were selected from each competition area, and ultimately gathered in Lanzhou City to compete for the top 10 in Lanzhou State. The competition is divided into elimination rounds and challenge rounds. The rules are also very simple. The players draw lots to determine their opponents, the winner advances, the loser is eliminated. There were 10 rings in each region at the same time, and the final winner of each ring was the final region's top 10. After the elimination rounds, there will be a challenge round. If the loser is not convinced, he can go on stage to challenge the top 10, and after winning, he will directly replace the challenged person to enter the top 10. This is because by drawing lots to group up and draw lots to determine the opponents, there is a possibility of encountering the strongest against the strongest in advance, resulting in the strongest being eliminated and the weakest advancing in other rings. And this challenge match was a chance for these unlucky strongmen to turn the tables. After the challenge tournament ended, the top 10 in the 10 regions gathered in Lanzhou City, and they could all enter the secret realm. Therefore, they could choose to give up competing for the top 10 in Lanzhou, or they could continue with the elimination tournament, and after competing for the top 10, they would enter the challenge tournament to establish the final ranking of the top 10 in Lanzhou. The top 10 of Lanzhou would obtain a map of the secret territory, and the higher the ranking, the more complete the map. Although there are great opportunities hidden within the secret realm, there are also many dangers. There were many opportunities. Having the map naturally gave them an innate advantage, so generally, they would all go and compete for the top 10 in Lanzhou. Lanzhou City Martial Arts Stadium, tens of thousands of cultivators gathered here. Some are the pride of the competition, some come to bet on the winners and losers of the gamblers, some are ready to participate in the next Lanzhou Grand Competition in advance to observe the battle of the teenagers, and some are purely to see the audience. The match had yet to begin, and the scene was lively and noisy. Shu Chen was assigned to the first ring, sitting in the waiting area looking left and right, looking exceptionally excited. This was much more crowded than Boulder Village. He had never seen so many people gathered together. It was really too spectacular. A few moments later, a female guard flew up to the ring, and with a wave of her jade hand, hundreds of tokens broke through the air and landed precisely in the hands of every participant in the waiting area, and then opened her mouth to speak about the rules and then said, "All of your tokens have a number on them, and those with the same number will be opponents. Now, please ask the two contestants who have gotten token number 1 to come onto the field." As soon as the words fell, two teenagers flew onto the ring and started a great battle. The two teenagers were 15 or 16 years old, with the strength of a martial king, and were considered good little geniuses. However, Shu Chen lost interest after just a glance. Too weak, not as powerful as the 20 to 30 green wolves that he had eaten. Shu Chen looked at his token, it was number 9, and it looked like he would have to wait for a while. A small, fleshy hand held a fleshy double chin, and the other small hand took out a milk bottle with bubbling qi, and drank it while looking at the match in the ring in a bored manner. "It's cold." The surrounding battle preparers all shivered, first looking up strangely at the dazzling sunlight in the sky, then following that gloomy aura, they all froze upon seeing Shu Chen. "Wow, you see, this little brother who was still drinking milk actually came to participate in the competition? Is there any mistake, letting him come to the competition at such a young age?" Yes, although the Lanzhou Grand Competition prohibits intentional killing, but swords have no eyes, it is inevitable that there will be deaths and injuries. He is still so small, I'm really afraid that a sword will go down and people will be lost. The surrounding contestants originally wanted to look for the source of that gloomy aura, but after seeing Shu Chen they were completely attracted by his tiny body. They couldn't figure out how a 3-year-old little tyke could come to participate in the Lanzhou Grand Competition. Even if they passed the competition, wouldn't they still go to their deaths by entering the secret realm? The secret realm wasn't like the grand competition, the demonic beasts, ferocious beasts, and the heavenly prides of other states, and there wouldn't show any mercy. Even the pride of this state would most likely fight against their companions, and the dangers were numerous. Of course, all of this was what their elders had told them, not what they had personally experienced. Shu Chen was not annoyed either, handing the milk bottle in his hand forward, an innocent smile appearing on his fleshy little face. "Drinking beast milk now? It's very tasty." Hiss, so cold. The crowd shuddered in unison, looking at the gloomy coldness that constantly wafted out from the milk bottle, and only then were they shocked to realize that that gloomy coldness had come from this little milk baby's milk bottle. And at this time, the match in the ring went on pair after pair. Finally, please ask the contestant who has gotten the 9th token to mount the ring and prepare for the match. The female guard's voice rang out from the ring. "It's my turn." Shu Chen was overjoyed, storing the milk bottle into his sumeru ring. He leapt and landed on top of the ring with a rumble, the ground shaking violently. What strong physical strength. The crowd looked at each other in horror. They had never seen any human pride with such a terrifying physical body, not to mention a 3-year-old little baby. This was afraid that it wasn't a ferocious beast that had changed, right? The female guard naturally recognized Shu Chen and winked at him before turning around and leaving. After its departure, Shu Chen realized that the scene inside the ring had changed drastically. From the outside, the ring was only about 10 feet, but after the match started, the space inside seemed boundless. However, this was normal. After all, many of the teenage heavenly prides were martial zones, or even martial zones, and a 10-foot ring was not enough for them to play. This space barrier seems to be very strong, that Granny couldn't even break it. But it doesn't matter, I have a spatial talisman that can pass the flesh out. Shu Chen sensed the situation of this inner space and muttered with his small mouth. "It's you, the bear child who roasted my pet beast." At this moment, the voice of his opponent rang out from the front. Coldness, anger, hatred, killing intent, and other negative emotions spewed forth. "Roast your favorite beast?" Shu Chen's fleshy little face was filled with doubt as he stared at the person again and again. It was very feminine looking, but his eyes were as ferocious as a wolf's as he stared at himself. Shu Chen cocked his head and thought carefully, then suddenly came to a sudden realization and clapped his fleshy little hands, shouting, "Ah, I remember, you're the guy called what's his name Blood Wolf, aren't you? This is bringing me roasted meat again? This time, I will definitely make you pay the price," the man said in a gloomy tone. Although the inner space of the ring was boundless, it was only 10 feet in size from the outside, and the sound in the ring could be clearly transmitted out, and the sound outside the ring could also be transmitted into the ring space. Hearing the man's words, the scene instantly became lively. The Blood Wolf of the 10,000 Beasts sect? That's the 10,000 Beasts sect's heavenly pride second only to the Black Tiger. He knows this little milquetoast? Listening to the conversation between the two, he seems to have suffered a big loss at the hands of that 3-year-old little milkmaid. Blood Wolf's reputation in Lanzhou was very high, even higher than the 10,000 Beasts sect's #1 heavenly pride, Black Tiger. After all, Black Tiger was basically in cultivation all year round, while Blood Wolf often went out on missions. However, the vast majority of people had only heard of Blood Wolf's fame and did not recognize Blood Wolf himself. This was because many times only the wolves were seen, not the Blood Wolf. Shu Chen stared at the man carefully, turned his head to the judge's area, and asked, "He looks so ugly, he should be over 20 years old, right? Can he also compete? He is currently 18 years old and meets the entry conditions." A judge from the 10,000 Beasts sect frowned and said, "The judges for each division of the Lanzhou Grand Competition were all from the 3 top powers and the State Lord's Mansion. The judge from the Lanzhou City State Lord's Mansion was State Lord Long Yufei himself." Shu Chen ignored the 10,000 Beasts sect's referee and just waited for Long Yufei's reply. He only trusted Long Yufei. When the referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect saw this, his old face darkened. "This bare child is provoking my majesty as a referee." Long Yufei nodded and smiled. He is indeed under 20 years old. Although the Blood Wolves were involved in intercepting her, after all, only a group of Blood Wolves appeared, and it was impossible for her to convict the Blood Wolves on that basis. Even the moment she arrived at the State Lord's Mansion, the 10,000 Beasts sect had already announced that they had expelled the Green Snake Elder from the 10,000 Beasts sect, allowing her to not even have a chance to take her anger out on the 10,000 Beasts sect. Now that she had just arrived at the State Lord's Mansion, she had not yet gained a firm foothold, so it would be inappropriate for her to tear her face off with the top forces of Lanzhou for the time being. Skin, which would be unfavorable to her investigation of the truth. Only then did Shu Chen turn his head to look at Blood Wolf and muttered, "Looking this ugly, he shouldn't be over 20 years old." His voice wasn't small, and the people in the neighborhood heard him. All of them were speechless. What does being ugly have to do with being 20 years old or not? Go brother, beat that ugly monster hard. In the observation area, Zhu Xian jumped and waved her small hand, shouting loudly, "Okay, sister." Shu Chen nodded to his sister. The Blood Wolf's eyelids jumped straight up. "I'm just fucking anxious looking, where is it ugly? Damned bear child, today I will avenge those blood wolves that you have drawn and roasted to eat." He shouted angrily, his hands quickly pinched hand seals, and a blood-red hexagram emerged from beneath his feet. Ow! The mournful sound of wolves howling resounded through the scene, and then 6 huge wolves with a body size of 2 feet long and silver in color drilled out from the 6 main star, roaring up to the sky. These 6 silver wolves, with an aura similar to those green wolves whose blood transformation was completed before him, had obviously reached the realm of martial zone. If they completed their blood transformation, I was afraid that they would be able to reach the martial zone realm. Worthy of being the second pride of the 10,000 Beasts sect, to have 6 5th-ranked demonic beasts, that's equivalent to 6 martial zones. I've heard that Blood Wolf has a great skill that allows him to bloodify his pet beasts, and after bloodification, he can directly elevate his pet beasts by 1 rank. Directly raise 1 rank? Then wouldn't you have 6 6th-ranked demonic beasts after the blood transformation? Equivalent to 6 martial exalts? Hiss. Then how can we still fight him? We can just admit defeat when we meet him. The second pride of the 10,000 Beasts sect is already this powerful. How terrifying is the first pride of the 10,000 Beasts sect, Black Tiger? There was a lot of talk and marveling at the scene. Hearing these voices, the faces of the disciples from the 10,000 Beasts sect who had come to watch the battle revealed a look of pride and pride. I didn't expect that the Blood Wolf already possessed a 5th-ranked demonic beast as a pet beast. The future is unlimited. Congratulations Elder Panther, the 10,000 Beasts sect will surely add another sacred-level beast master in the future. The judges from the Bastard Sword sect and the Demon Blade sect congratulated the judges from the 10,000 Beasts sect. The matter of the last interception of the State Lord, where all of the Blood Wolf's favored beasts were killed by a mysterious powerhouse, was not a secret among the 3 top powers. It was just unexpected that in just 7 days, the Blood Wolf had contracted 6 more 5th-ranked demonic beasts, which was much more powerful than the dozens of 4th-ranked demonic beasts from before. A fluke, just a fluke. The referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect stroked his beard and laughed out loud. Long Yufei looked at the referees of the 3 top powers and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. Wow! Meat, brother, I want to eat meat. In the viewing gallery, Zhu Xian saw those 6 giant wolves, but she cheered and drooled. Okay, sister. Shu Chen nodded heavily, and with a wave of his hand, he sent the barbecue grill, iron pot, and whatnot, all in front of Zhu Xian, saying, "Sister, raise the fire." Good. Zhu Xian nodded her head repeatedly, although she did not have the barbecuing skills like Shu Chen, but there was still no problem if she just did some preparation work. What are these 2 little tykes up to? The crowd was filled with bewilderment. Damned bear children, times are different now, how dare you still belittle and humiliate me like this? The Blood Wolf was furious, his hands quickly pinched hand seals, and all of a sudden, the sky was covered with dark clouds, blocking the hot sunlight, and the entire scene was plunged into darkness. In the next moment, a round, blood-colored full moon slowly rose from within the darkness, plunging the scene into a dim, blood-colored glow. Ow! The 6 silver giant wolves let out a sky-shattering wolf howl at the blood-colored full moon, and then they saw strands of blood-colored light dropping down and disappearing into the 6 silver giant wolves. This is the blood wolf's stance, blood transformation. I didn't expect him to cast it right off the bat. The scene was in awe. After blood transformation it can be a 6th-ranked demonic beast, comparable to a martial exalt. The best way is to kill them all before their blood transformation is complete. Or, find where the blood wolf is and defeat him. The crowd whispered through the dim red light as they looked at the 6 silver-colored giant wolves that were gradually turning blood red. Brother, wait for them to bloodden, the meat is even better after bloodening. At this moment, Chu Xin, who was in the process of raising the fire next to the viewing gallery, loudly reminded. Got it. Within the dim blood-colored light, Chu Chen nodded heavily. With the experience from last time, he naturally knew that the meat after blood transformation was even more delicious than before blood transformation. Therefore, in the face of the 6-headed silver wolf's blood transformation, he did not stop it. Do these 2 little tits even know what the blood transformation of a blood wolf means? Now is the best time to attack. Killing them while the blood transformation is complete is the best choice. Or, go attack the blood wolves themselves while the pack is blooding. A little tyke is a little tyke after all, not even having basic combat experience. When the crowd saw that Chu Chen didn't take advantage of the opportunity to attack, but instead took out a milk bottle and leisurely drank milk, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Come to think of it, what kind of combat experience could a 3-year-old little tyke have? It's just that I don't know whose parents could bear to let a 3-year-old little milk baby to participate in the Lansao Grand competition. It's too inhuman. Little milkmaid, hurry up and fight them, otherwise you won't be able to win when their blood transformation is complete. Someone kindly reminded. After all, such a dull and cute little milky baby, no one would want to watch him get eaten by a bunch of them. Chu Chen sniffed and turned his head to look at the person who kindly reminded him. It was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. He immediately grinned and said in a milky voice, Big sister, you're a good person. I'll treat you to a drink of beast milk later. It's very good. But you can't kill them in advance. You have to wait until they all turn into big red dogs. The meat will be delicious. Right, later I'll treat you to roast meat. It's delicious. The girl was a little speechless and rolled her eyes. I'm not a little baby. What kind of beast milk do I drink? Roasted meat? Rather, you can taste it. Ow. At this time, the 6 giant wolves' blood transformation was completed. Their entire body became blood red. Even their pair of ferocious wolf eyes turned blood red. Their violent aura made everyone close to the ring unable to hold back the chills all over their bodies. 6 6th-ranked demonic beasts that were comparable to a martial zune, although they were all just at the beginning of their martial zune's strength, even a mid-martial zune would have a hard time pleasing them. Little milkmaid, admit defeat. Someone advised. The blood transformation had already been completed, and in their opinion, the little milk child who was still drinking the beast's milk didn't have any chance of winning at all, and would surely die if he continued to fight. Damned bear child, I'm going to let my blood wolf bite off your limbs and make you a cripple for the rest of your life. Under the dim blood-colored light, the blood wolf's face was incomparably hideous, and his eyes flashed with rich killing intent. Just because of this bear child, his 30 green wolves were lost, and he was also reprimanded by his master. Right now, he still didn't know that his master was dead. Hearing these words, the crowd all shuddered. What kind of deep hatred was this to be able to have such a vicious heart towards a 3-year-old little milk child? However, Chu Chen, who was the person in question, didn't care at all, storing the milk bottle in his hand into his sumeru ring, and his excited milk voice sounded, It's finally turned red, so it's ready to be slaughtered. After saying that, his small body leapt, and actually directly smashed down towards the 6-headed blood wolf. With a loud boom, the ground shook violently, and the 6 blood wolves were all shaken back by the powerful force. The blood wolf was hidden in the darkness, quickly pinching hand seals. Under the dim blood-colored light it was impossible to see his silhouette. Ow! Accompanied by the sound of wolves howling, the 6 blood-colored giant wolves split into 6 directions, surrounding Chu Chen in the middle. A blood-colored energy ball coalesced in their mouths, but they did not launch an attack on Chu Chen. Instead, they lowered their heads and spat out towards the ground. Buzz! As the 6 blood-colored energy balls did not enter the ground, a blood-colored pattern spread rapidly, forming a spell formation in an instant. A blood-colored chain drilled out from the spell formation, entangling Chu Chen, who was located in the middle of the spell formation. Bear child, in my blood wolf locking god formation, the true chi in your body cannot be mobilized, and you cannot even move your body, so obediently accept the blood wolf's kiss. Ha 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 ha. The blood wolf's rampant laughter came from within the darkness, and at this moment, Chu Chen had already been tied into a dumpling by a blood-colored chain. Finished? That little tyke is finished. Seeing this scene, everyone secretly shook their heads. AI. It's really not right to bully the little one with the big one. Shame, shame. The referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect sighed slightly, but the smile on his face was wide. Their line of sight was naturally not affected by the blood curtain, and they could clearly see everything that was happening in the ring. The referees of the other two top-tier powers looked in unison at Long Yufei, who was sitting in the main seat, wanting to see what her reaction was. Everyone knew that those two bear children were brought by Long Yufei, but to their disappointment, Long Yufei's face did not change in any way and still wore a faint smile. State Lord isn't worried about that kid? The referee of the Bastard Sword sect asked suspiciously. Long Yufei said indifferently, this official is wondering if that little guy will share some roasted meat for me. Split the roasted meat? Hearing these inexplicable words, the judges of the Bastard Sword sect and the Demon Blade sect were both filled with doubt. Little girl, your brother is bound, aren't you worried? In the viewing area, a spectator curiously inquired about Chu Xin. However, he saw that Chu Xin didn't even lift her head, still tinkering with building a fire, her small mouth muttering, I have to hurry up and build a fire, later on, I have to give the scarlet big dog a cramp, so I'm busy. The surrounding spectators looked at each other speechless. Ouch! Scarlet wind blades condensed from the mouths of the 6 scarlet giant wolves and attacked towards Chu Chen, who was tied up into a dumpling. Just when everyone thought that the battle was over, the blood-colored chains that were trapping Chu Chen suddenly all shattered. With a rumbling sound, Chu Chen's tiny body leapt, dodging the 6 blood-colored wind blades before falling down in the direction of one of the blood-colored giant wolves. The fleshy little hand clenched its fist and smashed fiercely towards the head of that blood-colored giant wolf. Hiss! This little tyke actually broke free of his chains in an instant, such strong physical strength. But why did he attack the head of the giant wolf? That's the hardest part of the giant wolf's body. Yes, how good to attack the waist, after all, he's still inexperienced. Although everyone was shocked at Chu Chen's physical strength, when they saw where Chu Chen attacked, they couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. Boom! The fleshy little fist ruthlessly smashed into the head of that blood-colored giant wolf. At that instant, there was a faint divine symbol light flickering. Only a click was heard as the giant wolf's skull instantly shattered, and the violent force even blasted the giant wolf's huge body out more than 100 feet before it came to a stop, motionless. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This little baby actually smashed a 6th-order demonic beast to death with one punch? And it was also an attack on the giant wolf's hardest head. Seeing that the giant wolf's head was deeply sunken, this punch had obviously directly smashed its skull. What terrifying power! The crowd looked at each other in horror. They didn't feel any fluctuation of true chi, and it was obvious that the little tyke had bludgeoned it to death entirely with the power of his physical body. To physically kill a 6th-ranked demonic beast that was comparable to a martial Zune, this little milkmaid was definitely a ferocious beast. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear as they looked at Chu Chen, and they no longer had the slightest intention of underestimating him. Chu Chen arrived in an instant and threw out a space talisman. The power of space rippled and condensed a space door next to him. Then his meaty little hands grabbed the tail of the giant wolf and threw it in. Sister, over to you. His milky voice rang out. At the same time, a spatial door appeared beside Chu Xin, and the giant wolf corpse teleported out of it. Alright, Chu Xin cheered. A short knife appeared in his hand, and on the spot, he began to open the giant wolf's intestines. The crowd was speechless. These two little tykes really intend to roast meat here, ah? Bear child, you seek death. The blood wolf hidden in the darkness roared angrily, then the remaining 5 blood-colored giant wolves roared up to the sky, terrifying energy fluctuations rippled out, and the blood-colored moonlight seemed to be pulled by this energy, drifting towards the 5 blood-colored giant wolves at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In the next moment, 5 blood-colored storms that connected heaven and earth rose up, surrounding Chu Chen in the middle. The storms rotated, the terrifying suction pulling each other to keep moving towards the center. Chu Chen, who was located at the center of the 5 storms, could feel 5 streams of tearing force from different directions, constantly pulling his body in 5 different directions. And as the 5 storms got closer and closer, the 5 tearing forces also got stronger and stronger. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long been torn apart by these 5 tearing forces. Even if a mid-martial Zune cultivator was in the center of these 5 storms, it would be very difficult for him to escape from the sky. The crowd watching the battle outside the ring also sighed, worthy of being the second genius of the 10,000 Beasts sect. His strength was really strong. Even if that little baby was surprised and smashed a 6th-order demonic beast to death with a single punch, in the face of the terrifying storms that connected heaven and earth, his brute strength was simply useless. That was just an accident just now is the blood wolf's true strength. Seeing this move, the referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect also stroked his beard with satisfaction, a hint of a smile finally appearing on his gloomy face. This move is indeed very strong. It's hard to meet an opponent in the same realm. The referees from the Devil Blade sect and the Bastard Sword sect also nodded their heads in praise. However, when the 3 of them turned their heads to look at Long Yufei, they found that she didn't even bother to pay attention to the battle within the ring space, but instead looked towards Chu Xin, who was in the process of opening up the intestines of the scarlet-colored giant wolf in the spectator area, and laughed. I haven't eaten any roasted meat in 2 days, so I'm really craving for it. Do the 3 elders want to try it? That little guy's roasted meat is delicious. Humph. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect. His face was a bit grim, and he coldly snorted without speaking. The state lord is joking, we are not interested in roasted meat. The referees of the Bastard Sword sect and the Demon Blade sect said with 2 dry smiles. Now that the 3 top forces were in the same breath, even if they were interested, they couldn't eat it. That would be a pity. Long Yufei was a bit regretful, but her face wore a faint smile. Right now, even if she couldn't do anything to the 3 top powers, it was quite good to watch them suffer. From start to finish, she had never worried about the issue of Chu Chen losing. Just kidding, the Demon Blade sect elder in the middle martial saint stage had been beaten up by him. A mere 5 demonic beasts in the early martial Zune stage could do nothing to that little guy? The referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect turned his head to look at the ring, coldness flickering in his eyes. I hope you'll still be so calm when that bear child is torn to pieces later. Although the ring was covered by a curtain of blood and was a dark red, it couldn't block their line of sight. Chu Chen, who was at the center of the 5 storms, had a calm face at the moment, curiously surveying the storm that was constantly approaching him, and then a stack of talisman seals appeared out of thin air in his hand, and snapped and continuously pasted them onto his body. In an instant, his body was covered with talisman seals, even his head and face were covered with talisman seals, only his 2 big black eyes were exposed. Looking from afar, one could only see the densely packed talisman seals, and no silhouettes could be seen. What is he doing? Everyone was dumbfounded by his maneuver. Could this little tyke be from some top runic seal power? But Lancao hasn't heard of any rune seal power that has the underpinnings to allow him to squander rune seals like this. The crowd was filled with bewilderment and doubt. At this moment, Chu Chen, who was covered in talisman seals, lifted up a pair of small meaty legs covered in talisman seals, and walked towards the storm in front of him with a 6-fold pace, strutting his stuff. The storm hissed, and the terrifying tearing force caused the surrounding space to change shape. However, when it approached Chu Chen, it strangely circled around. The storm that looked as if it contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth could not affect him in the slightest. In a moment's effort, he passed through the storm unharmed, and the talisman seals on his body were turned into flying dust in an instant. Those talisman seals on his body, could it be that they are all wind-stabilizing talismans? Definitely, only wind-fixing talismans can ignore such a storm, and they are also very high-grade wind-fixing talismans. Plastered all over the body, I'm afraid there are hundreds of talisman seals. This is too extravagant, isn't it? Talisman seals were one-time consumables, and not only were they expensive, they were often priced out of the market. How many cultivators have sought for a talisman seal without being able to get one? But this little baby is good, sticking talisman seals all over his body as if they were waste paper. Really, a person can be more angry than a person. Ah, damn bear child. The blood wolf, who was hidden in the darkness, watched Chu Chen pass through the storm unharmed, and gritted his teeth in anger. Just as he was about to pinch his hand seals and drive the 5 blood-colored giant wolves to continue attacking, Chu Chen leaped and rose up in the air once again, landing in front of a blood-colored giant wolf, waving his fleshy little fists, and smashing its skull with a single punch. Afterwards, he nimbly threw out a space talisman and threw the corpse of the blood-colored giant wolf into the space gate. Sister, here we go again. A milky voice came out from the inner space of the ring. All right. Chu Xian answered and began to handle it nimbly again. It was only at this time that the crowd realized that she had already finished handling the giant wolf from before, and the meat had already been placed on the grill. This was quite fast, and it was clear that she was a veteran. Blood wolf fusion. The blood wolf's grim voice resounded once again in the ring space. Then they saw the remaining 4 blood-colored giant wolves rise up into the air and rush towards each other. And beneath their feet, a blood-colored spell formation rose. Under the pull of the spell formation, the 4 blood-colored giant wolves unexpectedly began to merge with each other. Don't! Chu Chen shouted, his fleshy little hand transformed into a palm blade and slashed out violently. A terrifying saber aura broke through the air, and a domineering saber intent swept out, and all the saber cultivators outside the ring felt their sabers trembling. They hurriedly pacified them with their true chi before silencing them. What a terrifying blade intent! Everyone was filled with horror. Where on earth did this little tyke come from? His physical body was ridiculously strong, his talismanic seals were ridiculously numerous, and only now did he realize that his saber Dao cultivation was even more ridiculously strong. It was simply outrageous from head to toe, from the inside out. Rumble! The blade arrived instantly and chopped on top of that blood-colored spell formation. A shocking sound came out and the spell formation instantly shattered. The 4 blood-colored wolves that were in the process of fusing suffered a backlash and wailed, falling from the air. Shu Chen was afraid that the blood wolves would engage in some tricks again, dodged and arrived, punched one by one, and blasted all 4 unresisting blood-colored wolves to death, and then used a spatial talisman to teleport all of them out of the ring space before patting his small chest with his meaty little hands, muttering with a grateful face, "Luckily, I reacted quickly, or else the 4 heads of meat would have turned into a head of meat." Hearing this, the blood wolf hidden in the shadows almost stormed out once again, but the pet beasts were all killed off, so he didn't dare to go up and fight that little monster himself. Shu Chen turned his head to look at the blood wolf hidden in the shadows. In fact, he had always known that he was hiding there, but did not go up. Instead, he asked with an expectant face, "Do you still have any big dogs? Come with more." Put. Hearing this, the blood wolf couldn't hold back any longer and spewed out a mouthful of blood, falling on his back and fainting on the spot, and the blood curtain slowly dissipated. Hey, you don't faint do you still have a big dog in the end You first release the big dog before you faint Shu Chen rushed over with an anxious face. Last time this guy had 20 or 30 heads this time only 6 heads. How is it enough to eat Everyone outside the ring was taken aback, and thought that the little tyke was going to take advantage of the opportunity to kill, which is clearly prohibited Although the ring above the sword, but if a party loses combat power, it must stop attacking, if continue to kill, is to be abolished cultivation. The eyes of the referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect narrowed slightly, his body's true chi bulging, ready to kill into the ring space and abolish that bear child's cultivation. The referees of the Bastard Sword sect and the Demon Blade sect also had their gazes intentionally or unintentionally falling on Long Yufei, ready to make a move to stop her from saving that bear child. The sudden appearance of a bear child beside the state lord who could easily defeat the blood wolf was not a good thing for the 3 top powers. If they could take this opportunity to nullify him, it was something that the 3 major forces would be happy to see. Long Yufei's complexion didn't fluctuate, that little guy wouldn't be able to kill anyone, and she had no worries about this point. She was just curious, what did that little guy run off to do? In the entire scene, only her sister Chu Xan didn't pay attention to this matter. She still had 5 giant wolves to deal with. She was very busy. How could she have time to care about what was happening in the ring space? Under the attention of all the people, Shu Chen appeared beside the blood wolf, took out a pill from the Sumeru ring and poured it into the blood wolf's mouth, and a few moments later he saw the blood wolf slowly open its eyes and wake up. That little tyke actually saved the blood wolf from waking up? It's still a little kid after all, how kind. Seeing this scene, everyone froze, including the referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect, who had already stood up and was ready to kill into the ring space and waste Shu Chen. He was also a bit incredulous. He had seen countless Lanzhou Grand competitions, had seen countless instances of deceit, but he had never seen a person run to save his opponent before the match had even been declared over. If this kind of thing happened to a teenager, the crowd would only curse his stupidity. But when it happened to a 3-year-old little tyke, everyone was touched by his innocence and kindness. When he saw Shu Chen, the blood wolf was startled, and violently rolled over and got up, moving away from it, taking up a defensive position, and then realizing that his injuries seemed to be healed, he reacted to the fact that it was Shu Chen who had saved him, and his complexion was filled with complexity. Speaking of which, the two were considered enemies. Being saved by his own enemy, his heart did not know what it felt like. Shu Chen, however, didn't have that many thoughts, as he said with an excited expression, "You finally woke up. Quick, let's continue." Continue? The blood wolf froze for a moment. This bear child spent elixirs to save himself from waking up just to continue fighting? This bear child's brain was sick, right? Speechless, blood wolf shook his head and said, "I'm not fighting anymore." The favored beasts had all been killed, so there was still no point in fighting. It was hard to let himself, a weak beast master, go and fight this bear child with his fists and feet. That won't do. Shu Chen became anxious and urged, "Quickly release all your big dogs." Big dogs? It was a favored beast, right? The blood wolf shook his head after freezing for a moment. "There are none left." Nothing? Shu Chen was dumbfounded and shook his head repeatedly, saying with a face full of disbelief, "I don't believe it. Last time you had 20 to 30 heads. How could there be only 6 heads this time? 6 heads are not enough for us to eat." Not enough to eat? The blood wolf froze. He seemed to understand something. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Shu Chen, asking incredulously, "You woke me up just to let me summon more pet beasts for you to kill and eat? Right, hurry up, don't ink. Come as many as you can. My sister and I are both very good at eating." Shu Chen nodded his head as a matter of course. Poof. The blood wolf was so angry that his face turned red, and in the next moment violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and once again fell on his back. Hey, you're not going to faint again, are you? Shu Chen arrived in an instant, probing his small head to look at the blood wolf who was lying on the ground, his chest rising and falling dramatically, his eyes indignant. He suddenly sighed in relief. Fortunately, I didn't faint, or else I would have to waste another elixir." After saying that, but a talisman seal suddenly appeared on his fleshy little hand, and snapped it onto blood wolf's head. "Do you still have a big dog?" Chu Chen asked with an expectant face. No. The blood wolf's eyes were dull, but his lips subconsciously said two words. No? Chu Chen frowned with a small frown, then asked, right, it seems to be called a favored beast? Do you still have any favored beasts? The more the better. None. The blood wolf still emotionlessly spat out two words. Then it seems that there really aren't any. Chu Chen scratched his pilled head, his fleshy little face filled with disappointment. With a wave of his fleshy little hand, the talisman seal detached from the blood wolf's head and automatically turned into ashes in the air. The talisman seals were all one-time consumables and would disappear after use. Although the blood wolf's body was not under his control just now, he was conscious and naturally understood what had happened. He rolled over and sat up, pointing at Chu Chen and roaring, "Bear child, how dare you humiliate me like this? Pooh!" After roaring, he once again sprayed a large mouthful of blood, and fell down on his young face again, passing out. I told you earlier that you don't have a favored beast, causing me to waste an elixir and a true speech talisman for nothing. What an abomination. Chu Chen waved his meaty little fist at the unconscious blood wolf, his fleshy little face full of displeasure. The crowd outside the ring were all filled with speechlessness, originally thinking that this guy was so innocent and kind that he would even save his own opponent. Unexpectedly, saving someone's life was just to let the other party summon more pet beasts for him to kill and eat. This an innocent and kind completely does not match simply is a complete bear child, terrible little devil. As expected, you can never guess the thoughts of a bear child. Humph. The referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect let out a cold snort, his face grim as he sat back in his seat again. Although that bear child's behavior was truly abominable, it didn't violate the rules of the competition, so he couldn't do anything. The referees of the Bastard Sword sect and the Demon Blade sect looked at each other, both praying that the disciples of their sects would never encounter that bear child. A female guard looked back and saw Long Yufei nodding slightly before stepping onto the ring, closing the ring space with a wave of her hand and announcing, the 9th match of the first round of the first ring in Lanshouse City, AI Cow Meat from Roasted Meat Village wins. Roasted Meat Village? AI Cow Meat? Anyone who heard that name knew that it was fake, but it fit quite well with that bear child. Chu Chen tilted his head and looked at the female guard and said with a smile, Auntie, come and eat roasted meat later. Oh, good. The female escort nodded, her face full of smiles. Brother, come and roast meat, I'm hungry. At this time, Chu Xian's milky voice rang out. Okay sister, I'm coming. Chu Chen answered, leapt and landed in front of the grill, and skillfully began to roast the meat on the spot. As for the unconscious blood wolf, there were disciples from the 10,000 Beast sect to carry it away. The referee of the 10,000 Beast sect and the elders leading the team were all full of gloom. The blood wolf was the second pride of the 10,000 Beast sect, and was completely capable of killing his way into the top 10 without any accidents, but he never thought that he would encounter such a bearish child, which would make him unable to enter the top 100, and naturally, he would also lose the qualification to enter the secret realm. The evil bear child. The 10,000 Beast sect, from the elders down to the ordinary disciples, all looked viciously at Chu Chen. But when they saw that Chu Chen was concentrating on roasting the blood wolf's favored beast, their blood pressure even soared, and they almost stormed out on the spot. The competition was still continuing, although these contestants were all fighting hard and blossoming their strength to the fullest, hoping to attract the attention of the major powers, so that they could worship among these major powers. This was the purpose of the vast majority of ordinary teenagers who came to participate in the Lanshouse Grand competition. They thought that they were not qualified to enter the secret realm, but if they could attract the attention of the major powers and be taken under their tutelage, they would naturally have a promising future. But right now, no matter if it was those people from the big powers or the ordinary spectators, almost everyone couldn't raise their interest in watching the battle. The strength of these people was too far from Ika Flesh and Blood Wolf, and they looked uninteresting. Everyone frequently cast their eyes on the roasted meat sibling duo. The older sister skinned the giant wolf and opened the intestines with skillful movements. The younger brother's actions of cutting off the meat, turning it over and roasting it, and serving it with ingredients were equally skillful. With the constant turning and roasting, the smell of the meat wafted out, and the people nearby couldn't help but sniff their noses, their mouths watering. It smells so good. I want to eat it. These two little tits are so skilled at roasting meat. The crowd was filled with awe. Although these siblings were only 3 years old, this roasting skill was afraid to be almost at the level of 2 years or more. Their parents were also strange, specializing in teaching their children to roast meat, but this was quite good, at least they wouldn't starve. Brother, are you done? I'm done. Chu Xian finished handling the last head of roasted meat, washed her hands and took out a tray from her sumaru ring, came to the roasted meat rack and asked impatiently, "These are ready to eat." Chu Chen pointed to the meat that was roasted at the very beginning, which had already been transferred to the other side of the grill without fire by him. Great! Chu Xian took a few large chunks of meat and placed them on the tray, and with a pair of short legs, she nimbly ran towards the referee's area, and while running, she cheerfully said, "Auntie Lon, eat the roasted meat." As the last word fell, her tiny body had already appeared in front of Long Yufei, her two small snow-white hands holding the tray high. Thanks. Long Yufei rubbed Chu Exayan's little head and took the tray, placing it on the coffee table in front of herself. Auntie Long, call me if you still want to eat afterward. After Chu Exayan finished speaking, she ran back again with a pair of short legs and gave some roasted meat to those female guards on the scene. Long Yufei turned her head to look at the judges of the three top powers and said with a smile, "Three of you, taste it? It's delicious." The referee of the 10,000 Beast sect's face was grim, but he couldn't get mad, he just snorted coldly and didn't say anything. The referees of the Bastard Sword sect and the Demon Blade sect stared at the roasted meat for a couple of moments, secretly swallowed their saliva, laughed dryly twice, and waved their hands, "We're not hungry, we're not hungry." While speaking, his eyes drifted uncontrollably towards that roasted meat. "I don't know how that bear child roasted it, it's just too fragrant. When the competition is over, I'll have to go back and have someone roast some meat for dinner as well." Although the two of them had their fingers in their mouths, but that was after all the favored beast of the disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect, and it was ultimately not good to eat it in front of the 10,000 Beast sect's elders. After all, now that the three top powers were in the same breath, it was better not to do such things that would jeopardize unity. "That's too bad." Long Yufei slightly shook her head and took out a handkerchief and wrapped it around her hand before picking up a piece of roasted meat and leisurely eating it. "This little guy's roasting technique seems to be better than last time. This meat is even better than those green wolves last time." Long Yufei sighed in admiration as she ate. "The green wolves from last time?" The referee of the 10,000 Beast sect sniffed and his fists clenched violently, endless anger burning in his chest. The referees from the Bastard Sword sect and the Demon Blade sect also had their eyelids jumping. This bear child was too ferocious, specializing in eating other people's favored beasts. But that blood wolf child was also too pitiful, all of his favored beasts were eaten by that bear child. "Big sister, this is for you, it's delicious." Chu Chen also filled a large bowl with 2 pieces of roasted meat and distributed them to the young girl who had kindly reminded him earlier. "Thank you." The young girl received the bowl of roasted meat under the envious gazes of the people around her and elegantly ate it. "Wow! So delicious." Just after taking a bite, the young girl's eyes lit up and she no longer cared about her image, directly feasting on it. "Is it really that delicious?" The crowd swallowed their saliva while somewhat not quite believing it. Chu Chen looked around, seeing many big brothers and sisters looking at themselves with bated breath. The kind-hearted him finally couldn't bear to eat alone, returning to the front of the barbecue grill, whispering to Chu Exayan, "Sister, why don't you give them all a little bit?" "Good. Father said that only good children are those who know how to share, and we definitely want to be good children." Chu Exayan also very much agreed, and then used a small knife to cut those roasted meats into pieces. Her knife work was very good, and her speed was also strangely fast, and she soon finished slicing a whole head of giant wolf meat. Chu Chen's small hand pinched a hand seal, and an overwhelming saber aura emerged from behind him. Everyone at the scene was shocked. They thought that this little baby wanted to attack them. They were really startled. Right at this moment, Chu Chen's meaty little hand waved, and the sky-covering pieces of meat rose up into the air, landing precisely and incomparably on top of those blade chi. "Uncles and aunts, big brothers and sisters, we're treating you to roasted meat." As soon as the words fell, his meaty little hand waved, and the densely packed blade chi broke through the air, stopping in front of everyone on the scene with unrivaled precision. What terrifying control! Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the blade chi in front of them, as well as the 2 slices of roasted meat lying on top of the blade chi, somewhat unable to return to their senses. Manipulating blade chi to attack an enemy was not rare, all the blade cultivators present were able to do it. However, to manipulate so much blade chi, precisely stopping in front of everyone without losing control, this required absolute control over the blade chi that one had cast out. With this level of control, amongst all the blade cultivators present, I'm afraid that no one could do it except for the Demon Blade sect's referees and elders. Could that little tyke's strength have already reached the level of the Magic Blade sect's elders? But he was only 3 years old. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Although they still weren't clear about that little tyke's true strength, there was one thing they could be sure of, and that was that when fighting with the Blood Wolf, this little tyke had hidden his strength. "Eat it's delicious." Seeing that the crowd was staring stupidly at the roasted meat, Chu Chen couldn't help but urge once again. Hearing this milky voice, the crowd came back to their senses and stretched out their hands. The very moment they reached out their hands, all the blade chi began to dissipate, and the 2 slices of roasted meat just happened to fall into their hands. "Wow! It's really delicious." Someone couldn't help but let out an exclamation after tasting a bite. Everyone on the scene then began to gorge themselves with praise. Except for the crowd from the 10,000 Beasts sect. They were holding the roasted meat and were filled with embarrassment, wanting to eat but not daring to. And at this moment, the unconscious blood wolf woke up, seeing that everyone at the scene was feasting and there were still 2 slices of roasted meat in front of him. He seemed to understand something, and roared in grief and anger, "My favored beast, ah, damned bear child, I'm not finished with you." Hearing this angry roar, Shuchen scratched his pill head, hesitated for a moment, seemed to feel a little bit too much, personally cut a piece of roasted meat and brought it in front of the blood wolf, asked with a naive face, "I'm sorry, I forgot that it was roasted with your favored beasts. The roasted meat I gave you was too little, I'll give you some more, don't be angry, right? Father said that adults should have bigger chests, it's not good to be angry." Shares. Gave less? I'm fucking angry because of this? Adults should have bigger boobs? What nonsense. Still too little? Shuchen looked at the grilled meat in his hand, then looked back at the grilled meat on the grill, muttering, "It seems to be a little bit less, don't be in a hurry, I'll add some more for you." After saying that, he ran back to the barbecue rack in a flash, chucked a few more pieces of meat and brought them to the blood wolf. A look of "I'm very generous" appeared on his fleshy little face as he said, "This time it's already a lot. Although the meat is from you, it was me who beat and washed them. Peeling, cutting as my sister did, meat is my roast, give you so much has been a lot. You cannot be greedy that what aversion ah." He the death word a little less clear, sounds a little funny. "You. Me. Put." The blood wolf pointed at Chu Chen, his body shivering, too angry to speak. He was already injured, and coupled with his anger, suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fainted once again. "Why did you faint again? With such a small chest, it's hard to be atmospheric in the future." Chu Chen sighed like a small adult. Small chest? Hard to atmosphere? The crowd pondered for a while before realizing that what was being said should be that the chest was too small, and it would be hard to become great in the future. This little baby is not only strong, this ability to gas people is even stronger than strength. No matter what, in the future, you can't offend this little tyke. He doesn't kill you, but he can infuriate you to death. It's really scary. The roasted meat is placed here, in the future, you can't say that I didn't give it to you to eat. Chuchen placed the roasted meat next to the unconscious blood wolf, and after thinking about it, he bent his tiny body and gave him a big salute. The intention was to thank him for his selfless contribution of meat, but this scene just looked and felt a bit like going to the grave. Poor child. The crowd gave the blood wolf another pitying look, and then continued to bury their heads and eat. Pitiful as it was, it couldn't stop them from eating the roasted meat in the slightest. It had to be said that the meat roasted by this little tyke was truly delicious. This roasting technique was simply even more powerful than his ability to gaslight people. What kind of behavior is this? Right at this moment, the referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect suddenly bellowed angrily and appeared in the spectator area, glancing at the crowd of people who were gorging themselves. His gaze landed on the two siblings, Chu Xan and Chu Chen, and he chided, "This is the scene of the Lanzhou Grand Competition, not your barbecue banquet. A good grand competition is made a mess by you guys, so how can you compete in the back? You are disrupting the order of the Lanzhou Grand Competition. In my capacity as the referee of the Lanzhou Grand Competition's Lanzhou City region, I will expel you and deprive you of your qualifications for this grand competition. Someone come, blast them out." As soon as the words fell, several disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect who served as escorts for the competition site appeared in an instant and surrounded the Chu Xan and Chu Chen siblings. A favored beast that was comparable to a late-stage martial zune, or even a peak martial zune, was summoned out, much stronger than the blood wolves. If you disturb order, you should be expelled. The referee of the hegemonic sword sect and the referee of the demonic blade sect also appeared out of thin air and slowly opened their mouths. At the same time, the guards belonging to the hegemonic sword sect and the magic blade sect also appeared, surrounding the Chu Xan and Chu Chen siblings. The crowd held the roasted meat and were silent. Disrupting the order? This was nothing but. It was just an excuse. Everyone knew that the referees of the three top powers wanted to use this opportunity to expel those two little milkmaids was the real purpose. That little tyke continued to stay. It was likely that he would encounter the disciples of the three top powers again, and with his strength, I'm afraid that none of the participating disciples of the three top powers, except for the first heavenly pride, would be able to compete against him. But the first heavenly pride of the three top forces were all seated and directly entered the top 10. Before this, I'm afraid that this little tyke's strength was unrivaled. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the little tyke was, it was impossible for him to fight against the three great referees. The crowd turned their heads towards Chu Chen, but they saw Chu Chen let out a cry of joy, staring with glowing eyes at those favored beasts summoned by the disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect, cheering, "Wow! So much meat! Big cats, big dogs, big snakes! Wow wow wow, it looks so delicious!" Chu Xan's gaze was even more like a ferocious beast that had been hungry for a long time and saw delicious food. The crowd of 10,000 Beast sect disciples subconsciously glanced at the roasted meat on the grill and involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Simply unbelievable. The referee of the 10,000 Beast sect frowned and snorted coldly, waving his hand, and the crowd of guards prepared to step forward. Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings' little faces suddenly changed, turning around and running to the front of the barbecue grill, opening a pair of little hands like chickens protecting their food. You people are the same as those toothless people that Daddy talked about. I've served you roasted meat, and you still want to come and grab it? Chu Chen huffed, the little flesh on his face shaking slightly. Chu Xian even showed her teeth and tried to make a fierce expression. Whoever dares to touch my roasted meat, I'll beat him to death. Right, beat and wash him. Chu Chen also nodded his head heavily, his fleshy little face very serious. The crowd were all a little speechless at the words. These two little tykes actually thought that others were here to rob the roasted meat. It seemed that in their tiny little heads, whether they could continue to participate in the Lanzhou Grand Competition was far less important than whether the roasted meat would be robbed or not. Buzz! Right at this moment, a large seal appeared out of thin air above the heads of the crowd, and a terrifying pressure swept over them. It's the State Master Seal. At the sight of that great seal, everyone stood up with respect in their eyes. Every state had two major state-suppressing holy weapons, the State Master Seal and the State Governor Seal, but the State Master Seal was the dominant one. It could be said that the people of each state revered the State Master Seal even more than they revered the State Lord. This was because the State Lords would change, but the State Lord Seal was the eternal town of each state. There was a saying that had been circulating in the 9 states for a very long time, which was called flowing State Lords, Iron State Lord Seals. Are you all treating this official as if he doesn't exist? Long Yufei stepped into the air and landed in front of Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings, her pretty face icy cold. Greetings to the State Lord. Everyone saluted in unison. Long Yufei waved her hand, allowing everyone to be excused, then looked at the judges of the 3 top powers and said in a cold voice, could it be that over these years, this is how you have suppressed the heavens' pride? What does the State Lord mean by this? The referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect frowned and said in a deep voice, these 2 bear children have disturbed the order of the grand competition, and as the referee of the tournament area, I have the right to expel them, so what's the point in suppressing the heavenly pride? What Elder Panther said is very true, the State Master's words are out of character. The referee from the Bastard Sword sect and the referee from the Demon Blade sect also chimed in. Is that so? Long Yufei looked calm and said in a bland tone, the contestants inside the ring space are still continuing their matches, and the spectators at the scene are staying in their respective seats, so the order is disordered? Who stipulates that you can't eat while watching the match? Who says you can't roast meat at the competition site? But, the 3 major judges wanted to say more, but they were directly interrupted by Long Yufei. That's enough, if you guys don't return to your positions, that's truly disrupting the order, don't force this official to mobilize the power of Lanzhou's Qi. Long Yufei said coldly. Humph. The referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect snorted coldly, his body instantly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in the referee area. The referee of the Bastard Sword sect and the referee of the Demon Blade sect looked at each other and clasped their fists at Long Yufei before turning around and leaving. Although both of their strengths were higher than Long Yufei, if Long Yufei mobilized the power of Lanzhou's Chief Fortune to add to her body through the State Master Seal, if they attacked Long Yufei in Lanzhou's territory, they would suffer the backlash of Lanzhou's Chief Fortune power. Wow, Auntie Long is so cool. Chu Xian's face was filled with adoration. Chu Chen, on the other hand, came over to Chu Xian's ear and whispered, Sister, if Father marries Auntie Long, with Auntie Long's protection, in the future, Father will definitely not dare to spank us anymore. Seems a bit reasonable. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Daddy was good at everything. It was the point that he always liked to spank himself and his brother that was bad. Listening to the big brothers in the village, they said that if they were spanked all the time, their asses would become deflated in the future, and they would be ugly to death. But she told her father many times, but he didn't believe her. Auntie Long is so fierce, surely she can subdue Dad and prevent him from spanking herself and her brother. But soon she shook her head again and again, waving her hand, no, we are going to save Mother. How can we give Father another daughter-in-law? Mother will be angry if she knows. Besides, when we rescue Mother, Mother will definitely protect us from Father spanking us as well. Also Chu Chen nodded as he listened. Chu Xian suddenly turned her head to stare at Chu Chen, clenching her small fists and warning, little brat, don't keep thinking of these crooked ways, you must always remember that we're not sneaking out to get a daughter-in-law for Daddy. If you do this again in the future, I'll open your ass up. Saying that, she also waved her fist twice to show her threat. Got it, sister. Chu Chen subconsciously covered his little butt and nodded repeatedly, his face full of good behavior. Their voices weren't low, and everyone in the neighborhood heard them and couldn't help but laugh out loud. These 2 little tykes actually wanted to introduce the Lanzhou Prefecture Lord to their daddy as a daughter-in-law, and they weren't afraid of being beaten up by their mother? It was really too cute. Long Yufei's pretty face slightly reddened as she fiercely glared at the 2 little munchkins. Chu Chen scratched his pilled head, his eyes dribbled, his meaty little hands grabbed 2 pieces of roasted meat and asked pleasingly, Auntie Long, still eating roasted meat? Being full of your anger. Long Yufei glared at him and turned around to return to her position. Chu Chen looked down at himself, then at Long Yufei, turned his head to Chu Xian's ear, and asked suspiciously, "Sister, what kind of chi do I have on me? Can it make Auntie Long full?" Chu Xian probed her head and sniffed carefully on Chu Chen's body. Her delicate little face was also full of puzzlement. Other than the smell of smoke and fire from the roasted meat, there's not much else that smells. Could it be that smelling this smoky flavor can make you full? But I've smelled so much, and I haven't seen my stomach get full. Saying that, she also rubbed her small stomach, looking puzzled. "Put!" laughed me to death. "These two little tykes are too amusing." The people nearby could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. "Sister, what are they laughing at?" Chu Chen was filled with doubt. "How would I know?" Chu Xian rolled her little white eyes and continued to go bury her head in her own roasted meat. Seeing this, the crowd laughed even more happily. The match still continued, but the crowd's minds were no longer on it, and every move of the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings would draw the crowd's attention. It was a good thing that the contestants competing in the ring space couldn't see everything that was happening outside the ring, otherwise I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be in the mood to compete. Under the distracted attention of the crowd, the first round of matches finally ended altogether, and a total of over 400 people entered the second round. The second round would be held in the afternoon. On the way back to the State Lord's mansion, Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings followed Long Yufei left and right, their little heads looking left and right, curious about everything they saw. It was so tight. All the things here were things that had not been seen in Boulder Village. "Icom, you must be careful in the afternoon match," Long Yufei reminded in a grave tone. "Fighting in the open, you are naturally unafraid of any contestant, but they may not necessarily continue to fight you in the open." This time, they went to great lengths to try to send all the disciples of the three major forces into the secret realm, so they must have some plans. "You have ruined their plans, and they definitely won't let it go." "I know, Auntie Long." Chu Chen nodded heavily, cupped his meaty little hand and waved it, saying in a milky voice, "No matter what they want to do, I can beat them up. Auntie Long, don't worry, my brother and I aren't little kids anymore. What devious tactics haven't we seen before?" Chu Xian waved her delicate little hand and said as if she was a small adult. Long Yufei glanced at the two little munchkins, 3-year-old brats. What is not a little kid? In total, they had only come to this world for 3 years. What insidious tactics could they have seen? The world is big, danger is everywhere. Even I do not dare to say that I have seen all the insidious means, let alone 2-3-year-old little munchkin. Of course, Long Yufei didn't poke holes in it, but only reminded again, in short, be careful, if things can't be done immediately admit defeat. "Don't worry, Auntie Long, nothing will happen." Chu Xian patted her small chest and assured. She wasn't just saying that for fun. In Bashi village she and her brother hadn't been screwed over by their father much. Previously at the banquet, the reason why she was able to think of mixing the dishes and the wine to test for poison was because Chu Feng had done such unethical things in Boulder Village before. Although the poison that Chu Feng had put down was only a little bit of a small laxative, it was still fresh in Chu Xian's mind. Humph. Long Yufei nodded and did not say anything more. After all, they were just 2-3-year-old little munchkins. How could they be expected to fully understand their words? Just keep a close eye on them when the time comes, and as long as it's not right, immediately admit defeat instead of the little one. At the same time, in the 10,000 Beasts Sex Mansion in Lansao City, the 3 major referees, and several leading elders all gathered together. Damned bear child. Elder Panther was holding his teacup. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, ruthlessly slamming the teacup on the ground, his face incomparably gloomy. The Blood Wolf was the second pride of the 10,000 Beasts sect, possessing 6 favored beasts that could be compared to the early stage of martial exaltation, and there was a 90% chance that he would be able to kill his way into the top 10, and obtain another copy of the Secret Realm map. The more maps of the Secret Realm that were obtained, the more complete the map would be when combined, and it would naturally be more convenient to act in the Secret Realm. Never thought that a bear child would be killed halfway. Not only eliminated Blood Wolf, but also roasted all of his favored beasts and ate them. Such a strange shame. How could it be tolerated? Now the Blood Wolf didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Secret Realm, not to mention getting the map. Elder Panther, that bear child must be expelled or even gotten rid of. Otherwise, not only will we get one less map, or even several, even if we enter the Secret Realm, I'm afraid that it will hinder our disciples from obtaining their chances. The referees and elders of the Bastard Sword sect also chimed in. No one dared to guarantee that in the second and third rounds of the competition, their disciples would not encounter that bear child. With that bear child's strength, if they met, they would definitely lose. The Magic Sword sect's referee, however, frowned slightly and said, while it's important for the disciples under the sect to enter the Secret Realm for training, don't forget our true purpose. Everyone fell silent at these words. Using all means to allow disciples under the sect to enter the Secret Realm for training was merely superficial, to attract the attention of the new State Lord. The real purpose was not this. But he's being watched closely by the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master Long. It's hard to get away. Elder Panther also calmed down, his brows furrowed. The referee from the Bastard Sword sect also nodded, although it's not difficult for him to kill Vice Pavilion Master Long with his strength. Once Vice Pavilion Master Long dies, the new State Lord will definitely notice, and when the time comes to mobilize the Lanshow State's chi luck to add to it, even he wouldn't dare to move the State Lord. The Demon Blade sect's referee thought for a moment and said, perhaps getting rid of the bear child and luring away the Dragon Vice Pavilion Master can be done at the same time. Does Elder Fire Demon have a good plan? All the elders of the 10,000 Beast sect and the Hegemonic Sword sect all looked at the Magic Blade sect's referee. Elder Fire Demon revealed a grim smile and said with a smirk, getting rid of the bear child has to be in the ring, and it can't be done with our disciples. Elder Fire Demon is right, that bear child is only 3 years old, but he has the strength to kill an early-stage martial Zune. Would such a Heavenly Pride's background be weak? If our disciples were to get rid of him, it would definitely anger the forces behind him. The elders of the Bastard Sword sect also nodded in agreement. Other than our disciples, who would be willing to risk violating the rules to execute their opponents? And who has the ability to kill that bear child? Elder Panther asked suspiciously. The Magic Blade sect's elder smiled and said, I remember there is a blade cultivator from a poor background. I think his name is Lu Tian. His talent isn't considered to be much, but he has always wanted to join my Magic Blade sect. This person can be utilized. I can prepare some pills and treasures for him that will greatly increase his strength in a short period of time, and promise him that as long as he kills that bear child, my 3 top-level forces will protect him and allow him to directly enter my Magic Blade sect as a core disciple. With this temptation, he will definitely agree. When the crowd heard this, a look of realization appeared on their faces. There were quite a few of these kinds of things in the Devil Blade sect. The Magic Blade sect wasn't called the word magic for nothing. How do you guarantee that you'll make sure he'll be able to face that bear child? Elder Panther asked again. The rest of the crowd nodded their heads. The new State Lord possessed the State Lord seal, and even if her strength was much lower than theirs, they wouldn't dare to do anything under her watch. The smile on Elder Fire Devil's face grew colder and colder as he said indifferently, if the murderer who killed the previous State Lord suddenly appeared and assassinated the new State Lord when the tokens were being distributed, what do you think would happen? Elder Panther's eyes lit up as he said, then everyone's attention would be attracted by that murderer, and the new State Lord would do his best to fend off the murderer's assassination, so naturally, he wouldn't notice the tokens, and no one would find out about the move at this time. The referee of the Bastard Sword sect picked up, moreover, with the new State Lord being assassinated, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master Long will inevitably rush to his rescue, so he'll have a chance to get away. A good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, worthy of being a Fire Demon Elder. The crowd came to a sudden realization and gave thumbs up to Fire Demon Elder, but at the same time, their hearts were secretly on guard. In the future, they would have to be on guard against this guy, or else they wouldn't even know if they were sold by him at that time. Overpraise, overpraise. Fire Demon Elder smiled faintly, stroking his beard in a very self-satisfied manner. The crowd then began to carefully discuss the specific plan. The next day, the second round of the Lanshow City tournament began. The female guard presiding over the match repeated the rules of the match in the ring, but the spectators under the ring, and even the contestants, did not listen to the lectures, and their attention was all on Chu Xin in the spectator area and Chu Chen in the contestant area. Yesterday, they had eaten Little Milkman's roasted meat, and they were still in love with it, not knowing if there was still roasted meat to eat today. At this moment, they were even hoping that Little Milkman would encounter the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect again, in which case there would definitely be roasted meat to eat again. Inside the contestant area, the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect couldn't help but shiver, looking up at the dazzling sunlight in confusion and wondering, how did they suddenly feel like they were being robbed? They wondered why they suddenly felt cold all over. Next, start distributing the tokens. With a wave of the female guard's hand, hundreds of tokens were suspended in midair and automatically began to chaotically cross-rotate. Long Yufei's hand seal was pinched, and the State Master's seal was offered out from his body, breaking through the air and hovering over the tokens. Wisps of invisible chi power hung down, forming a barrier between all the tokens. Elder Panther and Elder Fire Devil and the others turned their heads to look at Long Yufei. This new State Lord was really careful, mobilizing the power of Lanshow's chi fortune to add to it. Even a martial emperor's intention couldn't see through it. At this time, the female guard waved her hand and all the tokens stopped. She quickly pinched her hand seals, and a stream of pure true chi supported all the tokens as they flew towards the contestants. Right at this moment, a masked man appeared out of thin air in the air above the ring and attacked Long Yufei. I didn't expect another State Lord to come so soon. His voice was cold and hoarse, but it spread throughout Lanshow City. The murderer of the previous State Lord? A trace of consternation flashed in Long Yufei's eyes, and under her intent probing, she realized that the black clothes and black scarf on the visitor were not of extraordinary quality, which could isolate the intent probing, making it impossible to see his face. Lanshow doesn't need a State Lord, give me death. The cold and hoarse voice of the man in black sounded again, probing his hand into a claw and violently grabbed out. As the violent energy surged, a black eagle's claw also coalesced behind his back, grabbing towards Long Yufei along with his movements. Protect the State Lord! All the female guards surged up in unison, blocking in front of Long Yufei. Their long swords were sheathed with sword intent. Get out of the way! The man in black shouted angrily, his eagle claws slapped down. The sharp and cold force directly shook all the female guards out. Long Yufei's gaze sank and she snorted coldly, her hand seals pinched, retrieving the State Lord's seal and suppressing it towards the man in black. The man in black slapped his claws on the State Lord's seal, and although he managed to send the State Lord's seal flying, he suddenly let out a miserable scream as his body flew backwards, blood spurting wildly. What a power of chi! The black-robed man's tone was grim, and his gaze was also like a viper's due to the grimness. Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings had originally already stood up, preparing to support Long Yufei. When they saw the scene, they sat down again. Unbridled. Suddenly a violent shout came, a silhouette appeared out of thin air, lightning and thunder flashed above the sky, and a heavenly sword descended from the sky. A mere middle-stage martial saint, think I will be afraid of you? The man in black snorted coldly, his body's energy bulging as if he was preparing to perform a stunt. Protect the State Lord. At this moment, the three major judges surged forward in unison, and with a furious output, they dispatched the man in black. I'll be back. Although the man in black spat out blood and was injured, he utilized this force to escape far away and disappeared in an instant. Long Yufei glanced at the three with a gloomy face, turned her head towards the old crone who suddenly appeared, and said in a deep voice, Master, why are you here? The old crone dispersed her heavenly sword and said, I thought that the murderer of the previous State Lord had come, and I was worried that something had happened to you. Thank you, Master, for your concern. I'm fine, you go back first. Long Yufei shook her head, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. The old crone also reacted and hurriedly broke into the air and left. The three major judges came forward and saluted Long Yufei. We didn't expect that murderer to be so rampant, daring to attack the State Master at this time. We didn't react for a moment. Please ask the State Master to punish him. Long Yufei stared at the three people for a long time, and finally said in a flat tone, the three of you fought off the murderer, and this official has the merit. What is the crime? She purposely emphasized her tone on the word fought off, obviously already seeing the relationship between the three and the man in black. The previous State Lord was a peak martial saint, and it was impossible for the man in black to kill the previous State Lord with his strength. The man in black definitely had a relationship with the three top forces, it was just unknown what they were plotting. Tuning the tiger away from the mountain and giving that steward a chance to get away? Or, Long Yufei suddenly thought of something and looked towards the contestants' area, her gaze landing on Chu Chen who was holding a token in one hand and a milk bottle in the other. Chu Chen was waiting boredly for the competition to start, sensing that someone was watching. He looked up at Long Yufei and grinned, his innocent and bright smile made Long Yufei's mood much better. This little episode quickly passed, and the second round of the competition officially began. Pairs of players entered the ring space to compete. Long Yufei was calm as usual on the surface, but her heart was a little worried. Not long after, a female guard hurriedly came and whispered in Long Yufei's ear, State Lord, the pavilion master claims that everything is normal over there. Everything is normal? Long Yufei's heart was relieved and she nodded her head to signal that she knew. Since that butler was not abnormal, then this farce was most likely for that little guy. Her gaze once again fell on Chu Chen. Chu Chen's appearance had clearly disrupted the deployment of the three top powers and caused the three top powers to have murderous intentions, using a fake murderer to attract their attention and take advantage of the opportunity to do something tricky. A token? Long Yufei suddenly reacted, her gaze falling on the token in Chu Chen's hand. I'm afraid that those guys had already changed Chu Chen's original opponent. But now that the match had already begun, it was impossible for her to call a halt to the match and redistribute the tokens, which would be unfair to those players who had already won the match. She called for a female escort and after whispering a few words in her ear, the female escort hurriedly came to Chu Chen's side and whispered, Junior son, the State Lord asked me to remind you that your opponent may have been switched, so that you must be careful. If you are not defeated, you may immediately admit defeat. The opponents have been switched? Chu Chen drank a mouthful of beast milk, blinking his big, budding eyes, and asked with some anticipation, has it been changed to someone from the 10,000 Beast sect? Is it possible to roast meat again today? The female escort was speechless at her words. How could this little guy not hear the point? Is the point this? After thinking about it, she couldn't help but threaten with a serious face, whether it's someone from the 10,000 Beast sect or not I don't know, but it's definitely very, very powerful, and it might be able to beat up many of you. You must be careful, remember? Oh, I know, thank you Auntie Long. Chu Chen drank a mouthful of beast milk, nodded his little head, and the moment the female escort turned around and prepared to leave, he muttered in a low voice, I hope to get me someone from the 10,000 Beast sect instead, or else there will be no meat to roast today. The female guard stumbled and almost fell over. Oh come on, said in vain. This little guy could never grasp the point. Or rather, in his little brain, whether or not he could roast meat was the point. Please invite the contestant with token number 35 to the ring. At this time, another female guard's voice came from the ring. 35? Chu Chen grabbed his own token and looked at it. His small brows couldn't help but wrinkle as he muttered bitterly, "What number is this one of mine? I forgot to ask Auntie Guard just now." At this time, a youth carrying a ghost-headed greatsword with a shadowy gaze had already ascended the ring. However, the other 35th token possessor was late in ascending the stage. However, the gaze of that sword-carrying youth landed on Chu Chen. Chu Chen grabbed the token and looked at it again and again, took the milk bottle back into his sumaru ring, stretched out his meaty little hand and poked a young girl contestant next to him, asking, "Big sister, am I number 35? I don't recognize it." The young girl was a bit speechless at the words, but thinking about how she didn't seem to recognize words when she was 3 years old, she smiled, took the token and nodded. "It's number 35, it's your turn to play." "Oh, thank you big sister." Chu Chen smiled cheekily, leaped and landed on the ring. Wow! The little tyke is in the ring. Pity, why isn't his opponent someone from the 10,000 Beast sect? The spectators were excited to see Chu Chen. However, when they saw that Chu Chen's opponent was a sword-carrying youth and not a disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. It seemed like there was no barbecue meat to eat today. The knife-carrying youth obviously knew who his opponent was already, and was not surprised to see Chu Chen. Clasping his fists, he said, "My name is Lu Tian, Peak Martial Emperor Blade Cultivator, from the Ghostblade sect." Peak Martial Emperor? With this strength might as well admit defeat earlier. That's right, 6 early-stage martial Zune demonic beasts were all easily killed by Little Milkmaid. What's the point of you, a peak martial emperor, going to join in the fun? Hearing the cultivation level of the sword-carrying youth, the crowd could not help but be speechless. Seeing how confident this youth was, he thought that he was much stronger, but after half a day, he was only at the peak of martial emperor, so this is still a fart. Chu Chen did not care about the other party's cultivation, and also followed the youth's example, with 2 meaty little hands clasping his fists, and said in a milky voice, "My name is Chu, my name is Icommeat, no cultivation, from the roasted meat faction." No cultivation? Lu Tian frowned slightly. Yesterday he had seen this little milky baby's battle, killing 6 blood transformations completed in one breath, comparable to early-stage martial Zune bloodwolves. How could he have no cultivation? If he didn't have the things that person gave him, he would have really just admitted defeat when he met this little milkmaid. But now you're telling me that you don't have cultivation? Are you looking down on me? Or are you looking down on the Ghost Sword sect? A nameless anger rose in Lu Tian's chest, and at the same time, it also strengthened his determination to join the Demon Blade sect. He drew the ghost-headed sword behind his back, pointed at Chu Chen, and said in a deep voice, "Although you treated me to 2 slices of barbecued meat yesterday, for the sake of my future, I'm sorry." You want to eat roasted meat? Good deal, you go kill a few demonic beasts, I can help you roast all. Chu Chen clearly didn't understand the meaning of Lu Tian's words and said with a naive face. Lu Tian's brows furrowed once again as he said in a cold voice, "I said, I'm going to make you my stepping stone." A stepping stone? Chu Chen looked at his small shoulders and then at Lu Tian's big feet, shaking his head and waving his hands. No, your feet are too big, they will trample me." Put. The crowd outside the ring almost burst out laughing. You! Lu Weather was furious. Then he took a deep breath and carried his big sword and stopped talking, waiting for the ring space to open. What words could a 3-year-old brat understand? Ridiculous that he actually wanted to communicate with him. Isn't that like talking to a cow? Today, no matter what, I will complete the mission. He knew that it was impossible to beat this little tyke with his own cultivation, but he had what that person had given him, so he might not have no chance. Thinking of this, he subconsciously touched his bosom and felt that the pill was still there, confidence reappearing in his eyes. The match begins. As the female guard's voice fell, the space inside the ring suddenly changed, and the two once again appeared in the radiant and boundless ring space. "Look at the sword!" Lu Tian shouted and slashed with his sword. Chu Chen had very little interest. There was no meat to roast even if he won the fight, so he really couldn't raise his interest. Squeezing his meaty little fist, he blasted out with a punch, only to hear a bang. Lu Tian flew out with his knife. While the person was in the air, blood sprayed wildly, but when no one was looking, he took the opportunity to take a black elixir. After he landed on the ground, the potency of the elixir was just in time to be utilized. He slowly stood up, a black aura surrounded his body, and a gloomy and cold aura swept out, while his aura climbed crazily, and in an instant, he crossed over the martial zone, directly reaching the martial zone realm. This is demonic chi? Pure demonic chi? The crowd outside the ring were shocked to see this black chi. The true chi cultivated by the Devil Blade Sect's technique carried the attribute of devil chi, but it was not pure devil chi. Pure demonic chi would corrode the mind and cause one to become delirious, but the Demon Blade Sect's demonic true chi would not. "Today, I vow to kill you." Lu Tian's voice became cold and hoarse, his eyes were bloodshot, and the aura on his body was still climbing dramatically, reaching the peak of martial zone before stopping, a full span of 2 great realms. He's become a demon, and his strength has skyrocketed to the peak of martial zone. That little milquetoast is in danger. Everyone outside the ring was greatly shocked. No wonder this guy dared to fight with little milkmaid when he was only at the peak of martial emperor, so it turned out that he had already prepared to enter the devil? But once he enters the devil, he will not recognize his 6 relatives. Will he still be able to wake up? Long Yufei turned her head to look at the 3 major referees. Is this the conspiracy they went to great lengths to come up with? Drawing out the contestants' heart demons to make him fall into a demon, thus increasing his strength drastically. Peak martial respect? The corners of her delicate and good-looking mouth sketched out a cold smile. Among all the contestants, it was indeed already considered the top. But for that little fellow, it was still too weak. In the ring space, Chuchen surveyed the black gas bulging from Lu Tian's body with a curious expression and muttered suspiciously, black gas, cold breath, red-eye syndrome, and an unpleasant laugh. This is very similar to what father said about entering the devil. Daddy said that after entering the devil, he won't recognize daddy and mother. This big brother is too pitiful. His big, dark eyes were filled with pity. In his tiny brain, there was nothing more miserable than not recognizing his father and mother. After becoming demonic, Lu Tian hissed and lifted the ghost-headed greatsword in his hand to slash out at Chu Chen. A black blade broke through the air, in which the sound of ghostly howls faintly emanated, causing one's mind to become unsettled and making it difficult to focus all of one's energy on the battle. This was the Ghost Blade Sect's unique technique. It was just that originally it didn't have such a noticeable effect, but after Lu Tian had become a demon and used his demonic chi to catalyze it, these negative effects multiplied. Good. Split him to death. The 3 judges, as well as the leading elders of the 3 top powers, all shouted in their hearts. Outside the ring, everyone's gazes crossed over that black blade aura and landed on Chu Chen. Only to see Chu Chen sitting on the ground, a talisman seal appeared in his hand and was pasted next to his buttocks. Buzz! A layer of transparent shield rose up, enveloping him. Bang! The black blade on arrived instantly, splitting on top of that shroud with a loud bang. Terrifying energy fluctuations rippled out, instantly destroying everything around him. But the shield remained intact. What a strong defense talisman seal. Everyone's mouths opened wide in surprise. Cultivators who had become demonic would not have the thought of retaining their true chi or demonic chi, and every strike of a demonic person was at full strength. And the talisman seal that this little milkmaid casually threw out could easily withstand a peak martial zone's full strength strike. The terror of defense was evident. This little tyke had a lot of good things in his body. Roar! Lu Tian let out a beast-like hissing roar, his eyes getting scarlet as he wielded the ghost head sword in his hand and chopped one after another. A black blade tore the void apart, but he was never able to damage the shield when chopping at it. Damage! As for Chu Chen, he hadn't paid any attention to the attacks of the black blade awnings since he had affixed this defensive talisman. Heavenly Fire Talisman? A bunch of talisman seals appeared out of thin air on his fleshy little hands. Then he turned his head to look at the demonic aura that surrounded Lu Tian, shook his head, and muttered, No, even though heavenly flame can burn down the demonic aura, it will also burn that big brother to ashes. It needs to be replaced. Saying that, he put the talisman into his Sumeru ring, and a moment later a bunch of them appeared again. Heavenly Thunder Talisman? Chu Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head and muttered, No, although the heavenly thunder restrains demonic chi, it will also split big brother into charcoal. It's too violent. Putting the heavenly thunder talisman away again, another pile of talismans appeared in his fleshy little hands once again. Heart-clearing talisman? Chu Chen turned his head again to look at Lu Tian, who was wrapped in demonic chi, and shook his head once again. Heart-clearing talismans can awaken a person's mind, but this big brother has too much demonic chi in his body, so he definitely needs a lot of heart-clearing talismans. Saying this, a trace of flesh pain appeared on his fleshy little face, then he put it away again. Outside the ring, the crowd watched as he took out piles and piles of different talismans, all dumbfounded. Was this little tyke looting all the talismanic seal clans in the entire 9 states? There were too many talismanic seals, weren't there? If they knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg of Chu Chen's rune seals, they didn't know if they would be scared to death. Brightness talisman? At this time, Chu Chen, who had been rummaging around in his Sumeru ring for a long time, once again saw a bunch of talisman seals appear in his hands, and his big, ebony eyes steeply lit up as he laughed cheekily. This one's good. Father said that light can purify all darkness, but it won't cause harm to the person itself, and it can eliminate the demonic aura from Big Brother's body and won't harm Big Brother. Ha, I am so smart. Roar! Lu Tian, who had entered the devil, perhaps seeing that his martial arts skills were unable to break through the shroud, directly hissed and rushed over with his ghost head greatsword, frantically slashing at the shroud. Chu Chen slowly stood up, his fleshy little hands patted his little buttocks and said with a smile, "Big brother, don't be anxious, I will help you purify your demonic chi so that you won't forget your father and mother." Saying that, he pinched a stack of bright talismans and walked out of the talisman's guarding shield. Swish! A ghost-headed greatsword emitting demonic aura slashed, the void was torn apart, and one could vaguely feel the void storm that was hooting behind the void rift. Bang! Chuchen pinched his small fist and slammed it on top of the ghost-head greatsword, a single divine pattern wrapped around his fist, erupting with a terrifying force. Ka-ching! The ghost-head greatsword was actually shattered by his fist, turning into countless fragments that shot out. Even in his unconscious state after demonization, Lu Tian could not help but freeze for a moment. Snap! With just this moment's effort, Chuchen pasted a light talisman onto Lu Tian's head. Endless light blossomed from the talisman, and wherever it passed, the demonic chi snorted as if it had encountered a natural enemy and contracted dramatically. And Lu Tian, who had already fused with the demonic chi as one, let out a miserable scream. He stretched out his hands and tried to pull off the talisman on his head, but as soon as he touched it, he was scalded by the power of that light and let out even more miserable screams. Pa pa pa! Chuchen's fleshy little hands waved one after another, and a single brightness talisman seal was soon plastered all over Lu Tian's body. Moreover, in order to prevent the talisman seal from being destroyed, Chuchen also used a fixation talisman seal to fix Lu Tian in place. Wisps of demonic chi quickly dissipated under the purification of the power of light, and mournful screams resounded both inside and outside the ring. The intense pain made Lu Tian want to roll on the ground and even want to hit his body hard so as to eliminate the pain. Unfortunately, his body was unable to move, and he could not even move his hands. Too miserable. The crowd outside the ring sighed. "It's over. Big brother, be good, bear it and it will pass, it won't hurt anymore soon." While Chuchen was currently suspended in midair, his fleshy little hand stroked Lu Tian's head and comforted him with a milky voice. As the demonic chi was purified, Lu Tian's miserable screams became smaller and smaller. "It should be almost done." Chuchen touched his double chin with his little fleshy hand, and after contemplating for a moment, he took out a heart-cleansing talisman and pasted it on the top of Lu Tian's head, and a wisp of soft energy surged into his mind, washing his soul and awakening his spiritual intelligence. "What's happening to me?" After a long time, the scarlet color in Lu Tian's eyes faded and regained its clarity, looking at the body plastered with talismanic seals with a face full of bewilderment. "Big brother, you've fallen into the devil, I'm helping you purify your demonic chi." Chuchen saw Lu Tian waking up and an innocent smile appeared on his face. "Entered the devil?" Lu Tian was a bit confused, it took him a while to come to his senses. "Yes, didn't I take the demon-inducing pill and induce my heart's demon, elevating me to the peak of martial zone? Crap! Where's my demonic chi? Damn bear child, you give me back my demonic chi." Lu Tian was furious and tried to rip off the talisman seal on his body but found that he couldn't move, so he couldn't help but roar in anger. Without this magic chi he couldn't kill the bear child, and if he couldn't kill the bear child he couldn't enter the magic sword sect. If he couldn't enter the magic sword sect, he could only stop at this point in his life. He is just 20 years old this year, relying on drugs to barely reach the peak of the martial emperor. If there is no chance, I'm afraid that this life will not even break through the martial emperor. The magic sword sect was the strongest sword cultivation force in Lansao, so if he could enter it, he might be able to further his cultivation. Therefore, he had been desperately wanting to join the magic blade sect. But a 20-year-old martial emperor, who was considered a good genius in the ghost blade sect, was relatively ordinary when placed in the same generation of disciples of the magic blade sect. Moreover, those elders of the magic blade sect could tell at a glance that he had cultivated to the peak of martial emperor by getting high on pills, so naturally they wouldn't accept him. He thought that he had no hope of entering the magic blade sect in this life, but he didn't expect that one of the elders of the magic blade sect suddenly came to his door last night and gave him a demon-inducing pill. By inducing a heart demon, the demonic chi clusters and increases one's strength for a short period of time. The stronger the heart demon, the stronger one would be after entering the demon. Before he lost consciousness, he had sensed that his strength had risen to the peak of martial zone, and had thought that the mission was a sure thing. He would be able to come to his senses when his demonic energy was exhausted. Although the tournament did not allow the killing of opponents, but he was killed by a mistake in his demonic state, so naturally his crime was not to death. Coupled with the support of the magic sword sect behind him, he would definitely be acquitted in the end. However, he never expected that after waking up, that bear child was intact, and his demonic energy was not dissipated after he exhausted himself, but was purified by that bear child with talismanic seals. At that moment, all the talisman seals on his body turned into ashes, and along with them, his full body of demonic chi and his strength that had skyrocketed due to his demonic chi also disappeared. The sudden weakness caused his legs to go limp and he half-kneeled on the ground. Chuchen carefully surveyed him twice, patted his meaty little hands, and joyfully said, "Big brother, all of your demonic chi has been cleared, so that you won't forget your father and mother." But Lu Tian was not the least bit. Appreciate it. Lifting his head and glaring at Shu Chen with reddened eyes, he roared, darn it, damn bear child, why did you waste my demonic chi? Shu Chen blinked his big eyes and said in a milky voice, Father said that after entering the devil, you will not recognize your 6 parents, you won't even recognize your own father and mother, that would be too pitiful, I'll help your big brother to purify his demonic chi so that you won't forget your own father and mother. Ah, bastard! Lu Tian roared, whether I will forget my parents or not is none of your business, as long as I can further my cultivation, so what if I forget them? The path of cultivation is inherently lonely, and only cultivation can accompany you throughout your life. This guy is really heartless. That's right, for the sake of cultivation, parents don't even recognize them? What a thing! However, what he said doesn't seem to be unreasonable. On the road to cultivation, it is true that only one's cultivation can accompany one throughout one's life. Regarding Lu Tian's words, everyone outside the ring heard them. Some people agreed, some people opposed. Shu Chen's small brows furrowed as he muttered, Father said that only brutes would forget their father and mother. Could this big brother be the brute that Father was talking about? Animal? Lu Tian was dumbfounded, then once again raged, damn bear child, let go of me, I'm going to kill you. Shu Chen, however, ignored him and muttered to himself, Father said that when you meet an animal, you have to beat him until he doesn't recognize his parents. While saying that, he rubbed his meaty little fists and walked towards Lu Tian with a smile. You, what are you doing? Lu Tian was startled, a hint of panic appearing in his eyes. It was only at this moment that he reacted to the fact that without his demonic chi, he was nothing more than a peak martial emperor, while this bear child was a terrifying existence that could easily kill 6 early martial Zun demonic beasts. He hurriedly turned his head to look high up in the ring space and shouted, this battle, Before he could even say the words to admit defeat, he was smashed on the right side of his face by a meaty little fist, screaming miserably and flying several hundred meters away. I admit. Lu Tian didn't dare to hesitate, not caring about the severe pain. He climbed up and was about to admit defeat, but before he could finish his words, Shu Chen had already reappeared in front of him, and his fleshy little fist smashed another punch on the left side of his face. Accompanied by a miserable scream, he once again flew hundreds of meters away. Shu Chen leapt, his tiny body chasing after him in an instant, his small fists waving one after another, constantly landing on Lu Tian's face. He controlled the force very well and would not kill Lu Tian. However, the intense pain caused Lu Tian to scream continuously. The elders of the 3 great powers did not stop them. Seeing that the plan had failed, they instead hoped that Shu Chen would beat Lu Tian to death, so that they could both kill and silence him, and also have an excuse to expel Shu Chen. After an unknown amount of time, Shu Chen stopped, looked at Lu Tian who was lying on the side gasping for air, unable to even send out a miserable scream, circled around him twice, and muttered, this appearance, it's about the same as the village's piggy big head, his father and mother shouldn't be able to recognize him, right? No! Suddenly, his eyes fell on Lu Tian's nose and shook his head, the nose is too small, not like Piggy's nose. Saying that, he squatted next to Lu Tian, holding his meaty little fist, he thumped on Lu Tian's nose, his nose blood-sored. Lu Tian once again let out a miserable scream, his nose was even more red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Well, this time it's definitely unrecognizable. Only then did Shu Chen nod his little head in satisfaction, then looked at his little hand that was stained with a little bit of nosebleed and wiped it on Lu Tian's clothes with a face full of disgust. Put. The crowd outside the ring looked at Lu Tian, who had already been beaten into a pig's head, and couldn't help but burst out laughing as they listened to Shu Chen's muttering voice, and disdainful little expression. This little tyke was just too amusing. Right, Auntie said that this guy was specially switched by someone to deal with me, have to ask who let him come. After wiping the nosebleed on his little hand, Shu Chen took out a talisman seal from his Sumeru ring and pasted it on Lu Tian's head, asking, you want to kill me? Yes. Lu Tian knew clearly in his heart that he couldn't admit it, but his mouth spoke uncontrollably, and his heart was immediately horrified. Why do you want to kill me? Shu Chen continued to ask. Killing you will allow me to enter the Demon Blade sect as a core disciple. Lu Tian said truthfully, but in his heart, he was already scared out of his wits. This kind of secret, once he said it, he would definitely die. He roared madly in his heart not to say it, but his mouth was not under his control at all. This matter is still related to the Demon Blade sect? The faces of the crowd outside the ring were astonished, and they all looked towards the Fire Demon Elder in the referee area, as well as the leading elder and the disciples of the Devil Blade sect in the spectator area. True speech talisman? The crowd of elders from the 3 top powers changed color in unison, obviously not expecting that bear child to still have this kind of thing. Now that Lu Tian was defenseless, he would definitely tell everything under the true speech talisman. The Fire Demon Elder turned his head towards Long Yufei and said in a deep voice, State Lord, since contestant Lu Tian has already lost, this competition should end, right? Yes, the match has been won and lost, it's time to end it. Elder Panther and the referee of the Bastard Sword sect also chimed in. There's no rush. Long Yufei smiled indifferently and said, the contestant himself hasn't even conceded defeat, maybe he's still thinking about how to counterattack to win. It wouldn't be fair to him if this official hastily declared the match to be over. The three great judges were greatly annoyed, yet they had nothing to say. There were not many such cases in the past, and they had no way to refute what Long Yufei said. Just as well, the people in the sect should have changed their forms and voices when they went to meet Lu Tian, so Lu Tian wouldn't be able to recognize them, so they could just find an excuse to shrug it off at that time. The fire demon elder thought so in his heart. Looking towards Chu Chen in the ring space, the killing intent in his eyes grew even more. I didn't expect that a peak martial demon enthusiast wouldn't be able to kill him, and I'm afraid that Black Tiger wouldn't have much of a chance of winning if he met him. The treasures in this bear child's body were simply too many. And at this moment, in the ring space, Chu Chen took out a small chair from his Sumeru ring and sat down, taking out a milk bottle and drinking a mouthful of cold beast milk before slowly continuing to ask, is it the people from the Demon Blade sect who want you to come and kill me? Yes, Lu Tian answered when asked. Chu Chen thought for a moment and asked suspiciously, why did they want you? I seem to remember you saying that you were only a martial emperor to begin with, and they know that you can enter the devil? Lu Tian replied back, I don't know why he was looking for me. He gave me a demon-inducing pill, saying that it could lure my heart's demons and make me enter the devil. After I enter the devil, I have the strength of a peak martial Zun, and after I kill you, my demonic energy will run out and I will automatically awaken. At that time, the Devil Blade sect will help me get out of it and allow me to join the Devil Blade sect as a core disciple. Demon baiting elixir? What is that? Father didn't tell me about it. Chu Chen's face was filled with doubt. However, the crowd outside the ring were all in an uproar. Surprisingly, it's a demon baiting pill. That's a forbidden item in Lanzhou. It's not allowed to be used. The Devil Blade sect actually has this kind of forbidden product. They really don't put the Lanzhou law in their eyes. What a sinister Devil's Blade sect. Actually using this kind of despicable means to deal with Little Milkmaiden. That's right, it's fortunate that the Little Tyke's means are endless. If it's a different cultivator, I'm afraid it's really gone. It is estimated that the people of the Magic Dagger sect could not have imagined that Little Milkmaid still has the brightness talisman on her body that specializes in restraining demonic chi, not to mention the loss of their efforts. They also violated the Lanzhou laws, and I am afraid that this time, they can't be good anymore. Moreover, the people from the Magic Sword sect obviously didn't tell the truth to Lu Tian. As far as I know, after taking the demon-inducing pill to become a demon, one will never be able to wake up, and will ultimately be reduced to a true demon, and that's why the demon-inducing pill was included in the Lanzhou forbidden products. The crowd murmured, frequently casting contemptuous gazes at the Demon Blade sect. Long Yufei's face was grim as she turned her head to look at the Fire Demon Elder and said in a deep voice, the Devil Blade sect is so bold, even the Lanzhou forbidden product dares to use it, when my Lanzhou law is just for show? Fire Demon Elder rose with a salute and respectfully said, State Lord rest his anger, I also do not know about this matter. It must be the disciples under the door who are privy to it. The Devil's Blade sect will surely give an explanation to the State Lord, and to Lanzhou. No need, this official will investigate on his own. Long Yufei snorted coldly and had the female guards close the ring space. In the next moment, the figures of Chu Chen and Lu Tian once again appeared in the ring. The true speech talisman on Lu Tian's body had also passed its expiration date and turned into ashes. No, it's not like that. Lu Tian didn't care about the severe pain on his body and violently rolled over and slashed at Chu Chen. Damn bear child, what kind of demonic magic did you use on me? I'll kill you. The pitch-black, ghost-headed greatsword carried the sound of a ghostly howl as it fell towards Chu Chen's small head. Still coming? Chu Chen's tiny eyebrows slightly frowned, pinched his fleshy little fist and slammed it out, only to hear a clicking sound of the ghost-head greatsword shattering. The little fist still went on unabated, slamming into Lu Tian's chest, smashing it out of the ring, just landing in front of Long Yufei. The sternum was broken the moment the small fist landed, but it didn't kill him. It was just the intense pain that made Lu Tian unable to stop himself from letting out a mournful scream. Long Yufei coldly looked at Lu Tian and said, openly using Lanzhou forbidden goods, violating Lanzhou law, according to the law when beheaded. Beheaded? When Lu Tian heard this, he immediately became anxious, not caring about the severe pain of his broken sternum. He begged for mercy, State Lord forgive me, State Lord spare my life. Long Yufei said indifferently, this official can give you a chance to live, identify the person who gave you the demon-seducing pill, and you can be dealt with leniently. This. Lu Tian froze and muttered, but he concealed his figure, even his voice was disguised. Plus the other party's strength is higher than mine, I can't see through his disguise at all, I don't know who he is. Long Yufei stared at him for a moment, waved her hand, and said, come on, escort him down and lock him up in the dungeon, to be disposed of after the Lanzhou Grand Competition is over. Yes, State Lord. Two female guards stepped forward and dragged Lu Tian down with one on the left and one on the right. State Lord spare your life. Lu Tian's pleas for mercy came from far away. Long Yufei once again looked up at the Fire Demon Elder and said indifferently, Fire Demon Elder, the disciple elders of your Demon Blade sect who came to Lanzhou this time are all here, right? Not bad. What does the State Master want to do? Fire Demon Elder nodded and asked in a deep voice. Of course it's to find out the person who is harboring the forbidden items. Long Yufei said in a cold voice. The Fire Demon Elder frowned and said indifferently, the State Lord wouldn't be trying to perform a god search technique, would he? If so, please forgive me for not being able to agree. Destroying the foundation of my Demon Blade sect for the sake of a person who is harboring forbidden items, the sect master will not agree to it either. Naturally not. Long Yufei smiled indifferently, what's more, I don't know the god-searching technique. The Fire Demon Elder's gaze condensed, and he turned his head to look at Chu Chen, who was leisurely drinking beast milk in the ring, and asked, could it be that the State Lord wants to make use of that bear child's true speech talisman? Although the true speech talisman is good, a talisman can only be used on one person. My Demon Blade sect has at least 100 disciples above Martial Emperor at this scene. Do you think he has that many true speech talismans on him? Speaking of this, his tone was quite proud. There were hundreds of disciples at the Martial Zone and Martial Zone realms who had come to watch the competition alone, so one could imagine the depth of the Magic Blade sect. You're talking about this I have a lot Hearing the Fire Demon Elder's words, Chu Chen, who was drinking beast milk, waved his meaty little hand, and saw a single true word talisman emerge out of thin air to pile up on the ring, and in an instant, it piled up into a pile of talisman seals that was even taller than the others. The Fire Demon Elder instantly froze. Is this enough? Not enough, I have more? Chu Chen said with a smile while drinking beast milk. Is it enough? Was this a fucking question of whether or not it was enough? Is this damned bear child trying to smash my Demon Blade sect to death with talisman seals? The corners of the Fire Demon Elder's mouth twitched slightly, and in his heart, he had already cursed. This little tyke is really ho. I can guarantee that he must have gone to ransack some big power of rune seals. No, it seems like we don't have such a hoity-toity rune seal power in Lanzhou, do we? Could it be that he's not from Lanzhou? You're silly, haven't you heard that these two little tykes followed the State Lord? They must be from Central State. From Central State, no wonder it's so powerful. In the 9 states under the heavens, Central State has the most heavenly pride and the most power. That's for sure. Of the top 10 holy places in the world, there are 3 in Central State. My Lanzhou doesn't have a single holy land. The crowd murmured, all of them shocked by Chu Chen's large sum of money, while at the same time curiously speculating about Chu Chen's origins. The corners of Long Yufei's good-looking mouth revealed a hint of a smile, then she offered up the Lanzhou seal, her true chi surging into it, and a transparent curtain of light drooped down, enveloping the entire tournament area. That was the prohibition she had laid through the Lanzhou seal by mobilizing the power of Lanzhou's chi. Even a martial saint would find it difficult to break through in a short period of time. Moreover, attacking such a prohibition would also suffer a backlash from the power of Lanzhou's chi fortune, which was extremely costly. Afterward, she turned her head to look at the Fire Demon Elder and said indifferently, does the Fire Demon Elder have anything else to say? The corners of the Fire Demon Elder's mouth twitched. He had no reason to shrug it off when it came down to it, and could only say with a stiff upper lip, all disciples of Martial Emperor or above come to the ring. He had already made up his mind that when the time came, he would put all the blame on that disciple, and would never let Long Yufei take advantage of the situation to suppress the Magic Sword sect. Long Yufei looked towards Chu Chen, who was drinking the beast's milk, and laughed, little fellow, you're the victim in this matter, so you'll be the one to ask. Good, good, I love hearing people tell the truth the most. Chu Chen cheered, then glanced at his sister who was jumping up and down in the viewing area, and said to Long Yufei, Auntie Long, can I let my sister come along? She also likes to hear people tell the truth. Of course. Long Yufei nodded her head. Thank you, Auntie Long. Chu Chen thanked her and turned to Chu Xian and waved her fleshy little hands vigorously. Sister, come and play the game of finding the true culprit. The game of finding the real culprit? The crowd was speechless, looking at this situation. The two little tykes hadn't played much before. I also don't know what their parents were thinking. Such a good talent doesn't properly teach them to cultivate, but actually teaches these messy things. Coming. Chu Xian leaped and landed on the ring, the ground shaking. The crowd couldn't help but look surprised. I'm afraid that this older sister's physical body strength wasn't lower than her younger brother's in the slightest. This sibling, all of them are perverts. Now, everyone listen to my command. Automatically split into 2 rows, with 1 row standing in front of me and 1 row standing in front of my brother. Chu Xian carried a pair of snow-white little hands, boarded a delicate little face, looked at the lazy Demon Blade sect disciples, and chided in a milky voice, move faster, no one has taught you what is meant by time is life? Father said, delaying other people's time is the same as murdering other people's lives. You move so slowly, you are delaying me and my brother's time. Delaying our time is wanting to harm our lives, deserve to be beaten. As soon as the words fell, her tiny figure instantly disappeared and appeared behind a lazy demon blade sect disciple. Snap! With a lift of her small hand, she heavily smacked the disciple's buttocks with a crisp ringing sound. You seek death. Being spanked by a 3-year-old brat in public was simply a strange shame. He shouted angrily and drew his sword before slashing at Chu Xin. Phew! Still dare to resist? Chu Xin grabbed the man's large knife with his bare hand, a divine pattern emerging within his palm, and reprimanded, all of you are now suspects, be obedient and don't resist, or else I'll open your ass up. You! That disciple was stunned, the blade he slashed out in anger was actually caught by this little girl's empty hand? I'm at least a late-stage martial sect. The other people watching the show were all filled with shock. I'm afraid that this sister's strength really isn't worse than her brother's. I don't know which heaven-defying guy actually cultivated such a heaven-defying sibling. You, hurry up and line up. Chu Xion's big eyes glared, her snow-white small hand lifted, frightening that person hastily drew back, a flash appeared in the middle of the queue. The others, seeing this scene, didn't dare to lazily procrastinate anymore, and consciously lined up and waited for the interrogation. That's right. Chu Xian nodded her small head in satisfaction and returned to her own position, waving her small hand to fetch a bunch of true speech talismans, sticking them on the demon blade sect disciples and starting to interrogate them. On the other side, Shu Chen did the same. Under the siblings' busy schedule, they questioned all the hundreds of disciples of the Magic Blade sect above the Martial Emperor level, and did not find out the real culprit. The Fire Demon Elder looked at Long Yufei and smiled, State Lord, all the interrogations have been completed, and the person who gave Lu Tian the demon-seducing pill was not them. In my opinion, this must be someone trying to frame my Magic Blade sect. I still ask the State Lord to find out the truth and return my Magic Blade sect's innocence. Long Yufei's expression was calm as she said indifferently, You seem to have forgotten what I said just now. I was talking about disciples and elders above the Martial Emperor level. After the disciples have finished investigating, it's your turn for the elders of the Demon Blade sect. Elders should be checked as well? The Fire Demon Elder's face sank. This is not a good move by the State Lord, is it? The elders of my Magic Blade sect are all martial saints. You're humiliating martial saints by letting two bears use truth talismans to check on them. A martial saint can ignore the Lanzhou laws? Long Yufei said in a cold voice, the state government never pays any attention to the strife of the major powers, but the appearance of forbidden products must be investigated severely. If that person still has a demon baiting pill in his hand, or even a demon baiting pill of saint level or above, everyone present may die. This official does not want to recreate the tragedy of 1,000 years ago. Saint level demon seducing pill? After taking it one can be elevated to the peak of martial saint through the heart demon, then no one here is a match for it. I heard that hundreds of years ago, someone from Lanzhou took the emperor-level demon-seducing pill and reached the peak of martial emperor cultivation, slaughtering hundreds of millions of living beings in Lanzhou. It was only later that all the martial emperors in my Lanzhou teamed up to kill him, but those martial emperors in Lanzhou also damaged their Dao bases, and all of them died before long. Since then, my Lanzhou has no more martial emperors and has been reduced to the bottom of the 9 states. Investigate. It must be investigated severely and must not be tolerated. Not bad. It must be investigated strictly. Thinking that a peak martial saint, or even a peak martial emperor level demon could appear at any time, everyone was scared and cried out in support of Long Yufei. The Fire Demon Elder's face was gloomy, but the anger of the crowd could not be violated. His eyes contained a murderous aura as he glanced at everyone on the scene, then he said in a deep voice, all the elders of the Demon Blade sect come up to the ring. As soon as the words fell, 3 white-haired elders slowly ascended the ring. Shuchen held the beast milk in one hand and pointed at the Fire Demon Elder with one hand, saying in a milky voice, and you don't look like a good person at first glance, you're coming up as well. Me? Elder Fire Devil pointed at his nose with an incredulous face, I am the referee of the grand competition of this region, how can I be like this? What's wrong with a referee? Even if you're a referee, you're still someone from the Demon Blade sect. Shuchen's large eyes rolled over and threw out 2 large blank stares. Fire Demon Elder, you should also go up, so as not to fall into gossip. Long Yufei said indifferently. Good. Fire Demon Elder gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart had reached the critical point of eruption, but he had to endure for the sake of the sect master and the others' grand plan. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Chu Chen, looking down at this bare child, forcibly suppressing the urge to smash his head with one fist. He said coldly, this elder is in the middle stage of martial sage, I'd like to see if this truthful speech talisman of yours works or not. True speech talismans were also divided into grades. The true speech talismans that were previously given to those martial zone, or martial zone disciples, definitely had no effect on the martial saint level. As long as you let me stick it on, then it will definitely work. If you resist, then it will be a bit of a problem. At least I'll have to beat you up. Shuchen said with a milky voice and a serious face. Beat me up? The Fire Demon Elder gasped and laughed. Although this bear child was able to rely on the talisman to suppress the demonic Lu Tian, he didn't necessarily beat a peak martial Zun with a real sword. It was just that Lu Tian's demonic aura happened to be restrained by this bear child's brightness talisman, and using a brightness talisman to deal with other peak martial Zuns wouldn't have any effect. An early-stage martial sage can easily kill a peak martial sage, not to mention that he is still a mid-stage martial sage, much stronger than an early-stage martial sage. This bear child really thinks that the world is invincible, and wants to beat me up. Don't laugh, you're too ugly when you laugh. Chu Chen's small brows furrowed, and his fleshy little face was filled with disgust. The smile on the fire demon elder's face froze, his chest rose and fell dramatically, and the anger in his eyes was on the verge of turning into flames and burning up. This damned bear child, can't he live without pissing off a few people every day? Chu Chen couldn't care less about the fire demon elder's mood, picking up a true word talisman and snapping it on. The fire demon elder subconsciously then wanted to counterattack. His hand was already raised, and the true chi on his body bulged, causing everyone to feel their breath stagnate. Still want to resist? Chu Chen's small eyebrows raised, and a trace of anger surfaced on his fleshy little face. The corner of the fire demon elder's mouth twitched slightly. This was purely a subconscious reaction on his part. Chu Chen glanced at him and didn't say anything, preparing to continue labeling talismans. Brother, wait a moment. Zhu Xian suddenly called out to him, taking out another talisman seal from her Sumeru ring and snapping it onto herself and her younger brother Chu Chen. Everyone at the scene froze. What was this little tyke doing? Why was she still sticking talisman seals on herself? Sister, what are you doing? Chu Chen was also filled with doubt. However, he saw Chu Xian put her little head to Chu Chen's ear and quietly said, Brother, what if he resists after finding out the real culprit? In order to beat them down, we still have to do it, and with our small arms and legs, how tiring. Why don't we first use the sealing talisman to seal the energy in their bodies, and then use the imprisonment talisman to confine them? When Chu Chen heard this, his eyes immediately lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Good, this is good, let's just do it. Although the siblings weren't afraid of these guys, it was still a bit of a chore to really fight. Father had said, if you can solve it in other ways, don't fight. Fighting is degrading to the four texts. For when or 7 when came. Anyway, that's what it means. The people around only saw the siblings muttering there, and couldn't hear what was being said. Even when the fire demon elder and the others used their holy thoughts to investigate, they didn't get anything. Obviously, the talisman seal that the little tyke had just put on her body had isolated the sound and even the holy thoughts. There were so many good things on these two little tits. The fire demon elder was craving for it, and a hint of hidden greed appeared in his eyes. After the siblings finished their deliberation, they each took out a few talismans and said to the 2 demon blade sect elders standing in front of them, don't move be good and just let us affix them. After saying that, they pasted the 2 talisman seals on with lightning speed. The fire demon elder and the others thought that they were true speech talismans and did not resist. It wasn't until the talismans were affixed to their bodies that the fire demon elder became horrified. Damn bear child, what have you done to me? The fire demon elder roared angrily, panic showing in his eyes. He felt as if the true chi in his body had been sealed by some kind of law, and he couldn't sense the slightest bit of it. A chain drilled out from the talismanic seal, entangling him to death and preventing him from moving. Let go of me. The other 2 elders also roared madly, and only one elder launched a counterattack as the talismanic seal approached, shocking away the talismanic seal to dodge away. Bear children, you seek death. That demon blade sex elder shouted angrily as a large black blade was offered out from his body, and a cold blade intent swept across the entire field, pressurizing everyone to the point where they couldn't breathe. Isn't it a true speech talisman? What did those 2 little tits do? What a terrifying pressure. Is this the strength of a martial saint? Everyone at the scene was shocked and talking. Die for me! That elder shouted explosively, and the demonic blade slashed down towards the duo's heads. The void was instantly chopped apart. This blade spelled out its full strength, clearly not wanting to let the Chu Xian siblings live. Unbridled. Long Yufei droned, her hand knuckled, and the state master seal suspended in the air above the ring shook, and a curtain of light condensed from the power of chi drooped down, enveloping the demon blade sex elder within it. He saw that elder scream miserably and fall from the sky, with a plume of green smoke rising from his body. The power of Lanshao's chi had an extraordinary suppressive effect on Lanshao's cultivators. This was one of the reasons why the cultivators didn't dare to rebel against the government and the Jiuzhou Empire. Of course, manipulating the power of chi also extremely consumed true chi and energy, and one had to have the imperial bloodline of the empire to do so. The state lords of the 9 states were all members of the imperial family. Although this increased the empire's control over the 9 states, it also created a situation where many of the state lords listened to the tone but not the announcement, and even eyed the imperial throne. Go! With a wave of Chu Chen's fleshy little hand, the sealing talisman and confinement talisman that had originally been shaken away by that elder broke through the air and snapped onto that elder's body. Long Yufei, you said you would use the true speech talisman, why are you playing tricks? That elder roared in frantic rage. From the very beginning, did you guys already discuss that you would take the opportunity to decimate the several elders of my demon blade sect? Or even, to leave all the elders of the 3 major forces behind? The moment these words came out, the elders of the 10,000 Beast sect and the hegemonic sword sect all changed their faces. The fire demon elder also looked at Long Yufei with a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, State Lord, we need a reasonable explanation. Long Yufei glanced at the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings, although she also did not know why the siblings suddenly changed their minds. She did not blame the two and said indifferently, Elder Fire Demon also said that martial saints are powerful, and that truthfulness talismans are not always useful. Therefore, it will be necessary to first condescend to all the elders. If the person is not among you, this official will personally make amends to the elders. You! The fire demon elder was furious, but now that the person was under the roof, he had to bow his head. The true chi in his body was sealed and his body was confined. Even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't do so. I'm afraid this is not a good move by the State Lord, right? The Panther Elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect said in a gloomy tone. Long Yufei turned her head to look at him and said indifferently, earlier, Elder Fire Demon said that the Demon Blade sect was framed. This official feels that it is somewhat reasonable. I wonder where Elder Panther thinks that this official should start from, to investigate the person who framed the Demon Blade sect? Elder Panther was suddenly speechless, not daring to answer. The 3 major powers, and even many of the powers in Lanzhou were not that clean, who would dare to let the state government intervene to conduct a thorough investigation? The referee of the bastard sword sect laughed dryly, State Lord is wise, State Lord is wise. Long Yufei glanced at him faintly and turned her head towards the ring, her gaze landing on that elder who had resisted earlier. She was already basically certain that this elder was the one who had given Lu Tian the demon seducing pill. Before seeing the effect of the talisman seal, everyone thought that it was a truth talisman, and the fire demon elder and the other 2 elders did not resist, only he did. Seeing the effects of the talisman seal only after resisting, it was obvious that this person was a thief. However, she did not immediately point it out. After all, her own speculations were far less convincing than the 2 little tykes' truth talismans. And at this moment, the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings, each holding a true speech talisman, circled around the 4 elders of the Demon Blade sect. What are they doing? Why aren't they asking yet? Someone's face was filled with doubt. Who knows, who can guess the thoughts of a little tyke? Someone shook their head and smiled. Adults could never guess what a little tyke was thinking. It's just you, it just doesn't look right, you must be a bad person. Suddenly, Chu Xian stopped in front of an elder and said with a confident expression. The corners of that elder's mouth twitched, wanting to cry. It's not my fault if I don't see eye to eye. Can this be a standard for judging good and bad? I'd better pick him, too ugly, must be a bad person. Chu Chen returned to the fire demon elder with the same confidence on his face. The fire demon elder looked at Chu Chen angrily, itching to bite him twice. This damned bear child, doesn't he know that hitting someone doesn't hit their face, and cursing someone doesn't reveal their shortcomings? No, this bear child seemed to specialize in hitting people in the face. He had beaten that Lu Tian into a pig's head. Sister, let's see who chose the right one. If you chose the wrong one, watch the barbecue grill 100 times. Chu Chen turned his head to look at Chu Xian and proposed. Good. Chu Xian nodded her head. The 2 little tykes, one liked to roast meat and the other liked to eat roast meat, but both had one thing in common, and that was that they didn't really like to wash the grill, wash pots and pans, and wash dishes and whatnot. Only Chu Xian was the older sister. The suppression of the bloodline was too strong. Chu Chen could only condescend to wash alone every day. The fire demon elder's heart was filled with humiliation. His own hallowed demon blade sect elder, a powerful cultivator in the middle stage of martial saint, was actually used as a bet to wash the grill? Snap! While he was frozen in thought, Chu Chen had already affixed a true speech talisman to his forehead. Was it you who told Lu Tian to come and kill me? Chu Chen asked in a milky voice. Yes. Although the fire demon elder was very conscious and wanted to veto it, his mouth didn't listen to him and responded truthfully. He ordered this? He's a referee, how could he do such a thing? That's right, if in the future we encounter a heavenly pride with good talent and strength, as long as it's not from his demon blade sect, won't it be dealt with in this way? In that case, how can those of us from the smaller forces continue to compete? It's simply too detestable. Hearing the fire demon elder admit it, everyone became enraged. Ha, sister, he's the one who ordered it. You're going to lose. Chu Chen excitedly clapped his meaty little hands. Chu Xian's big round eyes glared as she muttered, he instructed it, but that medicine wasn't necessarily given by him. After saying that, she began to interrogate the elder in front of her again. Also Chu Chen nodded and asked once again, did you give the demon seducing pill? No. The fire demon elder shook his head. Chu-Chen was filled with disappointment when he heard this, and picked up another true speech talisman and walked towards the defiant elder from before. That elder's eyes rolled around, and there was a hint of trepidation in his eyes. But now that his true chi was sealed and his body was confined, he couldn't do anything, and could only watch as that bear child approached him. Little friend, why don't you ask directly? I promise to know everything, so there's no need to use this talisman seal, right? That elder laughed dryly twice and proposed, the truthfulness talismans that can make martial saints speak the truth are saint-level talismans. There aren't many talismans of this level even among those top talismanic powers. There's no need to waste them on us, right? No, my father has refined a lot of this stuff for us. With a wave of Chu-Chen's fleshy little hand, a pile of true speech talismans like a small mountain sprang out of thin air and piled up beside him. That elder's mouth opened wide, his jaw dropped, and he was instantly speechless. These true speech talismans were different from the pile of true speech talismans from before. These were actual saint-level talismans, powerful talismans that could make even martial saints open their mouths and speak the truth. In fact, what that elder said wasn't wrong. Although there were quite a lot of saint-level talisman seals amongst the top talismanic forces, it wasn't to the point where they were freely squandered. However, Chu-Chen was not lacking in the slightest. Your dads are sick in the head, aren't they? That elder really couldn't hold back and directly cursed. The truth talisman was actually not very useful for cultivators. It could only be used to make people speak the truth, and it could only work if the cultivator himself did not resist, or could not resist, so it could be said to be a chicken rib. After all, cultivators have many means to extract other people's memories and get the information they want. Who would spend a large amount of money to buy a truth-speaking talisman, even a holy-level truth-speaking talisman? Even with rune strength, very few people would refine too many of them, and at most, they would only refine one or two for emergencies. With that kind of time, it would be better to refine more powerful saint-level talismans. But that daddy behind this bear child, yet he had refined so many saint-grade truth seals for this bear child. What was this if not pure brain sickness? No scolding my daddy. Chu-Chen instantly became furious upon hearing this, even forgetting his purpose, pinching his meaty little fist, and hitting that elder's head with an explosive hammer, beating that elder to the point where he screamed miserably and begged for mercy. Enough! Seeing that elder had already been beaten into a pig's head, but Chu-Chen still had no intention of stopping, the fire demon elder instantly roared in anger. Chu-Chen looked at the pig's head lying on the ground wailing, and only then did he satisfactorily stop, clenching his fist and threatening to say, if I hear you cursing my father again, I'll beat and wash you. That elder just lay on the ground and wailed, not daring to say a word back. Snap! Chu-Chen pasted a saint-grade true speech talisman onto that elder and asked, did you give the demon baiting pill? Yes. That elder said no 10,000 times in his heart, but when it came to his mouth, he spat out a word truthfully. It's him, it's him. Chu-Chen cheered, jumping in excitement. Sister, I won. The crowd was somewhat speechless as they looked at the bouncing and jumping, excited little tyke in the ring. Finding out the person behind the scenes who wanted to harm oneself was indeed a thing to be happy about, but it always felt like something was wrong. Because the point that this little baby was happy about was not quite the same as a normal person. Normal people should be more angry, and even if they were happy, it was also aimed at successfully finding out who was behind the scenes. But the point of happiness for this little tyke seemed to be that she had won her sister and could finally not wash the grill? Winning is winning. Do you need to be so happy? Looks just like a fool. Shuxian glanced at Chu-Chen and muttered in a low voice, then raised her head to look at the last remaining demon blade sect elder in front of herself and glared at him with an angry grunt. You don't look like a good person. How come you haven't done anything bad? That elder's lips moved, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Forget it, children's words are reckless. I've lived for thousands of years. What's the point of bothering with a 3-year-old brat? He could only keep comforting himself in his heart. Long Yufei's figure flickered and appeared in the ring, saying to Chu-Chen, little fellow, ask him who gave him the demon-inducing pill, whether the demon blade sect still has the demon-inducing pill in its private stash, and who still has the demon-inducing pill on them. Okay, Auntie Long. Chu-Chen nodded and repeated Long Yufei's question word for word. The demon-seducing pill is something I obtained unintentionally. That elder answered the first question, and for the next 2 questions, both answered with only 3 words, I don't know. Long Yufei turned her head to look at the fire demon elder and said indifferently, Fire demon elder, you asked the water demon elder to do this matter. Don't tell this official that you don't know? State Lord, I really didn't know that he was hiding the demon baiting pill. I only asked him to find someone to defeat that bear child. I didn't think of killing him. The fire demon elder hurriedly called out, then looked at that elder and roared in anger, Old water, you even hid the demon baiting pill. You've harmed my demon blade sect. He looked sorrowful and angry, as if he really didn't know. Long Yufei didn't say anything. She was very clear that the magic blade sect definitely still had the demon-inducing Dan. It's just that these guys were overly cautious. They actually didn't even know about the demon-inducing Dan that was privately stashed amongst each other, and they must have put in a truth charm in the first place, or a divine search technique. Without evidence, even if one could guess, it would be impossible to convict the Demon Blade sect. Not right, not right. Right at this moment, Shu Chun, however, shook his head repeatedly, took 3 or 2 steps to come before the Fire Demon Elder, and corrected himself in a serious manner. What you're acting out should be the emotion of grief and anger, right? Father said that if you don't know how to act, you should widen your eyes a bit more and open your mouth a bit wider when you roar. Also, your expression is too stiff, it looks fake. The Fire Demon Elder's expression stiffened, his eyes rounded, and he couldn't say a word. This bear child was doing this on purpose, right? It was definitely intentional. Don't you know what it means to see through and not say anything? Now it's making everyone embarrassed. That's right, mattress chewable liquid. That's it, once more. Seeing that the Fire Demon Elder's eyes were rounded, Shu Chen nodded in satisfaction, and his fleshy little hands even stroked his double chins. These movements were known at a glance to have been learned from his father. It was unclear how much he had learned, but this comical action appeared on a 3-year-old little baby. It was just too cute. Put. The surrounding female guards and nearby spectators burst out laughing. This little tyke was just too amusing. Their daddy was also an oddball, teaching anything messed up. The corners of Long Yufei's mouth also revealed a hint of a smile, but it quickly faded away as she turned her head to look at the Water Demon Elder, a cold glint in her eyes. At this time, the true speech talisman had already failed, but the effects of the sealing talisman and the imprisonment talisman were still there, and the Water Demon Elder was already awake, but still unable to move. Knowing that he had planted himself, he roared madly, "Damn bear child, after I die, I will turn into an evil thought that will haunt you and cause your heart to be full of demons, and I will watch you die under the lesser heavenly tribulation with my own eyes." Lesser heavenly tribulation? What is that? Father seems to have spoken about it, but I've forgotten. Shu Chen was a bit puzzled and scratched his pilled head in distress. Stupid younger brother, the lesser heavenly tribulation is the sainthood tribulation. One can only become a martial saint after crossing the lesser heavenly tribulation. Shu Xian walked over and said with hatred, "Usually, you don't listen when I tell you to use more energy. Now you don't understand, do you? He. Shu Chen giggled twice and muttered, "Why am I remembering this? It's not like we have a cultivation level and we don't need to cross the tribulation." That's true. Shu Xian nodded. The siblings didn't have any true chi at all, so he thought that they didn't need to cross any minor heavenly tribulation. Hearing the conversation between the siblings, the crowd froze. No cultivation? This sibling duo didn't seem to have any true chi fluctuations throughout, originally thinking that they had some kind of treasure that hid their cultivation and breath, but now it seemed like it wasn't that. Could it be that they really had no cultivation? But how could they be so powerful without cultivation? The Water Demon Elder was even more directly dumbfounded. Without cultivation, the lesser heavenly tribulation wouldn't have descended at all. Wouldn't his curse have been in vain? At this time, Long Yufei's jade hand, Lancehao State Master Seal, appeared in his hand, flipped his hand to the Water Demon Elder suppression. Anyone who harbors the demon seducing pill will die. A wisp of chi power wrapped around the State Lord Seal fell with a roar. This strike was like lifting up the entire Lancehao and smashing it down, and the Water Demon Elder, who had his cultivation sealed and his body imprisoned, was naturally powerless to resist. Accompanied by a roar of despair, the State Master Seal came down with a bang, shattering the Water Demon Elder's body into flying ash. When Long Yufei retrieved the State Lord Seal, a black shadow broke through the air and rushed straight towards Shu Chen. "Be careful!" Long Yufei was startled. A martial saint who had his cultivation imprisoned, even if he possessed a sacred body, he should have been turned into flying ash under the bombardment of the State Lord's Seal. How could he still be alive? No, it was an evil thought. It was the Water Demon Elder's curse. But this curse came too quickly, and before anyone could react, it had already entered Shu Chen's body. Brother, something ran inside your body," Shu Xian exclaimed, pulling Shu Chen to touch around and rummage around. Shu Chen was at a loss. What is it? Swooshing around. Long Yufei was also full of anxiety, but she didn't have any response to the curse. Turning her head to look at the Fire Demon Elder, she said in a deep voice, "How do I lift the curse?" Fire Demon Elder shook his head and sighed. "Once the curse is formed, it cannot be lifted." His face was filled with sympathy, and his heart had long been happy. Everything that had happened today had made him furious, and finally there was something that could make him happy. What is this thing? Right at this moment, a miserable scream came from within Shu Chen's body. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see that there were some golden runes vaguely flowing within Shu Chen's body, precisely the divine lines within the bones in his body. As the divine lines flowed, a strand of the power of the divine lines floated out and landed on top of that black shadow, and a mournful scream could be heard, which then transformed into a stream of black smoke that floated out from within Shu Chen's body and dissipated with the wind. What is that? A rune for making rune seals? It's a bit like it, but it's a bit unlike it. There are too many secrets in this little tyke. When the nearby crowd saw this scene, they were greatly surprised and speculated. The fire demon elder, who was still happy in his heart but had to try to put on an expression of regret, also had his mouth wide open and was filled with astonishment. A martial saint's curse, even a peak martial saint would find it difficult to lift, and this bear child had broken the curse in an instant? What exactly was that rune that was flashing with golden light? Could it be that their father had refined this bear child's body into a rune seal as well? Human body runes? Unheard of. The point is, if the curse is ineffective, the water demon elder will have died in vain. Thinking of this, the fire demon elder's heart was filled with rage, but even so, his face didn't dare to show the slightest bit of expression as he carefully asked, "State Lord, can you release us now?" Long Yufei looked at the three elders of the Demon Blade sect, and although he hated to directly suppress the three of them, in the end, he still held back. Killing the water demon elder was because he was harboring the demon-inducing pill, so killing them was fine. Even if the Devil Blade sect was angry, they had nothing to say. However, if the fire demon elder and the others were all killed, the Demon Blade sect master would never let it go. Although relying on the state master seal, she was not afraid of ordinary martial saints. The Demon Blade sect master was a peak martial saint, and even if she had the state master seal in her hand, she would not necessarily be his opponent. You are a referee in the tournament area, yet you have killed the players for your own selfish desires, disrupting the order of the grand competition. According to the Lanzhou law, you will be detained in the dungeon for 3 years. Are you convinced? Although he couldn't be killed, a living offense could not be avoided. This Elder Fire Demon's face changed slightly. The dungeon had a special spell formation added to it. Even a peak martial saint entering it would have their cultivation sealed, just like an ordinary person. No cultivator would be willing to enter the Empire's dungeon, but he had indeed violated the Lanzhou law, and no one dared to stand up and plead for him at this time. I accept the punishment. Elder Fire Demon sighed and said. With the Chi Guardian formation open, it would be very difficult for him to rush out in a short period of time even at his full strength. What's more, now that the true Chi in his body was sealed and his body was imprisoned, he had no power to resist at all, so he could only agree to it for the time being and then think about it in the long run. Very well. Long Yufei nodded her head, turned her head towards Chu Chun and said, "Little fellow, put another sealing talisman on him." There was a distance from here to the dungeon, and she was afraid that the time limit for the Fire Demon Elder's sealing talisman would arrive in the middle of the journey. Okay, Auntie Long. With a wave of Chu Chen's fleshy little hand, another Saint-grade sealing talisman was pasted onto the Fire Demon Elder. Men, bring him down and lock him up in the dungeon. Long Yufei said in a cold voice. Yes, State Lord. Several female guards stepped forward and escorted the Fire Demon Elder whose true Chi was sealed away. Unseal them. Long Yufei looked at the other two Demon Blade sect elders and said indifferently. Aha! The two siblings, Chu Xan and Chu Chen, nodded their little heads, and with a wave of their little hands, they saw the talisman seals on those two elders turn into ashes. Feeling the surging true Chi in their bodies, the two elders were instantly relieved in their hearts. With true Chi in their bodies, they had the power to defend themselves, and they felt secure. The grand competition continues. Long Yufei finished speaking and appeared at her position in an instant. The two Demon Blade sect elders looked at the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings and turned around to return to the Demon Blade sect's camp. Chu Xian and Chu Chen also left the ring, but did not stay to watch the battle. There was no longer a match for Chu Chen today, and staying here to watch those boring battles would be better than hunting demonic beasts to roast meat. Without the two siblings, the scene returned to its previous calmness, but the crowd that had come to watch the battle was somewhat lackluster. Obviously, this session of the grand competition was even more exciting than the previous sessions, but without the presence of those two little tits, it always felt like there was something missing, and even the mood to watch the competition was gone. The one-day competition quickly ended, and the elders of the three top powers gathered together once again. Damn bear children, causing my Magic Blade sect to lose two elders, and even more so, tarnishing the reputation of the Magic Blade sect. It's hard to swallow the anger in my heart without killing them. The two remaining Magic Blade sect elders in Lanzhou City were furious with killing intent. The Water Demon Elder had been killed, the Fire Demon Elder had been imprisoned in the dungeon and it was unknown if he would be able to come out, and with the so far offending Demon Blade Sage, the Devil Blade sect was all of a sudden short of 3 Martial Saint level combatants, and their strength was greatly reduced. More importantly, after today, the reputation of the Devil Blade sect has taken a huge hit, its prestige in Lanzhou has plummeted. How can it recruit geniuses in the future? We still underestimated that bear child too much. Who would have thought that he just happened to have the brightness talisman that can restrain demonic chi on him? It's not just the brightness talisman, he seems to have an endless supply of talismans on him, and he can take out a lot of them anytime, anywhere. The elder of the Bastard Sword sect and the Panther elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect also sighed slightly. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but have their eyelids flutter and be speechless for a while. I'm afraid that the talisman seals on those two bear children were more than the talisman seals stored by the talismanic forces in the entire Lanzhou prefecture combined. I really don't know where they got them from. Could it be that their daddy really refined them? No matter how many talisman seals he has, he must die. The Magic Blade Sect's elder was still furious. It was a strange shame for a martial saint to be confined in public by two 3-year-old bears and tortured with true speech talismans. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a black shadow appeared out of thin air. He floated as if he was a massive shadow, unable to see his face or his body. But upon seeing this massive shadow, the elders of the 3 top powers all stood up with a hint of awe in their expressions. Master said not to mess with those 2 children for the time being, and to keep everything in the grand scheme of things. If it's because of your personal matters that you ruin the Master's and your sect Master's grand plans, don't blame the Master for being merciless. The Black Shadow's voice rang out without a hint of emotional fluctuation, cold and merciless. We understand, the crowd said in unison. The shadow drifted out and disappeared in an instant. He got away? That's good news. The crowd looked at each other in sigh and relief. After going through so much effort and losing 2 martial saint level combatants, they had finally gained something. Then let those 2 bear children live for a few more days. When the grand plan is completed, I will definitely hang those 2 bear children in Long Yufei and skin them, then bury their bodies into the Blood Corpse Mountain and throw their souls into the Forbidden Soul Abyss, so that they will not be able to transcend their lives for eternity. One of the Devil Blade sect elders gritted his teeth and said with endless killing intent and hatred, causing the other elders to feel their hearts tremble. The people of the Devil Blade sect were all madmen. The elders of the Hegemonic Sword sect and the 10,000 Beasts sect secretly sighed in their hearts. They didn't know that the Water Demon elder who was killed was this Devil Blade sect elder's own brother. It was just that at that time, in order to stay alive, he didn't dare to show any emotions. If Chu Xian was here, she would know that this person was the elder that she had reprimanded for not seeming like a good person. Why didn't he do anything bad? Half a month had passed, and Chu Chen had entered the top 10 of the Lanzhou City tournament with an absolute advantage. Having witnessed Chu Chen's endless abilities, anyone who encountered him later on would basically just surrender. No one wanted to be violently beaten up by a 3-year-old baby. After the top 10 were decided, a 2-day challenge match was held. 2 of the top 10 players were defeated and squeezed out, losing their qualifications to enter the secret realm. The remaining 9, including Chu Xian, had all been challenged, but not a single person had challenged Chu Chun from start to finish. On this day, the top 10 from the 10 major regions gathered in Lanzhou City, and these were the 100 heavenly prides of Lanzhou who had entered the secret realm. They were almost the strongest heavenly prides of the entire Lanzhou, the hopes of the younger generation of Lanzhou. Next, within half a month, the top 10 of the entire Lanzhou were to be competed for. Eventually, the maps were to be distributed based on the ranking of the top 10, and the closer the ranking, the more complete the map would be, and at that time, they would naturally have a greater advantage in the secret realm. The venue for the Lanzhou Top 10 competition was not held in the ring of the previous tournament area, where the spectator venue was still a bit small in comparison. This was the most exciting tournament for the younger generation in the entire Lanzhou, touching the gazes of all the forces in the entire Lanzhou. Not only were the people who came to watch the battle all cultivators, but the number of people was even greater than before, and their overall strength was also stronger than before. The venue was changed to the Mimetic Ring in Lanzhou. The so-called Mimetic Ring, its ring space was not a simple space, but a false secret realm that simulated the environment of a secret realm. The environments inside would all change randomly, extreme ice, flames, thunder, and so on. The environment in the secret realm was even more complex and changeable than in the mimetic space. This was to allow the celestial pride to familiarize themselves with it in advance and learn to adapt to the situation. At the same time, in this mimetic space, killing was not forbidden. This was because after dying in the space, one would be resurrected outside and would not really die. This was also to allow the contestants to better experience life and death combat. At the same time, the viewing venue of the mimetic ring was bigger, enough to accommodate 100,000 people. Wow! So many people. Having just arrived at the site, Chu Xian looked at the densely packed silhouettes of people sitting in rows and rows in the viewing area and let out a great gasp. Originally, she thought that Boulder Village was the whole world, and it wasn't until she stepped out of Boulder Village that she realized that the outside world was huge, and it wasn't until the Lanzhou Grand Competition that she realized that there were so many people outside. But today she realized that there were far more people outside than she had imagined. Chu Chen also fluttered his big eyes, staring at the 100,000 spectators in a daze, his little mouth baring, muttering, "So many people, if I roast meat, how much meat do I have to give them?" The female guard responsible for bringing the siblings into the battle preparation area was a bit speechless at the words. This little milky baby's brain circuits were really strange. "Gongzi, miss, you guys wait here for a while, the match will start soon, don't run around." After leading to the battle preparation area, the female escort instructed and then turned to leave. Long Yufei appeared in the ring out of thin air. Her gaze fell on the 100 heavenly pride in the preparation area, and said indifferently, the flow of time within the mimetic space is also different from the outside world. Roughly 1 hour in the outside world is equivalent to 1 month in the mimetic space. The purpose of setting up this mimetic ring is to let you guys familiarize yourselves with the secret realm in advance, so killing is not prohibited and you can to kill your opponents by all means except forbidden items. After you die inside, you will be resurrected in the preparation area, which is covered with recovery spell formations that can restore you to your peak condition in the shortest possible time. You are the strongest celestial pride of the younger generation of my Lanzhou. Bloom your strength to the fullest in the mimicry ring, and let this official see whether or not you can stand up to the 4 words Lanzhou celestial pride. Hearing these words, other than the siblings Chu Xin and Chu Chen, the remaining 98 contestants blood boiled. The State Lord was a member of the royal family and had just come from Central State. They wanted to let the State Lord know that Lanzhou State's heavenly pride was no worse than any other state's heavenly pride. With a wave of Long Yufei's hand, 100 tokens emerged out of thin air, and under the power of Qi, no one could see through the numbers in them, including herself. After the tokens were distributed, Long Yufei returned to her seat, and a female guard walked up to the ring and said aloud, "Please ask the 2 contestants who have gotten number 1 tokens to mount the ring." "Number 1? It's me, it's me." Chu Chen looked at his token and said happily. Although he didn't learn to recognize words very well, he still knew the simple 1, 2, 3, 4. He leapt and landed on the ring, excitedly sizing up his opponent twice and asked with an expectant face, "Are you from the 10,000 Beasts sect?" No? His opponent was an 18 or 19-year-old teenager, standing with his hands behind his back, with the demeanor of an expert. But upon hearing Chu Chen's words, a trace of consternation appeared on the teenager's face as he shook his head and said, "No, I'm a disciple of the Demon Blade sect. Not from the 10,000 Beast sect." "Ah, how boring." When Chu Chen heard this, he immediately shrugged his head and lost interest. The teenager was dumbfounded. "What do you mean? Looking down on my Demon Blade sect disciples? An opponent that only disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect are worthy of?" Endless anger rose up in Fu Yunxiao's heart. His eyes looked at Chu Chen grimly and said through gritted teeth, "I am the disciple of the Demon Blade sect's Demon Blade Sage, the Demon Blade sect's number 1 heavenly pride, Fu Yunxiao, with a peak cultivation level of martial zone. How can I allow you to be so underestimated? Actually a disciple of the Demon Blade Sage, the Demon Blade sect's number 1 heavenly pride, Fu Yunxiao. Peak cultivation level of martial arts. As long as he passes through the small heavenly tribulation, he can become a martial arts saint. He is only 18 years old. This talent is also considered a heavenly pride in the Central State. How easy it is to talk about the peak of the martial arts. Need to comprehend enough of the heaven and earth avenue to trigger the small heavenly tribulation. Through the small heavenly tribulation in order to become a martial arts saint. Through the light will be the cultivation is completely wasted, reduced to a waste of man. The heavy will be the instant disappearance of the smoke. Although the talent is good, but compared to Little Milkmaid it's far worse. Little Milkmaid has defeated the peak martial respect demon Lu Tian. That doesn't count. That time Little Milkmaid eliminated Lu Tian's demonic aura with the help of the light talisman. It can't be considered as truly defeating a peak martial exalt. That's true, this battle should be very interesting to watch. The audience at the scene was murmuring, appearing incredibly noisy. Succubus Blade Saint? That name is a bit familiar. Chu Chen cocked his little head, frowned his little brows, and fell into deep thought. Brother, he's the disciple of that bad guy who cursed our father. Beat him up. In the battle preparation area, Chu Xian's milky voice suddenly rang out. Ah! When Chu Chen heard this, he immediately clapped his little hands together and exclaimed, I remembered too, it's that badass succubus who cursed my father. Demon Blade Saint, a powerful blade cultivator in the middle stage of martial saint, insulting the little tyke's daddy? Why does it feel like there's a bit too much information here? The Demon Blade Saint has a grudge against the little milkman's family. It's Demon Blade Saint, not succubus. Fu Yunxiao corrected. Humph. Chu Chen wrinkled his little nose and grunted, showing his teeth and milking his teeth. He said, there isn't a single good person in your Demon Blade sect. A bad egg who cursed my father, a bad egg who found someone to kill me, and a bad egg who gave someone else a demonic tantalizing elixir. Your Demon Blade sect is full of bad eggs. Bad egg, today I'm going to open your ass up. At the end of his words, he even waved his meaty fist as a threat. Bear child, you seek death. Fu Yunxiao shouted angrily, and with a hand trick, a large black sword appeared out of thin air, and a cold blade intent swept out. So cold. It feels like the blood is freezing. Not just blood, the soul is going to be frozen. The spectators who were close and did not have high cultivation levels were all shivering, and their gazes towards Fu Yunxiao carried a hint of fear. The competition has not yet begun, no hands shall be made. A female guard on the ring opened her mouth and said, although Fu Yunxiao's strength was much stronger than hers, but as the person presiding over the competition on the ring, with the power of Lanzhou's chi luck bestowed by Long Yufei on her body, she was not afraid. Fu Yunxiao snorted coldly and didn't say anything, but also didn't really launch an attack. With a wave of her hand, the female guard offered a token, and the power of chi luck was poured into it, opening the mimetic space. The audience could see everything about the two contestants in the mimetic space through the ring. The scarlet space was filled with magma and volcanoes everywhere, and the scorching heat scorched that space to the point where it was somewhat deformed, and even through the spatial barrier it seemed that one could feel the scorching energy. This flaming environment had little effect on Chu Chen, but it suppressed Fu Yunxiao's strength. Damn it! Fu Yunxiao felt that the operation of the cold true chi in his body had become stagnant for a few moments, and he couldn't help but curse angrily, his face grimacing. Wow! Good stuff! Chu Chen, however, let out a cheer and directly rushed to the edge of the magma, throwing out a jade bottle suspended in the air, with the mouth of the bottle aimed at the magma. Collect! A pair of fleshy little hands quickly pinched their hands and shouted in a milky voice, and then they saw that jade bottle steeply erupt with a powerful suction force, and began to crazily devour the magma. What is that little milky baby doing? Collecting magma? The crowd outside the ring were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Running into mimetic space to collect magma? This operation was unseen in ancient times. As expected, the thoughts of a little tyke could never be guessed by adults. Humph. Seeing that he was once again ignored, a trace of annoyance flashed in Fu Yunxiao's eyes, itching to immediately swing his sword and split this damned bear child, but he ultimately held back. The hot flame aura suppressed his strength, and fighting here would not be favorable to him. Although that bear child was detestable, his methods were endless, so it was better not to take any chances. Glancing once again at Chu Chen, who was still merrily collecting magma, he turned around and broke into the air, ready to find a place to hide and wait until an environment favorable to him appeared before striking out at that bear child. Fu Yunxiao actually left? That's normal. The flame world is unfavorable to him, so naturally, he has to wait for a favorable environment before making a move. It's a pity that that little tyke is still too inexperienced in battle, not knowing to take advantage of an opponent's strength being suppressed. If he waited for a gloomy environment, it would be much harder to defeat Fu Yunxiao. The crowd was a little surprised that Fu Yunxiao took the opportunity to leave, but they weren't surprised. They were just looking at the little tyke who was still there concentrating on collecting magma. They were all a little speechless. Brother, collect more. In the future, roasting 7th-ranked demonic beasts will be less laborious. Among the more than 100,000 people on the scene, only Chu Xian knew what her brother was thinking, jumping and cheering there. Roasting a 7th-order demonic beast. The crowd was dumbfounded at the words, then revealed expressions of sudden realization. It turned out that that little tyke wanted to use the magma of the mimetic space to roast a 7th-order demonic beast? Such a crazy idea was something only these two little tits dared to think. I forgot to tell him. Long Yufei cried and laughed as she shook her head, waiting for this little guy to come out for fear of crying. The mimetic space looked real, but after all, it wasn't the real world. The collected magma could be used within the mimetic space, and would automatically disappear if it was brought out. It's not that she intentionally did not tell Chu Chen, it's really that she couldn't imagine that this little guy Chu Chen would actually hit the idea of magma within the mimetic space. This was simply too outrageous. Although she wanted to remind Chu Chen, the mimetic space was different from the ordinary ring space from before, and sound could not be transmitted to each other. Outside could only see everything within the mimetic space, but could not hear the sound. And inside the mimetic space could neither see nor hear everything outside. Chu Chen didn't know about the special features of the mimetic space and was still happily collecting magma. The magma here was not the same as ordinary magma, the temperature was much higher. Good. There's actually nothing missing at all. I can collect much more. Chu Chen also realized that no matter how much he collected, the magma here would not decrease in the slightest, which made him even more excited. A day passed, the magma did not decrease, and the jade bottle was not full. Whoops! But the next day, the environment suddenly changed. The originally scorching hot world of flames had instantly turned into a vast desert. Chu Chen held the jade bottle in one hand and looked at the suddenly drastically changed environment with a confused expression. Where's the fire? Where's my fire? He raised his head and looked around, muttering, clearly wanting to collect some more magma. This sandy soil also contains special energy? Suddenly, Chu Chen's eyes lit up and he laughed out loud. This is not bad either. It should be very tasty when used to make earthbound meat. Take a bit of it. Saying that, he took out another jade bottle and aimed it at the vast desert. His meaty little hand pinched the hand decree and began to collect the yellow soil. Collecting magma is for roasting meat. What is collecting these sandy soil for? The crowd outside the ring was filled with stunned faces, puzzled. After tilting her head in contemplation for a moment, Chu Xian clapped her little hands and cheered. Brother definitely wants to use it to make earth-breaded meat. Dad used to make it. It's delicious. As she said that, a line of shiny saliva flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her little tongue rolled and quickly sucked it back. Dirtbag meat? What the hell? The crowd was filled with confusion. Although they didn't know what it was, it sounded like it was also food. What two snackers? The crowd cried and laughed, looking at each other speechlessly. In the mimetic space, another day passed and the vast desert suddenly changed into a gloomy world. This place was filled with earth-devouring springs, and there was also a white mist floating in the springs, and the gloomy and cold aura continuously launched itself at Chu Chen's body. However, he didn't care about these gloomy auras. Instead, he switched to a jade bottle, and with both eyes glowing, he began to collect the earth-shattering springs. The earth-shattering spring here was far too large compared to the one he had collected before. Not only could it be used to cool the beast's milk, it could also be used to work with the sandy soil from before to make earthbound meat. This kind of good stuff. Naturally, more was better. Earth-defying spring? So many earth-fiending springs, it's too suitable for Fu Yunxiao. Not bad, the Demon Blade Sage is rumored to cultivate with earth-devouring springs, and since Fu Yunxiao is the disciple of the Demon Blade Sage, I think it's the same. With such a precious land, I'm afraid that Fu Yunxiao is going to make a move. The crowd murmured and began to look forward to it. Look, Fu Yunxiao has made a move. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and the crowd looked again, only to see that in the mimetic space, a cold blade broke through the air from behind that little milkmaid. But that little milkmaid seemed to be defenseless and was still merrily collecting the geomantic spring. What is the little milkmaid doing? Why hasn't it dodged or counterattacked? The people watching the battle clenched their fists, secretly worried. However, Chu Chen remained unresponsive, and continued to collect the earth-severing spring by pinching his hands, looking for death. Behind him, a cold smile appeared on Fu Yunxiao's face. Under the attention of all the people, the saber blade whistled and came, slashing towards Chu Chen. Bang! However, to everyone's surprise, the saber slammed into a layer of transparent shield when it was still a zheng away from Chu Chen, emitting a shocking loud sound. Terrifying energy fluctuations rippled out, tearing apart the nearby void and causing the earth-shattering spring on the ground to quake with 10-foot waves. This is a defense-type rune seal? So little milkmaid had prepared for this. I said why he didn't move a muscle. That's right, with so many talisman seals on little milkman's body, how could he not put a few defensive talismans on himself? Seeing this scene, the crowd was surprised and relieved at the same time. Clearly their worries just now were completely redundant. As for Fu Yunxiao, his face steeply sank. Another talisman seal? Anger flickered in his eyes, but I'm not Lu Tian. Last time, Chu Chen had used the talisman seal to eliminate Lu Tian's demonic aura, causing his strength to plummet before defeating him easily. But he wasn't Lu Tian, he was an actual peak martial exalt, and in the environment of this earthly fiending spring, he was even stronger than before. How long could a mere defensive talisman seal resist him? Break for me! The demonic blade in Fu Yunxiao's hand swung once again, an even stronger blade aura broke through the air and chopped on that shield, once again emitting a loud sound. The void that had just healed was once again torn apart. The surrounding geomantic spring water that had not yet regained its calmness, once again shook up tens of feet of huge waves. But that shroud was still intact. Don't be in a hurry, I'll fight you again when I fetch some water. Chu Chen glanced back at him and said in a milky voice. Obviously in his opinion, fighting with Fu Yunxiao was far less appealing than collecting the earth-shattering spring. Damned bear child, when I break through the shroud, that will be the day you die. Fu Yunxiao, as the #1 heavenly pride of the Demon Blade sect, when had he ever been belittled like this? A nameless rage rose to the sky. His body flashed one after another, appearing in different directions to launch attacks on the shroud. But no matter how he attacked, he was never able to shatter the shroud. Looking inside the shroud at Chu Chen, who was still cheerfully collecting the earth-severing spring, Fu Yunxiao could not help but become even more enraged, and his eyes became somewhat crimson. Fiend Demon Blade of. He raised his demonic blade high, endless true chi surged, condensing an incomparably huge energy giant blade behind him, and a gloomy blade intent streaked across. Devil 9 chopping. He shouted angrily as the demonic blade swung through the air, seemingly swinging only once, but in reality, it was actually chopping out 9 blades in an instant. Because the time was too short and the speed was too fast, it looked as if there was only one blade aura, but in reality it was 9. Moreover, these 9 knife-ons, the power of one was greater than the other, and attacked the same point. The lethality that erupted was very terrifying. The cold blade intent contained within it was even capable of freezing the enemy's blood and restricting the enemy's true chi, making it impossible to defend against. Rumble! The 9 blade-ons all chopped at the same point of the shield almost instantly. A deafening roar came out, and terrifying energy fluctuations scattered in all directions, instantly destroying everything in the vicinity. When the blade-ons dispersed, the shroud also finally shattered with a loud bang. The shroud shattered? Fu Yunxiao froze for a moment, then rejoiced. This should officially start the fight now. The crowd outside the mimic space secretly thought in their hearts. Under the attention of the crowd, Chu Chen's tiny body finally turned around, a pair of big black eyes staring at Fu Yunxiao for a moment, his small brows slightly frowning as he muttered, "This guy's attack power actually exceeds peak martial zone? It seems like we have to use a more powerful defense talisman seal." Then a talisman seal once again appeared out of thin air in his hand and threw it into the air. Buzz! The talisman seal blossomed with a golden light and draped down a layer of oval-shaped light curtain, once again enveloping the space within a 10-foot radius of Chu Chen. Again? The crowd outside the mimic space cried and laughed. To the onlookers, this kind of defensive talisman seal that could withstand a peak martial exalt would normally be reserved for critical moments. But this little tyke was good. In order to be able to quietly collect the geomantic spring, he had already used 2 of them one after another. What a waste. Damn bear child. Within the mimicry space, Fu Yunxiao's face was incomparably gloomy, and his hand that was gripping the demonic sword was creaking because it was too hard. Succubus disciple, wait a little longer, don't be in a hurry, good boy. Chu Chen said in a milky voice. I am a Yin Demon Blade Saint disciple, not a succubus demon disciple. Fu Yunxiao roared, his eyes red. Right, it's the succubus demon blade saint. I didn't say it wrong. Are you having ear problems and can't hear clearly? Chu Chen's face was filled with doubt. What he said was the succubus demon blade saint. You! Fu Yunxiao couldn't hold back any longer and once again executed the 9 chop of Yin Devil, but this time, he failed to shatter the shroud. The defense of the shroud is even stronger. The crowd that saw this scene was secretly surprised. Fu Yunxiao was going to lose. There were also people who secretly sighed. Before the fight had even officially begun, Fu Yunxiao had already executed powerful martial arts and the true chi in his body was constantly being consumed. According to the current level of attacks, even under the added benefit of this environment full of earth-devouring Yin springs, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before his true chi was depleted. But that little milkmaid, from start to finish, was only collecting the earth-devouring Yin spring, plus 2 talisman seals. By then, the little milkmaid could defeat Fu Yunxiao without any effort. It was not known whether this little milkmaid really simply wanted to collect more earth-severing Yin springs, or whether she was deliberately doing it to show Fu Yunxiao, thus causing him to mess up and consume his true chi. If it was the former, it was fine. One could only say that the little tyke had a lot of good things in her body and was too well-born. If it was the latter, it would be a bit scary. A 3-year-old little milkmaid with such a deep heart would be something to behold. Yin Fiend Demon Blade Heaven-Shattering Chop. Seeing that even the Yin Fiend Demon Blade was unable to shatter the shield, Fu Yunxiao, who was already close to losing his mind, directly executed the Yin Demon Blade Saint's self-invented stance. The endless Earth Fiend Yin Chi was attracted by it and converged towards it crazily, and the already cold true Chi and bone-crushing blade intent, under this Earth Fiend Yin Chi, made the blood and soul to be frozen in general. Moreover, this place possessed countless geomantic Yin springs, each of which was larger than the one that the Yin Demon Blade Saint had found at the beginning, and the geomantic Yin Chi was naturally more dense. At this moment, the blade intent added by the earth-devouring Yin Chi on Fu Yunxiao's body was even colder and more bone-chilling than the original Yin Demon Blade Saint. The countless earth-devouring Yin Chi converged into a terrifyingly huge blade, and the cold blade intent that autonomously overflowed out tore apart the nearby emptiness. Chop! As Fu Yunxiao let out a loud shout, the huge blade that was entirely condensed from earth-severing Yin Chi broke through the air and chopped out. Rumble! The giant blade chopped on the shield, emitting an earth-shattering sound as the shield creaked. Ha! This guy is clearly not as strong as his master, the succubus demon, and the attack power of this blade is actually no worse than his master's. It seems that the martial arts he performed in this environment did have a strong enhancement. Chu Chen, who was concentrating on collecting the earth-severing Yin spring, turned his head to look over and muttered in a low voice. Forget it, I've collected a lot of earth-defying Yin springs as well, so let's beat him down first before continuing to collect. Chu Chen made up his mind and waved his fleshy little hand to retrieve the jade bottle. At the same time, the shield shattered under the attack of that giant blade. Ha, no wonder Master told me to collect more earth-defying Yin springs in my spare time. It turns out that it increases the power of Master's self-created martial skills by such a large amount. Seeing the shroud shatter, Fu Yunxiao laughed up to the sky in excitement, laughing like a fool. Chu Chen's milky voice rang in Fu Yunxiao's ears, his fleshy little face filled with contempt. Bear child, your time to die has come. Fu Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he threw the demonic blade in his hand into the air. His hands quickly pinched his sword technique, and he saw the demonic blade split into two split into 4, and instantly transformed into thousands of demonic blades. The earthly Yin Chi of this place is dense. My strength is enough to be comparable to an average early-stage martial saint. The power of my martial skills is even stronger than in the hands of an early-stage martial saint. What are you going to fight me with? His tone was grim, but with a hint of arrogance. Oh, Chu Chen faintly answered without any extra reaction. Yin Demon Blade Formation. Fu Yunxiao snorted coldly, and with a finger of his hand decision, thousands of demonic knives broke through the air, instantly forming a knife formation to trap Chu Chen within it. Accompanied by the change of his hand resolution, the endless demonic knives in the knife formation crisscrossed the air and unleashed an attack on Chu Chen. Chu Chen waved his fleshy little fist, a faint golden divine pattern flowing above his fist, and with every punch, he was able to shatter a demonic blade. Bear child, the attacking power of every single devil blade in this blade formation of mine is equivalent to a late-stage martial exalt's full-strength strike, and it's endless. How long can you withstand it? Although Fu Yunxiao was deeply surprised that Chu Chen was able to shatter the demonic knives with his bare hands, he was not worried. This Yin demon blade formation had been enhanced by the earth-devouring Yin Qi here, and its power was even greater than outside, so not to mention a bear child, even an early-stage martial saint would have a hard time getting out of it in a short period of time. And this amount of time was enough for him to execute even more powerful martial arts. He once again pinched his hands with hand decree, invoking the endless earth demon Yin Qi to sink into the ground, and a terrifying saber intent seeped out from the ground. Chu Chen, who was in the Yin demon blade formation, however, remained calm and muttered, "We have to finish the fight early and continue collecting the Yin spring." Afterwards, he raised his small, fleshy hand and erected it into a palm saber, on top of which golden divine patterns flowed. Overbearing saber intent blossomed, causing the Yin demon saber formation that was in operation to give a lurch. Fu Yunxiao, who was in the process of executing his killing move, also stiffened his body, his face filled with horror. What a terrifying blade intent! This bear child has actually been hiding his strength. Ever since Chu Chen had defeated the Blood Wolf, Fu Yunxiao had begun to pay attention to Chu Chen, having seen all of Chu Chen's battles, but he had never seen him unleash his blade intent. Originally thinking that what he had seen before was this. I thought that what I had seen before was this bear child's full strength, but now I realized that the Tao of the blade was this bear child's strongest means. But even so, wanting to break the Yin demon blade formation is not that simple. Fu Yunxiao snorted coldly and continued to pinch his hands, preparing to unleash his strongest strike. Right at this moment, Chu Chen's meaty handblade was violently raised high, and a golden blade aura tens of feet long emerged behind him. Chop! Accompanied by the sound of a milky voice, the hand saber was swung violently, and the tens of feet long golden saber aura fell with a roar, chopping on top of the saber formation boundary. Ka-ching! In only a few moments, the boundary shattered, and the golden blade awnings continued to fall, shattering the demonic knives wherever they passed. In an instant, the Yin demon blade formation was split in half and turned into energy that dissipated into the air. Rumble! The golden blade aura did not dissipate, but continued to fall, cutting into the ground, leaving behind a bottomless abyss, and destroying Fu Yunxiao's earth-devouring blade intent that he had condensed underground. Poof! The killing move was forcibly destroyed before it was completely formed. Fu Yunxiao suffered a backlash and violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion somewhat pale. Damn bear child, how is this possible? Not bothering to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he stared dead on at the tiny body suspended in the air, his face filled with horror. Succubus disciple, it's my turn. Just as Chu Chen's milky voice fell, the tiny body suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Fu Yunxiao. So fast. Fu Yunxiao was creeped out and hurriedly broke into the air to escape. But no matter how he fled, Chu Chen would appear behind him, raise his meaty little hand, and slap Fu Yunxiao's buttocks fiercely. Only hearing a snapping sound, Fu Yunxiao was like being struck by lightning, and in the next moment, he was slapped out by that violent force, and smashed into the ground with a rumbling sound, and the ground instantly caved in. Bastard, how dare you humiliate me like this? A moment later, Fu Yunxiao rose up in the air once again, his eyes bloodshot, killing intent and anger intertwined in his body, and his gloomy aura shook. The number one heavenly pride of the Demon Blade sect was actually being spanked by a 3-year-old brat. It was simply a strange shame. Father said that if you don't listen, you have to spank your ass. Chu Chen said seriously, then his figure flickered and appeared behind Fu Yunxiao once again, lifting his meaty little hand to slap Fu Yunxiao's butt again. Fu Yunxiao let out a humiliating scream, desperately trying to dodge, but no matter how much he dodged, he couldn't escape that fleshy little hand. This damned bear child, even specializing in hitting his butt. The sharp pain coming from his buttocks made him feel deeply ashamed. But seeing Chu Chen attacking again, he was forced to flee once again. But this time, he realized that he was unable to move his body, and the true chi in his body seemed to have been sealed. Confinement talisman? Sealing talisman? Fu Yunxiao instantly reacted to the fact that this damned bear child had used a talisman again. I told you, I'm going to open your ass up. Chu Chen's milky voice sounded behind him, and before Fu Yunxiao could react, his body slumped in midair. Damn bear child, what are you doing? Fu Yunxiao's heart flashed with fake uneasiness. Spanking ah. Chu Chen said in a serious manner, then took off Fu Yunxiao's pants and a ruler appeared in his hand. This is how the uncles and aunts in our village beat up disobedient brothers and sisters. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he waved the ring ruler and ruthlessly hit Fu Yunxiao's buttocks. There was a snapping sound, leaving a long blood stain. With a snapping sound, there was another blood mark. While hitting, he also reprimanded, I told you to disobey, I told you to disobey. Ah! Fu Yunxiao screamed miserably as tears of pain and humiliation flowed from his eyes. Damn bear child, let go of me. He seemed to be able to see the odd gazes of the 100,000 people watching outside of this space, and the intense pain coming from his buttocks was nowhere near the mental torture. Oh, he could no longer endure this humiliation and broke down and cried. Fu Yunxiao, crying? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The magic sword sect's elders and disciples all had burning cheeks, unable to bear to look at them, and there was infinite anger rising up in their hearts. This bare child is not beating Fu Yunxiao's ass, it is simply beating the face of the entire magic sword sect. Hall Magic Sword Door First Pride, by a 3-year-old bare child in front of 100,000 people, took off his pants and spanked. How shameful! Ah! In the camp of the 10,000 Beast sect, the Blood Wolf, who originally still held a grudge against Chu Chen, couldn't help but secretly touch his own buttocks with a grateful face. Fortunately, I've only lost 6 favored beasts, and I can still be recontracted. It's still much better than being taken off my pants and spanked by that bare child in public. Too ferocious. And at this moment, in the mimetic space, Chu Chen was still muttering doubtfully as he fought. Didn't the succubus disciple say that he was a peak martial Zun? How come it's so unbreakable? The uncles and aunts in our village didn't even make blood marks when they hit their brother and sister's asses so hard. I only used a little bit of force. How come it's like this? Fu Yunxiao heard the words cannot help but be more aggrieved. Those uncles and aunts in your village are like you so perverted? Do you know how much a little bit of force you have? In fact, Chu Chen didn't know that those uncles and aunts in the village who beat their own children seemed vicious, but in fact, at the last moment they all retained their strength. He every time is solidly fall on Fu Yunxiao's buttocks, coupled with his natural strength as strange and incomparable, naturally caused such a situation. Will you be obedient from now on? Chu Chen asked in a milky voice after beating for a while. This was a sentence that the uncles and aunts in the village would ask every time they beat their disobedient brothers and sisters. Obey? Fu Yunxiao only felt great shame when he heard these 2 words, and his tears couldn't help but to rage out again. Splat! Chu Chen hit Fu Yunxiao's buttocks with another ruler, milking the fierce and asking, I'm asking you, will you listen to me in the future? Fu Yunxiao screamed miserably and cried out in pain. While crying, he shouted, I admit defeat, quickly let me out. The voice with a sobbing tone spread throughout the mimetic space, and the next moment a light descended from the sky, enveloping Fu Yunxiao and teleporting him out. The contest within the mimetic space, in addition to being killed, one could also voluntarily admit defeat. He had originally wanted to wait for the talisman to expire to find a chance to fight back, but this humiliation was too much to bear. Hey! You still haven't said whether or not you'll listen in the future. Chu Chen stretched his neck and shouted at the place where the light disappeared. After waiting for a while and receiving no response, he shook his head and muttered, forget it, I'd better go collect the Yin Spring. Taking out a jade bottle, he poured out the water inside to wash the ring ruler clean and then put it into the Sumeru ring, and then took out another jade bottle, ready to collect the Yin Spring. Just then, a light descended and enveloped his body as a powerful repulsive force surged in, wanting to send him away from the space. Wait, I haven't finished collecting the Yin Spring yet. Chu Chen shouted as he quickly pinched his hands to collect the earth-defying Yin Spring. Buzz! With a flash of light, both he and the jade bottle were teleported out and back into the ring. How petty! Chu Chen muttered, picking up his own jade bottle, his fleshy little face showing another. Out a happy smile, after collecting so much magma, I can roast many 7th-ranked demonic beasts. There's also so much sandy soil and so many Yin Springs, you can make a lot of earthbound meat. After the female guards announced Chu Chen as the winner, he flew to Chu Xian's side and took out one jade bottle after another, saying excitedly, sister, look at the treasures I got. With that, he was ready to release a bit to show off to his sister. Seeing this, the contestants next to him moved away. That was the lava in the mimic space, and the earth-defying Yin Spring. The killing power was terrifying. Chu Xian also had a look of anticipation on her face, fluttering her big eyes without blinking as she stared at those jade bottles. Where's my fire? But after waiting for half a day and not seeing any sparks appear, Chu Chen's fleshy little face was filled with doubt. Strangling his hand, he tried again, and there was still no reaction. Chu Chen picked up the jade bottle, used one eye to look close to the mouth of the bottle, tried again, still no movement. He tried the other 2 jade bottles again, and the result was still the same. Where's my fire? Where's my water? Where's my earth? Chu Chen's small mouth deflated, his eyes rolled back in their sockets, and he cried out with a wow, they're all gone. Wow! It's all gone! His cry was strangely loud, and the entire scene heard it. A little baby crying? Everyone's faces were astonished. Who else could make that little tyke cry? Chu Xian touched Chu Chen's little head and comforted. Brother is good, brother doesn't cry, someone must have stolen them, let's go snatch them back. Stole them? Chu Chen sucked in his little nose, with a crying voice, his little head looked in the direction of the magic blade sect. It must be that succubus disciple. Succubus disciple? Good, let's go find him. Chu Xian pulled Chu Chen's small hand, and in a flash appeared in the Devil Blade sect camp. Succubus demon disciple? The surrounding people couldn't help but slightly twitch the corners of their mouths when they heard this title. He was a disciple of the Ing Demon Blade Saint. What succubus demon disciple? What are you guys going to do? The leading elder of the Demon Blade sect looked at the two bear children that had suddenly appeared, his eyes glaring as he asked in a deep voice. Chuchen pointed at Fu Yunxiao, who was full of stupefaction and lying on a chair being treated for his buttocks injuries, and asked with a sobbing, milky voice, "Was it you who stole my fire, my water, and my earth?" His fair-skinned, fleshy little face had tear stains hanging on it, and there were 2 teardrops swirling in his eyes, so those who didn't know thought that this little milky baby was being bullied. However, wasn't the one being bullied the Demon Blade sect's #1 heavenly pride, Fu Yunxiao? Hurry up and hand it over, or I'll open your ass up. Chu Xian also waved her small fists in a threatening manner. Hearing these words, the originally stupefied Fu Yunxiao's body trembled and hurriedly shook his head. It's not me, don't hit my ass. The surrounding people looked at each other speechless. This guy was beaten out of the shadow and did not know if he could still walk out of this shadow. If he can't come out, this magic sword sect's #1 heavenly pride is afraid to be ruined. Who is it if not you? There is only you and my brother in there. Chu Xian clearly did not believe it. Chu Chen's ruler also appeared in his hand. The village's uncles and aunts said that those who steal are bad children, and must be hit hard to give him a memorable lesson. It's not me, it's really not me. Seeing the ring ruler, a hint of fear appeared in Fu Yunxiao's eyes. This matter really isn't his business. Long Yufei slowly appeared, crying and laughing as she explained, the mimetic space is not the real world, it's just an illusory space simulated by the peak martial emperors of Lanzhou in the past based on the secret realm, and nothing of yours can be brought out. Ha! It's all fake. Both Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings were dumbfounded. But when you guys go to the mysterious realm of the 9 regions, you'll be able to go and collect the real earthfire magma, the earth-shattering Yin Spring, and even many other even more precious treasures. Long Yufei said with a smile. Oh, okay then. Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded their little heads, then looked towards Fu Yunxiao, their tiny bodies slightly bent, and said in unison, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Father had said that if you misunderstand someone you should apologize in time, that's what makes you a good child. Fu Yunxiao was a bit dumbfounded. These 2 bear children actually apologized to himself? He was already prepared to be beaten up again, but the 2 bear children suddenly made such a mess. Instead, he was a bit at a loss for words. So good. Long Yufei stroked the little heads of Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings, liking them more and more in her heart. It was inevitable that the 2-3-year-old little tykes would make mistakes, but it was rare for them to know their mistakes and be able to change. At the same time, he also lamented that their father had taught them really well. The surrounding people who saw this scene also couldn't help but secretly nod their heads. These 2 little tykes are really delightful. Fu Yunxiao, however, was a bit aggrieved. Who's a good boy who has nothing to do with opening up other people's asses to flowers? The game was still continuing. The siblings returned to their seats and leisurely drank the beast's milk again. Chu Chen still had 2 lines of faint tears hanging on his face. The crowd looked at Chu Chen and then at Fu Yunxiao, their hearts filled with emotion. One heavenly pride of the Magic Blade sect was originally bound to enter the top 10 of Lanzhou and obtain a map, but he didn't expect to encounter a little milky baby, and was mercilessly eliminated without even being able to enter the top 50. Please invite the 2 contestants from number 8 to the ring. At this time, the voice of the female guard on the ring rang out. Number 8? It's my turn. Chu Xian looked at her token and let out a cheer, taking the milk bottle back into her Sumeru ring and landing on the ring with a long leap. Her opponent was a 17 or 18-year-old teenager with a black tiger's mark on his forehead and a murderous aura in his icy gaze. Chu Xian stared straight at the black tiger mark on his forehead with a pair of big, ebony eyes and asked with an expectant face, Are you from the 10,000 Beasts sect? That blood wolf has a big red dog on his forehead, and you have a big black cat on your forehead. You should be from the 10,000 Beasts sect, right? The teenager looked at the little dot in front of him that could only reach his waist. It was hard to connect her to a powerful cultivator, and said in a cold voice, 10,000 Beasts sect, Black Tiger. Black Tiger? This is the #1 heavenly pride of the 10,000 Beasts sect. It is said that the strength of his favored beast has already reached the peak of martial Zun. He is about the same age as Fu Yunxiao. Both are the true heavenly pride of my Lanzhou. Right? Towards the end of this person's tone became a little less confident. If it was before, whether it was Fu Yunxiao or Heihu, both were definitely the true pride of Lanzhou, and they were even confident that even in the central state, these 2 people's talent could also rank. But after Fu Yunxiao's tragic defeat to the little baby, only then did they understand what is the real pride of heaven. The strength of the black tiger on the field today was about the same as that of Fu Yunxiao, and the little milkmaid on the field was the sister of the little milkmaid from before, so surely her strength wouldn't be lower than her younger brothers, right? In this battle, would Black Tiger step into the dust of Fu Yunxiao? Sure enough, it's from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Great! Chu Xian cheered, her delicate little face filled with excitement. Those who were familiar with the siblings also had their eyes light up. their faces filled with anticipation. The people who came from other places looked at the excited people next to them with a confused face and asked suspiciously, "That little tyke's opponent is the #1 heavenly pride of the 10,000 Beasts sect. What are you all so excited about?" The person next to him smiled mysteriously and returned, "You guys will know later." Seeing that the others didn't say, it was not good for them to ask again, and one by one, their hearts were filled with doubts as they curiously looked towards the little tyke in the ring. And at this moment, Chu Xian was crossing her arms and looking up at Black Tiger, saying in a milky voice, "That who? Black Tiger, right? My brother just cried." "What does your brother crying have to do with me?" Black Tiger was silent. "My brother's favorite is roasted meat," Chu Xian added. "What does that have to do with me?" The Black Tiger was speechless. "So, give your favorite beast to my brother to roast, he'll definitely be happy." As Chu Xian said that, it seemed like she was thinking of something delicious. A line of saliva flowed out from the corner of her mouth, but it was quickly rolled back by her sticking out her little tongue. "Bear child, you seek death," Black Tiger shouted in a deep voice, his eyes incomparably gloomy. At this moment, he finally understood that this bear child was craving for his own pet beast. Thinking of what happened to those pet beasts of the blood wolf, Black Tiger couldn't help but feel his heart tighten and subconsciously took 2 steps back. But quickly realizing how humiliating his actions were, he hurriedly took another 2 steps forward and stared angrily at Chu Xian. Damn bear child, before the fight even started, he started hitting his own pet beast. As the female guards announced the start of the match, Chu Xian and Black Tiger were simultaneously transported to the mimetic space. The dimly lit world was filled with shadowy energy everywhere. "Ha, it's really heaven's help." The Black Tiger laughed up to the sky, and with a hand resolution, the Black Tiger seal on his forehead fluctuated, emitting a gloomy and evil aura. The next moment, a 6-mangled star formation rose up from under his feet, 3 black, 2 people high giant tiger drilled out from the formation. The dark and evil atmosphere became more and more intense. The Black Tiger's original name no one knows, only because of the contract of 3 Black Tiger pet beasts, so it is known as the Black Tiger. These 3 giant black tigers were called Dark Demon Tigers, and were born with control over dark and evil energies. As long as one was struck by them, the flesh and soul would be corrupted by the dark and evil energy. If one expended a large amount of true chi to expel the evil power, they would not be able to focus their spirit in true chi to continue fighting. If left unchecked, the evil force would invade the bone marrow and even erode the soul, and the consequences would be unimaginable. This kind of demonic beast was very difficult to deal with. Even cultivators whose cultivation level was stronger than theirs were not too willing to fight against this kind of demonic beast. What's more, the environment of today's mimicry space happened to be gloomy and evil, which was very much in line with the attributes of the Dark Demon Tiger, and could greatly enhance the Dark Demon Tiger's combat power. While everyone was sighing at the power of the Dark Devil Tiger and the good fortune of the Black Tiger, Chu Xian frowned her small brows and said in dissatisfaction, "Only 3 heads, huh? Are there more? 3 Dark Demon Tigers, enough to kill you." The Dark Tiger's face sank and said in a cold voice. Originally, he hadn't had much certainty about defeating this little tyke, but he didn't expect to be so lucky that he encountered an excellent environment as soon as he arrived. In this environment, the Dark Demon Tiger was strong enough to burst out with the strength of a half-saint. 3 half-saint level demonic beasts, I don't believe that they couldn't beat a 3-year-old little milkmaid. What's more, a little milkmaid as heaven-defying as that little boy from before. The entire Lanzhou had one on the line. It was impossible for this little girl to be that heaven-defying as well. There really isn't any more? Chu Xian asked undeterred. She didn't care at all if the Dark Demon Tiger was strong or not, difficult or not. She only cared if there was enough to eat. Humph. The Black Tiger snorted coldly, his hands opened to pinch his hands, and the 3 Dark Demon Tigers roared up to the sky, their shadowy and evil energies spiking crazily. Forget it, 3 heads is 3 heads. Chu Xian muttered in a small voice, a pair of big round eyes constantly turning on the 3-headed Dark Demon Tiger, eyes flashing with excitement. Big black cat I haven't eaten it yet. The chubby body, and those thick paws, it just looks delicious. Go to hell. When the Black Tiger heard this, its face became even darker, and with a furious shout, the 3 Dark Devil Tigers opened their bloody mouths at the same time, and in their mouths there were gloomy and evil energy balls spewing out, splitting into 2 in the air, splitting into 2 and 4. And in an instant turning into densely packed energy balls attacking the sky and the earth. Buzz! A sword chi rose up, forming a huge sword chi shield that rotated crazily around Chu Xian. The shadowy and evil energy balls attacked in an overwhelming manner and rumbled above the sword chi shield, but they were never able to break through the sword chi shield. I'll see how long you can last. The Black Tiger snorted coldly, his hand decision was pinched once again, and the 3 Dark Devil Tigers almost spewed out evil energy balls. Densely packed, it seemed endless. A cold, evil aura filled the entire mimetic space. Chu Xian's tiny brows frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice, the more energy a demonic beast consumes, the worse the quality of its meat will be. We have to end the battle quickly. Thinking of this, she raised her small snow-white hand and quickly pinched a sword technique, and saw those sword chi shields suddenly transform into a huge sword chi giant dragon. The giant dragon was completely made up of sword chi, and these sword chi were still rapidly flowing in a specific mysterious trajectory. Those dark and evil energy balls that landed on top of the sword chi dragon were directly torn into pieces by the flowing sword chi. Chuexayan's tiny body stood suspended in the middle of the dragon's head of the sword chi giant dragon, her body still wrapped in sword chi. Go! She scolded in a milky voice, and with a sword technique in her small hand, the sword chi giant dragon rose up into the air and circled towards the black tiger. The huge sword dragon charged through the densely packed evil energy balls and appeared in front of the black tiger in a matter of moments. Dark Three Talents Killing Formation. The black tiger's face suddenly changed, and he let out a low shout, and as his hand choked, the three dark devil tigers leaped and landed around the black tiger in a zigzag formation, surrounding the black tiger in the center. Roar! The dark devil tiger let out an earth-shattering tiger roar. Dark and evil energy spewed out, but it was not towards the sword chi giant dragon that it attacked. Instead, it was sprayed towards the top of the black tiger's head. Rumble! The three huge balls of evil energy collided together, emitting a shocking sound, and then formed a bizarre spell formation in the air. This spell formation looked similar to the Three Talents formation, yet it emitted an evil aura. Buzz! A powerful evil aura surged out from within the overhead formation, transforming into a pillar of energy light that was entirely condensed from the power of evil and shot out, attacking towards the sword chi giant dragon. At the same time, the column of energy light also emitted a terrifying suction force, sucking in the evil power in the mimetic space. As the evil power continued to pour in, the energy light pillar also became larger and larger, and when it was about to meet the sword chi giant dragon, its size had expanded by more than 10 times. In this environment, my strength will be bolstered, and the increase will be far beyond your imagination. Black Tiger was incredibly smug. With an attack like this he was confident that even if he faced an early-stage martial saint, or even a beginner to mid-stage martial saint, he would have the power to fight. Chuexayan's delicate little face remained calm, stretching out her snow-white little hand to pinch it into a sword finger, gently pointing. The sword chi giant dragon let out a shocking dragon's roar, and then the dragon's mouth was seen to open wide, spewing out a dazzling dragon's breath. This dragon's breath was not a real dragon's breath, but was completely condensed from sword chi. Rumble! The sword chi dragon breath impacted on top of the evil light pillar, emitting an earth-shattering roar, and the energy fluctuations that erupted rippled out, destroying all of the surrounding mountains, leaving behind a crack in the void. This bear child is surprisingly so strong? Black Tiger. Seeing his killer weapon being resisted so easily, his heart couldn't help but be even more shocked. Even if these siblings had started cultivating from their mother's womb, it was impossible for them to cultivate to such a realm in just 3 years. Could it be that they were born martial saints? Rumor has it that 10,000 years ago, there was a person who was born a martial sage, who later broke through the martial god and ascended to the divine realm. But a person who was born a martial saint had never been heard of since the beginning of time. Not good. The black tiger came back to his senses and suddenly his complexion changed abruptly, only to see the sword chi giant dragon spewing out sword chi dragon breath while rapidly circling around, forcing the evil light pillar to continuously shrink. Get out of my way! Black Tiger shouted angrily and raised his hand. Monstrous evil true chi gushed out and did not enter the evil spell formation above his head. Buzz! The spell formation shook and its aura skyrocketed, but the evil energy light pillar did not increase but decreased, condensing by more than 20 times. However, the power of the attack that erupted from it was far greater than before. Only a rumbling sound was heard, and the sword chi dragon's forward momentum was immediately blocked. Seeing this, the black tiger was slightly relieved, thinking that it had blocked the sword chi giant dragon's attack. Break! Chuexayan's sword fingers pinched as she drank in a milky voice, and an even more powerful sword chi dragon breath spewed out from the giant dragon's mouth, completely suppressing the evil light pillar in a matter of moments. The sword chi dragon circled at an even faster speed and appeared above the black tiger's head in an instant. The huge sword chi dragon claw lifted up and violently slapped on top of that dark three talents killing formation. Only a loud rumbling sound was heard, and the formation shook violently, shattering a moment later. Pooh! The black tiger suffered a backlash from the spell formation and spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Those three dark demon tigers also let out a wail in unison, their aura becoming much more withered. Black big cats, they're all mine. Chuexayan's sword technique changed, and with a wave of his sword finger, the sword chi dragon once again raised its enormous dragon claw and grabbed in the air, manifesting 3 sword chi dragon claws in the air, which grabbed towards the 3 dark devil tigers respectively. I recognize. Seeing this, the dark tiger was shocked and hurriedly wanted to admit defeat, but before he could finish his words, the sword chi dragon claws came down with a bang. Only heard the 3-headed dark demon tiger let out a miserable scream before it became motionless. Yay! We can eat roasted meat. Chu Xian let out a cheer and dispersed the sword chi dragon, her small body drifted down, and with a wave of her snow-white little hand, she collected the corpses of the 3 dark devil tigers into the Sumeru ring. The crowd watching the battle outside the mimic space were all in awe. Those were 3 dark devil tigers that were comparable to a peak martial zune, but they were instantly killed in seconds. This little tyke was even more ferocious than her brother. Bear child, you go to hell. In the mimicry space, the black tiger was furious when he saw that the 3 dark demon tigers that he had managed to cultivate to the peak of martial exaltation were instantly killed, and even their corpses were taken away. He didn't care about the huge gap in strength and broke through the air, his eyes red as he waved his fists and slammed out viciously. Chu Xian turned around, her small snow-white hand swatted at the black tiger like fanning a fly. Only hearing a bang, the black tiger's entire body flew out backwards, and before he even landed, he spewed out several mouthfuls of blood one after another. Without his favored beast, his own combat power was not even as good as that of an ordinary early-stage martial exalt. Although Chu Xian did not strike with this palm, it still caused the black tiger to lose his combat power. I admit defeat. Although Black Tiger's heart was filled with anger and killing intent, he also knew the difference in strength between himself and that bear child, and gritted his teeth as he admitted defeat. A pillar of light descended from the sky and teleported him out. Hurry up, I want to go out too. Chu Xian's little head bobbed around, constantly urging. While saying that, her mouth was also watering. She couldn't wait to eat the roasted meat. Buzz! A pillar of light descended and teleported her to the ring. After the female guard announced the results, she leapt and landed next to Chu Chen, waved her hand and took out the corpses of the 3 dark demon tigers, and smashed them onto the open space in the preparation area with a rumbling sound, urging, "Brother, hurry up, the roasted meat is ready. A friend's masterpiece, a flood of fine works, worth a look. Sister, I was ready long ago." Chu Chen's milky voice rang out. The crowd followed the voice and looked, only to see that Chu Chen's grill had been taken out at some point, and the fire had all been built. All kinds of roasted meat accessories had been set out, and there was even a large pot prepared, and the water in the pot had boiled at some unknown time. The crowd was speechless. Just now everyone was concentrating on watching the battle. This little tyke was actually busy preparing the roasted meat? These siblings, they were really 2 complete foodies. Good. Wait for me for a while. Chu Xian wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, took out a small knife and began to numbly draw and skin the dark demon tiger. Chu Chen drank a mouthful of beast milk and also took a small knife and joined his sister in handling the tiger meat. Damned bear child. The dark tiger gritted its teeth, its eyes almost spitting out fire. The rest of the 10,000 beast sex disciples and elders also stared angrily at the sibling duo, itching to summon all of their favored beasts and blast the sibling duo to death with a furious bombardment. The crowd's gazes fell on the black tiger, their eyes filled with emotion. The number 1 pride of the 10,000 beast sect was bound to enter the top 10 of Lanzhou and obtain a map of the secret realm. However, he didn't expect to meet another little tyke, and like the Demon Blade sect's number 1 heavenly pride, he stopped at the top 100. Elder Leopard of the 10,000 Beasts sect, as well as the new judge of the Magic Blade sect all looked at Long Yufei, their faces incomparably gloomy. Elder Panther said in a gloomy tone, the number 1 heavenly pride of the 2 top-tier forces, each meeting 2 bear children, doesn't the state master think that the odds are a bit too outrageous? The new referee from the Magic Sword sect also nodded his head in agreement. A total of 100 people. To be able to draw them both times is truly a bit unbelievable. Long Yufei put down her teacup and smiled bashfully. Her gaze fell on the 2 little milkmaids who were busy dealing with the dark demon tiger, and she said softly, perhaps the 2 little milkmaids are more destined to be with your sect. Fated? Elder Panther's eyes were icy cold. Goddamn karmic. This kind of karmic relationship is not to be desired. They could guess that it must be Long Yufei who had secretly done something as a way to retaliate for their previous move of secretly moving their hands and feet to kill. But without evidence they couldn't say anything, they could only sulk in secret. I also don't know if the meat of the dark demon tiger is good to eat. Long Yufei murmured with feigned anticipation. However, the 2 little tits are highly skilled in their craft. The roasted dark demon tiger meat must be very tasty. There's really something to look forward to. Her voice wasn't small, and the 3 major judges all heard her. The corners of the Bastard Sword Sect's referee's mouth twitched slightly, the Magic Sword Sect's new referee's eyelids jumped straight up, and the Wan Beast Sect's Elder Panther almost stormed out on the spot. Long Yufei glanced at the 3 and said indifferently, the 3 of you will have to savor it later. If there is anything that is not roasted well, please point it out to the 3 of you. The referees from the Bastard Sword Sect and the Demon Blade Sect laughed dryly and didn't say anything. The Panther Elder of the 10,000 Beast Sect snorted coldly, his face was incomparably gloomy, and there was a gloomy aura flickering around his body, but after he glanced at the spectator area, he forced himself to hold back, and the aura on his body flickered away. Long Yufei's gaze flickered slightly as he glanced towards the viewing area and didn't find any abnormality before he withdrew his gaze. At this time, the match was still continuing. the spectators in the distance were still watching with great interest, but the people nearby were somewhat distracted. At this time, the match was still continuing, the spectators from afar were still watching with great interest, but the people nearby were somewhat distracted, their gazes drifting towards the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings from time to time. The siblings were skillful and cooperated with each other, quickly handling the 3 dark demon tigers. Waving their small knives, they chopped the 3 dark demon tigers into sections and scattered them on the barbecue rack. Chu Chen displayed his superior barbecuing skills, and after a pounding, a rich barbecuing aroma filled the scene. Wow! So fragrant. The crowd couldn't help but inhale their noses and turned their heads towards the sister and brother duo. Those spectators and contestants who had come from other regions originally didn't care about it, but at this moment, when they smelled that roasted meat aroma, they couldn't help but gulp furiously, no longer having the heart to pay attention to the battle within the mimetic space. At this time, they seemed to understand why they had shown such strong anticipation when they saw that little nurse sister's opponent was a disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect. It looked like during the previous Lanzhou City tournament, these 2 little tits had already done this kind of thing and had shared it with the people at the scene. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but furiously swallow 2 more mouthfuls of saliva, their eyes revealing intense anticipation, wondering if these 2 little tits would share the dark demon tiger meat. That was a peak 6th ranked demonic beast, they had never tasted it before. Chu Chen's speed of roasting the meat could be much faster than the speed at which the contestants ended their battles, and he quickly roasted 2 heads of dark demon tiger meat. These 2 heads should be enough to bring in share. Chu Chen turned his head to look at Chu Xian and said, "Sister, you go and divide it, I'll roast the last head." Okay. Chu Xian nodded her little head, and with a wave of her snow-white little hand, sword chi streaked across, cutting the roasted dark demon tiger meat into pieces once again. Then with a sword trick, densely packed sword chi hovered behind her. That spectacular scene caused the nearby players in the preparation area to be unable to resist moving away for fear of accidentally losing control and spilling over to them. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Chu Xian's control over sword chi. With a wave of her small hand, all the slices of meat that had been cut accurately landed on top of the sword chi, and as she pointed her sword finger, all of the sword chi broke through the air towards everyone at the scene. The people who had experienced Chu Chen delivering the slices of meat were motionless and full of anticipation. The rest, however, were startled and subconsciously stood up, wanting to dodge. However, the sword chi came too quickly, arriving in an instant, not giving them much time to react at all. But when the sword chi arrived in front of them, it ran out of force and dissipated, with only a slice of roasted meat falling and being subconsciously caught by them. Everyone else had 1 slice, except Long Yufei who had dozens of slices. Wow! So delicious, little milkmaid's craftsmanship is still so great. While the rest of the people were dumbfounded, the crowd who had experienced this once had already taken a big bite, letting out heartfelt exclamations. The rest of the people then came back to their senses and ate the roasted meat slices one after another. Crap! It's really delicious, I didn't realize that this little tyke's roasting skills were so great. This meat is also very tender, it's worthy of being a 6th ranked demonic beast. The crowd murmured and praised. Damn bears, I'll fight you all. And at this time, Black Tiger, who had already recovered from his injuries from the battle preparation area and returned to the camp of the 10,000 Beast sect, looked at the slices of roasted meat under his feet, and then looked at the slices of roasted meat in the hands of his senior brothers and sisters, and roared with a face full of grim anger. The crowd followed the sound and showed a trace of pity in their eyes. What a poor child. Then they continued to bury their heads and eat. Senior brother, calm down, senior brother, calm down. The crowd of 10,000 Beast sect disciples hurriedly pulled Black Tiger back, comforting him with kind words, but taking advantage of Black Tiger's inattention, they quietly stuffed the slices of roasted meat in their hands into their mouths. Wow! Really delicious, eh? The author of the old book, A Million Words, interested friends can look at it. 6 days passed in a flash. The 50 matches in the first round of the competition for the top 50 had long since all ended, and the second round of the competition for the top 25 was in the midst of its 20th match. Chu Chen paid no attention to the 2 contestants fighting within the mimetic space. Instead, he drank chilled beast milk while looking at the token in his hand, his small brows slightly furrowed, clearly not recognizing the number on the token. He scratched his pilled head, smilingly handed the token to Chu Xian and whispered, "Sister, what is this number of mine?" 23. Chu Xian, who was also drinking chilled beast milk, rolled her eyes greatly, and said with hatred, "Letting you recognize more words in general, you non-listening, now you're dumbfounded, right?" Chu Chen hemmed and hawed and muttered, "If I go and get serious about literacy, I won't have time to learn how to bake meat, then my sister won't be able to eat the delicious baked meat." Chu Xian froze for a moment. It seemed like such a reasoning, but she always felt that something wasn't right. Chu Chen came over to look at the token in Chu Xian's hand. A hint of surprise appeared on his fleshy little face. "Wow. Sister, our tokens are the same, eh?" Snap. Chu Xian raised her snow-white little hand and slapped Chu Chen's little head, stared with a pair of big round eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, "Silly, what are you so happy about? Our tokens are the same, later on the two of us are going to be on stage together. How did father give birth to such a silly son as you? Ah, it seems like oh." Chu Chen bit his pacifier, the bottle dangling from his mouth gently swaying, rubbed his little head, turned his head to look at Long Yufei in the referee's area, and muttered vaguely, "I don't know if it can still be changed." "It definitely can't be changed, it'll be the same old way later." Chu Xian drank a mouthful of beast milk, sighed quietly, and rubbed her temples like a small adult. She also didn't know what these actions represented. It was just that in the past, whenever she and her brother were mischievous, Daddy would always do this action. The match was in full swing, but no one realized that underneath the chairs of the 100,000 spectators in the viewing area, a blood filament quietly lit up and drilled into their bodies without a sound. However, the 100,000 spectators did not feel any abnormalities and remained focused on the ring, watching the battle in the mimetic space. After an unknown amount of time, the female guard went up to the stage and said aloud, "Please invite the two contestants from number 23 to the ring." The words fell, but no one responded. The female guard repeated it 2 more times, and still no one responded. Her gaze could not help but fall on the preparation area, and after scanning the entire arena, she finally settled on the Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings. Long Yufei and the rest of the crowd also followed the female guard's gaze and landed on the siblings, and couldn't help but freeze, only to see the siblings with the nipple of a milk bottle in their mouths, their two little heads leaning against each other, their eyes closed as they huffed and puffed. Chu Xian had a crystal clear drool bead hanging from the corner of her mouth, and bubbles were still coming out of Chu Chen's nostrils. "Too cute, I want to hug it." The crowd of female escorts, as well as the women on the scene, looked at the sleeping faces of the two little tykes and felt their hearts were going to be adorable. "AI cow meat, AI eat meat?" Long Yufei asked with a smile at the corner of her mouth. The siblings were awakened, one sniffled, one wiped the drool from the corner of their mouths and looked around blankly. That dopey expression made everyone's heart grow fonder. "What's your number?" Long Yufei asked. "Auntie Long, we are number 23, Chu Xian said. "All of you are number 23? Long Yufei frowned slightly. In fact, after no one went on stage and after seeing the siblings asleep she had a guess, but she was just holding on to a slight chance. The others who were familiar with the siblings also froze. This game is even a sibling duel? Two little toddlers, who was actually better? For a while, everyone was looking forward to it. "Yeah, my sister and I are both number 23 eh?" Chu Chen nodded his little head. Sure enough, it was a sibling duel. Everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. These two little tykes, those were the ones who had actually defeated peak martial Zuns, and could be said to be the strongest of all the contestants in this Lanzhou Grand competition. It was just that they had always been curious as to who was actually a bit more powerful, and had always been looking forward to a sibling fight. I didn't expect the sibling showdown to come so quickly. Previously, there were rumors that the State Master was engaging in backroom operations, deliberately targeting the Magic Sword sect and the 10,000 Beasts sect, which was simply bullshit. If the State Master wants to engage in backroom operations, how could he let the two siblings face each other so early? If they lose now, they won't be able to enter the top 10 and get the secret map. When siblings fight each other, one of them will lose. However, after competing for the top 10, there would be a challenge match, and at that time, with the strength of the siblings, there would naturally be no problem in replacing one of the top 10 spots in the challenge match. At this time, Long Yufei's heart slightly sighed and said, "You guys go up, it's your turn." "Alright." The siblings answered and leapt onto the ring. Everyone's gazes fell on the two little tykes. They were all curious to know who was the better of the two siblings. While that female guard was about to open the mimetic space, Chu Xian called out to her, "Auntie, we don't need to go in." "No need to go in?" The female guard froze for a moment, and everyone who heard the voice also looked puzzled. How could they fight without entering the mimic space? This tiny ring couldn't even accommodate a battle between two martial kings. How would they fight here? The people in the other tournament areas were secretly guessing. Could it be that these two little tykes weren't even martial kings? But if they weren't even martial kings, how did they become the top 10 in the Lanzhou region? Under the public's attention, the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings stood opposite each other, and after looking at each other for a long time, they suddenly placed their respective right hands behind their backs. Rock, scissors, cloth. As the last word fell, the two of them simultaneously waved out their little hands. Sister scissors, brother cloth. Brother, I won. Chu Xian proudly moved her little index finger and cut twice like scissors. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the much anticipated sibling duel? Rock, paper, scissors? What a mess. Isn't relying on this to divide the winners and losers a bit too childish? At this time, Chu Chen's little mouth pouted, his fleshy little face full of defiance, and said in a milky voice, "Sister, don't be complacent. 2 out of 3, I still have a chance." Rock, scissors, cloth. The two once again put their small hands behind their backs, then swung them out at the same time. Sister cloth, brother scissors. I won, sister, I won. Chuchen waved his fleshy little hands, jumping and jumping, happy. There's still one more time, don't be too happy. It's not certain who will lose and who will win, come on. Chu Xian put her small hands behind her back, her big round eyes dribbling around, seemingly guessing what her brother would come up with. Wait, I want to warm up. Chu Chen, however, suddenly called a halt, squeezed his fists, waved his arms, and then punched a set of punches that no one had ever seen before in the ring before he spoke. Alright, come on. The two siblings stood opposite each other once again, staring into each other's eyes for a long time. Both seemed to be guessing the other's mind, guessing what the other was going to come out with. Looking at the swords-drawn siblings, everyone was a bit confused. Rock, paper, scissors, pure luck, warm up or not, what does it matter? This little baby's thoughts really can't be guessed at all. Rock, scissors, cloth. This time, both siblings spoke very slowly, their eyes staring at each other without blinking, and the air seemed to be filled with tension. This made the crowd, who were originally still watching the show, also unconsciously hold their breath, not daring to utter a single breath. Swish! The two siblings waved out their small hands in unison, fixing them in the air. Sister Boo, brother Stone. Yay! Chu Xian cheered and said proudly, brother, I won. Chu Chen, on the other hand, shrugged his little head and said with a bitter little face, I lost. Then he turned around and walked down the ring with his short legs, shaking his little head as he walked, sighing, why did I play rock? I should have played scissors. Crap, watching this actually made me nervous. Only after the sibling duel was completely over did the crowd let out a long breath, their faces full of tears and laughter. Previously, watching those players fight in the mimetic space didn't make them nervous, but now watching the siblings rock paper scissors actually made them nervous. It was really outrageous. Auntie, I won. Chu Xian turned her head to look at the dumbfounded female guard and reminded in a milky voice. Ha! Oh yes, you won. The female escort returned to her senses and announced the result of the match. I protest. Just then, a voice rang out. The crowd followed the voice and saw the referee go. Elder Panther of the 10,000 Beast sect stood up, his face somber. What are you protesting? Long Yufei asked indifferently. Elder Panther said aloud, this is the Lanzhou Grand Competition, it's not a child's game. The way they are playing in such a childish manner is an insult to the other contestants. I don't approve of the result of this match. The siblings must fight a real battle. Otherwise, ban them all, so as not to mess up the good Lanzhou Grand Competition. Right, they must fight for real. The referee from the Bastard Sword sect also nodded. Fight, fight. The players in the preparation area also followed suit. This way of dividing the winners and losers between the siblings made them feel like they looked foolish for fighting to advance, and even more so, they felt that they were being insulted. It was as if a treasure that they liked very much and had gone to great lengths to obtain was mocked by others in public as worthless rags. Chu Chen glanced at Elder Panther and ignored it, sitting in his seat, still chagrined at how he had come out with the stone. Chu Xian cocked her little head and asked suspiciously, it doesn't say that they won't allow rock paper scissors to divide the winners and losers They can also rock paper scissors with others They can quickly divide the winner and not get tired. They are not 3-year-old little farts. Children, would they not use such a childish way to decide their fate? Elder Panther snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, you are insulting the contestants, and also insulting the Lanzhou Grand Competition. Long Yufei said indifferently, it's true that the rules don't stipulate that you can't divide the winners and losers in this way, so Elder Panther should stop being unreasonable. Elder Panther snorted coldly, and after glancing at a certain corner of the spectator area without a trace, he silently sat down. Although Elder Panther's gaze was hidden, it still allowed Long Yufei, who had been paying attention to him, to detect it. She followed Elder Panther's gaze and swept the spectator area, but did not find anything unusual. She even secretly activated the State Master's seal to check with the power of Lanzhou's chi, and still didn't find any clues. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Did Elder Panther really just simply feel that this way to determine the winner was too childish? But as a referee, how could he not know the rules of the grand competition, which never stipulated what kind of method should be used to determine the winner? While it was true that the rock-paper-scissors method was a bit too hasty, it wasn't so much so that a referee would protest. What exactly were these guys plotting? Long Yufei's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry flashing vaguely in her heart. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had already returned to her seat, leaning against her chair and leisurely drinking beast milk. Chu Chen brought his little head over and asked in a low voice, Sister, did you feel that fellow's aura over there? Which fellow? Chu Xian looked along the direction that Chu Chen's meaty little hand pointed to. It was the battle-watching area, but she looked for a while and didn't find any abnormality, so she couldn't help but ask suspiciously. It's that guy we couldn't see through when that governor invited Auntie Long to eat poison last time, Chu Chen said in a low voice. Invited Auntie Long to eat poison? Chu Xian barfed a mouthful of beast milk and said with a sudden realization, you mean that repulsive fellow, huh? I didn't sense his repulsive aura. Shu Chen shook his head and muttered, then maybe I sensed it wrong. Just a moment ago, when Elder Panther had protested and argued with Auntie Long and the others, he had sensed a familiar aura flickering away in the viewing area. And at that time, Chu Xian's attention was on Elder Panther and did not notice it. Whatever, if he dares to come and mess with me, I'll open his ass up. Chu Xian waved her small fists a little as she drank the beast's milk. Shu Chen glanced at her and reminded, sister, father said that girls should be ladylike, can you stop saying open someone's ass to flowers all the time? It's not ladylike at all. Chu Xian's big eyes glared, following her father's tone and expression when he used to train himself, and threatened in a milky manner, little brat, have you got hard wings? Dare to control your old sister? Your ass is itchy, right? Shu Chen shrunk his neck, subconsciously covered his small buttocks, and muttered in a small voice, I just reminded you, but if you don't listen, you're still mean to me. Curse you for not being able to marry in the future. What did you say? Speak up, I didn't hear you. Chu Xian reached out and grabbed Shu Chen's small ear, asking fiercely. I said that my sister will definitely become the #1 beauty of the 9 states in the future. Pain. Shu Chen grabbed Chu Xian's hand and hurriedly begged for mercy. While the siblings were laughing and joking, the last 2 matches of the second round quickly ended. All of them were going all out, striving for the top 10 and getting the secret realm map. No one would be like the Chu Xian and Shu Chen siblings, using that kind of outrageous method to determine the winner. But even so, the crowd's attention was hardly fully focused on the battle within the mimetic space, and every now and then, they would turn their heads to glance at the 2 little tykes. Who wouldn't like a cute, adorable, and powerful little milkmaid like this? On the second day, the third round of the competition began. The female guard walked onto the ring, and with a wave of her hand, 25 tokens were suspended in the air, and she opened her mouth and said, there will be 1 person who will take a turn in this round, and the remaining 24 people will go 2 by 2, to determine the top 13. Those without numbers on their tokens will have a blank turn. After saying that, she sent 25 tokens to the 25 players. Chu Xian picked up the token in front of her to check it out, and Shu Chen also came over his little head to look curiously and said in surprise, sister, I recognize this number. It's number 1, you're the first to go on a. Hearing his exclamation of surprise, the body of a short youth next to him shook, and a look of worry appeared on his face. Damn! My opponent is actually that bear child. The youth cursed in his heart, his eyes darting around as he pondered his countermeasures. As long as he entered the top 13, he was absolutely certain of killing his way into the top 3. But if he lost this fight, not to mention the 3 shots, he wouldn't even be qualified to compete for the top 10. This battle was crucial and absolutely could not be lost. Compare the comprehensive fighting strength? That little tyke had too many secrets in her, and she definitely couldn't win with her combined combat strength. Compared to Sword Dao? That little milkmaid had killed 3 peak martial Zun favored beasts in seconds with her Sword Dao, easily manipulating 100,000 sword chi to precisely deliver slices of roasted meat, and her Sword Dao cultivation couldn't be compared to that either. It seemed that it could only be so. As the youth thought about it, the only thing he had a chance of winning seemed to be it. Next, please invite the 2 contestants who drew token number 1 to the stage. The female guard's voice rang out. Chu Xian leapt and landed on top of the ring, and at the same time, that youth also jumped onto the ring. Are you from the 10,000 Beasts sect? Upon seeing the youth, Chu Xian couldn't wait to ask. Hearing this, the crowd crowed. The disciples and elders of the 10,000 Beasts sect even had angry faces. This damn bear child, he still can't get enough of my 10,000 Beasts sect's favored beasts? The youth was also speechless, shaking his head, he said, Bastard Sword Sect, Qin Tian. Qin Tian? That's the Bastard Sword Sect's number 1 heavenly pride, Peak Martial Zun, just 20 years old this year. A 20-year-old Peak Martial Zun? This talent doesn't seem to compare to the 10,000 Beasts sect's Black Tiger and the Demon Blade sect's Fu Yunxiao. No. Although they are both at the peak of martial exaltation, Black Tiger and Fu Yunxiao are only entering the peak of martial exaltation for the first time, while Qin Tian has already entered the peak of martial exaltation for several years, and it is said that his progress in comprehending the great Tao of the heavens and the earth is not bad, and there is a rumor that he will be transiting the lesser heavenly cauldron in less than 5 years. Transiting the lesser heavenly tribulation within 5 years? Wouldn't that mean that he could become a martial saint at the age of 25 at most? This talent can even be ranked in the top 50, or even the top 30 in the 9 regions, right? Yes, if not for his age, I'm afraid he wouldn't even come to participate in this Lanzhou Grand competition. The crowd murmured and marveled. Qin Tian was not only the number 1 heavenly pride of the Bastard Sword Sect, but also the veritable number 1 heavenly pride of Lanzhou. Of course, that was before the appearance of the 2 little tykes. Nowadays, this former Lanzhou's number 1 heavenly pride was not necessarily a match for those 2 little tykes. Not from the 10,000 Beasts sect. It's no fun. Chu Xian, who was originally full of anticipation, her little face suddenly pulled back and became lackluster in interest. The biggest fun of the great competition was to use the favored beasts of the 10,000 Beasts sect to bake meat and eat it. There is really no point. As the number one pride of the bastard sword sect, and even the number one pride of Lancao, when had Qin Tian ever been so belittled? A nameless anger rose up in his heart. But thinking of the toughness of this bare child, he had to hold back the urge to storm out, and said in a good way, "Little sister, you and I are both sword cultivators, when you know the importance of sword intent for sword cultivators. Today's competition, why don't you and I only compare sword intent and not the others? How about it?" Crap! Only compare sword intent? This hegemony sword sect's number one heavenly pride is also too shameless. That's right, little milkmaid is only 3 years old, harboring sword intent is only 3 years at most. How can he possibly compete with Qin Tian, who has already begun to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth, in terms of sword intent? Little milkmaid, don't agree, beat him up hard. Qin Tian's words caused everyone at the scene to be extremely dissatisfied. Although generally speaking, sword Tao cultivation and sword intent complemented each other and improved together. The stronger the sword intent, the stronger the sword Tao cultivation, and the stronger the sword Tao cultivation, the stronger the sword intent. However, Qin Tian had already been comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth for many years, and his comprehension of the great Tao of the sword far exceeded that of an ordinary peak martial zune, and his sword intent was naturally much stronger than that of other peak martial zune sword cultivators. And that little tyke was only 3 years old, even if he was born so strong, harboring his sword intent was only 3 years old, it was absolutely impossible to be on par with Qin Tian. If they were to compete in cultivation and overall strength, the little tyke's methods were endless, so he would definitely not be afraid. However, if they were to compete purely in sword intent, it would be difficult to say. In the referee's area, Long Yufei, who was in the main seat, frowned slightly, looked at the Beijian sword sect's referee, and said indifferently, "This is your Beijian sword sect's no. One heavenly pride?" The Beijian sword sect's referee laughed dryly and said, that, the state master is also a sword cultivator. When he knows that sword intent competition is also a common means of sparring between sword cultivators, it is not surprising. What's more, if that little milquetoast doesn't accept, this offer will naturally not count. Long Yufei did not say anything and turned her head to continue looking at the ring. On the ring, the female guard also frowned, and although her heart was incomparably contemptuous of Qin Tian, she still looked at Chu Xian and asked, "I eat meat. Contestant Qin Tian proposes to compete in the sword intent competition, do you agree? If you don't agree, the competition will be conducted according to the previous rules." Contestant Qin Tian has been comprehending the great Tao of the sword for many years, and his sword intent is not comparable to an ordinary peak martial zune sword cultivator. Competing in sword intent Chu Xian cocked her head and sized up Qin Tian twice, saying bitterly, "But father won't let me easily compete with others in sword intent Father said that I can't fully control my sword intent yet, in case I make an idiot out of someone else it won't be good." When the crowd heard this, they were all speechless. How much confidence does your father have in you? This is sword intent, not cultivation and strength you a 3-year-old little baby, how strong can you have sword intent? You still want to make an idiot out of someone who has been comprehending the great Tao of the sword for many years? Qin Tian laughed, "No harm, mimetic space can be resurrected in the battle preparation area after death. The battle preparation area has a recovery spell formation, which can recover from any injuries. Even if you can't recover and really become an idiot, I won't blame you." Chu Xian sniffed, thought for a moment, and shook her head. "No, you don't count when you say it, you have to have your father guarantee it." Qin Tian froze for a moment, turned his head to look at the referee going to the bastard sword sect referee and said, "I don't have any parents, my master went out and didn't return, it's okay for my uncle to give you a guarantee, right?" "Aha!" Chu Xian nodded her head. The bastard sword sect's referee laughed and said, "Little doll, you can rest assured that you'll be able to compete, I guarantee that no matter who turns out to be an idiot, you won't be able to go looking for trouble from the other side." "Nope, that's not it." Chu Xian shook her head and corrected, "It's not that I can't go find trouble with the other side, it's that I can't tell my father, or else my father will open my ass up." When the crowd heard this, they were all filled with speechlessness. Dare it be that what this little tyke was afraid of wasn't being looked for trouble by the hegemony sword sect, it was being afraid of being spanked by her daddy if he knew about it. In this little tyke's mind, the consequences of being spanked by daddy were obviously much more serious than the hegemony sword sect coming looking for trouble. The corner of the hegemony sword sect's referee's mouth twitched slightly. "I'm a mid-stage martial saint existence, but I'm still not as intimidating as your daddy?" However, he was confident in Qin Tian's sword intent, and in order to win this match, he had to reassure once again, "Don't worry, today's matter will definitely not be told to your father." Chu Xian was still a bit uneasy. Thinking about how his dad usually looked when he assured himself, he spoke again. "You said, if you lie to me, you are a puppy." Put. Hearing this, many people at the scene couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although it was perfectly normal for this to come out of the mouth of a 3-year-old little tyke, but that was an elder of the hegemony sword sect and to be able to be the referee of this grand competition, it was definitely a powerful existence in the middle stage of martial saint. To have such an existence make this kind of childish oath was really a bit comical. The referee of the bastard sword sect rubbed his temples. This was much more of a headache than having a big battle with a mid-martial saint. Looking at Chu Xian in the ring, who looked like "I won't compete if you don't say so," he finally compromised and held up his hand and said, "I swear, if I lie to you, I'm a puppy." After swearing, looking at the odd eyes of the surrounding crowd, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. "I'm a grandmaster of the middle martial saint stage of the hegemony sword sect's elder, but to swear this kind of childish oath, it's really too humiliating. Is it okay now?" For the sake of the normal conduct of the match, he still forced down his anger and asked in a pleasant manner, Okay. Only then did Chu Xian nod her little head in satisfaction, looking towards Qin Tian on the opposite side, urging, "Hurry up and start. After the fight, I still have to go hunting demonic beasts with my brother to roast meat for dinner." Qin Tian's gaze turned cold. "Still thinking of grilling meat for dinner at this time? I'll let you never be able to roast meat in the future." Seeing Chu Xian's agreement, the female escort could not say anything more, but only instructed, "If you find that you are not defeated, you can immediately admit defeat. Did you hear that? If you can't beat me, you can immediately admit defeat. I don't want to turn you into an idiot," Chu Xian said in a milky voice. "Humph." Qin Tian snorted coldly and did not say anything. The female guard pinched her hands with a seal and opened the mimicry space. Chu Xian and Qin Tian appeared in the mimetic space at the same time. The two of them were also extremely lucky. The environment in the mimetic space at the moment was unexpectedly a world filled with sword intent everywhere. In this world, there were all sorts of sword intent crisscrossing across the landscape, and they even transformed into powerful sword beasts entrenched in mountain ranges or oceans. Roar! A beastly roar was emitted from all parts of the world, and every beastly roar contained a powerful sword intent. Some of these sword intentions were domineering and incomparable, some were incomparably cold, and some were noble and holy. If they were to follow a normal competition, the sword cultivator would definitely flee first, and then go hunt the sword beasts to enhance his sword intent and sword Dao cultivation before coming out to fight with his opponent. But at this moment, both of them were sword cultivators, and Qin Tian thought that this bear child's overall strength was stronger than his, so if he let that bear child go hunting sword beasts, I was afraid that the rate of improvement would be faster than him. Therefore, as soon as he appeared in the mimetic space, Qin Tian began to frantically absorb the nearby sword intent, and after temporarily strengthening his own sword intent, he unleashed an attack on Chu Xian. A pure sword intent competition would not catalyze true qi. It completely relied on the understanding of the sword Dao and the control of the sword intent to fight. Generally speaking, sword intent competitions were point blank, because once one destroyed the opponent's sword intent, one sword Dao cultivation would be completely wasted, and if one sword intent was destroyed, one would be turned into an idiot. However, there was no need to worry about these problems in this mimetic space. Even if one became an idiot, they would return to normal after leaving the mimetic space. However, after entering the mimetic space, Chu Xian was lost in thought, not paying any attention to Qin Tian's attack at all. All her attention was on those huge sword beasts in the distance. "So much meat," Chu Xian muttered, and crystallized saliva flowed out from the corners of her mouth again. "Little milkmaid, be careful." The crowd watching the battle outside the ring almost subconsciously warned out loud. But unfortunately, the voices outside could not be heard inside the mimetic space. Buzz! The powerful sword intent condensed by Qin Tian turned into a sword chi that did not enter Chu Xian's body. The sword intent attacked not the physical body, but the spirit. Just as the crowd was feeling sorry for Chu Xian and Qin Tian was secretly rejoicing, Chu Xian turned her head to look at him suspiciously and asked curiously, "Qin Tian, right? Are those meats edible?" The crowd was greatly surprised. They had witnessed Qin Tian's sword intent turn into a sword chi that had not entered the body of the little tyke. How come this little tyke didn't feel anything at all? Qin Tian himself was even more stunned, although it was only a tentative sword intent, not his strongest sword intent, and did not hope that this strike could cause too much damage to the spare child. But no reaction is a bit too much. Are you alright? Qin Tian asked doubtfully. What? Chu Xian first looked confused, then reacted, and said with a smile, "You said that those sword intent just now. It's too weak. As soon as it enters my body, it's gone." Too weak? Qin Tian froze for a moment, then burst into a rage. "Damn bear child, how dare you humiliate me in public, abominable to the extreme. Then you will taste my true sword intent." Qin Tian roared angrily and unleashed his sword intent with all his might. The overbearing sword intent was released openly, the void around him was torn apart by the sword intent, and one could hear the furious roar of the void storm in the cracks. "You still haven't answered my question. Is the meat here edible?" Chu Xian asked loudly. "I'll tell you if you beat me." Qin Tian coldly snorted as the endless hegemonic sword intent converged into a divine sword, beheading Chu Xian head on. At that moment, Chu Xian's soul felt a hint of oppressive force. However, it was only a bit of oppressive force. Chu Xian muttered in a small voice, just this much sword intent, it's far worse than that Qin Feng. Subsequently, she also released some of her own sword intent, which instantly condensed into a divine dragon of sword intent that circled and rushed out. With a loud rumble, the sword intent divine dragon impacted on top of Qin Tian's sword intent divine sword, accompanied by a loud bang. The sword intent divine sword instantly crumbled. However, the sword intent divine dragon's momentum did not diminish, and it instantly arrived and did not enter Qin Tian's body. Put. A moment later, Qin Tian violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his expression withered and his eyes dull. With just one blow, his sword intent and spirit were all destroyed. Not only was his sword cultivation completely wasted, he had also turned into an idiot. Buzz! A ray of light descended and enveloped Qin Tian, teleporting him out a moment later, recovering under the spell formation in the battle preparation area. Qin Tian panted heavily, his face filled with horror. Impossible, how is this possible? How can a 3-year-old bear child have such a powerful sword intent? I've been comprehending the great Tao of the sword for several years, and my sword intent is still no match for a 3-year-old bear child? He sprayed several mouthfuls of blood again under his emotional excitement. Looking at Qin Tian who was spitting blood, the crowd sighed slightly in their hearts. The once Lanshao's no. One heavenly pride had lost to a 3-year-old little tyke in a sword intent competition, and it was still a complete defeat. The blow to him was too great, and it wasn't known if he would be able to walk out from this defeat. Ha! That little milkmaid hasn't come out yet? Quickly look. What is that little tyke doing? At this moment, someone exclaimed. The crowd looked towards the mimetic space, and immediately stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with astonishment. Only to see that in the mimetic space, Chu Xian's head was topped with a bunch of talismanic seals, which released light and wrapped her in it. The mimetic space's teleportation light pillars descended from the sky, but they were unexpectedly blocked by that rune seal's light curtain, unable to teleport Chu Xian out. This little milquetoast, every time, she has a surprising operation. The crowd looked at each other speechless. In all the years of the Lanshao Grand Competition, it was the first time they had seen someone who was able to resist a mimetic spatial teleportation light pillar. The eyelids of the 3 top powers were all jumping. The talisman seals on this little tyke were so damn many. Long Yufei also cried and laughed, not knowing what this little guy was going to do again. Sister wants to eat meat. Among the more than 100,000 people, it was estimated that only Chu Chen knew what his sister Chu Xian was up to. Under the attention of 10,000 people, Chu Xian topped a bunch of talismanic seals and turned into a stream of light, disappearing in an instant, and when she reappeared, she was already hanging in the air and standing in the sky above a large mountain that was completely transformed by sword intent, and her tiny head kept looking around, as if she was searching for something. Buzz! A pillar of teleportation light constantly shot down overhead, wanting to teleport her out, but every time, it was resisted by the light curtain transformed by the talismanic seal. Found it! Chu Xian cheered and fell from the air with a rumble, scattering sword intent in all directions. Only when everything calmed down did the crowd realize that there was a divine dragon of sword intent lying in front of her. Aside from the terrifying sword intent emanating from all over its body, there was no difference from a real dragon-shaped demonic beast. Crap, she wouldn't be trying to kill the sword intent divine dragon, right? Sword intent that can autonomously evolve into a divine dragon is at least at the early stage martial saint level. This little milquetoast is crazy. There was still a difference between the sword intent that cultivators thought they were manipulating, and the sword intent that evolved autonomously. Many martial exalted, or even martial zone, or martial emperor cultivators could transform their sword intent into a divine dragon. However, for sword intent to autonomously evolve into a divine dragon, it had to at least reach a level comparable to the early stage of a martial saint. In other words, the strength of this divine dragon of sword intent was equivalent to an early stage martial saint. That was a true martial saint. And there was a fundamental difference between a peak martial exalt like Qin Tian who had half-stepped into a martial saint. Roar! The sword intent divine dragon was awakened by Chu Xian and awoke from its slumber, emitting a heaven-shattering dragon roar as its anger transformed into monstrous sword intent that swept over. The void trembled as a void storm surged out from the void cracks, only to be shattered by the divine dragon's sword intent. Such terrifying sword intent horrified the 100,000 spectators outside the ring. However, Chu Xian was undaunted, and after similarly releasing her own sword intent to block it, she muttered with a face full of excitement, "Divine dragon never had one before, it looks like it's delicious, I just don't know if the meat here can be eaten." That Qing Tian. Is it Qing Tian, or is it Qin Tian? Her tiny brows furrowed, her snow-white slender index finger and thumb gently fumbled with her small chin, a thoughtful expression on her delicate little face. A moment later, she shook her head, her delicate little face changed to a hateful expression, waving her fists and muttering, "No matter what, anyway, it's very hateful, after asking him for half a day and not saying anything, just now I should have opened his but first. Forget it if he doesn't say anything, I'll just try it myself and find out. Snow White little hand pinched the sword technique, and suddenly the sword intent rose up to the sky, transforming into a golden-winged roc spreading its wings and taking off. Father had said that the golden-winged roc fed on dragons and was born to restrain all dragon lineage beings that were not pure-blooded true dragons. This sword intent divine dragon, it shouldn't be considered a pure-blooded true dragon either. Chu Xian secretly muttered in his heart, but his hand movements were not slow at all, manipulating the golden-winged roc that was transformed by the sword intent to launch an attack on the divine dragon of sword intent. The golden-winged roc was called, the divine dragon roared, the two different types of sword intent collided with each other, and the void was continuously torn apart and healed. Whether it was the divine dragon of sword intent or the golden-winged roc of sword intent that Chu Xian had manifested, the strength that had erupted at this moment had surpassed Qin Tian. This caused Qin Tian, who was watching the battle outside the ring, to feel his face burning hot. Unexpectedly, that bear child had hidden her sword intent, and her sword intent had already exceeded his own expectations. It was ridiculous that he had wanted to compete with this bear child's sword intent before, and she had not treated him as an opponent from start to finish. If it was someone else, he might be grateful to Chu Xian for staying his hand, but for a former Lancehouse #1 pride, it was a strange shame. He clenched his fists to the point of creaking, and the eyes that looked at Chu Xian carried a hint of icy hatred and killing intent. Rumble! After a fierce battle, the sword intent divine dragon let out a painful dragon roar before crashing down. Eating dragon meat now. Chu Xian cheered and excitedly pounced towards the huge divine dragon corpse. But right at this moment, the huge divine dragon corpse suddenly disappeared, transforming into a pure yet huge sword intent that broke through the air. The talismanic light curtain that could resist the teleportation concern was unable to resist this sword intent, and it instantly disappeared into Chu Xian's body. This sword intent was masterless and pure, and was offered to the chopper to absorb and feel. Any other sword cultivator would be excited at this moment and immediately sit down to absorb the enlightenment. However, Chu Xian looked sullenly at the place where the divine dragon's corpse was originally located and shouted, "Where's my dragon? Where is my dragon? I haven't even tasted the dragon meat yet, how come it's gone?" Ka-ching! At this moment, the time limit of the talisman seal also came to an end, and the light curtain it had transformed into shattered with a loud bang. The pillar of teleportation light finally shot down unhindered, enveloping Chu Xian and teleporting her to the ring. Her mouth was still muttering in a small voice, "My dragon meat, ah, how did it disappear? Almost got to eat the dragon meat, so angry." Hearing her words, the female guards on the side were speechless. This little one was truly a complete foodie, actually wanting to eat dragon meat. Pure-blooded true dragons had the strength of a martial emperor at birth, and could be comparable to a martial god in their formative years. Every pure-blood true dragon, as an adult, would surpass the strength of a martial god. Who would dare to hunt and eat the meat of such a terrifying being? The most crucial thing was that after the ancient war, the pure-blood true dragons had gone to the divine realm, and there were no pure-blood true dragons in the lower realm at all. The so-called dragons in the lower realm are just sub-dragons and pseudo-dragons within pure bloodlines. But even so, these sub-dragons and pseudo-dragons are still incredibly powerful beings in the lower realm. Everything in the mimetic space is fake. Seeing that Chu Xian kept chanting there, seemingly resigned, the female guard couldn't help but speak out and remind her. "Dragons are fake too, huh?" Chu Xian raised her head, thought for a moment and asked, "Auntie, is there dragon meat in the secret realm?" The female escort froze and shook her head. "I don't know, I've never been there." "Oh." Chu Xian muttered in a small voice, "When we go to the secret realm, I'll have to look for it with my brother. I haven't eaten any dragon meat since I grew up." After this round of competition ended, 13 people were left behind and would fight for the final 10. The top 10 was not an elimination tournament, but a round-robin tournament, where everyone would have to fight 12 battles, and all the contestants would fight one match, winning one match and accumulating 1 point, and ultimately the top 10 would be determined by the ranking of points. After the battle with the sword intent divine dragon, the crowd realized that little milkmaid sister's strength was already comparable to that of an early-stage martial saint, so naturally, they didn't dare to fight her again. After the start of the top 10, as long as they encountered Chu Xian, they all admitted defeat. In this way, Chu Xian didn't participate in a single match, and directly ranked first with 12 wins and 12 points. The remaining 12 people went through an intense competition that lasted several days, and finally the top 10 were initially determined. Of course, this was not the final list of the top 10. Next, there would be a challenge match. According to the rules, as long as a player entered the top 100, they could challenge the top 10. However, in order to prevent people from intentionally entering the ring, those who challenge the ring need to pay some pills, or weapons, or techniques and so on as collateral. Challenge winners take away themselves, challenge losers these are the reward for the challenged person. Moreover, each person only has one chance to challenge. In this way, those players who know that their strength is not good, will not go on the stage to challenge recklessly. The top 10 players sat on top of the ring, and other than Chu Xian, the rest of them were all nervous. After all, this session of the Lanzhou Grand Competition had caused many powerful heavenly prides to fail to enter the top 10 because of the appearance of the two little tykes. These heavenly prides would definitely come to challenge them. Only Chu Xian was also very calm, one hand resting on the armrest of the chair, her back leaning against the back of the chair, one hand holding a milk bottle, leisurely drinking chilled beast milk. Challenge match, begin. After the female guard announced it, Shu Chen couldn't wait to jump onto the ring. Seeing this little milk baby, everyone's hearts and minds tightened. Especially the teenage heavenly pride who was in second place. His face turned white and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There was no need to think. This little tyke would definitely challenge himself as the second place winner. When I didn't think of this point, I should have known that I would have conceded one or two more matches and ranked a few places behind. Shu Chen drank the chilled beast milk while sizing up the 9 people in the ring other than his sister, and finally his gaze fell on the second place teenager, stretching out his fleshy little finger to point at him and said, "Big brother, I want to challenge you." The milky voice sounded unintimidating, but the teenager was filled with bitterness. These when mortgaged. Chu Chen's voice sounded again, and a bunch of talisman seals surfaced with a wave of his hand. A trace of intense longing flashed in the teenager's eyes, but he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile and got up. "I concede." Chu Chen froze for a moment, blinking his wide eyes and asked, "Not going to fight a bit?" "No fight." The teenager shook his head. Although he was also a martial Zun, he was still much inferior to the demon blade sex Fu Yunxiao. This little tyke could easily defeat Fu Yunxiao, and naturally he could defeat himself even more easily, so why bother to humiliate himself when he knew he was bound to lose? "How about I use one hand? You think again?" Shu Chen stretched out a small fleshy hand and waved it around, drinking the beast's milk while asking, "Using only one hand?" The corners of the teenager's mouth twitched slightly as he laughed dryly. "No need for that. I admit defeat. It's not like it's an ordinary person fighting, it's all in this realm. What's the difference between one hand and two hands? Alright then." Shu Chen shook his head and let out a sigh, like a small adult. The first challenge, Ika meet wins. The female guards smiled and announced the result. The teenager smiled bitterly and got out of the ring, walking away while wondering if he could see if he could challenge a weaker guy later and get back into the top 10. Chu Chen drank the beast milk and sat on his butt on the chair, turning his head to look at Chu Xian and said with a smile, "Sister, I'm back again." Chu Xian leaned against the back of the chair, a pair of big round eyes staring at the sky in a daze. "Sister, I'm back." Seeing that his sister did not respond, Shu Chen raised his voice again and shouted, "Here, here." Chu Xian tilted her head to look at him, rolled her eyes, and turned her head to look at the sky again and launched herself into a daze. Shu Chen looked up at the sky with some bewilderment. In addition to the white clouds, nothing, could not help but plop down on the chair, poked his head up and asked suspiciously, "Sister, what are you looking at?" "Looking at the dragon," Chu Xian murmured. "Dragons?" Shu Chen looked up again. There was none. At this time, Chu Xian turned her head to look at Chu Chen and asked, "Brother, do you think dragon meat is delicious? I've never eaten it. It looks so good, it should be delicious." Chu Chen recalled the sword intent divine dragon that fought with his sister that day, and said with a smile, that divine dragon's body was similar to that green snake, so it should be similar when roasted. But there are 4 more dragon claws, as well as the dragon head is different from the snake's head. The way the dragon claws and dragon head are roasted will have to be studied. I want to eat dragon meat oh so much. I wonder what flavor it is. Also don't know if there are dragons in the secret realm. Ever since the last time she saw the sword intent divine dragon in the mimetic space, she had been pining for dragon meat. The secret realm? Chu Chen froze for a moment. Chu Xian added, "Brother, you said that when we go to see Mother, shouldn't we bring Mother some gifts? If we can roast some dragon meat for Mother to take with us, Mother will definitely be very happy." "Right." When Chu Chen heard that, he nodded his little head repeatedly and said excitedly, "Then we'll go to the secret realm to roast dragon meat and bring it to Mother." "Then what if there are no dragons in the secret realm?" Chu Xian furrowed her small brows, looking a little despondent. Chu Chen also froze, and only after half a second did he say, "Why don't we go and ask Auntie Long where there are dragons later?" "Aha!" Chu Xian nodded. During the time that the siblings were discussing eating dragon meat, the challenge had all but ended. The number 1 heavenly pride of the 3 top forces had entered the top 10, with the bastard sword sex Qin Tian, the demon blade sex Fu Yunxiao, and the 10,000 beast sex He Hu placing in the 3rd through 5th places, respectively. Black Tiger had gone back to obtain a peak martial Zun Dark Demon Tiger during this period, and since there was only one, his strength was a bit weaker than Qin Tian and Fu Yunxiao. That unlucky guy who had been challenged by Chu Chen had also re-engaged in a challenge match and won, returning to 6th place. Long Yufei landed on the ring and said indifferently, "This year's Lanzhou Grand Competition has come to a successful conclusion. Congratulations on entering the Lanzhou Top 10. After saying that, she waved her hand and 10 ancient scrolls appeared out of thin air in front of the 10 people. This is your secret realm map. The higher the ranking, the more complete the secret realm map. But even for the first place, the map can only show a part of the secret realm. Only the maps of the first heavenly pride of the 9 states combined can obtain the complete secret realm map. Long Yufei's expression was grave, and her tone became serious. Therefore, after entering the secret realm, you will be greeted by a true bloodbath, and you must remain vigilant at all times. If you are killed in the secret realm, you are truly dead, but you won't have a chance to be resurrected like the mimic space, remember? Remember. The top 10 on the ring, and the top 100 under the ring, all shouted loudly. Rest for 2 days. After 2 days the secret realm door will be opened, teleporting you into the secret realm. Long Yufei finished speaking and turned around to leave. Auntie Long, are there dragons in the secret realm? Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings hurriedly chased after her, their milky voices resounding through the ring. Dragon? The crowd was speechless. These 2 little milky children wouldn't still be nostalgic about eating dragon meat, right? The grand competition has already ended. I wonder if his plan has been completed? With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem. If he wasn't worried about being discovered by Long Yufei, who controls the State Master Seal, why would he need to go through so much trouble? After the Lanzhou Grand Competition ended, the elders of the 3 top powers in Lanzhou once again gathered together. Just as they were discussing, a shadow drifted in. All of them rose and respectfully saluted. Master's plan has been completed. Quickly inform your sect masters to come. When the secret realm gate is opened, you must find a way to delay it for half an hour. The shadow's voice was indistinct. Yes, we will definitely complete the task successfully. The elders bowed and said. The shadow drifted away. The elders sat down again and looked at each other, discussing plans to delay the time. Meanwhile, in the State Lord's mansion, Long Yufei stood with her arms folded, gazing at the distant sky in a daze. The Lanzhou Grand Competition had already ended, but Lanzhou City was still calm. The governor's mansion was under the watchful eye of his master, and the housekeeper was still planting flowers, watering, and taking care of the mansion that had long been unoccupied every day, so everything seemed to be normal. But according to what the dead governor had said before, he and the 3 top forces had teamed up to block himself from entering the state mansion, just to send all the disciples of the 3 top forces into the secret realm. But now, because of the appearance of the 2 little tykes, the 3 top forces failed to get what they wanted, so it was reasonable that the 3 top forces should have found an excuse to lash out, but now they were uncharacteristically calm. But the calmer it was, the more uneasy Long Yufei's heart became. 2 droll little heads, one on the left and one on the right, poked out from Long Yufei's waist. Chuchen curiously looked at the sky and asked suspiciously, Auntie Long, what are you looking at? Nothing. Long Yufei sniffed. A hint of a smile appeared on her stunning face. Hearing the voices of the 2 little tykes, it seemed that even the greatest troubles would instantly dissipate. I know, Auntie Long must be thinking about men. Chu Xian's eyes twinkled as she said triumphantly, every time Daddy thinks about Mother is also like this when he looks at the sky and doesn't move. Auntie Long is a girl, what she thinks about must be men. That way. Chuchen suddenly realized, looking at Chu Xian with a face of adoration, Sister, you are so smart. That's, how else can I be your sister? Chu Xian proudly angled her small head. Thinking about men? Long Yufei froze for a moment, somewhat crying and laughing, turning around to look at the 2 delicate little tykes. Changing the topic, she asked, aren't you guys roasting meat in the courtyard? Why did you come out? Roasted ah. Chuchen blinked his big eyes and said with a smile, already roasted? Long Yufei was stunned. So she had been standing here for so long? It smells so good. She inhaled her nose and marveled. She was too absorbed in thinking about the problem before, and only at this time did she smell a meaty aroma. Auntie Long, here. Chu Xian brought out the small hand behind her back. The snow-white small hand held a skewer of roasted meat. The aroma was overflowing. Thank you AI for eating meat. Long Yufei touched Chu Xian's little head and took the roasted meat and elegantly ate it. The delicious roasted meat temporarily made her forget the troubles in her heart. Chu Xian and Chu Chen found themselves a chair too, sat down, and almost simultaneously took out chilled beast milk from the Sumeru ring and beautifully drank it. After finishing the roasted meat, Long Yufei looked at the siblings who were drinking the beast milk, thought for a moment, and said, AI eat meat, AI cow meat, can Auntie ask you guys a question? Yes, yes. Chu Xian and Chu Chen sniffed and nodded their heads. Long Yufei asked, during this period of time, you guys can sense something wrong? This sibling duo could tell that the governor had bad intentions as soon as they met, and they could also sense that the butler was not simple, and must have been able to pass some chi-looking techniques. During this period of time, if the 3 major forces secretly made movements, the sibling duo would be the most likely to notice. What's wrong? Chu Xian and Chu Chun were filled with bewilderment, obviously not quite understanding the meaning of these words. It's... Long Yufei also frowned slightly, not knowing how to explain. At this time, Chu Chun spoke, Auntie Long, I don't know what's wrong, but I sensed a familiar aura. But that aura was quickly gone, and I don't know if I sensed it wrong. What aura? Long Yufei's spirit perked up and she hurriedly asked. She had a strong premonition that the news of this little tyke might play a crucial role in breaking her out of the situation. Shu Chen took a sip of beast milk and said in a milky voice, "It's that after my sister and I finished rock paper scissors and I returned to my position, and that badass referee protested, I sensed the aura that annoyed me at those uncles and aunts who came to watch the competition." An aura that annoys you? Long Yufei frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, her gaze steeped, and she asked sharply, "I commit, the aura you said you hated, is it the aura of that butler in the governor's mansion? It's the one you guys said you don't like." Right. Shu Chen nodded his little head repeatedly, but soon scratched his pilled head again and said doubtfully, "But that aura only appeared for a while and then disappeared. I don't know if it's because I sensed it wrong." It shouldn't be. Long Yufei shook her head, the light in her eyes flickered. "So that guy stood out in protest just to attract my attention so that housekeeper could act in secret? But isn't that housekeeper still in the governor's mansion? When did he come out? Could it be?" Suddenly, she thought of a possibility and couldn't help but glance at Shu Chen once again. Before the Devil Blade sect had arranged for Lu Tian to kill the Ika flesh, there had been someone disguised as the ferocious beast that had killed the previous state governor to attack himself, and had also lured his master here as well. If that steward wanted to break away from the surveillance, that time was the best time. Yes, that must be it. They hadn't just arranged that play to put their hands on the token to pit Lu Tian against AI cow flesh, but also to attract their own attention, and even more so to lure Master over and create an opportunity for that housekeeper to escape. She had thought of this at first, which was why she had asked Master to return immediately. However, that housekeeper did not escape, plus later on, Lu Tian entered the devil and managed to divert her attention. Now that she thought about it, I'm afraid that the butler in the governor's mansion was no longer the real butler. Could it be a diversion? Long Yufei frowned slightly. The art of bilocation was not a profound art, and it was not uncommon for that butler to have this kind of aptitude. However, the cultivation breadth of the doppelganger and the main body were different. As long as the cultivation did not exceed the master's by too much, it was impossible for the master to not see the cracks. In other words, that butler was much stronger than master? Even that butler's doppelganger was at least not worse than master? This speculation caused Long Yufei to break out in a cold sweat, realizing that the seriousness of the matter might be beyond her imagination. But at this point in time, recalling Master would not help and would also alert the snakes. After pondering for a moment, Long Yufei once again looked at the sibling duo and said, "AI eat meat, AI cow meat, Auntie would like to ask you for a favor." "Good, we like helping aunties favor the most." Chu Xian and Shu Chen's siblings nodded their heads in unison, fluttering their big eyes, somewhat eager to try. "Thank you then, you guys come over, I'll talk to you quietly." Long Yufei beckoned. "Okay, Auntie Long." Shu Xian and Shu Chen came in front of Long Yufei. Long Yufei picked up the two little tykes sitting on her legs on one side and whispered in their ears. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and Lanzhao's 100 heavenly prides waited outside the state capital early in the morning. Today was the day that Lanzhao opened the secret realm of the 9 states, and they all thought that they could enter the secret realm early to seek opportunities. Long Yufei was still dressed in white, and with her stunning face, she looked just like a fairy who had descended to earth. The elders of the 3 top powers stood in front of the 100 heavenly prides and led the way in saluting Long Yufei. "Greetings to the state lord." All the heavenly pride also saluted in unison. Long Yufei nodded and said, "Follow me." She led the crowd and arrived at the forbidden area at the back of the state capital. This place was wide enough to accommodate thousands of people. "Gentlemen, let's begin." Long Yufei turned her head to look at the elders of the 3 top powers and said indifferently. The Panther Elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect looked around and asked suspiciously, "State Lord, those 2 bears? Little titties haven't come yet, so let's wait a little longer." Long Yufei seemed to have just realized that the siblings hadn't arrived, and with a slight frown, she said, "These 2 little guys don't know where they ran off to bake meat again. Come on, quickly go and look for them." "Yes, State Lord." The 2 female guards quickly left. After 2 breaths passed, the 2 female guards had yet to return. Long Yufei once again spoke, "Forget it, let's not wait for them first. Open the secret realm first and let the rest of the people go in first." "State Lord." An elder from the Devil Blade sect stood out and said, "Those 2 little tits are the strongest heavenly pride of my Lanzhao. Without them, I'm afraid that the heavenly pride of my Lanzhao will be in a bad way during this trip to the secret realm." "Yes, State Master, I think we should wait a little longer." The rest of the elders also nodded in agreement. They had originally agreed on other plans to stall for time, but they didn't realize that those 2 bear children actually didn't come, which gave them a better reason to stall for time. Long Yufei hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Then let's wait a little longer." A faint smile appeared on the faces of the elders. Unbeknownst to them, Long Yufei let out a cold laugh in her heart. There really is a problem. Normally, these three top-tier forces couldn't wait for those two little tykes to die earlier, but today, they repeatedly asked to wait for the two little tykes. This was too obvious. Just don't know what exactly they were plotting. Hopefully those two little tykes can find the problem and stop it in time. At the same time, at this time has long been empty mimetic ring outside of a city wall, emerged two droll little head. A talisman was suspended above their heads, and the talisman cast down a ray of light that enveloped their entire bodies, hiding their figures. A saint-grade concealment talisman could not only hide their figures, but also their breath and voice. As long as they didn't reach the martial emperor realm, they couldn't be detected. Sister, did you find anything? Right at this moment, Chuchen suddenly asked in a low voice. Not for now. Chu Xian shook her head, a trace of doubt appearing on her delicate little face. How could there be none? Brother, since you sensed that fellow's aura here, he must have done something here. There shouldn't be none. Chuchen was just about to speak, when he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned back to look outside the ring, exclaiming in a low voice, Sister, someone is coming. Chu Xian looked back and saw a single cultivator, head down, slowly walk towards the ring, and after she looked at them for a while, her small brows frowned slightly as she whispered, These people, so strange. It is strange. Chu Chen also nodded his small head. These people's figures and steps were no different from normal people, but the siblings always felt that something wasn't quite right. They all have a bit of a nasty aura about them. Getting closer, Chu Xian finally sensed the aura that disgusted her. The duo's figures were concealed by the concealment talisman, and no one noticed them, still entering the ring in an orderly manner and slowly sitting down in the viewing area. The strange thing was that from beginning to end, surprisingly no one spoke. The entire ring was quiet to the point of being somewhat frightening. When the viewing area was full, everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked to the sky. It was only at this time that Chu Xian and Chu Chen saw that there was a red line on all of these people's foreheads. And as they raised their heads, the red line on their foreheads floated out and converged in the air, and in an instant, red runes crisscrossed across the sky, actually forming a complex yet evil-emitting spell formation. What's going on? Why am I here? Didn't I already go home? How come I'm still here? At the moment the red line disappeared, the 100,000 cultivators also instantly came to their senses, looking up and around, all of them looking bewildered. Buzz! Right at this moment, the red spell formation in the sky dangled down a red chain, breaking into the air towards the 100,000 cultivators. What is this? Run! The 100,000 cultivators were shocked and got up to break through the air to flee. But right at this moment, a red light curtain hung down, blocking this space and blocking the way of all the cultivators. Red chains spread in the air, binding all the cultivators within moments. A stream of red light swirled along the red chains, erupting with a terrifying suction force. Damn it, this chain is devouring our true chi and blood. Someone shouted in terror. The chain must be severed. Someone wanted to counterattack, but they soon let out a desperate roar. Damn it, our true chi can't be mobilized, we're dead. For a while, miserable screams resounded throughout the world. It was a pity that under the cover of that red light curtain, not a single sound could be transmitted. What an evil spell formation, I'll have to cleave it to pieces. Chu Chen's face was filled with disgust, and when he got up, he wanted to rush out, but he was pulled by Chu Xian. Sister, why are you pulling me? Chu Chen turned his head and asked with a puzzled expression. Snap! A small snow-white hand gently slapped on Chu Chen's small head. Take it easy. Chu Xian's milky voice rang out. Auntie Long told us to find out who's behind this, and now that the person behind this hasn't appeared yet, what if we go out now and scare him away? Also right-o. Chu Chen nodded his little head, looked at the 100,000 cultivators who were wailing continuously, and sighed like a small adult. I hope he shows up earlier, otherwise these uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters will die. Perhaps hearing his heartfelt words, for silhouettes appeared in the ring out of thin air. It's really him. The other three people, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, did not recognize them, but that steward of the governor's mansion was all too familiar. Begin. At that moment, that steward said a sentence, and then the four of them began to pinch their hands. In the next moment, 4 red pillars of light were seen shooting down from the spell formation and entering the 4 people's bodies. The auras of the 4 people began to rise crazily. They're using this evil spell formation to cultivate? This is the evil cultivator that father has spoken of, right? Chu Chen asked suspiciously. It definitely is. Chu Xian took out a talisman seal and recited in a low voice, Auntie Long, they've appeared and are in the ring for our final competition, come quickly. After saying that, the talisman seal in her hand turned into a ray of light and disappeared in an instant. The 10,000 miles transmission note, as long as it was within 10,000 miles, it could be conveyed in an instant. The ring was not more than 10,000 miles from the back of the state capital, naturally. Brother, smash out all the formation stones that can be used, we can't let them escape. Chu Xian said in a low voice. Alright. Chu Chen answered. Several crystal clear stones appeared in his hands, and with a throw of his meaty little hands, the formation stones merged into the void and transformed into a spell formation, enveloping the entire ring. What's going on? The 4 people who were concentrating on absorbing the true chi and blood of the 100,000 cultivators were also startled by the sound as the spell formation took shape, and they all turned their heads to look over. Chu Chen's tiny body was lying on the city wall due to the use of the formation stone, causing the concealment talisman to be ineffective, and he looked comical as he probed his head and looked toward the 4 people. That bare child, why is he here? The steward frowned slightly. He naturally knew everything that happened during the Lanzhou Grand competition, and also knew that this bare child, who looked cute and adorable and harmless, was very strong. Although normally he was not afraid, but now he had to absorb the true chi and blood of these cultivators, he didn't have the time to fight with this bare child. Bare child? A cold light flickered in the eyes of the other 3. It's that little tyke, he's come to save us. The cultivators who were having their true chi and blood devoured were overjoyed when they saw Chu Chen. Hope was once again lit up in their hearts after they had already despaired. Shadow, kill him, the steward said in a low voice, and then he saw the shadow he had reflected on the ground unexpectedly float up from his body. Yes, master. An ice-cold voice resounded from that massive shadow, then it floated towards Chu Chen at an extremely fast speed. The shadow is alive? Chu Chen was greatly surprised and stared at the shadow that floated towards him. Although he had heard his father say that there was this kind of divine ability before, he had never seen it before, and it looked as if it was quite magical. He looked back at his little shadow and muttered, I wonder if I can learn it. When he turned back, he realized that the massive shadow had already disappeared, and after looking around without finding anything, he couldn't help but wonder, strange, where did it go? I can't actually sense any breath at all. He took out a bunch of talismans and stuck them on himself. Father said that when you can't see the enemy, you have to get yourself a few more layers of defense. While pasting the talisman seals, he also muttered in a low voice. Bang! Just after he had pasted 2 talisman seals, he heard a dull thud from behind him. Chu Chen turned around to look, but he saw a cloud of shadows drifting out and stopping 10 feet away. How did it run here? Why didn't you sense it at all? Chu Chen's fleshy little face was filled with doubt. Idiot brother. He can blend into your shadow. At that moment, Chu Xan's milky voice resounded in his mind, and it was clearly Chu Xan who was secretly communicating with Chu Chen using a sound transmission note. Shadow? Chu Chen once again turned back to look at his shadow that was stretched out on the ground, and suddenly realized, so it's merged into my shadow, no wonder I didn't sense it. Once again, he turned back to look ahead, only to find that the shadow had disappeared once again. Still coming? Chu Chen muttered in a small voice as a crystalline formation stone was flung out backwards, instantly transforming into a small spell formation. Only a rumbling sound was heard as the spell formation fell and covered his own shadow. He slowly turned around, his own shadow turning with him, and the shadow that had blended and touched the edge of the spell formation and was forcibly stripped out. Roar! The shadow let out a furious roar and frantically impacted the spell formation boundary, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to shatter the boundary to get out. Serves you right, dead bear child. Seeing the shadow trapped, the butler cursed in a low voice. Nasty bad fellow, watch me break your spell formation. Chu Chen levitated in midair, his meaty little hand quickly pinched his hand, and a terrifying blade chi condensed behind him. When the butler's 4 people saw this, their hearts tightened, and they shouted in unison, You damned bear child, get the hell out of my way. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Chu Chen, Chu Xan, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly struck out, and the sky-covering sword chi broke through the air, cutting off all of those red chains in an instant. 100,000 cultivators fell en masse like dumplings. The scene was quite spectacular. Great, we're saved. After landing, the crowd quickly climbed to their feet, and even though their bodies had become a bit weak, the excitement of being saved was revealed on their faces. Bear child, you seek death. The 4 stewards were dumbfounded, then they let out an earth-shattering roar, and the 4 of them pointed out with one finger in unison, and 4 red rays of light were injected into the spell formation above their heads, and a red chain shot out once again. It's coming again, run. The 100,000 cultivators' expressions changed drastically, and they broke into the air to flee. But the evil spell formation above their heads hadn't been broken yet, and the red curtain of light was still there, so they couldn't escape at all. Seeing a red chain coming across the void, a look of despair once again appeared on the faces of the 100,000 cultivators. Spell formation, rise! Chu Chen shouted in a milky voice, and as his fleshy little hand pointed, a transparent shield suddenly rose up in the viewing area, protecting the 100,000 cultivators. Bang bang! Red chains shot out, hitting on top of the shroud with an ear-piercing sound. It's blocked. Little Milkmaid's spell formation blocked those chains. 100,000 cultivators let out a heaven-shaking cheer at the sight. Damned bears, today, we will make you our sustenance. The steward shouted angrily and raised his hand. Countless blood-colored palms appeared behind him, and the evil aura shook the void, causing everyone's blood to tremble, as if it would break out of their bodies at any moment and fly towards those blood-colored palms. Buzz. At the same time, a red gloomy blade intent and a domineering red sword intent rose up at the same time. Roar! A giant red bird rose into the air with its wings spread out, its entire body burning with a blood-colored flame. This blood-colored flame did not have the scorching heat of fire, but instead had a bone-crushing coldness. Nasty aura. But it's very powerful. Chu Xin and Chu Chen simultaneously furrowed their small brows. The aura of these blood-colored palms made them dislike it. However, these auras were the strongest they had ever seen other than Daddy. Shoo! Just as the Butlers four were about to launch their attack, a seal broke through the air and hovered in the sky above, a pure chi power hanging down, forming a unique force field. Under this force field, the Butler four felt that their strength was greatly suppressed. Even the operation of the red spell formation above their heads seemed much more obscure. State Lord Seal? The Butler four's faces sank slightly. A stunningly beautiful figure stepped into the air and stopped next to the State Lord Seal. A bunch of losers, unable to delay a tiny martial sect for half an hour. The housekeeper cursed angrily in a low voice. If it was usual, the four of them gathered together would naturally not be afraid of Long Yufei. Even if Long Yufei controlled the State Master Seal, she was ultimately just a martial zone, and could not possibly be a match for the four of them. But now they have to maintain the spell formation, but also to guard against those two bear children, at this moment by the State Master Seal suppressed strength, can be greatly unfavorable to them. Long Yufei glanced at the red spell formation, and then looked down at the four stewards in the ring, her icy tone tinged with anger. Blood-devouring condensing yuan formation? You guys even dare to set up this Kyushu forbidden formation, when you execute the 9 clans. Sister, what is executing the 9 clans? Chu Chen had already come to Chu Xian's side and put his little head together, asking curiously. Chu Xian seemingly pondered for a moment, and finally shook her little head. I don't know, Daddy doesn't seem to have said. Whatever. Chu Chen's eyes rolled, and he whispered, Sister, we have to join forces, or else we'll get beat up. Humph. Chu Xian nodded, and for the first time, her delicate little face revealed a hint of gravity. Execute the 9 clans? The Empress is already preoccupied with herself now, right? She doesn't have the time to care about the affairs of my Lanzhou. At this time, that butler rose up in the air, leveled with Long Yufei, and said indifferently, As for the Dragon State Lord, you are not qualified to execute the 9 clans. Long Yufei snorted coldly and said in an icy tone, This official does not have the qualifications to execute the 9 clans of you and others, but the qualifications to execute the 3 clans are still there. Then, I will first execute the 3 clans of you and others, and then execute the 9 clans of you and others after the holy decree is issued. Dragon State Lord, with you and those 2 bear children, you think you can win against us 4 peak martial saints? The other 3 also rose up in the air, splitting into 3 parties, forming exactly 4 directions with the butler, surrounding all 3 of them, Long Yufei, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, in the center. Originally, I was thinking of letting them stall you for half an hour, and after we finish devouring the true chi and blood of these 100,000 cultivators, we'll push all this to the ferocious beast that killed the previous state lord, without God realizing it. But why did you come back? Now we can't even kill you without killing you. The 3 of them said one thing to each other, all of them carrying a strong killing intent in their tone. Just as Long Yufei had said, using the 9 states forbidden formation would result in the execution of all 9 clans. At that time, not only would they themselves die, they would also break their bloodline and inheritance. Therefore, no matter what, they could not let Long Yufei leave here alive. Demon Blade Sect Master Fu Zhantian, Bastard Sword Sect Master Qin Shinghai, and 10,000 Beasts Sect Master Fire Phoenix. I can't imagine that the sect masters of the 3 top forces of Lanzhou would actually degenerate into an evil cultivator as well. Wouldn't it be a joke to the other 8 states if it were to be spread out? Long Yufei looked at the 3 and said in a cold voice, As long as I can break through, what's the harm in being an evil cultivator? Fu Zhantian was a man with a feminine appearance, his body releasing a cold, blood-colored blade intent, and his tone was incomparably gloomy. My Lanzhou has not given birth to a martial emperor for many years. If we were martial emperors 3 years ago, would we not have been forced by that mysterious murderer to open the secret realm's door in advance? If we were martial emperors, would the previous state lord have died at the hands of that mysterious powerhouse? Since we can't become emperors on the normal path in my Lanzhou, why can't we find another way? So this is the reason you chose to become evil cultivators? So this is the reason why you devour the true chi and blood of 100,000 cultivators to cultivate? Long Yufei's tone was icy cold, her beautiful eyes filled with endless anger. Back then, an evil cultivator used this blood-devouring condensing yuan formation to devour 100,000 ordinary people to cultivate, and from a small martial zone, he leapt to become a peak martial saint. And those 100,000 ordinary people all turned into dry corpses. Moreover, these dry corpses would also turn into blood-sucking blood devils under the effect of this blood-devouring soul-melting formation and be under the control of the evil cultivator. This is an incomparably evil and horrifying formation, and was listed as a forbidden formation by the late emperor, forbidding its use. Once discovered, the 9 clans will be exterminated. Today, these 4 people were however preparing to devour 100,000 cultivators, and the true chi and blood they gained to condense into yuan power naturally far exceeded that of that year. If I can bring back martial emperors to my lands, how? What's the harm in sacrificing 100,000 people? Bastard Sword Sect Patriarch Qin Shanghai said coldly. Not bad. Not to mention 100,000 people, even if it's a million people, if they can allow my lands how to give birth to a martial emperor, they'll still deserve to die. 10,000 Beast Sect Master Fire Phoenix said in an equally cold voice. Humph. Speaking in such a grandiose manner, I see that it's just to fulfill your own selfish desires. A trace of disgust appeared on Long Yufei's exquisite pretty face. What's the point of wasting words with her? Do it. That butler snorted coldly and grabbed through the air, an immense and incomparable bloody claw falling towards Long Yufei's head. An evil aura swirled, causing the blood in one's body to tremble. Long Yufei pinched her hand, and the State Master Seal dripped and spun, a strand of chi power dropping down, forming a shield to guard it. Bang! The bloody claws landed on top of the shroud with a loud bang, and a strong energy aftershock rippled out, tearing the void. The powerful force was transmitted to Long Yufei through the State Lord Seal, causing her face to turn slightly white. At the same time, a powerful backlash force surged out of nowhere within the butler's body, and the original high-speed true chi abruptly stagnated, and the unobstructed blood chi churned for a while. But right at this moment, a scarlet glow surged out from his body, suppressing this force of backlash. Long Yufei couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the butler's calm demeanor. The State Master Seal was originally made by the imperial family of the Kyushu Empire in order to strengthen its control over Kyushu, and was jointly refined by the 3 great martial gods of the imperial family at that time. Anyone who attacked someone who was recognized by the State Lord Seal would be subject to the backlash of the power of chi. However, this steward, it seemed that he did not suffer too much backlash. The butler ignored Long Yufei and droned at the other 3. I'll limit her power of chi, you guys attack together. Good. The 3 responded in unison, each releasing their strongest attack. While a sea of blood surged out from the butler's body, drifting towards the State Lord Seal and wrapping it up, the powerful corrosive force actually penetrated into the chi-luck-like curtain. This sea of blood exuded an even more evil aura than his blood-colored true chi. If the power of chi was the most righteous force in the heavens and earth, then this sea of blood was the most evil force under the heavens, and seemed to be naturally opposing and restraining each other. The sea of blood was too small to restrain the power of Lancehouse chi mobilized by Long Yufei, but it could limit the effect of the power of chi. However, while restricting the power of chi fortune, the sea of blood was also being rapidly consumed by the power of chi fortune, constantly shrinking. What kind of power is this? Long Yufei was shocked, having never heard of any power that could restrict the power of chi fortune. Overlord Sword, Annihilation. A huge pitch-black sword broke through the air, overbearing sword intent filled the air, the tip of the sword gulped sword ons, wherever it passed, even the void was annihilated, only to be restored again under the effect of the laws of the void after it had passed. Demon Blade, Soul Beheading. A cold, giant blade chopped out in the air, the cold blade intent mixed with a demonic aura that mesmerized the hearts of the people. Under this devil blade, the souls of 100,000 cultivators trembled. With this blade, it wasn't the physical body that was chopped, but the soul. Fire Phoenix, Burning Sky. A huge blood flame phoenix spread its wings, and monstrous blood flames dyed the entire sky red, and the heavens were all burned into nothingness under the burning of these blood flames. The void laws continuously repaired that void, and after it was repaired, it was burned into nothingness again. That void was constantly hovering between destruction and restoration under the burning blood flames. Rumble. 3 powerful attacks fell, and the power of chi that was restricted by the sea of blood could no longer withstand it and shattered. Put. However, the 3 of them did not have the kind of means that the sea of blood had to restrict the power of chi, and they all suffered a backlash and spewed out a mouthful of blood. However, a smile appeared on their faces as their attacks continued to charge towards Long Yufei after breaching the Chi-Luck shield. With Long Yufei's strength as a martial zone, it was impossible to block the attacks of the 3 peak martial saints. She, for sure, would die. Auntie Long, don't be afraid, we'll protect you. Right at this moment, 2 milky voices rang out. 2 tiny figures appeared, one on the left and one on the right, protecting Long Yufei behind them. In their hands, they held a sword and knife that were longer than their bodies. A terrifying pressure emanated above the sword and blade, crushing the void. It even caused everyone at the scene, including the housekeeper, Fu Zhantian, and the others, to all have their breaths stutter and feel the urge to kneel down. Chop! Chu Xan and Chu Chen shouted in unison, and along with the sound of 2 milky voices, the heaven-slashing sword and heaven-breaking blade in their hands chopped out in unison. Terrifying sword chi and blade chi broke through the air, decimating the attacks of the 3 peak martial saints. They actually blocked the attacks of the 3 peak martial saints? The crowd was shocked. Those were the attacks of 3 peak martial saints. Even if the power was partially cancelled out by the chi shield, it was by no means something an ordinary late-stage martial saint could resist. But these 2 little tykes, with 1 sword and 1 blade, had actually decimated them. This strength was too strong.
That in their hands is an imperial artifact? Someone asked in a shocked tone. Imperial weapon?
Everyone stared unblinkingly at the swords and knives in the hands of the 2 siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, their faces filled with stupefaction.
Could these 2 little tykes be martial emperors?
Impossible. If they were martial emperors, why would they need to put in so much effort to deal with them? They'd just take seconds. They aren't martial emperors, yet they possess imperial artifacts. There are only 2 possibilities: either they have martial emperors behind them, or they have experienced strange encounters.
The crowd murmured in shock. They actually have imperial artifacts?
Long Yufei was also stunned. That was a weapon that only a martial emperor could harbor. Even her own body did not possess one. These 2 little tykes actually had an emperor weapon each. This was too outrageous. No, it should be said that their daddy was too outrageous to give 2 little tykes an emperor weapon, which meant that their daddy had at least comprehended the rules of the sword and the rules of the blade. The great Tao of heaven and earth was divided into 2 types, one being the laws of heaven and earth and the other being the rules of heaven and earth. Comprehending the laws made one a saint, and comprehending the rules made one an emperor. Emperor weapons were contained by martial emperors, and they naturally contained the power of the rules comprehended by that martial emperor. Basically, every imperial weapon possessed at least one complete rule of heaven and earth. It was naturally much easier to comprehend the rule power contained in an imperial weapon than it was to comprehend it from the rules of heaven and earth. At the same time, possessing an emperor artifact could also greatly increase the chances of crossing a great heavenly tribulation, and even if the tribulation failed, with the protection of an emperor artifact, one wouldn't be turned into flying dust.
Surprisingly, it's an emperor artifact? Greed flickered in the eyes of the 4 people: Butler, Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai and Fire Phoenix. Lance Hao was unable to give birth to martial emperors because that battle back then crumbled the foundation, causing Lance Hao martial saints to be unable to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth. If they could possess an emperor weapon, they would be able to comprehend the rules through it. This was their opportunity to become emperors. Kill them first. The steward maintained the sea of blood wrapping around the state master seal while shouting in a deep voice of rage, "Hurry up, my sea of blood won't last long." Qin Xinghai and the 3 of them looked up into the air before realizing that the sea of blood wrapping the state lord's seal was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once this sea of blood was consumed, there would no longer be a means to limit the power of qi, and they would be in trouble then. Thinking of this, the 3 of them looked at each other and once again executed their most powerful divine abilities. Overbearing blood sacred sword. Qin Xinghai shouted angrily as a pitch-black holy sword was sacrificed from within his body. This was an extreme holy weapon that he had sacrificed, second only to an emperor weapon in terms of power. At the same time, his sword fingers were erected in front of his body, his divine ability revolved, and the blood in his body boiled, actually transforming into a divine sword embryo that disappeared into the holy sword. Afterwards, the endless overlord sword intent and endless true chi also poured in, and the originally pitch-black holy sword turned blood red in an instant. The holy sword, fused with hegemony blood, could only be called a true hegemony blood holy sword, and its power was even stronger than an ordinary extreme holy weapon. A powerful force lingered above the hegemonic blood holy sword, and all the cultivators at the scene spat out blood in unison, their complexions pale. The sword intent cultivated by the sword cultivators among them was completely suppressed, unable to mobilize the slightest bit. The precious swords contained within their bodies even shattered under the terrifying sword intent emanating from the divine sword. The hegemony sword sect master is actually as terrifying as this. Rumor has it that the hegemony sword sect patriarch possesses a hegemony body bloodline. Cultivating the hegemony sword is twice as effective and more powerful. Now it seems that the rumors are true. The crowd looked at each other in horror and shock. Earthly demon sword. Fu Zhantian shouted as a pitch-black devil blade was offered. It was likewise an extreme grade saint artifact. At the same time, a stream of pure earth fiending spring water floated out from his body, winding up around his body and merging into the devil blade in the air. The soul-stealing blade intent and the cold, bone-crushing true chi also surged in, and in an instant, the earth-shattering demon blade was completely formed. Under the support of the earth-fiending spring, its power was also stronger than that of an ordinary extreme saint artifact. The moment the devil blade was formed, everyone held their heads and wailed, as if a devil blade was cutting into their souls. The extreme pain was unbearable. Blood flame holy flag. The fire phoenix shouted angrily as a flag burning with flames floated out from within him, endless blood flame true chi pouring into it, multiplying its power. It was yet another extremely high-grade saint artifact. And after this blood flame sacred flag appeared, it directly disappeared into the fiery phoenix burning with blood flames. The fire phoenix roared, the blood flames on its body skyrocketed, and the void was annihilated under these blood flames, so much so that even the void laws could not be repaired for a moment. Go! The three of them shouted in unison as three terrifying attacks crushed across the void. Everyone's faces turned white as they forced themselves to endure the discomfort and looked up into the air, filled with nervousness. Although the two little tykes possessed imperial artifacts, even imperial artifacts could hardly make up for the huge gap in strength. After all, only martial emperors were able to manipulate the power of rules, and ordinary people were unable to utilize the power of an imperial artifact even if they possessed one. The true strength of the two little tykes was unknown to anyone. If the gap between them and Qin Shinghai and the others was too great, it would be difficult to resist them even if they possessed an imperial weapon. If the two little tykes couldn't resist, everyone here would be reduced to flying ash under this terrifying attack. Blade and Sword Divine Domain. Xu Xian and Xu Chen's figures moved, standing opposite each other 3 feet apart. The heaven-slashing sword and heaven-breaking blade hovered in front of their bodies, and their small hands pinched hand resolutions. Buzz! A strange fluctuation spread rapidly with the heaven-slashing sword and heaven-breaking blade as its center, sweeping through the entire space in an instant. Terrifying blade intent and sword intent crisscrossed across, forming a strange and powerful, spherical domain with a diameter of about 10 feet. Divine Domain, Jin. The milky voice sounded once again, and a golden divine pattern was seen floating on the domain boundary. The divine pattern flowed, emitting an even more terrifying sword intent and blade intent. Boom! The attacks of the three peak martial saints rushed into the domain. What shocked Qin Shinghai and the others was that their divine abilities that could tear apart the void and burn the heavens were actually unable to destroy this domain space. In this domain, all of their divine abilities seemed to be suppressed, their power weakened drastically. Chop! The two siblings, Xu Xian and Xu Chen, shouted in unison, and crisscrossing blade and sword intent once again emerged from the domain, destroying the attacks of the three peak martial saints. What divine ability is this? The crowd was greatly shocked. If it was said that the two little tykes were able to block the three peak martial saints before because their attacks had most of their energy cancelled out by the chi shield, then this time it could be the full force of the three peak martial saints' attacks that had been literally destroyed. These two little toddlers, under the enchantment of an emperor artifact, actually possess strength comparable to that of a peak martial saint? They were only 3 years old. This was too unbelievable. Thinking about how they had not become martial saints for decades or even centuries of cultivation, but the two little tykes could be comparable to peak martial saints at the age of 3, the 100,000 cultivators immediately had a feeling of being groundless. Blade and Sword Divine Domain? Long Yufei was similarly shocked. Domains were categorized into ordinary domains and law domains. Ordinary domains could only deal with ordinary people and were ineffective against martial saints. Law domains, on the other hand, were domains at the level of martial saints, and this kind of domain was not something that even martial saints possessed, requiring an extremely deep comprehension of the laws in order to form a law domain. As an imperial princess, Long Yufei's talent wasn't as good as her empress sisters, but it wasn't bad either. Her original body possessed a law domain, and she had seen many law domains, but she had never seen such a strong law domain. No, this might not be a mere law domain, but a fusion of two law domains. A fusion-type law domain was even rarer than an ordinary law domain, and was naturally more powerful. There were so many secrets in these two little tykes. Long Yufei looked at the Xu Xian and Xu Chen siblings standing opposite each other in front of her, a smile gradually surfacing on her face. These two little tykes were truly their own lucky stars. Damn bear children! Fu Zhantian, Fire Phoenix and Qin Shinghai's faces steeply sank. They had even sacrificed their extreme saint weapons, but they still couldn't take down these two bear children. The enchantment of the Emperor weapons was surprisingly so great. They didn't think that with 2 3-year-old bear children being able to block the attacks of the three peak martial saints, it should be the efficacy of those two imperial artifacts. This bred even more greed in their hearts. Ever since the fall of the Lanzhou martial emperor and the destruction of the imperial artifacts, no more imperial artifacts had appeared in Lanzhou. Now that 2 imperial artifacts had appeared at once, they had to snatch them no matter what. If there were these 2 imperial artifacts, perhaps there would be no need to degenerate into an evil cultivator. Brother, it's our turn. At that moment, Xu Xian's milky voice rang out. Aha! Xu Chen nodded his little head, the flesh on his face trembling along with him. The two siblings pinched their hands, and the sphere of domains formed by the Blade and Sword Divine Domain suddenly spread out, spreading to the entire Lanzhou mansion at an extremely fast speed. You're not the only ones with domains. Fu Zhantian snorted coldly, Demonic Sword Domain, rise. As soon as the words fell, a black spherical domain with a diameter of tens of feet surged out with him at the center. Overlord Sword Domain. Blood Flame Domain. Blood Demon Domain. Qin Shinghai, the Fire Phoenix, and the Butler followed suit and cast their respective domains. 3 spherical domains enveloped them as different forces of law filled the air, shaking the void. Rumble. The spreading blade and sword divine domain crashed on top of the four domains' boundaries, emitting a deafening roar. The nearby space shattered, and the ring underneath his feet instantly exploded, and the earth underneath the ring floated. A deep, bottomless crack appeared. Blade and sword divine ripple, rise. Two milky voices sounded, Chu Xian and Chu Chen's hand decisions changed, divine lines surfaced within their bodies and were injected into the domain. The blade and sword divine domain was shaken, and the blade and sword intent that had originally permeated it gradually solidified, transforming into a hilt of blade and sword chi that flowed with divine lines. Break! The two of them shouted in a milky voice, and with a wave of each of their palm blades and sword fingers, endless divine pattern blade chi and divine pattern sword chi broke through the air, continuously impacting the four major domains. With the addition of the divine lines, the power of the blade and sword divine domain skyrocketed, and a crack surfaced in the field boundary of Fujian Tian's four. Damn it! The four of them cursed angrily in their hearts. The strength of these two bear children had completely exceeded their expectations. Coupled with the fact that the butler had to be distracted from controlling the Sea of Blood to fight against the State Lord Seal and Lancehouse Chi, he was unable to fully fend off Chu Xian and Chu Chen's attacks. For a time, the four peak martial saints were unexpectedly completely suppressed by the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings. Ka-ching! Finally, Qin Xinghai and the other four's domains could no longer hold on and shattered apart. The blade and sword divine domain flowed unimpeded, spreading out in an instant, incorporating the butler's four into the domain. Endless divine patterns filled the air, and a powerful pressure swept over the four people, who only felt that the true chi in their bodies and the power of the laws they comprehended were greatly suppressed, unable to exert their full power. This was the suppression ability of the domain. If one had not comprehended the domain of laws, one would be greatly suppressed in someone else's domain, and one would lose half of the battle innately. Worst of all, because of the suppression of the blade and sword divine domain, the power of the blood sea controlled by the steward was also drastically weakened, and was unable to continue restricting the power of the State Lord Seal and the power of Qi. After sensing this, Long Yufei's heart was overjoyed, and she hurriedly pinched her hands and maneuvered the State Lord Seal to continuously impact in the blood sea. Each impact caused the sea of blood to shrink by a large margin. It can't be restricted anymore, withdraw immediately, the butler said with a gloomy face. The three of them, Fujian Tian, Qin Xinghai and Fire Phoenix, also had huge changes in their faces. Once the Sea of Blood could no longer restrict the State Lord Seal, allowing Long Yufei to continue mobilizing the power of Lancehouse Qi, their strength would be further suppressed. At that time, it was feared that the only thing that awaited them was extinction. Although after escaping, they were afraid that they would have to hide under the Empire's pursuit for the rest of their lives, it was still better than dying on the spot. Retreat! The three of them made an immediate decision, once again displaying their strongest means to attract the attention of Chu Xian and Chu Chen. They tore apart the void and wanted to leave. Bang bang! The silhouettes of the four were seen disappearing from the blade and sword divine realm, but in the next moment, they revealed themselves not far away, as if they had hit some impenetrable barrier, and were sent flying out, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of their mouths. What's going on? Fu Zhantian was in a state of shock and anger, his eyes flickering with unease. The void is imprisoned, unable to leave? Qin Xinghai's voice carried a hint of trembling. Could it be that he was in trouble today? It must be those two bearish children who messed up. The Fire Phoenix turned her head to look at Chu Xian and Chu Chen, her tone somber while her face was filled with fear. A void confinement spell formation? The steward looked at the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings, and then at the Fu Zhantian trio not far away, a hint of sinister in his eyes. It seems that we can only advance the final step. I hope the energy is enough. He muttered. What final step? Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai and Fire Phoenix were dismayed when they heard the butler's words. Obviously, they didn't realize that the steward had a final step. Ignoring them, the steward grabbed the shadow that was trapped not far away with a bloody hand and threw it into the blood-colored spell formation above his head. After devouring the shadow, an incomparably powerful force of evil shook in the blood-colored spell formation. In the next moment, three red chains broke through the air towards the trio of Pei Warrior Sky, Qin Xinghai and Fire Phoenix. What are you doing? Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai and Fire Phoenix were shocked and furious as they each used their own means to fend them off at the same time. The three were all peak martial saints and naturally had no problem resisting the chain attack. However, the butler smiled coldly and pinched a hand, and saw a wisp of blood mist suddenly rise from Fu Zhantian's body. The blood mist floated out, but suddenly transformed into a red silk thread that contracted, binding the three people in a knot. There was even a piece of blood mist that drifted towards the Fire Phoenix's favored beast, the Blood Flame Phoenix. The Blood Flame Phoenix raised its voice to the sky and its body was filled with blood flames as it tried to resist. However, as a favored beast, its strength was closely related to its master. Relying on the master's enchantment, it was possible that the strength of a pet beast of the same rank would be a bit stronger than that of a demonic beast. But now that the master was trapped, the strength of the pet beast could not be fully utilized, and it was weaker than a demonic beast of the same rank. Moreover, these blood mists were drifting out from the body of the fire phoenix and had the breath of the fire phoenix. The blood flame phoenix, as the pet beast of the fire phoenix, had an aura that was closely linked to the fire phoenix, and it simply couldn't withstand these blood mists, and was bound in an instant. True Qi is sealed? The power of laws can't be exerted either. Fu Zhantian and Qin Xinghai spoke with panic in their tones. Fire Phoenix roared at the steward, Lu Filong, what the hell do you want? Lu Filong? Long Yufei frowned slightly, he's the Lanzhou state governor. Although she hadn't met the Lanzhou governor, she had seen the roster of Lanzhou officials before coming here and knew that the Lanzhou governor was called Lu Filong. When she had previously seen that governor, she hadn't thought much about it, but now that she heard this butler's name, she came to her senses and instantly understood everything. This butler was the real Lanzhou governor, and the previous Lanzhou governor, I'm afraid, was the real butler, the scapegoat that was pushed out by them. Moreover, looking at this current situation, the gate masters of the three top powers, I'm afraid that they were also part of Lu Feilong's plan. Lanzhou must produce a martial emperor. Devouring 100,000 cultivators' true qi and blood is the first step of the plan, you guys are the second step. Lu Feilong's face was icy cold, his tone did not contain a single fluctuation of emotions, and he said lightly, the true qi and blood of three peak martial saints, together with the ones that I absorbed before, should be enough for me to make a breakthrough. You dare to lie to us? The three were shocked and furious, their bodies constantly struggling, but to no avail. Three of you, this can't be blamed on me, if you want to blame it, you can only blame it on those two bear children for spoiling our good deed. Lu Filong turned his head to look at Chu Xian and Chu Chen, and said in a cold tone, if they hadn't saved 100,000 cultivators, and we would have made a breakthrough when we finished devouring them, why would I need to devour you guys again? Bastard! The three of them cursed angrily, and the blood flame phoenix also let out a long, angry cry. Lu Filong didn't pay any more attention to the trio, he reached out his hand and injected a blood-colored energy into the red spell formation above his head, a red chain broke through the air, and in an instant, it didn't enter the trio's body, crazily devouring their true qi and blood. There was also a chain heading towards the blood flame phoenix. Brother, I want to eat roasted chicken wings, that big head of chicken can't let him devour it. Seeing this, Chu Xian pinched her sword technique and endless sword chi swept away. Although the blood flame phoenix was much larger than the village's chickens, its head was exactly the same as a chicken, and to Chu Xian, it was a chicken of enormous size. Alright, Chu Chen answered, his hands quickly pinched his hands, and endless sword chi followed. The blade chi and sword chi intertwined with each other, erupting with an even more terrifying might. Plop! The blades and swords streaked across the room, cutting down the red chains and also the defenseless blood flame phoenix. Chu Chen grabbed the corpse of the blood flame phoenix through the air and put it into the Sumeru ring. Lu Filong glanced at Chu Xian and Chu Chen, snorted coldly, and ignored it. The priority now was to devour the Fu Zhantian trio and raise his strength. When he became a martial emperor, killing those two bear children would be easy. AI eat meat, AI cow meat, can you destroy this bloodthirsty soul regeneration formation? Long Yufei asked. Chu Xian shook her head and said, Auntie Long, we can't destroy this spell formation. They had tried before and could only chop the red chains. They couldn't destroy the red spell formation, otherwise they wouldn't have let it remain. Destroy the spell formation? Lu Filong laughed up to the sky. This bloodthirsty soul regeneration spell formation is an ancient formation. Once it is formed, non-martial emperor can't destroy it. No matter how strong those two bears are, they can't possibly reach the level of a martial emperor. Long Yufei naturally knew this as well, only that she still held a sliver of hope in her heart. Chu Chen's hand decision was pinched, and his blade energy spread out, chopping up the red chains that had engulfed the Fu Zhantian trio, and said in a milky voice, if you can't destroy the spell formation, you can chop up the red chains. Lu Feilong's face sank, once again urging the dense red chains. Part of them attacked towards Long Yufei and Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings, and part of them continued to penetrate Fu Zhantian's trio's bodies and continued to devour them. Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings once again pinched their hands, their swords and knives coming out in unison, cutting down all the chains. Damn bear children! Anger flickered in Lu Feilong's eyes. Chop! The two siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, shouted in unison as their blade and sword chi entwined and chopped towards Lu Feilong. A layer of blood shield surged out from outside Lu Feilong's body, and an evil aura filled the air, causing one's soul and blood to tremble in unison. But even so, under the attack of the sword and knife, the blood shield instantly shattered and Lu Feilong's body flew backwards, blood spurting wildly. His strength could only be utilized by half under the dual suppression of the power of Qi in the domain of laws, so naturally, he was unable to withstand the attacks of the sibling duo of Chu Xian and Chu Chen. Humph! Think you can kill me like this? Lu Feilong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a flash of his body, he actually directly disappeared into the red law formation. Buzz! The spell formation shook and continuously contracted and expanded, but it quickly stabilized. Bang bang! Densely packed blade chi and sword chi under the control of Chu Xian and Chu Chen continuously attacked on top of the red spell formation, rumbling. However, that spell formation was indeed strong, and no matter how much Chu Xian and Chu Chen attacked, they were unable to destroy it. Other than martial emperors, no one can destroy this spell formation. Lu Feilong's voice came out from within the spell formation, appearing incomparably rampant. The spell formation then actually transformed into a blood mist under his control, directly wrapping the three of them, Fu Zhantian. The blood mist cut off the line of sight and also blocked the idea probing, so it was impossible to see the scene inside, but the miserable screams of the three people of Fu Zhantian kept coming out. The two of them tried, and were indeed unable to destroy the blood mist, and decisively gave up. Chu Chen looked at the blood mist, turned his head to Chu Xian, and asked in a milky voice, "Sister, he said that this spell formation can only be broken by martial emperors? Is Daddy's spirit body a martial emperor? No? I don't know." Chu Xian shook her head. They didn't even know Father's cultivation realm, so how could they know what strength Father's spirit body was? Forget it then, Daddy's spirit body can only be used 9 times, it can't be wasted. Chu Chen muttered in a small voice. Chu Xian also nodded her little head in agreement. Father's spirit body could be used less than once, and in the future, in case he wanted Father and couldn't go back to find him, he could still summon his spirit body out to take a look, so it couldn't be wasted. Long Yufei heard the conversation between the two, and when she saw the imperial artifacts she also guessed that the two little tykes' daddies might be martial emperors. If their daddy arrived in person, he could naturally destroy this bloodthirsty soul regeneration formation. But if he was just a spirit body, he shouldn't be able to reach the strength of a martial emperor. The spell formation definitely could not be broken, and the only thing she could do was to desperately activate the State Master Seal, mobilizing the power of Lancao's Qi to influence the effect of the bloodthirsty soul regurgitation spell formation, and interfering with Lu Feilong's devouring metamorphosis as much as possible. Chu Xian maneuvered his sword chi to chop through the barrier formed by the red spell formation and looked towards the 100,000 cultivators, saying, "Uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, you should go first. Many thanks to the two young benefactors for saving our lives. In the future, if there are any dispatches, we will be obliged." The 100,000 cultivators together respectfully saluted Chu Xian and Chu Chen. Afterward, they saluted Long Yufei again, and then they all broke into the air and left. Although they were both meeting with a salute, the first salute was from the heart, and the latter salute was out of etiquette, and could not be compared to each other. Long Yufei looked towards Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings, secretly sighing in her heart. In the future, if these siblings were to build a force, or do something, the vast majority of these 100,000 cultivators would become their loyal backing. "Sister, should we withdraw? I'll go roast chicken wings for you." Chu Chen looked at the blood mist and asked in a low voice. Chu Xian tilted her little head and thought, nodded, and said, "Good, I'm also a bit hungry after fighting for so long." As she said that, another line of bright saliva flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Thinking of the deliciousness of the roasted chicken wings, she instantly couldn't wait and urged, "Brother, quickly put out the big chicken. I can't wait to eat chicken." "Okay." After lifting the sword god domain, Chu Chen released the blood flame phoenix and handed it over to Chu Xian to deal with. Chu Chen looked towards Long Yufei, who was still urging the State Lord Seal, and said in a milky voice, "Auntie Long, forget about it and take a rest." Long Yufei glanced at the piece of blood mist and pondered for a moment before still withdrawing the State Lord Seal. That piece of blood mist was created by the bloodthirsty soul regeneration formation. Even if he manipulated the State Master Seal, he couldn't destroy it. It was just a futile use of true chi and energy. "You guys are going to roast meat here?" Looking at the siblings who were concentrating on handling the blood flame phoenix, Long Yufei couldn't help but open her mouth to remind them, Lu Feilong doesn't know when he will complete his metamorphosis, and by that time, he will most likely become a martial emperor. The strength of a martial emperor is not comparable to a martial saint. You should enter the mysterious realm of the 9 states before he wakes up. Although it was more likely to rely on the siblings to hold off the martial emperor, she could not let 2 3-year-old little tykes, or 2 supreme geniuses who were the best in the ancient world, stay and risk their lives. Even if she herself died, it would only be a loss of a bilocation. If something happened to the sibling duo, it would be a loss for the entire Kyushu Empire. "No, we have to protect Auntie Long." Chu Xian was concentrating on handling the corpse of the blood flame phoenix and said without lifting her head, "Aha, we like Auntie Long very much, and we also want Auntie Long to tie the knot with Mother." Chu Chen also nodded repeatedly. Their voices were milky and sounded soft and sticky, but their tone was incomparably firm. Long Yufei's heart was filled with warmth and emotion. What 2 good children, and she didn't know who was so blessed to be their mother. Her heart suddenly felt a little envious of the woman she had never met. Her mind suddenly sprang back to her sister's figure. She didn't know how her sister's 2 children were doing now, and when this matter was over, it was time to go to Boulder Village to take a look. This big chicken is very powerful and plays with fire. Ordinary fire can't roast it. Chu Chen set up the grill already, stroking his meaty double chin. A hint of contemplation appeared in his big round eyes. A moment later, he took out a stack of talisman seals from his sumaru ring and threw them into the furnace of the meat grill. Boom! The flames blazed, and the scorching heat woke up Long Yufei, who was in the middle of her contemplation. She turned her head to look at the grill, feeling the power of the laws contained in the flames, and said in surprise, "Icomete, you're grilling meat with Saint-grade flame talisman seals?" Saint-level flame rune seals, which contained the power of flame laws, were rare even amongst those rune seal top-tier powers. But for this little tyke to use it to roast meat, it was really a waste. Chu Chen nodded his little head, the flesh on his little face shaking as he said with a smile, "Right, this big chicken is very powerful. Oh, ordinary fire can't roast it." Long Yufei's lips opened, but she was speechless. The big chicken in the mouth of this little milky baby was a peak 7th order demonic beast, the blood flame phoenix, which possessed a phoenix bloodline in its body, and even after it died, it contained a powerful energy in its flesh. Coupled with the fact that the blood flame phoenix itself is a fire attribute, has a strong immunity to fire, indeed non-ordinary flames can hurt. However, that was a saint-grade flame talisman. Its own value was much higher than the corpse of the blood flame phoenix, and it was a waste to use it to roast meat. However, in the eyes of these two little tykes, as long as they could eat roasted meat, nothing else mattered. Under Chu Chen's skillful maneuvering, the roasted meat scent soon escaped. Good fragrance! Long Yufei's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She had also eaten many meats that Chu Chen had roasted, including that early 7th stage green snake, none of which smelled as good as this blood flame phoenix. Auntie Lon, roast the large chicken wings, one for you and your sister, quickly taste it. After roasting it, Chu Chen gave the 2 wings of the blood flame phoenix to Long Yufei and Chu Xin. The huge wings were even longer than Long Yufei's body, and the tantalizing fragrance hit their noses, making Long Yufei unable to resist inhaling. Oh, delicious, too delicious. Chu Xian had already hugged the large wing that was 4 or 5 her length and nibbled on it. While nibbling on it, she also said vaguely. A pair of big clear eyes were narrowed into small crescent moons, and her delicate little face was filled with satisfaction and enjoyment. So much, I can't finish it. Long Yufei picked up the small knife on the barbecue rack and cut off a section of meat from the barbecued wings, then returned the barbecued wings to Chu Chen and laughed. "This is enough for me to eat." The meat of a peak 7th ranked demonic beast contained a huge amount of energy, and she was only a martial zone, so she couldn't afford too much. "Auntie Long, that's all you're eating, can you get full?" Chu Chen held up the roasted wings with a puzzled face. He and his sister had to eat lots and lots of meat every time. He couldn't figure out why Auntie Long, who was such a big person, only ate so little. Enough is enough. Long Yufei couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking that everyone is like you guys who can eat as much as they want. On the verge of death, actually still roasting meat here. I really don't know if I should admire your courage or mock your stupidity. Right at this moment, the blood mist changed, revealing Lu Feilong's figure, a terrifying aura crushing the void around him, a pair of blood-red eyes filled with icy killing intent. Lu Feilong. Long Yufei, who was just about to eat the barbecued meat, abruptly stood up and re-offered the State Master Seal, on full alert. The current Lu Feilong's aura was far too powerful than before. Lu Feilong lifted his hand and waved it. A bloody hand broke through the air and directly slapped the State Lord's seal away, and those chi forces that were mobilized by Long Yufei were dispersed in an instant. Poof! Long Yufei sprayed blood furiously, her aura instantly withered, and the true chi in her body was almost dispersed. Although she could barely suppress her injuries, she was no longer able to manipulate the State Lord's seal. "Auntie Long, are you alright?" Chu Xian and Chu Chen flew over and asked with concern. "I'm fine." Long Yufei waved her hand and stood up with strong support, looking up into the void and asking incredulously, "You broke through?" Lu Feilong laughed twice to the sky and said in an icy tone, "Long Yufei, I am now a martial emperor. Do you think that you are just a martial sage in your district and manipulating this State Master Seal can do anything to me? Impossible. Martial saints breaking through to martial emperors all have great heavenly tribulation descending on them. How can you become an emperor without having crossed the great heavenly tribulation?" Long Yufei said in a deep voice. Transiting a small heavenly tribulation to become a saint, transiting a great heavenly tribulation to become an emperor, and transiting a divine tribulation to become a god, this was common knowledge known throughout the entire continent of the 9 states. It was impossible to break through to a martial emperor when one had not crossed a great heavenly tribulation. Lu Feilong coldly said, "Foolish and ignorant. Could it be because of the bloodthirsty soul regeneration formation?" Long Yufei suddenly thought of a possibility, with a hint of dawning in her tone, and more than that, she was incredulous. Lu Feilong said indifferently, "The bloodthirsty soul regurgitation formation can not only devour true chi, blood, and souls for its own use, it can also conceal the sky from the world, shielding the heavens, so the heavenly tribulation can't come naturally." Long Yufei's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she said in a deep voice, "Heavenly tribulation is a calamity and an opportunity. Without being baptized by the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid that you, a martial emperor, would be the weakest martial emperor on the continent. That's still a martial emperor, not something that you and the others can compare to. Lu Filong snorted coldly and did not retort. Without being baptized by the heavenly tribulation, his strength was indeed much weaker than a normal martial emperor. But so what? He was ultimately a martial emperor and could easily kill any peak martial saint in seconds. From now on, he would be the number one person in Lanzhou, controlling the entire Lanzhou. Auntie Long, this is a healing elixir, here. After Chu Chen took out a bottle of healing elixir and handed it to Long Yufei, he nibbled on a bite of barbecue meat and asked suspiciously as he came over to Chu Xian's ear, elder sister, this guy is already a martial emperor? It doesn't seem like it's as powerful as daddy. It's not as if, it's just not as powerful as daddy. Chu Xian nodded her head with great certainty and said vaguely while chewing on the roasted meat. Long Yufei took a healing elixir and glanced at the two little tykes, secretly marveling that these two little guys' dads were indeed martial emperors. It was a pity that their daddy wasn't here, or else he could have exterminated this pseudo-martial emperor. She raised her head and once again looked at Lu Filong suspended in the air and said in a deep voice, "You're not afraid of the Imperial Martial Emperor's siege? Imperial family?" Lu Filong sneered twice and said, in the past, the Imperial family had martial gods sitting on the throne and the 9 states bowed down. Now the old martial god's realm can't be suppressed and ascension is imminent. Without the old martial god in place, would the 9 states willingly submit to a woman? Now that the royal family is so busy, how could they send a martial emperor to Lanzhou? Would it be possible to send a martial emperor to a poor countryside like Lanzhou? Even when she learned that there was a martial emperor in Lanzhou, in order to bring me in to help stabilize the royal family, that female emperor had to send someone to bring me in. As long as I support the imperial family will still send people to surround me? He still had a sentence left unsaid. His goal could be much more than that. After he finished devouring all the Lanzhou people, his strength would definitely reach peak martial emperor. It wouldn't be impossible to go to other states to secretly devour some more people and impact to the god realm. Even a false god who hadn't crossed the divine tribulation wasn't comparable to a martial emperor. At that time, the entire 9 states would prostrate themselves at his feet. Of course, he naturally couldn't foolishly say these words, in case they were spread, the imperial family would really send martial emperors to surround and kill him regardless. Long Yufei was silent. As an imperial princess, she naturally knew what kind of crisis the empire was facing. It was impossible to send martial emperors to Lanzhou at this time, or else she wouldn't have been asked to take up the position of Lanzhou state lord. It was even more impossible to set up another martial emperor level enemy at this critical moment. There was also a real possibility that, as Lu Filong had said, the imperial family would pull him in instead of holding him accountable for devouring cultivators to become an emperor by relying on forbidden formations. Even if his sister wanted to hold him accountable, the imperial guardian pavilion would not agree. The news of the imperial old martial god's impending ascension was originally an imperial secret, but with the unexpected death of his father, the palace was in chaos, and these imperial secrets were taken advantage of to leak out, leading to the stupidity of Kyushu. Most critically, the old martial god went out in search of a successor to guard the empire and has yet to return. The other states kept sending people to try and find out, and the news of the old martial god's absence was about to become impossible to hide. Once the news of old martial god's absence from the palace was confirmed, that would be the beginning of the calamity of the 9 states. Auntie Long, the roasted meat is getting cold. Just as Long Yufei and Lu Filong were at cross swords, Chu Chen's milky voice rang out. Still eating? Long Yufei couldn't help but roll her eyes. Although this Lu Filong couldn't be compared to a true martial emperor, it wasn't something that could be compared to a martial saint either. These two little guys hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. Auntie Long, eat quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Chu Xian also opened her mouth and said, with a milky voice, without the slightest sense of fear. After all, they were children. Long Yufei secretly sighed in her heart, at the same time, her mind electrified, thinking about how to preserve the lives of the two children. Still thinking about eating it this time, a bear child is a bear child, give me death. Lu Filong snorted coldly as a bloody hand grabbed out through the air. Watch out! Long Yufei daintily shouted, wanting to manipulate the state lord's seal to resist, but she realized that her body was imprisoned, unable to move at all. There was even an evil force that was constantly eroding the body in true chi. Even the idea, as long as it left the body, it would be eroded by the evil power, and the pain was excruciating. The evil rule force, that was a rule force that only martial emperors could control, was simply difficult to resist. How annoying, can't we wait until we finish eating the roasted meat before we fight? Chu Xian's small brows were tightly furrowed together, her cheeks puffed out as she looked angry. Eating roast pork was the second happiest thing for her, and she hated being interrupted. Daddy, help me beat him up. Chu Xian chirped in a milky voice, then her snow-white little hand pinched her hand, and she saw a token appear out of thin air, suspended in midair. No matter who comes today, you are all dead. Lu Filong laughed coldly. There was no martial emperor in Lanzhou, he was invincible, whoever came was useless. Buzz. In the next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. He was a man who looked like he was only in his 20s, with a handsome appearance and extraordinary aura. With a casual wave of his hand, he broke through the evil rule force's confinement of the void and destroyed the terrifying bloody hand. This is a martial emperor? Long Yufei and Lu Filong exclaimed in unison. The man's eyes flickered with cold killing intent without any emotion. He was Chu Feng's spirit body, but was shielded from the vast majority of his emotions and memories by Chu Feng, and only retained his emotions and memories of Chu Xian and Chu Chen. The spirit body swept Long Yufei's eyes, and without the slightest pause, shifted its gaze to Chu Xian and Chu Chen, a hint of favor showing in its icy eyes as it laughed and scolded. You two troublemakers, messing with the martial emperor so quickly? Chu Xian gnawed on the roasted meat and muttered, he's the bad egg, disturbing me from eating roasted meat. Daddy beat him up. Aha, Daddy beat him up. Chu Chen also hugged the roasted meat and shouted indistinctly. The spirit body sniffed, touched Chu Xian and Chu Chen's little heads, and softly said, good boy, Daddy will help you guys beat up the bad egg. Good, beat up the bad guys. Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded their heads and cheered in succession. The spirit body turned to look into the void, his face suddenly turned cold, and said in a chilling tone, a mere false emperor, how dare you disturb my children from eating roasted meat? Long Yufei was speechless, the two little tykes were odd, and this daddy was also odd. Is eating barbecue meat the point? Auntie Long, eat quickly, the roasted meat will get cold. Chu Xian held up the roasted meat with one hand, pulled Long Yufei's sleeve with one hand, and said in a milky voice, Daddy is awesome, don't worry. Aha, Daddy is the best. Chu Chen also nodded repeatedly. Long Yufei's lips moved, and she finally sat down, but she did not have the appetite to continue eating the roasted meat. This was a martial emperor versus martial emperor battle. If one was not careful, the entire state capital would be gone. It's you? At this moment, after seeing the appearance of the spirit body, Lu Feilong's face changed drastically, and his body shook violently, as if he had seen some terrifying existence. You recognize me? The spirit body raised an eyebrow, secretly contemplating, could this guy be an enemy of the main body? Long Yufei was also curious, how could this Lu Feilong know the father of the two little tykes? Lu Feilong trembled and said, how is it possible that you don't know each other? 3 years ago it was you who forced the previous state lord to force open the door to the secret realm and broke into the secret realm. Break into the secret realm? The spirit body frowned slightly. He didn't have any other memories of the principal body, but he knew that the two children had used a lot of heavenly treasures to wash their essence, and breaking into the secret realm for these heavenly treasures wasn't something unusual for the principal body. Long Yufei's body shook and her face changed slightly. If she remembered correctly, that scapegoat had said that a mysterious strong man had broken into the secret realm 3 years ago and had killed the previous state lord after his death. Could it be that the murderer she was investigating was the father of the two little tykes? She turned her head to look at the little tykes who were concentrating on eating the roasted meat. Her heart had mixed emotions. Auntie Long, why aren't you eating? Why are you looking at us? Sensing Long Yufei's gaze, Chu Xian took a bite of meat and looked up to ask suspiciously. Chu Chen urged, Auntie Long, eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold later. Roasted meat should be eaten hot. Good. Long Yufei smiled, lowered her head and ate, while secretly praying in her heart, hoping that the truth was not what she had in mind. No. Right at this moment, Lu Feilong looked the spirit body up and down a few times, and said suspiciously, your aura isn't as strong as his, you're not him, you're just a bilocation? Although there was some difference between a doppelganger and a spirit body, the spirit body did not refute. Seeing this, Lu Feilong became even more convinced of his guess. His body didn't shake anymore, and his tone wasn't trembling as he laughed out loud. 3 years ago, you were a towering martial emperor, so naturally, you don't remember a small character like me. However, I am also a martial emperor now, and you are just an alter ego, so don't think that you can turn your hand over and suppress me again like you did 3 years ago. This time, I will suppress you to avenge the humiliation of that year. A mere false emperor, how dare you speak wildly? The spirit body didn't have these memories and didn't know if it was true or not, but a mere pseudo-emperor also presumptuously saying that he would suppress himself was simply laughable. False emperors are also martial emperors, and you're just a martial emperor detachment, how can you fight me? Lu Feilong's tone was rampant. The breakthrough in his realm had caused his confidence to rise unprecedentedly, and he had blind confidence in his own strength. A mere martial emperor doppelganger would not be able to reach the martial emperor realm no matter what. As long as he didn't enter the martial emperor, even a half-step martial emperor wouldn't be his opponent. Is that so? The spirit body laughed coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the heaven-slashing sword and heaven-breaking blade that had originally been inserted into the ground by Chu Xian and Chu Chen abruptly broke through the air, and under his control they hovered in the air, and a terrifyingly strange fluctuation swept out. This is, the sword and blade divine domain? Long Yufei was greatly surprised. Previously, the blade and sword divine domain that the two siblings, Chu Exayan and Chu Chen, had teamed up to unleash could easily defeat the four peak martial saints, and its power was naturally strong. Now that it was being unleashed by a martial emperor doppelganger alone, could this blade and sword divine domain trap a false emperor? Lu Failong laughed coldly. It's true that I couldn't do anything with this formation before my breakthrough, but now, I'm a martial emperor. He shouted angrily, the evil rule power in his body surged, and countless bloody hands coalesced and attacked the spirit body. However, the evil rule power that could shatter the void was greatly suppressed at this moment. Its power weakened drastically. It looked light and fluffy, with no lethality to speak of. The spirit body lifted its hand, and with a light point, it saw those bloody hands shatter in an instant, as unbearable as a bubble. This is, or rule field? Lu Failong was stunned. Obviously in the hands of those two bears it was a law domain. How did it become a rule domain in the hands of this doppelganger? To know that he, a martial emperor who just broke through, has not even formed his own rule field yet. A mere false emperor, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? The spirit body snorted coldly, his fingertips lightly lifted, and a bit of cold aura flickered, which contained both blade and sword intent at the same time, and the entire blade and sword divine realm shook. Surprisingly manipulating the two rule powers of sword and knife at the same time? Long Yufei's face was filled with stupefaction. This kind of ability had never been performed even by those peak martial emperors of the imperial family. The power of rules was extremely difficult to control, so the currently known martial emperors were all enlisted to control a single power of rules, and had never seen one that could manipulate two powers of rules at the same time. Moreover, this was only a doppelganger. What kind of god was the father of these two little tykes, to be so terrifying? Arranging this blade and sword divine domain isn't to deal with you, it's just to prevent the energy from spilling out and crumbling this space. The spirit body gently flicked its fingers, ready to point out, against a false emperor, one finger is enough. No, you can't kill me, I've only just become a martial emperor, I don't want to die yet. Lu Failong finally got scared, his face full of fear. He looked towards Long Yufei who was watching the show from the side and roared, Long Yufei, he is the murderer who killed the previous state lord, aren't you here to investigate the truth? Why don't you still take him down quickly? I put up this forbidden formation, devouring true chi blood and souls to cultivate, I do deserve to die. But I also did it so that there would be a martial emperor in Lanzhou, so that Lanzhou would no longer be at the mercy of others. You and I will join forces and kill this murderer first. At that time, I will never resist if I have to kill or die. Long Yufei's face changed slightly, her eyes complicated. If the previous state lord was really killed by the father of the two little tykes, she couldn't win the fight. Her mission was to investigate the truth and send the information of the real culprit back to the imperial capital, and at that time, the main body in seclusion would come by itself when it got the news. With a peak martial saint realm essence controlling the state master seal, even martial emperors would be suppressed by the power of chi. The most crucial thing was that there was still a hint of fluke in her heart, hoping that the murderer was not the father of the two little tykes. Nonsense, my daddy wouldn't kill indiscriminately. Chu Xian and Chu Chun hugged the roasted meat, puffed out their cheeks, and glared at Lu Failong in exasperation. The spirit body turned back to look at Long Yufei. He had no memory of these things, but if Long Yufei was going to strike at him, he wouldn't mind killing him as well. Anyone who threatened Chu Xian and Chu Chen, no matter who it was, kill without pardon. Long Yufei felt the killing intent in the spirit body's eyes, her body shook, and she hurriedly said, Lu Failong, just based on your own words, how can you make me believe you? Lu Failong waved his hand and threw out a fist-sized stone, which hovered in the air, diffusing a ray of light that intertwined a picture in the air. In the picture, a man who looked exactly like the spirit body forcibly resisted the backlash of the power of Qi, and then with a flip of his hand, he suppressed Fu Zhantian, Xin Xinghai, Fire Phoenix, Lu Failong, and the previous state lord who was holding the state lord's seal, forcing them to open the door to the secret realm. The scene ended here. Wow! It's Daddy A, he beat up all those bad guys, too cool and hot. Chu Xian looked at the man in the picture and cheered, looking very proud. It's still Daddy who's awesome, slapping those bad guys away with a single slap, unlike us who had to join forces. Chu Chen also clapped his little hands, his face full of adoration. Lu Failong said in a cold voice, Long Zhou Master, is this evidence enough? Long Yufei's heart sank. From the images recorded in this shadow-retaining stone, the daddy of the two little tykes was indeed the biggest suspect. The real culprit who killed the old state lord is right in front of us. What are you waiting for, Long State Lord? You and I will join hands to kill him. Lu Failong shouted in a deep voice. Bad egg, don't talk bad about my father wouldn't kill people indiscriminately. Chu Xian roared in a milky voice, holding the roasted meat and rushed towards Lu Failong. I'll beat wash you. Chu Chen also roared angrily and rushed out right after his sister. Come back. The spirit body reached out with both hands and grabbed the back collar of the siblings, grabbing them back and asking with a serious face, have you forgotten what I told you? Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings were grabbed by the spirit body's rear collar, their bodies were hanging upside down in the air, still gently swaying, and at the words the two little faces were filled with bewilderment. Sister, father has said many words, which one is he asking about? Chu Chen turned his head to look at Chu Xian and asked in a low voice. How would I know which sentence? Chu Xian rolled her eyes, then looked at the spirit body and asked with a smile, Father, why don't you give some hints? Aha! Got to give some hints. Chu Chen nodded repeatedly. The spirit body rolled its eyes and said in a good-natured manner, I told you guys not to go up by yourselves when you encountered martial emperors, and you've forgotten it so quickly? Oh, it's this sentence. Chu Xian and Chu Chen suddenly realized. Have you memorized it? The spirit body asked uneasily. Remembered it, Daddy. Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded their little heads in succession. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud bang came. However, Lu Failong wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, but he had underestimated the power of the blade and sword divine realm set up by the spirit body, and failed to successfully break through the boundary, and was instead shaken back by the boundary of the blade and sword divine realm. Spirit body put down Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings and softly said, You guys go ahead and eat the barbecue meat, I'll go fight the bad guys. Aha! The siblings nodded in unison. Chu Xian reminded again, Father, don't beat him to death, I still have to use the true speech talisman on him. Right, let him speak the truth, otherwise Auntie Long will think that Daddy is a bad person. Chu Chen also chimed in. Good. The spirit body once again looked at Long Yufei, then probed and grabbed. A giant hand appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Failong. 5 fingers trapped him in the center and slowly closed. Between these 5 fingers seemed to form a space of its own. No matter how Lu Failong attacked, how he charged, he could not get out of this 5-finger space. There were endless swords and swords, 2 kinds of rule power in the space that filled and cut. The bloodthirsty soul regeneration formation boundary on his body also shattered in an instant under the power of the sword and knife rules. Without the guardianship of this spell formation, the rule force cut on his body with intense pain, causing Lu Failong to let out a mournful scream. When the 5 fingers closed, Lu Failong could no longer move the slightest bit. The evil rule power he had just condensed was completely suppressed and could not be mobilized. No, you can't kill me. Lu Failong's eyes were filled with fear. Long Yufei, what are you waiting for? Why don't you make a move? His only hope was that Long Yufei used the State Master Seal to mobilize the power of Lancehouse Qi to restrict this doppelganger, giving him a chance to get out of the trap. Long Yufei was a little hesitant, but after looking at the 2 little tykes beside her, she didn't make a move after all. She chose to believe the 2 little milkmaids that the truth of this matter might not be so. Everything would wait until the 2 little milkmaids had used their truth talisman. Chu Chen's tiny silhouette appeared out of thin air in front of the giant hand, suspended in the air, staring with a pair of big round eyes, and exasperatedly said, You bad guy, my father wouldn't kill people indiscriminately. You must be lying. After saying that, a truth talisman appeared in his hand and snapped it on Lu Failong's head. After pasting it, he was still not relieved, and took out another stack, and with a wave of his fleshy little hand, the true speech talisman plastered Lu Failong's entire head. Badass, who killed the old state lord? Chu Chen asked in a milky voice. I killed it. Lu Failong's eyes were dull as he slowly spoke. It was you? Long Yufei's body shook. The old state lord had the state lord seal and was also a peak martial saint. How could this Lu Failong kill him? Right, that sea of blood. Long Yufei suddenly remembered that Lu Failong possessed the evil power that could limit the power of Qi. If he wrapped the state lord seal with this, a sudden sneak attack would not be impossible. Under the true speech talisman, Lu Failong told the whole story one by one. The picture in the shadow retaining stone was true. 3 years ago, Chu Xian and Chu Chen's father did force the previous state lord and the others to forcefully open the door to the secret realm, and enter the secret realm of the 9 states. The 4 people, the previous state lord, Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai, and Fire Phoenix were healing their wounds in the Forbidden Land, while the Lu Failong at that time was only in the late stage of the martial saint stage, and wasn't the main force in the siege of Chufeng, and wasn't seriously injured, and was responsible for escorting the 4 people. Instead, he took the opportunity to sacrifice the sea of blood to wrap around the old state lord, killing him and devouring his true qi and blood, raising his own cultivation to the peak of martial saint, and taking the opportunity to place a blood curse on the 3 Pei warriors. In order to break through to martial emperor, he had continuously devoured Lanzhou cultivators over the past 3 years, but unfortunately, he had not been able to make a breakthrough, which led to today's scheme. Unfortunately, meeting Chu Xian and Chu Chen's siblings caused all of the scheming to be undone. Ikamit, ask him where the sea of blood and bloodthirsty soul regeneration formation came from. Long Yufei suddenly said, these things are forbidden in the 9 states, it's impossible for ordinary people to have them, and it's likely that a bigger conspiracy is involved behind this. My friend's masterpiece, like to see a person can go to sea, it is wonderful. Ikamit? The spirit body looked at Chu Chen, speechless in his heart. Although you are allowed to remain incognito, you can't take such a name that sounds fake at first sight. Aha! Chu Chen nodded his little head, nibbling on the roasted meat while inquiring. Lu Failong murmured, many years ago a mysterious blood-robed person gave it to me, the holy thoughts couldn't detect it, I don't know who it is. He asked me to join them and help me cultivate. The condition was to wait for an opportunity to kill the old state lord and secretly control Lanzhou. I was about to succeed, but I didn't expect to kill 2 damn bear children to ruin my plan. Sister, is he talking about us? Chu Chen asked as he ate the roasted meat and looked back at Chu Xin. Chu Xin nodded. Then did we do something good? Chu Chen asked with an expectant face. Of course, the people we fought were all bad guys. Chu Xin had a certainty on her face. Good. LOL. Chu Chen laughed with a face of excitement, then looked at Long Yufei and asked, Auntie Long, is there anything else you want to ask? Long Yufei shook her head after a moment of contemplation and said, no more. The truth about the death of the previous state lord had already been revealed, but then a mysterious blood-robed man appeared. Lu Failong was just a tool person, and the blood-robed man behind him was the black hand behind the scenes. But the information about the blood-robed person is really too little, and that blood-robed person is obviously also guarded against Lu Failong, never appearing in his true colors. Even if he asks again, he can't ask for a reason. Alright. Chu Chen nodded his little head, and with a wave of his little hand, the true speech talisman affixed to Lu Failong's head instantly turned into flying dust. Lu Failong instantly came to his senses and said angrily, if you kill me, you will all die sooner or later as well. While being forced by the true word talisman, his consciousness was actually awake. If he had been able to mobilize the true chi in his body, or the power of rules, it would have been completely possible to get rid of those saint-level true speech talismans. Unfortunately, that giant hand pinched his body, and the true chi and rule power in his body were suppressed, so he had no way to resist. Knowing that he was bound to die, he didn't waste his breath begging for mercy again. The spirit body looked towards Chu Xin and Chu Chen and softly said, close your eyes, cover your ears, don't look, don't listen. Oh. Chu Xin and Chu Chen nodded obediently and washed their small hands with water, then covered their ears and closed their eyes. The spirit body gripped through the air, and the giant hand instantly contracted. Only a bang was heard as Lu Failong's body instantly exploded, leaving no bones left. Alright, that's enough. The spirit body landed beside the 2 siblings, Chu Xin and Chu Chen, and softly said, Father, eat the roasted meat. Chu Chen opened his eyes, picked up a large piece of roasted meat and handed it to spirit body, saying with a smile. Spirit body sat in front of the grill, took the roasted meat and took a bite, smiling, not bad, the technique has improved. That's for sure, I've been practicing grilling meat every day. Chu Chen immediately held his little head high, his meaty little face filled with arrogance. Chu Xin pulled Long Yufei to sit next to him as well and said with a smile, Daddy, this is Auntie Long. Hello? Chu Chen nodded to Long Yufei and said, the 2 children are naughty by nature, so I've caused trouble for State Lord Long. No. Long Yufei hurriedly waved her hand and said, AI eating meat. And AI cow meat siblings helped me quite a bit along the way. If it wasn't for them, I probably wouldn't have been able to reach the state capital. I still have to thank them. Chu Chen looked at the spirit body, and then looked at Long Yufei, his little butt moved and sat next to the spirit body, and asked in a low voice, Daddy, is Auntie Long pretty? Pretty good. Why are you asking this? The spirit body glanced at Long Yufei and truthfully said 2 words, then asked with a surprised face. Chu Chen asked with a smile, do you want Daddy to marry Auntie Long home to us as a little lady? When Long Yufei heard this, her pretty face turned red and she was somewhat at a loss for words. The spirit body glared fiercely at Chu Chen, and apologetically said to Long Yufei, a child's words are reckless, so do not be offended by the Dragon State Lord. No harm done. Long Yufei shook her head. Snap. A delicate little hand gently slapped on Chu Chen's head. Chu Xin roared with hatred, Brat, are you having an itchy but, how many times have I told you, we are not out to give father a daughter-in-law, we are going to look for mother. Oh. Chu Chen rubbed his little head, shrunk his neck, and focused on eating the roasted meat, not daring to say a word. Put. Long Yufei couldn't help but laugh out loud as she watched the sibling duo scuffle. These 2 little guys were really cute. The spirit body shook his head slightly, he didn't have this part of his memory and didn't remember the 2 children's mothers. He touched Chu Xin and Chu Chen's little heads and said, my time is up, remember my words, don't go up by yourself when you meet a martial emperor, summon me out at the first time, remember? Remember, Daddy. Chu Xin and Chu Chen somewhat fondly jumped into the spirit body's arms. The spirit body looked at the 2 children, and a trace of reluctance also appeared in its eyes. The other memories and emotions were shielded by the spirit body, but the memories and emotions for the 2 children were still there. In the future, when you go out to get into trouble, well, when you go out to play, it's best to put on the masks I refined for you. The spirit body thought about it and added. That mask was something he had specially refined for the 2 children, not only to conceal their faces and prevent martial saints, or even martial emperors, from probing them, but it was also an extremely high-quality saint artifact that could withstand soul attacks. Got it, Daddy. We'll bring it with us. The two siblings nodded, and a mask appeared out of thin air in their hands to put on their faces. Chu Chen's mask was in the shape of a golden dragon circling around, and Chu Xian's mask was in the shape of a phoenix spreading its wings. Both masks only covered the upper half of their faces, revealing their mouths and noses, and the whole was as domineering and noble as possible. The moment the two put on their masks, Long Yufei felt that the two little tykes disappeared from her perception. If not for the fact that her eyes could still see, she would have thought that the two little tykes had disappeared. Another two extraordinary treasures. Long Yufei secretly sighed in her heart. Having a good father is really good. A moment later, the spirit body's figure slowly dissipated. Sister, I kind of miss Dad. Why don't we go back and look for Dad? Chu Chen, with roasted meat in his mouth and beads of tears in his eyes, asked with a sobbing voice as he ate. Chu Xian wiped a handful of teardrops from the corner of her eyes and stubbornly said, No, we haven't rescued Mother yet, we can't go back. We can still summon Daddy's spirit body many times now, just summon it out to see Daddy when we miss him. Alright. Chu Chen also wiped his tears and nodded his little head. Long Yufei was a little speechless. That was a martial emperor level doppelganger. One couldn't waste the number of times it was summoned as a last resort. How could it be summoned out to take a look? When we rescue Mother and take her back together, Father will definitely be very happy. Chu Xian said with an expectant face. Aha! Chu Chen nodded heavily, ate a mouthful of roasted meat, put his little head to Long Yufei's side, and asked in a low voice, Auntie Long, is my father good looking? Good looking. Long Yufei was still thinking about how to comfort the two little tykes, not realizing that Chu Chen would suddenly ask himself this question. She subconsciously nodded her head. She then reacted and was about to explain, but then she saw Chu Xian slap Chu Chen's little head, and roared like a small adult, Little brat, are you not finished? See if I don't smash your ass. Sister, spare my life, I will never ask again. Chu Chen's neck shrank and he scattered and ran wildly. You stop right there. Chu Xian chased after him furiously. When we rescue Mother, I'm going to tell Mother that you keep trying to get Father a daughter-in-law, and see if Mother will beat your ass to death. Put. Long Yufei looked at the chasing and jostling sibling duo and burst out laughing. After the siblings had been fooling around for a while, Long Yufei led the two to the state governor's mansion, used the state lord's seal to suppress Lu Feilong's alter ego, and had the old crone kill it before returning to the back mountain Forbidden Land together. The state master has come. Finally got those two little tykes back, now we can enter the secret realm. Those two little milkmaids actually put on masks. This mask is weird, actually can't sense any breath of the two little milkmaids. The 98 Lanshouse Celestial Pride who were waiting here were immediately shaken in spirit. However, they were all surprised and shocked when they saw the little tykes with the masks on. State Lord, why don't you quickly release us? The elders of the three top powers spoke up, their tones incomparably rampant. Long Yufei raised her eyebrows and turned her head to look at the elders of the three major powers with a calm expression. Unbridled. The old woman's face suddenly turned cold, and a terrifying heavenly sword intent swept out. Humph. Long Yufei, I advise you to be sensible, don't think that you're invincible just because you're in control of the Lanshouse State Master Seal. The elders laughed coldly, seemingly unafraid of Long Yufei's status as a state lord. They had already sensed two terrifying auras before, auras that completely surpassed those of peak martial saints. Without a doubt, two martial emperors had appeared in Lanshouse City. The appearance of martial emperors at this time was clearly a success of the plan of the state governor and the gate masters of the three top powers. They just didn't quite understand why there were only two martial emperors. According to the plan, there should have been four martial emperors. It was unknown which two of these two martial emperors were, but no matter who it was, they didn't need to fear Long Yufei anymore. You seek death. The old crone was incomparably angry, her sword chi streaked behind her, itching to split all of these bastards into pieces one by one. Long Yufei waved her hand to stop her, looked at the elders and said indifferently, what gave you the courage to openly defy this official? An elder of the Demon Blade sect said in a cold voice, Long Yufei, you should have sensed the aura of a martial emperor just now as well, right? To tell you the truth, that's what we've been plotting all along. Now that two martial emperors have appeared among our three major forces, do you think that with just you, a martial zone, you can rely on the state master seal to suppress martial emperors? Martial emperor. The old woman's face suddenly changed. She had also sensed the aura of two martial emperors earlier. The aura of one of the martial emperors was almost identical to that steward's. So this was their true purpose. She forced herself to calm down and said in a deep voice, the state lord is of the imperial bloodline of the empire, could it be that you want to rebel? That magic sword sex elder sneered twice and said, rebellion? We wouldn't dare. But killing an imperial royal family and framing the murderer of the old state lord is not a difficult task. You. The old crone pointed at the elder, too angry to speak. The corner of Long Yufei's mouth revealed a cold smile as she said indifferently, with my cultivation, even if I were to manipulate the state lord's seal, it is true that I would not be able to suppress a martial emperor. However, out of so many people from your three major forces, you seem to be the only one who was the most active, and you seem to have a great deal of hatred towards me? That demon blade sex elder's face immediately sank as he angrily said, hatred? You joined forces with those two little scumbags and killed my younger brother. This hatred is not shared. Killed your brother? Long. Yu Fei froze for a moment and quickly realized, so you are that water demon elder's brother. Humph. A martial emperor has appeared in my three major forces. You and those two little scumbags are going to die. The water demon elder's brother roared in anger, his eyes red, and his terrifying blade intent impacted the spell formation boundary. Unfortunately, the spell formation boundary was incomparably strong, and no matter how he impacted it, it was useless. Martial Emperor? Oh, Lu Failong has indeed become a martial emperor. Long Yufei had a hint of mockery on her face, but instead of devouring 100,000 cultivators, she devoured the sect masters of your three major forces and barely became a pseudo-emperor. Devouring 100,000 cultivators? Devour our sect master? What the hell is going on here? The 100 Celestial Pride were filled with bewilderment and shock. They didn't know about the conspiracy of Lu Failong and the others. What? The elders of the three top powers, however, were shocked. No, this is never possible. The water demon elder's brother was unwilling to accept this fact, and many elders were similarly unable to believe it. Don't believe it? Long Yufei waved her hand and threw out a shadow-retaining stone. The golden light intertwined a picture, the very picture of Lu Failong devouring the three of Fu Zhantian. Sect Master, no. Seeing this scene, the vast majority of the elders let out roars of despair. The reason why they were able to become the top three forces in Lanzhou, besides their own deep heritage, the more important thing was these three peak martial saints. Now that the three peak martial saints had fallen, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for the three top forces to retain their position. How could this happen? Damn, Lu Failong actually devoured our sect master? The celestials from the three top powers were filled with stagnation and disbelief, as if the sky had collapsed. The water demon elder's brother's face was cloudy and his eyes gradually became crazy as he roared. Even if this is the case, Lu Failong becoming an emperor will not be able to let you guys go. Long Yufei said indifferently, didn't you say that you sensed the aura of two martial emperors? Aren't you curious about where the other martial emperor came from? At these words, the crowd cast curious gazes. Long Yufei said word for word, that's the martial emperor of my empire. Lu Failong didn't cross the great heavenly tribulation and achieve pseudo-emperor. He couldn't walk more than a single move in front of a true martial emperor. He is already dead. Imperial martial emperor? The old crone gave Long Yufei a strange look. She knew very well that the empire couldn't possibly send a martial emperor at this point in time. That mysterious martial emperor was definitely not from the empire. As for the true origin of that mysterious martial emperor, since Long Yufei didn't want to talk about it, she naturally wouldn't poke holes in it. Dead? My Lanzhou just gave birth to a martial emperor and he died? It's good to be dead. This is considered revenge for the sect master. Hearing that Lu Failong was dead, some were shocked, some were despondent, and some rejoiced. Long Yufei swept her gaze over the elders and said indifferently, Lu Failong and the others set up a forbidden formation, wanting to devour 100,000 cultivators to cultivate. The crime is so heinous that he should be executed to the three clans. You are the conspirators and should have been executed. After saying this, she sacrificed the State Master Seal and suspended it over the spell formation, a wisp of chi power dropping down. At these words, all the elders' faces changed drastically. Now that they were trapped in this weird formation, they couldn't get out at all, and now that they were suppressed by the power of chi fortune mobilized by the State Master Seal, they couldn't exert half of their strength. If the old woman beside her made a move, they would not be able to withstand it at all. For a time, everyone's faces showed despair. However, this official can give you guys a chance to redeem your sins. Long Yufei's words changed. Pointing at the water demon elder's brother, she said, kill him, and this official can take the blame. Everyone looked over in unison. No, you guys can't do this. The water demon elder's brother's face suddenly changed and he took a step back. Sorry. A man apologized, then attacked without mercy. In order to stay alive, they resolutely chose to strike. AI eat meat, AI cow meat, don't look, it affects your appetite. Long Yufei covered the eyes of the siblings. No, ah. The mournful screams of the water demon elder's brother soon resounded. Although everyone's strength was restricted, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Long Yufei retrieved the formation stone and the State Lord seal through the air and said indifferently, this matter will end here. I hope that you and the others will be good enough to assist this official in the future to make Lanzhou develop and grow. Yes, State Lord. The crowd responded respectfully. Let's go, it's time to open the secret realm door and send them into the secret realm. Long Yufei held the hands of the siblings one by one and turned to leave. The elders also followed. Now they didn't dare to have any dissenting thoughts. Long Yufei and the three elders positioned themselves in the four directions, offered the state master seal, suspended it in the sky, pinched the seal with both hands, and recited the words under their breath. After reciting the incantation, Long Yufei pointed a finger in the air toward the state master seal, huge energy surged into it, and shouted, 9 State Secret Realm, open! As soon as the words fell, the chi power of the state lord seal shook, and a pillar of chi light shot down and did not enter the ground. Buzz! A streak of chi power crisscrossed the ground, instantly lighting up a mysterious spell formation on the ground. The power of the spell formation surged and coalesced into a secret realm door that was 10 feet tall and 3 feet wide. Long Yufei turned to look at the 100 heavenly pride and said aloud, the door to the secret realm has been opened. There are opportunities and crises in the secret realm. Stepping into the secret realm, life and death are uncertain. I hope that all of you will unite with each other in the secret realm, and all of you will be able to come back alive. Yes! The crowd of celestial pride responded in unison. Go! Long Yufei said indifferently. The crowd of heavenly pride cheered, and with various means, they broke through the air and drilled into the door of the secret realm. In an instant, only the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings were left out of the 100 heavenly prides. They stood at the entrance of the secret realm gate, waving their little hands at Long Yufei. Auntie Long, we're leaving. Auntie Long, when we rescue our mother, we'll bring her back to see you together. Ah. The two little guys were fond of each other, and although they didn't get along with Long Yufei for a long time, their hearts already had a trace of dependence on this beautiful aunt, and deep feelings. In Long Yufei, they felt a mother's love that they had never felt before. If it wasn't for the fact that father said that their mother was imprisoned in the imperial capital, they would definitely treat Long Yufei as their mother. Good, be sure to act carefully in the secret realm. Long Yufei touched the two little ones' little heads, and her heart was full of reluctance. Every time she saw these two little tykes, she inexplicably liked them, and she didn't know when she would see them again this time when they parted. Aha! We know! The Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings waved their hands and turned around to step into the secret realm door. The secret realm door slowly closed with them. Seeing that Long Yufei had been staring blankly at the disappearing secret realm door, the old crone at the side smiled and said, if the state master is unable to part with them, after they leave the secret realm, they can go back to the central state to take a look. Long Yufei shook her head inside. As the Lanzhou state lord, how can I leave without permission? The old crone thought for a moment and said, that prefecture lord can find a willing husband early and give birth to two of her own. Long Yufei's pretty face slightly reddened, stomped her foot, and said, Master, what are you talking nonsense about? I don't want to get married, less like my sister. I don't even dare to recognize my own husband and children. Saying this, she gave another slight sigh. The old crone also fell into silence. Now that the imperial family was in turmoil, this was indeed not the perfect time to get married and have children. Now that our purpose of coming to Lanzhou has been considered accomplished, Lanzhou won't have too many ripples for the time being. It's time to go and complete sister's mission. Long Yufei secretly pondered for a moment before turning her head to the old crone. Master, I'll leave the subsequent matters in Lanzhou to you. I have something to go out for. Good. The old crone nodded. She was not worried about Long Yufei's safety. With the Lanzhou seal in her hand, in Lanzhou, a non-martial emperor would not be able to injure her. Long Yufei swept a glance at the elders of the three major powers, then retrieved the state master seal, sacrificed a flying boat, and landed on top of the flying boat. After thinking about it, she took out another veil to cover her face, before driving the flying boat to break the sky. Sister having a child was a matter of great importance, and could not let anyone know. Even if it was master, she did not disclose it. She knew very well that once this news leaked out, not only would her sister's husband and child be in danger, but her sister would also fall into ruin. Boulder Village, this should be the place. 2 days later, the flying boat piloted by Long Yufei appeared above a village. She only knew that Boulder Village was in the northern border of Lanzhou, but the northern border wasn't small, and it wasn't easy to find a tiny village. Luckily, the effort was not lost on her, and after inquiring all the way, she finally found it. Strange, I clearly saw someone talking in the village. How come I can't hear the voice? Long Yufei looked at the village below, and the villagers communicating in the village. A trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. With her martial zone strength, not to mention this mere few hundred meters, even a few thousand meters would be able to hear the sound. Whatever, go down and take a look. Long Yufei collected the flying boat and broke through the air with her physical body. Bang! But just when he was tens of meters close to the village, a layer of transparent shield suddenly lit up. Caught off guard, Long Yufei couldn't stop in time and directly crashed into it, and the whole person was bounced out for hundreds of meters before stabilizing his body. Poof! The blood in his body churned and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. There's actually a guardian spell formation? Long Yufei wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, a hint of shock appearing on her delicate pretty face. Moreover, this spell formation is too strong. A small village having a guardian spell formation was already outrageous in itself. What was even more outrageous was that after the contact just now, she realized that the guardian spell formation of this boulder village seemed to be even more terrifying than the guardian spell formation of the Lanzhou state capital. Long Yufei once again broke through the air and landed dozens of meters away, not venturing in. At this time, the villagers who heard the commotion, led by the village chief, were already waiting at the entrance of the village. They were either holding knives or swords in their hands. Obviously all of them were cultivators. This boulder village, it's a bit outrageous. Long Yufei muttered. Who is trespassing in Boulder Village? A middle-aged man walked out of the spell formation boundary and shouted aloud. Long Yufei laughed and said, How are you? May I ask if Chu Feng is here? Looking for Chu Feng? This girl is so beautiful, she can't be that missing wife of Chu Feng's, right? It's possible. Although the voices within the spell formation could not be transmitted, the voices outside the spell formation could be transmitted into the village. Upon hearing Long Yufei's words, the villagers immediately murmured. The white-haired old village chief slowly walked out of the spell formation, stared at Long Yufei, and asked warily, Who are you? What are you looking for Chu Feng for? In order to lower the villagers' wariness, Long Yufei removed the veil on her face and smiled. I'm his friend, passing by here, and came to take a look at him. You are. Seeing Long Yufei's face, the old village chief's body shook, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, getting closer and taking a closer look, before he trembled and said, You are, Aro? Aro? Long Yufei froze, and quickly realized that this should be her sister's alias here, smiled and shook her head, saying, I'm her sister, Afei. Aro's sister? The old village chief took a closer look. Although this woman's appearance wasn't too different from Aro, her temperament was somewhat different. Miss Fei, I'm the village chief of Dashi village, you can just call me Old Sure. After the old village chief introduced himself, he welcomed Long Yufei into the village and took a seat on a small pavilion in the open space in front of the village. Long Yufei took a sip of tea. Her gaze fell on the group of children training in the open space, and a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. There were about 20 children in this group. The older ones were 17 or 18 years old, and the younger ones were 3 or 4 years old, practicing a set of boxing styles that had never been seen before. Among those older children, surprisingly all of them were martial masters, and the strongest one, the 17 or 18-year-old, had even reached the late martial master stage. Although there was still a huge gap compared to the heavenly pride of the 9 states, appearing in a small village was quite something. These are all taught by Chu Feng, and according to Chu Feng, they are all basic punches to polish the body. The old village chief explained with a smile. Basic boxing techniques? Long Yufei's eyelids slightly jumped. Although she did not know what kind of boxing style it was, she could tell that the mysteries contained within it were by no means comparable to basic boxing styles. However, she didn't point it out, and took a closer look at the village chief in front of her, a hint of surprise once again appearing in her eyes. Surprisingly, he is a peak martial king. It was just as well that a small village was full of cultivators, but there was actually a peak martial king. One had to know that even some small cities did not have the existence of peak martial kings. If one remembered correctly, there were only about 10 or so martial kings in the entire northern border of Lanzhou. This boulder village revealed strangeness everywhere. She raised her head to look at the sky, put down the teacup in her hand, and asked curiously, Village chief sure, at the risk of asking, who set up this spell formation in your village? The old village chief laughed. That was also set up by Chu Feng to defend against the beast tide. It is said to be very powerful. Exactly how powerful, we do not know. Long Yufei nodded. She had also heard that the northern border was adjacent to the fierce beast mountain range, and that there would often be beast tides emerging. She also didn't dwell too much on the issue of Boulder Village and asked, Village chief sure, is my brother-in-law here? Although her sister did not allow her to come and disturb her brother-in-law's family, she still wanted to meet her brother-in-law and her 2 little nephews. If it was before she met those 2 little tykes, she wouldn't have had this thought. Perhaps it was those 2 little tykes that inspired the motherly love in her heart. The old village chief shook his head and said, Miss Fei's arrival is really unfortunate. Chu Feng has gone out for many days and does not know when he will return. Went out. Long Yufei froze for a moment and asked again, Then where are my 2 little nephews? Can you bring me to meet them? The old village chief shook his head again and said, It's really unfortunate, those 2 troublemakers sneaked out while their father was out. So far no one has been found. By the way, they also left me a note saying that they went to save their mother. Sneaked out? Long Yufei's face changed, her tone steeply raised several degrees. They are only 3 years old, how can you let them sneak out? What if they meet bad people? The old village chief smiled bitterly. Miss Fei doesn't know. Although those 2 little guys are only 3 years old, their strength is very powerful. We altogether can't beat them. We can't even beat them. It was easy for them to sneak out without us knowing. 2 3-year-old kids, how powerful can they be? Long Yufei was very angry. Think about 2 3-year-old kids sneaking out. What if they met bad people and were abducted and sold? What if they meet demonic beasts? What if they are eaten by ferocious beasts? And so on. Long Yufei's body suddenly shook and fell into a stupor. 2 3-year-old babies? Very powerful? Sneaking out to save mom? How come they look so much like AI eat meat and AI cow meat siblings? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Long Yufei had a guess in her heart, but she didn't dare to be sure. With a wave of her jade hand, she used her true chi to condense 2 small illusory figures in the air and asked, "Village chief, sure, is it them?" The old village chief looked and said in surprise, "Chu Xin, Chu Chen? These are those 2 troublemakers, has Miss Fei seen them?" "It's really them." Long Yufei laughed, "I've seen them, it's just that before I didn't know that they were my 2 little nephews." The old village chief asked again, "Are they okay now? Have they been bullied? Being bullied?" Thinking of the terrifying strength of those 2 little tykes, Long Yufei's mouth twitched slightly inside. It's good that they don't bully others, who can bully them? That's true. The old village chief nodded in sympathy. "Village chief, sure, since brother-in-law isn't here, I'll leave first." Long Yufei got up and prepared to leave. The old village chief hesitated and asked, "Miss Fei, is Aro okay? Where is she? Chu Feng has searched so hard for her these past 3 years." Long Yufei hesitated for a moment and said, "My sister is fine, but for some special reason she cannot reveal her tracks for the time being. Please ask village chief Sure to help me tell my brother-in-law to stop looking for my sister. When the time comes, my sister will naturally come back to him." "Good, I will convey that to Chu Feng." The old village chief sighed slightly. He had no children on his knees and had always treated Chu Feng and Aro as his own son and daughter-in-law. The 2 people who obviously loved each other so much were unable to be together, and every time he watched Chu Feng look at the sky in a daze, it made him feel bad in his heart. "Village chief Sure, stay, I'm leaving." Long Yufei bid farewell to the old village chief and walked towards the outside of the village. In her mind, she recalled that when she first met with the 2 little tykes, she even said that she would marry their mother, so that she would be their sister-in-law. Thinking of this, Long Yufei immediately cried and laughed a little. "We're real sisters, how do we still need to worship? I was originally the sister-in-law of those 2 little tykes. If I had known that I was looking for them, I should have let them call me sister-in-law a few more times." Long Yufei muttered, "Brother-in-law is actually a martial emperor, should I tell my sister this news? With one more martial emperor, the royal family will have one more point of safety. It would also allow for an earlier reunion between sister and brother-in-law." The 2 little nephews seem to have said that they want to split the imperial capital to save their mother. Should we tell sister? Long Yufei's brows were furrowed, looking a bit torn. "Forget it, we don't know where brother-in-law is now, not to mention that one more martial emperor won't solve the problem. If the news leaks out, those guys might send martial emperors to besiege brother-in-law and the 2 little nephews, which would instead distract sister. If brother-in-law or the 2 little nephews fell into the hands of those guys and threatened sister in turn, that would not be good. Just pass the message to the main body and let the main body take care of those 2 little guys." Long Yufei still decided to hide this information from her sister for the time being. However, sister-in-law was really handsome. No wonder he charmed his sister to the core. "That little guy Chu Chen is still always trying to set me up with his old man? Aya, Long Yufei, what are you thinking about? That's your brother-in-law." Long Yufei vigorously rubbed her slightly red cheeks and threw away all those unrealistic thoughts, then sacrificed her flying boat and broke the sky. Within the secret territory of the 9 states, 2 small, adorable heads slowly poked out from behind a huge boulder, each with a milk bottle in their mouths. "Sister, this big pig must be delicious." In front of the boulder, a demonic beast with 2 pig heads, tusks of more than 3 feet, and a reddish color all over its body was leisurely arching the earth. "Still 2 heads, it's just right for one of us to roast a pig's head." "Whoa! I can't stand it, I haven't eaten roasted meat for a long time, my stomach is starving." "Brother, get your tools ready, I'm going." As soon as the words fell, a small figure rose up in the air from behind the boulder and landed with a rumble next to the demonic beast with 2 pig heads. The demonic beast was startled, letting out a roar, and just as it wanted to attack, it was swung up by Chu Xian as she grabbed one of its hind legs, and smashed onto the ground with a rumble, letting out a wail. At the same time, a long arrow carrying a sharp aura broke through the air. Originally, it was directed towards the demonic beast, but after the demonic beast was swung up by Chu Xian and the demonic beast just switched positions, and the long arrow came straight towards Chu Xian. The long arrow was wrapped with strong true chi, sharp breath that tore through the void. Chu Xian looked back, the large eyes under the mask flashed with cold light, the small fist blasted out, blowing the long arrow away, but it did not shatter, obviously it was not a mortal product either. Swoosh! 3 figures broke through the air and stopped not far away. 3 17 or 18-year-old teenagers, one of them was still holding a large bow in his hand, obviously that arrow just now was shot by him. There were still 3-year-olds in this secret realm? The 3 looked at Chu Xian's height, and a trace of dismay appeared in their eyes. Chu Xian was also sizing up the 3 people, her face full of wariness as she asked in a milky voice, "Are you guys here to rob the meat?" "Robbing the meat?" The 3 looked at each other, all somewhat speechless. The ball-wielding teenager coldly droned, "Little brat, this two-headed fire minister was the one we set our sights on first." Chu Xian's big eyes glared and she huffed, "Nonsense, it was clearly me who caught it first." "Is that so?" The ball-wielding teenager glanced at the two pigs' heads that the two-headed fire minister had already raised, and sneered, "That also depends on whether or not you can survive." As soon as the words fell, that two-headed fire minister let out a hiss, and the two pig heads opened wide, spitting out two scorching hot fireballs. Sensing the sizzling breath coming from behind, Chu Xian leapt and landed on the demonic beast, her tiny fist slamming on that demonic beast's head. Only hearing a click, the skull of one of the heads of that demonic beast shattered. At this time, the fireball spat out by the demonic beast only hit a large mountain in the distance, and with a loud bang, the fireball burst apart, and that large mountain collapsed. What a strong power! This late fifth-order demonic beast, the two-headed fire minister, although its strength isn't considered to be much, its skull is particularly hard, and she actually smashed its skull with a single punch? The pupils of the three teenagers shrunk in unison, shock and horror in their tone. At the time Chu Xian made her move, they did not feel any true chi fluctuations. It was clearly by virtue of pure physical strength, which would be too terrifying. Roar! Right at this moment, the two-headed fire minister let out an angry hiss, and that head that had been smashed by Chu Xian unexpectedly recovered. Ha! Chu Xian was somewhat surprised, and clenched his fist again to smash the other pig head of the two-headed fire minister, but it very quickly recovered as well.